In the city of Tiago, within the nation of Sam, Chu Zihong sat in the chairman's office of Hualong Security, resting his head in his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. Having just celebrated his 30th birthday, he was still reveling in the afterglow of a night of clubbing. However, fate had an unexpected twist in store for him had traveled through time. As a flood of memories surged into his mind, Chu Zihong gradually pieced together the reality of this parallel world. This world, known as Blue Star, was set in the late 1980s. The body he now inhabited, although sharing his name, had lived a completely different life. In this world, Chu Zihong was born in the nation of Sam, a second-generation Chinese-American with a silver spoon in his mouth. His family had immigrated from China during World War II and established Hualong Security in Tiago, leveraging their substantial savings. The company provided round-the-clock security services to local tycoons and dignitaries, earning a solid reputation in the industry. However, the family's glory did not last. Starting with Chu Zihong's father, the family business began to decline. A series of failed investments, coupled with the impact of the subprime mortgage crisis, left the once millionaire Chu family nearly bankrupt. The company was on the brink of collapse, with employees either jumping ship or being poached by their rival, Blackfire Corporation. Chu's father, unwilling to accept defeat, took a desperate gamble by borrowing $5 million in high-interest loans from the local mafia, hoping for a comeback. Unfortunately, he failed again and ultimately died of a sudden heart attack, leaving behind a mountain of debt. Forced to drop out of college in California, Chu Zihong returned to Tiago to take over the family business. Sadly, he knew nothing about managing a company and had long given up on himself, living the life of a spoiled wastrel. He was utterly incapable of saving the faltering company. The last few elite employees were lured away with high salaries, leaving only Chu Zihong and his secretary, who also served as his lover. To make matters worse, the $5 million loan had accrued exorbitant interest, and the total amount owed was now astronomical. If he couldn't repay it, Chu Zihong faced the grim prospect of being thrown into the sea to feed the fish, or worse, being sold off as merchandise. Just as Chu Zihong was at his wit's end, a loud ding echoed in his mind like a resounding bell. The sudden sound jolted him. This was a system. Immediately, a cold mechanical voice spoke in his ear. Suitable host detected. Initiating binding with the King of War system. Binding and loading in progress. 1, 10, 20. The appearance of the system gave Chu Zihong a glimmer of hope. Soon, the system finished loading and introduced its functions, assisting the host in becoming the ultimate military contractor. It also issued its first mandatory task: rename the company to Umbrella Corporation. Chu Zihong promptly contacted the company's legal partner, Phelps, and commissioned him to handle the renaming process. An hour later, the task was completed. The system notified Chu Zihong that he could now claim his reward: a 6-man special operations team. Upon confirming the reward, a series of names of special forces and organizations flashed before his eyes: Alpha, Spetsnaz, SAS, SEALs, SBS, and even fictional units like Task Force 141 and the Wolf Pack Mercenaries. Each team made Chu Zihong's heart race with anticipation. He eagerly looked forward to the changes that were about to unfold, hoping to leverage this opportunity to escape his predicament and start a new chapter. Congratulations, host! You've received the first stage mission reward, the Italian Government Dignitary Protection Team. Chu Zihong's attention was drawn to the 6 figures that suddenly appeared on the virtual screen. This world-class special forces team, known as the Protectors of VIPs on the FK front, is renowned for its rigorous training and advanced equipment. They specialize in safeguarding government officials, visiting foreign heads of state, and other dignitaries. The system indicated that these individuals were responding to the host's recruitment notice as security personnel applicants. Chu Zihong could interact with them at any time, and they would gladly accept his offer, never betraying him. An OCS? Chu Zihong exclaimed in surprise. Although it wasn't the Task Force 141 he initially hoped for, the elite Italian unit was more than enough to thrill him. They were skilled in karate, tactical combat training, and even high-altitude low-opening halo parachuting. For the company's current needs, this team was undoubtedly professional. As Chu Zihong reveled in his excitement, a knock came at the office door. His blonde, blue-eyed, and voluptuous secretary and lover, Alice, stood at the entrance and reported, "Boss, 6 applicants have responded to our company's recruitment notice and are here for the security positions." So soon? Chu Zihong marveled at the system's efficiency and then instructed, "Quick, let them in." 6 towering men, each nearly 2 meters tall and dressed in sharp black suits, filed into the room. Chu Zihong approached the leader, sized him up, and asked, "What's your name?" "Boss, my name is Victor," the lead man responded respectfully. Chu Zihong nodded in satisfaction. "Victor, from today, you will be the head of security for Umbrella Corporation." "Yes, boss," Victor replied promptly. Turning to Alice, Chu Zihong instructed, "Take Victor and the others downstairs to register and sign their contracts." Though Alice was puzzled by how readily these men joined the company without inquiring about benefits, she complied. As night fell, Chu Zihong arrived at the Chu Manor in the suburbs of Tiago City. This estate, covering 7,140 square meters the size of a standard football field, was a testament to the Chu family's former glory in the 1980s in America. The manor was dark and lifeless. Chu Zihong knew from the original owner's memories that all the servants had been dismissed due to the family's decline. He told Victor and his team, "You will live here." Sitting on the soft sofa in the living room, Chu Zihong tried to communicate with the system in his mind, but received no response. He began to ponder the system's mention of becoming the world's strongest military contractor. This implied achieving a status akin to renowned PMC's private military companies like MPRI and Blackwater. Chu Zihong's ambitions grew. Being just a military contractor is too dull and not very lucrative. To be the best, I must also get into the arms trade. He realized the upcoming Soviet Union's collapse and global shifts presented immense opportunities. At that moment, the system notification sounded, triggering the first stage main mission. Successfully sell at least 200 units of arms. Completing the mission would reward him with a firearm blueprint, a tactical special forces team, and a random draw opportunity. Chu Zihong was invigorated. These rewards were exactly what he needed. He began envisioning his arms empire, no longer content with being a simple military contractor. A true man should aim high. Chu Zihong encouraged himself. His goal was clear. Not only to become the strongest military contractor, but also to become the true king of war. As for violating international law by trafficking arms, Chu Zihong sneered. In his view, with enough power, he could disregard such so-called rules. He believed that mastering nuclear weapons would allow him to dominate the international stage. A week later, the first rays of dawn filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the luxurious interior. Chu Zihong opened his eyes, stretched, and felt the lingering soreness in his body. The intensive training over the past 7 days had nearly killed him, but this was his fate as a passive support system holder. No starter packs, no physical enhancement drugs. Everything had to be earned through his own effort. As a seasoned arms dealer who often brushed with death, Chu Zihong knew that without a strong body, survival in this perilous industry was impossible. After a week of grueling training, combined with advanced medical products and Victor's specially prepared meals, his physical fitness had significantly improved. Running a couple of kilometers was no longer an issue. After washing up, just as Chu Zihong was about to continue his training, Victor hurriedly intercepted him. "Boss, there's a group of uninvited guests outside the manor," Victor reported with a grave expression. "Who are they?" Chu Zihong asked, frowning. "The largest gang in Tiago City, the 3K gang." Hearing this name, Chu Zihong immediately understood the situation. His late father had borrowed $5 million in high-interest loans from the 3K gang, and now they were here to collect the debt. Given the 3K gang's practices, the accumulated interest had likely ballooned far beyond the original amount. Chu Zihong calculated in his mind. He couldn't possibly come up with that much money. Apart from this manor, the Chu family only had a near-bankrupt security company. The $10,000 he had on him was borrowed from his Uncle Phelps. Facing this astronomical debt, Chu Zihong thought, "This wasn't my debt. Why should I pay it? How many of them are there? Are they armed?" Chu Zihong inquired. Victor quickly answered. "1 Ford, 1 Cadillac, a total of 8 people, all armed." Chu Zihong squinted, realizing the severity of the situation. "Do you have weapons?" he asked. Victor immediately pulled out a Glock pistol. "Boss, we're all armed." At the sight of the pistol, a string of virtual data appeared before Chu Zihong's eyes, detailing the weapon's parameters. This unexpected feature brightened his outlook, hinting at the limitless possibilities as a future arms dealer. With weapons and well-trained bodyguards, Chu Zihong felt a surge of confidence. "Let's go meet them," he said, striding forward with Victor and the others following closely behind. At the manor's entrance, a conspicuous black Cadillac was parked. Inside sat Hugh Fletcher, the 3K gang's East District head in Tiago City, a fierce bald white man. He greedily eyed the luxurious manor, already plotting how to claim it for himself. When Chu Zihong appeared with 6 burly bodyguards, Hugh Fletcher's brow furrowed. These bodyguards were clearly not ordinary. They were likely professional security personnel. He had assumed the Chu family's security had been depleted, but now a formidable group had emerged. Despite his apprehension, as a gang leader, Hugh Fletcher couldn't show weakness in front of his men. He adjusted his collar, stepped out of the car with a cigar in his mouth, and approached Chu Zihong. "Mr. Chu," Hugh Fletcher exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke in fluent English. "I heard there's a saying among you Chinese. A father's debt is repaid by his son. Am I correct?" Chu Zihong nodded, and Hugh Fletcher immediately produced the high-interest loan contract. "Your father borrowed $5 million from us. Today is the due date. With the accumulated interest, you now owe us $15 million. Chu Zihong didn't look at the contract but instead smiled as he pushed the document aside. "My father borrowed $5 million, and now you want $15 million? Your money grows faster than Wall Street bankers. Hugh Fletcher took a drag on his cigar and explained, "We mobsters are different from those vampires. We're humane. If Mr. Chu can't come up with the money, we can accept real estate as repayment, like this manor you're living in." Chu Zihong chuckled, "Mr. Fletcher, there's another saying among us Chinese that you might not have heard. What is it? The borrower is the grandson, the lender is the master." Chu Zihong stared directly into Hugh Fletcher's eyes. "So, why should I repay what was borrowed by someone else?" Hugh Fletcher was taken aback, not expecting Chu Zihong to be so defiant. He squinted, his voice turning icy. "Kid, do you know the consequences of not repaying the 3K gang?" Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Being fed to the fish or ground into unrecognizable bits?" Hugh Fletcher was enraged. "Since you understand the consequences, stop wasting time and pay up." Around them, the gang members brandished their weapons, and someone even pulled out an MP5 submachine gun from the car trunk, aiming it at Chu Zihong and his group. Victor and the others swiftly reacted, drawing their pistols and forming a defensive formation around Chu Zihong. Their briefcases instantly transformed into bulletproof shields, creating a tense standoff. Chu Zihong was escorted back into the manor by his bodyguards, with both sides staring each other down through the iron gate. Hugh Fletcher pushed aside his men blocking his path, glaring coldly at Chu Zihong. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't come up with the money, not even the best special forces can save your life." After delivering his threat, Hugh Fletcher and his men left the manor. The 2 cars quickly disappeared down the distant road. With the immediate threat gone, Victor and the others relaxed but remained vigilant. Chu Zihong watched the receding vehicles, a serious expression on his face. He knew that having a system didn't make him invincible, especially when he was still developing. Chu Zihong understood that Victor and his men alone couldn't stand against the entire 3K gang. This wasn't a Hollywood movie where a single sniper rifle could solve everything. This crisis was a tough challenge, requiring careful planning and execution to avoid catastrophic failure. Having been given a second chance at life, Chu Zihong wasn't about to give up on survival. He realized that to change his circumstances, he needed to complete the tasks issued by the system. Perhaps that was where his breakthrough lay. Chu Manor, in the basement. Chu Zihong's eyes were sharp as he scanned the empty space, finally resting on a barely noticeable protrusion in the corner. He recalled the memory of his predecessor's father mentioning a secret armory for self-defense, though the exact location was unclear. This anomaly caught his attention. Chu Zihong quickly walked to the corner, lightly touching the protrusion with his fingers and feeling a slight looseness. His expression brightened as he pressed down firmly. With a faint click, a mechanism was activated, and the central wall of the basement slowly parted, revealing a hidden compartment the size of a cabinet. Inside the compartment, various weapons were neatly arranged: assault rifles, semi-automatic rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and handguns. On the bottom shelf were a box of grenades and several crates of standard ammunition. These weapons were originally reserved by a security company but had gone unused due to the predecessor's father's failed investments. Now, they were just what Chu Zihong needed to complete his mission. Chu Zihong picked up a silver handgun, and detailed specifications immediately appeared before his eyes. Model: Magnum Desert Eagle. Type: hunting pistol. Magazine capacity: 9 rounds. Range: 200 meters. Caliber: 9.1 mm, .357 AE. Manufacturer: Israeli Military Industries. The Desert Eagle, frequently seen in films, was loved by collectors and gun enthusiasts despite its heavy weight and excessive power making it impractical for combat. In contrast, handguns like Glock, Beretta, Colt, and Ruger, which are used by military forces worldwide, were more practical for actual combat. Chu Zihong's gaze shifted to a familiar Rifle Type 56 assault rifle. While not as famous as the AK-47, it was quite popular in certain regions and had appeared in the movie Black Hawk Down. Its cost-effectiveness was comparable to the AK, and it was better suited to harsh environments, less prone to jamming or overheating issues than the M16. Chu Zihong picked up the Type 56 assault rifle, performing a swift, bandit-style reverse cocking of the bolt. The crisp sound was immensely satisfying. The rack also held other common assault rifles like the M16 and G36. In the 1980s, these weapons ranged from a few hundred to a few $1,000s each, and selling them all could bring Chu Zihong substantial income. Among the items were a box of M57 grenades and several crates of standard ammunition. The M57 was a standard issue for the U.S. military, valued at around $100 each, suitable for defensive positions and urban combat. Chu Zihong decided to keep these for emergencies while planning to sell the other weapons and ammunition on the black market to complete his mission. As night fell, Tiago City grew even more vibrant. Scantily clad women openly solicited customers on the streets, a legal practice abroad, often with certification. Chu Zihong, along with Victor and Chris, 2 NOCS members, discreetly entered the black market located in an abandoned factory on the outskirts. This was the largest underground trading market and fencing hub in Tiago City, with the police turning a blind eye. The black market's managers had powerful connections, and everyone, regardless of status, had to tread carefully here. The abandoned factory had been converted into a three-story building with a strong cyberpunk vibe. The place was filled with a variety of goods, including contraband. Chu Zihong headed straight to the third floor, where various weapons were displayed, resembling an arms bazaar. After a quick look around the third floor, Chu Zihong was drawn to a stall selling heavy weapons. An M2 heavy machine gun, disassembled and prominently displayed, hinted at the stall owner's significant background. "Good evening, sir. Looking for any specific weapons? We have it all at fair prices," greeted the stall owner, a tattoo-covered white man, with enthusiasm. "Do you buy firearms and ammunition?" Chu Zihong asked directly. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered. "Sir, are you looking to sell weapons?" "Yes, are you interested? How many weapons are we talking about? New or used?" "About 1,000 pieces, all new. We can buy them. Could I see a sample?" "The variety is quite mixed. You might need to inspect them on site." The stall owner pondered for a moment, then smiled. "How about this, sir? Leave an address, and I'll visit you tomorrow." Chu Zihong nodded in agreement, and Victor handed over a business card. The stall owner glanced at it, reading, "Chairman of Hualong Security Company, Chu Zihong." After setting a time for the meeting the next day, Chu Zihong left the black market with Victor and the others. The next morning, Chu Zihong stepped off the treadmill, his muscles aching all over. He had just completed a grueling 5-kilometer run, surpassing his previous record of 4 kilometers. Despite a week of intense training that had significantly improved his stamina, today's run left him utterly exhausted. However, during the run, Chu Zihong experienced a peculiar state. After pushing past his limits, his legs seemed to no longer belong to him, feeling unusually light. His pace in the final kilometer was even faster than the previous ones. His mind went blank, driven solely by the pure desire to run. This phenomenon is known in exercise physiology as the second wind or overload training. After breaking through the body's limits, exercise becomes easier and performance improves. Chu Zihong was well aware of this and resolved to intensify his training further. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he was about to start his next training session when Victor walked in. "Boss, the black market arms dealer, Vito Don Corleone, whom you scheduled to meet last night, is already in the first-floor reception room." Chu Zihong glanced at his watch. It was only 7:30 in the morning. "Entertain him for now. I'll change and be right there." Victor nodded and left, while Chu Zihong quickly headed to the bathroom. This golden goose was crucial for completing his system tasks and could not be neglected. In the reception room, 2 men sat on the European-style sofa. One was Vito Don Corleone, and the other was his bodyguard, Michaela, nearly 2 meters tall, muscular black man whose suit barely contained his bulk. Corleone leisurely sipped his coffee, contemplating Chu Zihong and the Hualong Security Company. A year ago, Hualong Security was making waves, almost surpassing the local leader, Blackfire Security. But the company's founder, Chu Yang, faced investment failures and a financial crisis, leading to a broken capital chain and a 5 million debt to the 3K gang. After Chu Yang's sudden death from a heart attack, the mess fell to his spendthrift son. Facing Blackfire Security's opportunistic attacks, Hualong Security was nearly in shambles. Approaching year-end bankruptcy, this heir surprisingly renamed the company Umbrella Corporation, seemingly aiming for a fresh start. What shocked Corleone even more was that this young man had recently offended Hugh Fletcher, the 3K gang's leader in Tiago City. Such actions were tantamount to courting death. Corleone suspected that the weapon sale was related to this matter and planned to drive a hard bargain, figuring he might as well exploit a doomed man. As Corleone's thoughts raced, Chu Zihong appeared at the doorway in a well-fitted navy Versace suit. His demeanor was tough and confident, a stark contrast to the rumored image of a wastrel. Corleone couldn't help but be surprised, putting away his disdain and warmly greeting him. After some brief pleasantries, Corleone got straight to the point. "Mr. Chu, let's cut to the chase. Where are the weapons? Can you show me now?" "The weapons are in the basement, Mr. Corleone. Please follow me," Chu Zihong said, gesturing politely. The group headed to the basement, where Corleone noticed that Chu Zihong's bodyguards had an extraordinary presence, more like presidential security than ordinary mercenaries. He was secretly impressed, thinking that perhaps the Chu family had a chance at revival under this young man's leadership. In the center of the basement, weapon racks displayed a variety of firearms, from pistols to rifles and shotguns, even military-grade grenades. These were top-tier weapons, highly sought after by Western gangs and drug dealers. Corleone inspected each weapon carefully, finding them all brand new, with some even unopened. The opened ones were well-maintained, clearly tended to regularly. He was very satisfied and turned to Chu Zihong. "Mr. Chu, I've inspected the weapons. They're perfect, all new. No major issues." "Since there are no issues, what about the price?" Chu Zihong asked. After a moment's thought, Corleone said, Mr. Chu, your weapons are quite varied. Selling them individually would be too cumbersome. How about we sell them by type instead? Chu Zihong gave Corleone a peculiar look, secretly scoffing. This was clearly an attempt to get a bulk discount. If not for his urgent need for funds to complete his system tasks, he wouldn't have considered such a deal. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to endure it. Capitalists were indeed bloodsuckers, Chu Zihong thought to himself. Corleone nodded with a shrewd smile on his face. Mr. Chu, you have a wide variety of weapons, and categorizing and pricing each one individually is quite troublesome. A unified price would make the settlement easier. Don't worry, the price will be fair. Chu Zihong's lips curled slightly at Corleone's words. So, Mr. Corleone, what price do you think this batch of weapons should be? Excuse me for a moment, Corleone said apologetically before turning to his bodyguard. Michael, bring me the calculator. The bodyguard swiftly retrieved a compact calculator from his briefcase and handed it to Corleone. The latter began punching numbers into the device at a rapid pace, right in front of Chu Zihong. Watching this scene, Chu Zihong couldn't help but think to himself, this feels like haggling at a market. That calculator even looks like a cheap knockoff. He suppressed the urge to comment and waited for Corleone's offer. After a moment, Corleone handed the calculator to Chu Zihong. Mr. Chu, how does this number look to you? Chu Zihong glanced at the screen, his brows immediately furrowing as his expression darkened. He spoke coldly, Mr. Corleone, I thought you were serious about doing business. Do you really think this price is fair? Corleone quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Chu, if the price isn't right, we can negotiate. Negotiate? Chu Zihong's tone was clearly displeased. Over 1,000 various weapons, and you offer just $500,000? The automatic rifles alone are worth 300,000 to 400,000, not to mention the rest. The total should be at least $1 million. Do you take me for a fool? Seeing that Chu Zihong was genuinely angry, Corleone immediately changed his tune. Mr. Chu, name your price. What do you think is fair? Chu Zihong held up one finger and spoke firmly. At least $1 million, not a cent less. To his surprise, Corleone agreed readily. All right, $1 million it is. He extended his hand with a smile. Mr. Chu, looking forward to our cooperation. Chu Zihong found it amusing how quickly Corleone changed his stance. But since he wasn't losing money and had completed his system task, he let it go, shaking Corleone's hand to seal the deal on his first arms trade in this parallel world. As for the ultimate use of these weapons, Chu Zihong didn't care. His main concern at the moment was survival, and he had no room for empathy. Survival of the fittest was his creed. At the manor's entrance, Corleone shook Chu Zihong's hand warmly. Mr. Chu, if you have more arms to sell in the future, come to me. I promise fair prices. No problem, Mr. Corleone, Chu Zihong replied politely. After seeing Corleone off, Chu Zihong let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first stage of the main task. Successfully sell at least 200 pieces of arms. Chu Zihong felt a surge of excitement. He had finally completed this challenging task. The system continued. Reward distribution in progress. Please wait. Congratulations, you have received in 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle blueprint, a tactical special forces team, and one random draw. And 416 Hong Kong dollars blueprint? Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. This weapon, known in many popular shooting games as the M416, was a groundbreaking product in reality. In the late 1980s, when the AK and M16 series were still mainstream, the 416 Hong Kong dollars could make a significant impact on the arms market. Chu Zihong was already imagining the substantial profits he could make in the future. As for the second reward, Chu Zihong was a bit puzzled. System, what is a tactical special forces team? The system explained that it was a classification within special forces, belonging to an army group and primarily tasked with general missions. Higher levels, such as strategic and operational special forces, were state secrets tasked with more critical missions. Would you like to summon the tactical special forces team now? The system inquired. Summon them. Chu Zihong responded without hesitation. The system notified, summoning successful. The team comes equipped with weapons and will appear when your life is in danger. You can communicate with them at any time, and they will be loyal to you, never betraying you. Chu Zihong was pleasantly surprised. This team would remain hidden to protect him, fitting the style of special forces perfectly. The system detects you have one random draw remaining. Would you like to use it now? The system continued. Of course, let's draw now. Chu Zihong said excitedly. A golden virtual lottery wheel appeared before him, spinning rapidly. Chu Zihong silently prayed for a great prize, hoping for a stroke of incredible luck. As the golden wheel spun from a blur to a gradual slowdown, Chu Zihong's heart raced, and his breathing became labored. He fixed his eyes on the wheel, his hands unconsciously clenched. Finally, the wheel stopped at the top left corner. A system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special character, Catalia. This character will appear at an appropriate time by your side. Friendly reminder. You can interact and communicate with her at any time, and she will gladly agree to your recruitment without ever betraying you. Chu Zihong was momentarily stunned. A familiar figure flashing through his mind. Catalia? No way. Isn't she the protagonist from Colombiana? He recalled the top-tier, seductive assassin who single-handedly took down an entire criminal organization. Although she wasn't his top choice, Chu Zihong quickly accepted the result. He pondered the advantages of having Catalia on board. In a security company, female bodyguards were a rare asset. She could disguise herself as a client's secretary or wife, blending in and striking unexpectedly. The only thing that slightly irked him was that Catalia didn't appear immediately. After exiting the system, Chu Zihong returned to the estate and began planning how to make Umbrella the world's largest military contractor. He soon realized that the headquarters couldn't be in the United States dealing with cumbersome customs checks, Interpol, strict regulations, high costs, and potential conflicts of interest made it impractical. For safety, Chu Zihong decided to set up the headquarters in a third-world country. But choosing the right country was a tricky problem. He decided to consult Victor, the experienced head of the protection detail. Victor soon arrived in the study. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Chu Zihong got straight to the point. "Victor, I'm planning to set up Umbrella's headquarters in a third-world country. Which one do you think is suitable?" Victor immediately approached the world map spread out before him, pointing to two locations. "Boss, if the company isn't strictly focused on military resources, Ghana would be a good fit." "Oh, why Ghana? Be specific," Chu Zihong asked, raising an eyebrow. Victor detailed Ghana's geographic location and political stability, emphasizing its significance as a major airport and seaport for trade with the West. But he added, "This is only suitable if the company doesn't focus on military resources. If we are going the military route, Somalia is ideal, no taxes and no restrictions." "Military," Chu Zihong replied firmly. Victor then pointed to the other side of the map. "Then Somalia is the best choice. Many renowned mercenary organizations have their headquarters there, like Executive Outcomes and other top 10 mercenary groups." Chu Zihong's eyes sharpened as he stared at Somalia on the map. He recalled the country's current state and future, constant warlord conflicts, ongoing strife, and even the development of a pirate industry due to poverty. Although it was the late 1980s and the situation wasn't as dire yet, the country would descend into civil war in a few years. "Somalia it is," Chu Zihong decided decisively. He then began planning the company's internal structure, intending to incorporate ideas from Umbrella and Blackwater while adding his own innovations. Meanwhile, in a black Lincoln on the outskirts of the city, arms dealer Corleone leisurely swirled a glass of red wine. In the passenger seat, his bodyguard Michael couldn't help but ask, "Boss, weren't you going to offer only $500,000 for that Chinese guy's arms? Why offer $1 million? It's too generous." Corleone glanced at Michael and chuckled. "Michael, this is why you'll always be a bodyguard and not the boss. You need to look beyond the surface." Seeing Michael still puzzled, Corleone patiently explained, "I initially thought Chu Zihong was just a spoiled rich kid, but after meeting him, I changed my mind. As a professional bodyguard, didn't you notice anything different about the people around him?" Michael thought back and suddenly realized that Chu Zihong's 6 bodyguards exhibited highly professional protective stances, more akin to elite Secret Service agents. Corleone continued, "What do you think is the most important asset for a security company?" "Of course, it's elite security personnel," Michael replied. "Exactly." Corleone snapped his fingers. "With the skills of the 6 people around Chu Zihong, do you think they could revive the Chu family?" Michael suddenly understood, feeling ashamed of his oversight. Corleone added, "Of course, that's not enough on its own. But with my years of experience, we might be witnessing the rise of a remarkable individual." "What if he fails?" Michael asked. Corleone downed his glass of red wine nonchalantly. "If he succeeds, we gain a valuable ally for future business. If he fails, he's just another client. Does it really matter to us?" He spoke casually, but whether Chu Zihong would succeed depended on his own abilities. Over the years, many significant figures had both risen and fallen in equal measure. The next morning, under the tight protection of Victor and his team, Chu Zihong traveled to the company in 2 bulletproof SUVs. Despite the security detail, Chu Zihong felt a growing unease, as if something ominous was about to happen. Victor's presence provided some comfort, but the nagging anxiety lingered. During the rush hour, their convoy quickly got stuck in traffic on the Tiago Bridge. Suddenly, 2 silver gray vans subtly surrounded Chu Zihong's convoy, positioning themselves 10 meters apart in front and behind. The surrounding cars unknowingly formed a natural blockade. Victor, in the passenger seat, immediately sensed something was wrong. His years of experience kicked in, and he quickly instructed his team via earpiece to be on high alert, ready for any confrontation. This quick action undoubtedly saved Chu Zihong's life. Inside the vans were gunmen wearing black hoods, armed with a variety of weapons from pistols to automatic rifles, Uzis, and shotguns. Their tattoos revealed their affiliation. They were members of the Tiago City's largest gang, the 3K gang. Their target was unmistakably Chu Zihong. 3 days earlier, Chu Zihong had offended Hugh Fletcher, the 3K gang's leader in Tiago City. Known for his vengeful nature, Hugh Fletcher wouldn't miss an opportunity to retaliate. Chu Zihong had been hiding in his estate, making it difficult for them to strike. Now that he was finally out, Hugh Fletcher seized the chance. At that moment, Hugh Fletcher was in a bar, flirting with an attractive woman. When he received the message that the gunmen were in position, he didn't hesitate to give the order. Not only did you refuse to pay, but you also dared to offend me? You're asking for death. Sorry, but you're going to hell. He hung up and continued his advances, oblivious to the cold glint in the woman's eyes. The gunmen sprang into action upon receiving the command. They pulled their safety pins and began to move towards Chu Zihong's vehicle in a disorganized manner. The surrounding drivers, seeing this, ducked into their cars or even abandoned them in panic. In such chaos, no one thought to call the police. Everyone was focused on their own safety. Inside the car, Victor and his team noticed the commotion. Victor drew his Glock and turned to Chu Zihong. Boss, we have enemies. We'll cover you. Take any chance to escape. Chu Zihong looked through the rearview mirror and the windshield, clearly seeing the approaching gunmen. In broad daylight, a blatant armed attack only in the land of freedom and democracy. The USA, could you see such a beautiful scene? Chu Zihong sneered. Gangsters? Looks like gang members. Victor handed a bulletproof vest and a Glock to Chu Zihong, then retrieved an Uzi submachine gun and 2 M57 grenades from under the seat. The 3K gang, Chu Zihong's expression darkened, immediately understanding who was behind this. An open attack is easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. These hyenas have been stalking me for days. The moment I step out, they send assassins. But if they dare to mess with me, they better clean their necks and wait for death. As the gunmen closed in, Victor and his team prepared for a fight, ready to open fire once the attackers were within 10 meters. However, an unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! 2 RPG rockets suddenly shot out, heading straight for the gunmen. Before they could react, the rockets were upon them. Boom! The violent explosions sent the gunmen flying into the air, their bodies crashing heavily onto the ground. Nearby cars were also set ablaze. Despite the chaos, Chu Zihong's bulletproof SUV only shook slightly, with minor surface scratches. The rockets didn't kill all the gunmen. Only 4 or 5 died on the spot. The others, stunned, quickly got up to continue their mission. But the mysterious attackers weren't finished. Pop, pop, pop. Smoke grenades and flashbangs followed, filling the air with thick smoke and deafening explosions. The gunmen, trying to stand, were knocked down again. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed. 8 Special Forces operatives in urban camouflage and gas masks emerged from the smoke, wielding M4A1 rifles. They moved like ghostly warriors. The Special Forces acted swiftly, firing at the struggling 3K gang members with precision and decisiveness, treating them like mere ants. Pop, pop, pop. 8 gunmen fell, each with a single shot. From start to finish, the 3K members didn't manage to fire a single shot before being wiped out. The sudden turn of events left Chu Zihong stunned. What the fuck, what just happened? In contrast, Victor seemed to recognize something. He looked at the Special Forces with a relaxed and friendly expression, sensing they were from the same origin as him. Chu Zihong stared at the formidable Special Forces, eyes gleaming with excitement. Considering today's events, he realized this tactical unit was sent by the system to protect him from life-threatening danger. This brought him relief, but also some concern. Such a commotion might attract the attention of U.S. authorities, like the FBI. After completing their mission, the Special Forces didn't meet Chu Zihong but swiftly retreated. One by one, they jumped off the bridge, disappearing without a trace. This left Chu Zihong in disbelief. Shouldn't they come to meet the boss? What's with all the river jumping? Boss, we can't stay here. We need to leave immediately. Victor scanned the surroundings, noticing the explosion had cleared some of the traffic. Yes, let's go. Although Chu Zihong didn't understand why the Special Forces didn't come to see him, he recalled the system's note that they would only appear when his life was in danger. He felt reassured, knowing he'd see them again. Plus, he didn't want today's incident to draw too much attention. Let's move out, Chu Zihong ordered, and the convoy quickly left the scene. Chu Zihong walked through the company doors, feeling his tension ease slightly, though his brow remained furrowed. He recalled the recent danger they had faced. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Special Forces, he and Victor might have met their end. Victor, Chu Zihong said gravely, find out if this attack was orchestrated by the 3K party or if it was a ploy by other enemies. We need to settle this score. Victor nodded in agreement and was about to leave the office when he suddenly turned back. Boss, Miss Catalina is here. She's waiting outside. Hearing that the leading lady of Fatal Black Orchid had arrived, Chu Zihong's nerves relaxed a bit. He quickly instructed, Let her in. Moments later, a striking young woman with a curvaceous figure and stunning features entered the office. Her skin tone was a blend of Caucasian and African, clearly indicating a Latin heritage. Chu Zihong extended his hand with a smile. Catalina, welcome to our family. Thank you, boss. Catalina replied with a charming smile, shaking his hand. Boss, I have a gift for you, Catalina said as she moved to the computer and played a video. Chu Zihong watched intently, his eyes reflecting surprise and contemplation. When did you get close to the 3K party's leader in Tiago City? With my charm, of course, boss, Catalina said playfully, winking. Men think with their lower half, and for a professional assassin like me, my body is my greatest weapon. Chu Zihong was momentarily taken aback, feeling that her words might also be a subtle jab at him. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, pulling back the curtain to gaze outside. Catalina, from today, you're in charge of our covert operations. I want our network to cover all of Tiago City within a month. Can you do that? Consider it done, boss. Also, train a new batch of assassins. How much startup capital do you need? At least 30 million, Catalina replied, holding up 3 fingers. Chu Zihong frowned at the amount, thinking that his arms trade had only netted him 1 million. He realized he needed to sell more arms to gather enough funds. He decided to put the assassin training plan on hold and focus on raising money first. After seeing Catalina and Victor off, Chu Zihong picked up the phone to contact Corleone, planning to purchase a batch of weapons. At that moment, Corleone was standing on the deck of an ocean liner, smoking as he gazed at the vast sea. Surprised by Chu Zihong's call, he asked, Chu, you need a shipment of arms? That's right, Chu Zihong confirmed. Do you need light weapons, heavy weapons, or perhaps missiles? You have missiles? Chu Zihong asked, astonished. Of course, as long as the customer wants it. I can even get nuclear weapons, Corleone replied confidently. Chu Zihong was taken aback and decided against missiles and nuclear weapons to avoid attracting the attention of international intelligence agencies. Corleone, I need light weapons, preferably AK-47s. AKs? Chu, are you planning to enter the trade? As an international security company, arms dealing is naturally part of our business, Chu Zihong explained. Corleone asked how many Angel Kings, a codename for AK-47, Chu Zihong needed. Only then did Chu Zihong realize that arms dealers used codenames to mitigate risks. To his further surprise, Corleone informed him that AKs were sold by the pound. New ones cost more, but refurbished second-hand ones are cheaper, Corleone explained. These refurbished weapons work almost as well as new ones, just with a shorter lifespan. Chu Zihong's interest was piqued, sensing a lucrative opportunity. He immediately ordered 5,000 AK-47s, totaling $1 million, with delivery set for 3 days later. After hanging up, Chu Zihong began calculating. By refurbishing and reselling the AK-47s, he could not only recoup his costs, but also make a substantial profit. 3 years without business. Then one deal feeds you for 3 years, Chu Zihong muttered to himself. Arms dealing is indeed a fast way to make money. He started to contemplate a more ambitious plan. To become a true arms dealer with self-sufficient production, creating a complete supply chain. He thought of giants like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, who developed their own weapons and made enormous profits, eventually becoming oligarchs controlling the global economy. Chu Zihong's ambition was fully ignited. He was determined to make a significant impact in the arms industry and become a true arms tycoon. The goods were sorted out, and now it was time to think about how to sell them. Chu Zihong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing at the bustling streets of Tiago City, contemplating sales channels. Opening a store in a city where gun shops were as common as McDonald's? Clearly not a wise choice. His eyes drifted to the distance, and the image of Somalia came to mind. Not only was it the headquarters location, but it also had a huge market demand. 5,000 AK-47s could bring him significant profit and break into the Somali market. Once he established a foothold, future revenue would be assured. Chu Zihong's fingers lightly tapped the window frame as he recalled the features of the AK-47. A simple and elegant design, weighing only 9 pounds, stable and reliable performance, and capable of operating in harsh environments. Its operation was so straightforward that even a child could handle it. The weapon's influence was so profound that it was even featured on the coins and flags of some countries. Just as he made up his mind, Victor knocked and entered. Boss, the people from FBI are here. Chu Zihong snapped back to reality and glanced at his watch. It had only been half an hour since the shooting incident. He couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of these hounds. Take them to the conference room. I'll be there shortly, Chu Zihong instructed, adjusting his suit and preparing his strategy. He decided to deny everything to avoid unnecessary trouble for his arms business. Victor led 3 white men into the conference room. The leader was Claude, the senior agent of the FBI in Tiago City. After a meticulous half-hour investigation, Claude had discovered the dead gunman's connection to the 3K gang and the coincidence of 3K gang leader Hugh Fletcher being killed. He had focused his attention on Chu Zihong's group, who had left the scene immediately. Claude had learned that Chu Zihong owed the 3K gang 5 million in high-interest loans and had recently had conflicts with them. This information made him suspect that the 3K gang's gunmen might have been targeting Chu Zihong. Although no obvious bullet marks were found on Chu Zihong's car, Claude remained cautious. Chu Zihong entered the conference room with a composed smile. After some pleasantries, Claude got straight to the point. Mr. Chu, why did you leave the scene so quickly after the shooting? Why didn't you stay and wait for the police? Chu Zihong inwardly cursed the stupid question but maintained his politeness. Officer, as the owner of a security company, I couldn't allow myself to be in danger. Leaving immediately under the protection of my security personnel? Is that a problem? Seeing Chu Zihong's calm response, Claude knew it would be difficult to extract more information. After asking a few more details, he gave Chu Zihong a meaningful look and left. Chu Zihong frowned slightly, sensing that Claude hadn't completely abandoned his suspicions. Victor reminded him, Boss, the FBI might keep us under surveillance for about 3 days. It's best not to conduct any arms deals during this time to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chu Zihong nodded in agreement and decided to use the 3 days to improve his physical fitness. With Victor's assistance, Chu Zihong engaged in high-intensity training. After more than a week of professional training, coupled with this 3-day blitz, Chu Zihong felt a noticeable improvement in his strength, now capable of holding his own against an average person. Meanwhile, the FBI surveillance yielded nothing. During the 3 days, Chu Zihong didn't show up at all, making Claude doubt his judgment. After the monitoring period ended, the FBI had no choice but to withdraw their personnel. The Tiago City Bridge shooting case hit a dead end, with the scene's traces being too professionally covered to track. 3 days later, Corleone arrived as scheduled but empty-handed. Chu Zihong asked in confusion, Corleone, where are the goods you promised to deliver? Corleone explained awkwardly, Chu, we've hit a snag. Customs have tightened inspections, and the goods can't get through right now. Chu Zihong frowned, but Corleone quickly added, however, Chu, while the goods can't come in, I can offer you global delivery service, provided you don't sell domestically. Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. Can you deliver to Bosaso port in Somalia by tomorrow? Corleone confidently agreed but also warned, Somalia is very dangerous right now, prone to delays. Many arms dealers consider it a no-go zone. Are you sure you want to send it there? Chu Zihong answered firmly, absolutely. Fortune favors the bold. Just make the delivery. After finalizing the details, Chu Zihong saw Corleone off. He didn't want to be a middleman but planned to go solo to earn more profit. Although he didn't have a weapons production line, he had the foresight of a Reborn. It was now November 12, 1989, with less than 2 months until 1990. Although the Cold War wouldn't officially end until the Soviet Union's dissolution in 1991, the internal problems were already severe. The economy was on the brink of collapse, and many officials and military personnel had started selling weapons. Even basic goods could be exchanged for a batch of arms, and for the right price, even nuclear weapons could be obtained. Chu Zihong's eyes sharpened. If that was the case, why bother with Corleone? Directly sourcing weapons from the Soviet Union at the lowest cost would be more profitable. Most of Somalia experiences a tropical desert climate, characterized by high temperatures and dry conditions throughout the year. Even in November, Bosaso's port remains scorching hot, reminiscent of peak summer. The port is eerily quiet, with only a couple of medium-sized cargo ships docked, their crews busy loading and unloading goods and replenishing freshwater. The oppressive heat forces most port workers to seek refuge in air-conditioned rooms, and combined with the naturally laid-back demeanor of the locals, the port appears largely deserted. Suddenly, 2 off-road vehicles pull into the port and stop in front of a cargo ship named Creston. The car doors open, and 6 tall, suit-clad white security personnel step out in a single file. Wearing sunglasses and earpieces, they scan the surroundings vigilantly. After confirming that everything is clear, one of them opens the door of the second vehicle, and a young Chinese man steps out. Chu Zihong. On the ship's deck, Corleone spots Chu Zihong and immediately comes down to greet him with a big hug. Chu, thank goodness you're here. Corleone exclaims. Chu Zihong's face briefly shows a hint of discomfort but quickly returns to normal. After some pleasantries, Corleone instructs his men to unload crates filled with refurbished AK-47s from the ship. Chu Zihong signals Victor to open one of the crates, and he personally picks up an AK-47 coated in gun oil, examining it meticulously. He gently caresses the gun, as if stroking a maiden's skin. When he pulls back the bolt, the crisp click sends a surge of adrenaline through him, making every cell in his body feel alive. The thrill of completing his first major arms deal fills Chu Zihong with excitement. He is surprised to find himself so drawn to this forbidden, restricted, and condemned industry. The sense of exhilaration is undeniable. Could I be naturally suited for this line of work? He wonders to himself. Corleone, standing by, chuckles and says, Chu, these are practically new. Definitely worth the price. Chu Zihong, containing his excitement, places the AK-47 back into the crate and asks, "Hey, buddy, aren't you throwing in some ammo?" "Chew, the bullets cost extra," Corleone explains, "but since we're friends, I'll throw in 50 crates for free." Saying this, he orders his men to bring over 50 military green crates filled with bullets that gleam in the sunlight. "Thanks, Corleone," Chu Zihong says. "Chu, we're friends, aren't we?" Corleone responds with a smile. Chu Zihong smiles but remains silent. Friends? In the face of enormous profits, even friends and family can betray you. He knows that on this path, he can only rely on himself. After verifying the goods, Chu Zihong instructs Victor to transfer $1 million to Corleone's Swiss bank account. Once the transfer is confirmed, Corleone warmly hugs Chu Zihong again before taking his leave. Looking at the mountain of weapons before him, Chu Zihong feels a surge of excitement. This is all money, he thinks to himself. With money, even the devil will do your bidding. When profit speaks, even God remains silent. Victor, eyeing the crates full of guns, can't help but ask, "Boss, can we really sell all these weapons?" Chu Zihong shakes his head and explains, "I don't expect to sell them all. I want to use these weapons to make a name for ourselves in Bosaso." He knows that in relatively stable Somalia, selling 5,000 AK-47s won't be easy. The primary goal is to build a reputation for future business. "So, boss, what's our next move?" Victor inquires. Chu Zihong ponders for a moment and asks, "Which is the largest tribe in Bosaso right now?" "Boss, it's the Digil tribe, located east of Bosaso," Victor replies. They are a branch of the Sab clan, one of the two major clans in Somalia, with a population of over 10,000. "Let's go to the Digil tribe." Chu Zihong decides immediately. He then arranges for the weapons to be transported to a pre-rented warehouse and leaves some men to guard them before leading his team straight to the Digil tribe on the outskirts of eastern Bosaso. However, Chu Zihong is unaware that the Digil tribe is currently enveloped in a cloud of despair. The entire tribe looks like it has just been through a war, with smoke and ruins everywhere. Tribal soldiers are clearing corpses from the roads, and the air is thick with the stench of blood. Though Somalia appears stable on the surface, internal tribal conflicts frequently erupt over territory. Among the country's 14.3 million people, the vast majority are Somali, divided into two major clans, the Samal and the Sab. The Samal clan, which makes up over 80% of the population, includes the Darid, Hawi, Isaac, and Dr tribes. The Sab clan consists of the Digil and Rahanwain tribes. Many Samal clans are dissatisfied with the current government, with the Dir tribe openly opposing it and attempting to overthrow the regime. As supporters of the government, the Digil tribe naturally becomes a target for the Dr tribe. The Dir tribe frequently attacks and harasses the Digil tribe, aiming to annex and strengthen themselves. If not for the Digil tribe's tenacious resistance, they might have already been wiped out. Months of skirmishes have taken a heavy toll on the Digil tribe, especially since their weapons are outdated. The Dr tribe, with Western support, uses M16 rifles and various light and heavy weapons. In contrast, the Digil tribe still relies on old World War IERA weapons, making it difficult to hold their ground despite their numerical advantage. They are on the brink of collapse. Tribal Chief Ahmed is deeply worried. If things continue like this, the tribe may be annihilated. Seeking help from the government has been futile, and he feels his tribe has been abandoned. Facing this dire situation, Ahmed is filled with regret. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have supported the government." Now we're in a no-win situation. Just as Ahmed is mired in despair, a soldier reports, "Chief, a group of Westerners is here to see you." "Westerners? To see me?" Ahmed's brow furrows with suspicion. Could they be here to support him? Thinking this, Ahmed quickly instructs, "Bring them in." The soldier leaves to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, outside the Digil tribe, Chu Zihong surveys the devastated settlement with a shrewd glint in his eye. He feels more confident about successfully completing his first arms deal. Turning his gaze from the scene, Chu Zihong asks Victor, "Has the investigation report from Katarina come through?" "Yes, boss, it just arrived," Victor replies, handing over a 1988 Motorola 3200, commonly known as a brick phone. It contains all the information on the Digil tribe. Chu Zihong takes the phone and carefully reviews the information. Learning that the Digil tribe has been suppressed by the Dr tribe due to their outdated weapons, his eyes light up. What an opportunity! It seems the 5,000 AK-47s have found their market. This is like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rapier luck. The Digger tribe, the chieftain's residence. Chu Zihong and his companions followed the soldiers to a lavishly decorated building in the Arabian style. As they stepped into the courtyard, a burly black man blocked their way, demanding they surrender their weapons. Victor and the others were unwilling to comply, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just as the standoff seemed unbreakable, a soldier hurried over and whispered something into the burly man's ear. His expression changed, and he stepped aside. As Victor passed, He shot the man a fierce glare, thinking to himself, just a gatekeeper. What are you so tough about? Inside, a middle-aged black man wearing a white cap had been waiting for some time. Seeing Chu Zihong arrive, he greeted him with such enthusiasm that Chu Zihong felt a bit embarrassed. Although Somalia was infamous for its pirate dens, the locals were incredibly hospitable, with greetings as abundant as the Beijing custom of asking, "Have you eaten?" After the pleasantries, Ahmed led Chu Zihong inside, while Victor and the others waited at the door. Once seated, Ahmed scrutinized the yellow-skinned Chu Zihong and curiously asked, "Sir, are you Korean or Japanese?" Chu Zihong shook his head and solemnly said, "Chieftain Ahmed, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nicholas Yuri, a passionate arms dealer dedicated to global peace, and I am Chinese." Chinese? Ahmed was taken aback, then quickly apologized, "Mr. Yuri, I didn't realize you were from the ancient Orient. My apologies, I thought you were." Chu Zihong waved it off, "Chieftain Ahmed, no need to apologize, it's not your fault." As a descendant of the dragon, he had enough magnanimity. Hearing this, Ahmed's demeanor became even warmer. Indeed, Chinese people are understanding, much better than those hypocritical Westerners. Although China had not yet aided Somalia at this time, thanks to Zhou Enlai's diplomatic policies, China had always squeezed out funds to support African countries despite its own poverty. This made Africans generally friendly towards the Chinese, unlike their hostility towards Westerners. Zhou Enlai had gone to great lengths to gain the support of African nations, which was a key reason why China received so many votes from African countries when it regained its permanent seat at the United Nations. Chu Zihong humbly waved his hand. "Chieftain Ahmed, you're too kind." Ahmed laughed heartily, then turned serious. "So, Mr. Yuri, what brings you here?" Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes and got straight to the point. "Chieftain Ahmed, as an arms dealer, I'm here to sell weapons." Upon hearing Chu Zihong's identity, Ahmed was overjoyed. The Digger tribe had been repeatedly defeated because of outdated weaponry. If they could obtain advanced weapons, they wouldn't be so easily bested by the DR tribe. However, he maintained his composure and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Yuri to be an arms dealer. But our Digger tribe is strong and doesn't seem to need any weapons." Chu Zihong glanced at Ahmed skeptically. "Chieftain Ahmed, I'm afraid that's not entirely true. From what I know, your tribe has suffered heavy losses due to inferior weaponry and has been oppressed by the smaller DR tribe. Don't you want to acquire advanced weapons to avenge your fallen people?" Chu Zihong's words hit Ahmed's sore spot like a hammer. His expression darkened, and the room fell silent. Yet, in Ahmed's eyes, Chu Zihong could still see a glimmer of resentment and hatred. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Before Chu Zihong could press further, Ahmed abruptly looked up and solemnly asked, "Mr. Yuri, what kind of weapons do you have for sale? M16s or?" Chu Zihong shook his head. "The M16 is too delicate and prone to jamming in sandy environments, not suitable for use in Somalia." Ahmed became intrigued. "Oh? Then what gun is suitable for use in Somalia?" "Of course, the Soviet-made AK-47, Chu Zihong said confidently. "This gun can withstand any extreme environment, is easy to operate, and can fire in bursts, making it unmatched in firepower. In terms of practicality, the AK-47 outperforms the M16. Ahmed frowned and asked, "Mr. Yuri, how many AK-47s do you have?" 5,000 AK-47s, plus 10 crates of ammunition, Chu Zihong replied without hesitation. Bang! Ahmed slapped the table and stood up excitedly. "Mr. Yuri, I'll take them all. Name your price." Chu Zihong stood up, smiling and gestured. "A flat rate of $10 million, and the 10 crates of ammunition are on the house." "How does that sound? 10 million? Can it be a bit cheaper?" Ahmed asked. Chu Zihong put on a pitiful face. "Chieftain Ahmed, this is already a bargain. On the market, one AK-47 can fetch several $1,000s. I've given you a huge discount. I'm practically losing money." In reality, he was bluffing. The market price for an AK-47 was only $300 to $400. By the 1990s, weapons like the AK-47 and M16 were even sold by weight. While European capitalists were bloodsuckers, Chu Zihong was practically gnawing on bones, utterly unscrupulous. 10 million it is. Ahmed gritted his teeth and decided to close the deal. With these weapons, what did the Digger tribe have to fear from the DR tribe? The opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. Little did he know, he had become a massive sucker. Ahmed's straightforwardness was within Chu Zihong's expectations. The Digger tribe's weaponry was still stuck in the World War II era. The degree of backwardness was unimaginable. Facing the Western-supported DR tribe, they were naturally losing ground. Numbers alone were useless when the sides weren't on the same level. With $10 million in hand, Chu Zihong couldn't help but marvel at the immense profits of the arms trade. He glanced at Ahmed, a shrewd glint in his eyes. This cash cow still had plenty to offer. Chu Zihong put on a warm, friendly smile and said to Ahmed, "Chief, to show our appreciation to our clients, Umbrella Corporation has launched a special promotion. Intrigued, Ahmed asked, Mr. Yuri, what kind of promotion? AK-47s, originally priced at several $1,000s, are now half off. Plus, we're offering free gun oil and lifetime maintenance. Chu Zihong replied with a gleeful smile. Ahmed's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, by the grace of Allah, this is like manna from heaven. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked with concern, Mr. Yuri, won't this promotion cause you to lose money? Chu Zihong patted Ahmed on the shoulder, looking sincere, to gain a friend like you. It's worth it even if we take a loss. In reality, Chu Zihong was calculating. Using the $10 million to buy a stockpile of liquor and daily necessities, then trading them with Air Xiong for thousands of AK-47s was an incredibly lucrative deal. More importantly, it would earn Ahmed's trust and friendship. Deeply moved by Chu Zihong's sincerity, Ahmed's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. Mr. Yuri, it's an honor to know a friend like you. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes as he softly said, Ahmed, just call me Yuri. We're friends. Excited, Ahmed nodded and immediately asked, Yuri, how much can you supply in the next shipment? Preferably including RPGs, tanks, and machine guns. Chu Zihong pondered for a moment. No problem, but I'll need a $3 million deposit. Delivery within a week. Without hesitation, Ahmed fetched a travel bag from his safe and tossed it to Chu Zihong. The bag was filled with crisp $100 bills. Chu Zihong casually took a handful of cash and handed it to Ahmed, a token of our friendship. Though Ahmed protested politely, he readily accepted the money. The two men exchanged a knowing smile and shook hands firmly. After leaving Ahmed's residence, Chu Zihong immediately instructed his driver, Victor, head to Mogadishu airport. We're returning to Tiago. Victor, puzzled, asked, Boss, the headquarters isn't settled yet. We're leaving already? Chu Zihong shook his head. The headquarters can wait. The priority now is to secure a batch of arms. As the car sped through the vast desert, Chu Zihong gazed out the window, deep in thought. He understood that Somalia's situation was unstable and that he needed to establish his influence within 2 years. His ambitions extended far beyond this. He aimed to gradually expand his reach globally, starting with Somalia. 2 days later, Chu Zihong returned to Tiago to purchase liquor and daily supplies. To enter Air Xiong's territory, he needed to handle some paperwork, so he contacted his father's old friend, Phelps. Upon hearing that Chu Zihong planned to go to Air Xiong, Phelps roared over the phone, Chu, are you out of your mind? The two countries are on the brink of war. Chu Zihong patiently explained, Uncle Phelps, I'm just going there for a business deal. It's perfectly safe. I'm Chinese. They won't give me any trouble. This deal could revive my company. Phelps was silent for a long while before he finally spoke in a low voice. Chu, don't lie to me. You're not going there to sell soda, are you? Is this really how you want to be remembered? Chu Zihong responded frankly, Uncle, I don't care about being remembered. That would mean I'm already dead. I just want every civilian's voice to be heard. If peaceful dialogue doesn't work, then let the bullets speak. This is my dream, for love and peace. Besides, isn't the world's biggest arms dealer Uncle Sam? He sells more in a day than I do in a year. Why can't I do the same? On the other end of the line, Phelps fell silent. He had to admit, he was somewhat convinced by Chu Zihong's twisted reasoning. Hanging up the phone, Chu Zihong let out a long sigh of relief. The mission was complete, but it came with an unexpected discovery. His father and Uncle Phelps had once been partners in an arms smuggling business. This explained the stockpile of weapons and ammunition in the basement. The reasons they stopped this dangerous venture also became clear. His father needed to inherit the family estate, and Uncle Phelps had family commitments. One became the owner of a security company, while the other transformed into a renowned legal pioneer in Tiago City. Chu Zihong suddenly understood why, in the racially charged atmosphere of the late 80s in the United States, the bond between this Chinese and white man was so strong they shared a life-and-death camaraderie. During the call, Uncle Phelps had promised to help arrange the transport to Wuckland. The next steps were clear: buy a large quantity of liquor and daily necessities and charter a transport plane. As for the Umbrella Corporation in Tiago City, Chu Zihong decisively hired a professional manager to maintain the facade of normal security operations to appease the U.S. tax authorities. Secretly, he kept Catalia's position. Although the headquarters were not in the U.S., he couldn't ignore this prosperous land. Chu Zihong calculated that upon his return, he would conquer the U.S. market. His ambition didn't stop there. In this capital-driven country, with enough funds, even installing a puppet president wasn't out of reach. 2 days later, at dawn, Tiago City Airport was bustling. A Boeing 747 cargo plane awaited at the air terminal, its belly open, being filled with goods until the cargo hold was full. Chu Zihong's gaze fell on a more enormous transport plane, Niarbia Super Transporter, equipped with 6 engines, a true giant of the skies. Its wingspan and length both exceeded 80 meters, taking up the space of 2 international standard football fields when parked. Chu Zihong recalled that in his previous life, this famous super transporter had been destroyed in the conflict between Ermao and Damao, but in this world, it remained intact. Despite his desire to acquire it, Chu Zihong knew it was a key asset for Damao. Even though Damao was nearing disintegration, it was still formidable. Any rash actions could attract the attention of the KGB, which would be disastrous. Chu Zihong remembered clearly that from the 70s and 80s, Damao's super empire began to rot, even at the national level. Internal management was chaotic. Oversight was non-existent, leading to widespread embezzlement of subsidies. Many state-owned enterprises collapsed, often swallowed by the upper echelons. The corruption was staggering. A reserve bureau head once sold a MiG fighter jet for just 153 rubles, about 35 renminbi, to a shell company without military procurement qualifications. Even later, an aircraft carrier could be acquired for merely 60 million. Watching the Boeing 747 taxi down the runway, Chu Zihong mused. A country so thoroughly corrupt from top to bottom was destined to collapse. Even if Gorbachev didn't implement reforms, the accumulated contradictions and issues would eventually lead to the super empire's fall. It was just a matter of time. Minutes later, the fully loaded Boeing 747 soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. An emerging arms dealer was embarking on his journey. Lviv, a city founded in 1256, is the industrial and cultural education center of western Ukraine. In November, Lviv was covered in a blanket of snow. At dawn, a frost-covered Boeing 747 from the U.S. smoothly landed on the Lviv International Airport runway. Its thick tires screeched against the slick runway as it came to a halt. Once the plane stopped, Chu Zihong led Victor and the others down the steps. Stepping onto solid ground, Chu Zihong felt a sense of reassurance. Although the trip had gone smoothly, his unease about flying persisted. Victor noticed a military jeep speeding towards them and immediately alerted Chu Zihong. The jeep executed a sharp drift, stopping right in front of them. A burly, black-bearded officer with a colonel's insignia stepped out, his large belly nearly bursting his uniform, followed by a guard armed with a submachine gun, eyeing Chu Zihong's group warily. Smelling the strong scent of alcohol on the officer, Chu Zihong couldn't help but reflect on the battle-hardened nation's drinking habits. In a Chinese military unit, such behavior would surely result in severe punishment. The Blackbeard officer scanned the group and asked, "Who is Nicholas Yuri?" Chu Zihong smiled and extended his hand. "Honorable officer, I am Nicholas Yuri. You must be Colonel Ivan Ivanovich, commander of the 103rd Border Regiment." "It's a pleasure to meet you, General." Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov was surprised to see that Chu Zihong was Chinese, but quickly broke into a broad smile. He straightened his uniform and shook Chu Zihong's hand. "Nicholas, you're Chinese? That's rare. I thought you were one of those white pigs from the US. By the way, I love Chinese food, but unfortunately, all the Chinese restaurants in Lviv are run by Indians. The thought of them cooking with hands they've used to wipe themselves makes me want to puke." Chu Zihong politely responded, "Well, if you ever come to the US, I'll take you to Chinatown for the most authentic Chinese food. It's the best cuisine in the world. We'll be great friends." Chu Zihong suddenly turned serious. "No, we're already brothers. We'll never forget how the Davari helped our homeland. We are always brothers." "Haha, yes, we're brothers." Ivan laughed heartily. Victor watched the two, his mouth twitching slightly. Their acting skills could put Oscar winners to shame. A gunrunner discussing history and a corrupt general reminiscing about Escalating made Victor's skin crawl. Fortunately, they quickly got down to business. Ivan rubbed his hands together, somewhat embarrassed. "Nicholas, although the broker has already talked to me, I need to see your goods first, according to protocol." "Of course, no problem." Chu Zihong shrugged and turned to Victor. "Open the cargo hold and show our client the goods." "Yes, boss." Victor nodded and signaled to the pilot at the front. The pilot understood and immediately opened the rear door of the plane's cargo hold. Clang, clang, clang. As the rear door of the cargo hold opened, the fully loaded goods came into view. Ivan Ivanovich peered through the gap, his eyes widening. "Sukabliat. This must be dozens of tons," he exclaimed. Chu Zihong glanced at Ivan's expression and a knowing smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Human greed was always the best leverage. With this ace up his sleeve, the upcoming journey seemed more assured. Once the door was fully open, Chu Zihong stepped into the cargo hold and approached a box marked with the Chinese character for wine. He snapped his fingers. "Victor, bring me a knife." "Yes, boss." Victor quickly drew a paratrooper knife from his belt and handed it over. Chu Zihong took the knife and without hesitation, plunged it into the box, slicing it open with a long cut. With a crack, the box revealed neatly arranged bottles inside. The labels bore 5 Chinese characters, Hongxing Erguo. Seeing the familiar label, Chu Zihong's smile widened. He knew no Russian man could resist the allure of this strong liquor. He pulled out a bottle and handed it to General Ivan, who had moved closer. "General, this is Baiju from my hometown. It's quite strong. Care to try?" Ivan's eyes had been glued to Chu Zihong since he started opening the box. His keen dog nose had already picked up the scent of the alcohol, and he was practically salivating. However, he feigned reluctance. Nikolai, this might not be appropriate. I still have military duties later. Chu Zihong chuckled. General, this isn't just any drink. It's practically a soft drink. A soft drink? Ah, right, a soft drink. Ivan caught on quickly and grabbed the bottle. He eagerly unscrewed the cap and tilted his head back, downing the entire bottle in one go. Chu Zihong rolled his eyes as he watched the scene, thinking, only the Russians could drink baijiu like it was beer. Burp. Ivan let out a satisfied belch and licked his lips. Nikolai, this is incredible, second only to vodka. Can I have another bottle? Of course, General. Help yourself. Chu Zihong handed over another bottle from the box. This time, Ivan stopped after drinking a third of the bottle, his nose reddening like a clown's. He wiped his mouth and said excitedly, Tovarish, we are brothers forever. Come, let me show you my goods. He enthusiastically put his arm around Chu Zihong's shoulder, leading him towards his jeep. General, what about my men? Chu Zihong didn't want to take any chances and pointed to Victor and the others. No problem. Ivan patted his chest and spoke into the radio in his car. Shortly after, a black Volga sedan and a troop transport truck arrived. A squad of fully armed soldiers disembarked from the transport truck, each holding a submachine gun. Chu Zihong asked, puzzled, General, what is this about? Don't misunderstand. Nikolai, Ivan explained. They're here to protect the plane. With so much cargo inside, we need to guard against any ill-intentioned individuals. Chu Zihong nodded. You think of everything, General. Haha, after all, I have a stake in this too. Ivan laughed heartily and opened the door of the Volga for Chu Zihong. Nikolai, please. Thank you. Chu Zihong got into the car without hesitation, while Victor and the others boarded the jeep behind. The convoy, led by the Volga, headed towards the 103rd Border Division base, 50 kilometers east of Lviv. An hour later, the sight before Chu Zihong made his heart race. Countless tanks and armored vehicles were lined up in neat rows, like a steel torrent, an awe-inspiring sight. This was the arsenal built by the powerful Soviet industrial complex during the Cold War, a nightmare that haunted European countries. Chu Zihong recalled the unprecedented Soviet military exercise in 1981. When European observers witnessed thousands of tanks rolling across the landscape, they realized it was a blatant military threat. After the exercise, European countries concluded that they had no way to stop the Soviet steel torrent. If war broke out, Europe could only hope for help from the superpower across the ocean. But Uncle Sam was too far away, while the Soviets were right next door. By the time American support arrived, the Soviet army would likely be at the Atlantic's doorstep. Seeing Chu Zihong's gaze fixed on the main battle tanks, Ivan approached. Nikolai, interested in these beauties? Chu Zihong withdrew his gaze. Are they for sale? Of course. How about this? Buy 6, get 1 free. How does that sound? Ivan pitched like a seasoned salesman. Chu Zihong looked at Ivan in surprise, thinking this guy was a natural-born salesman. Buy 6, get 1 free? Are you selling laundry detergent? It had to be said, with the impending collapse of the Soviet Union, the arms trade had never been more booming. The arms market was wide open, offering everything from guided missiles to unguided missiles, mortars to landmines, armored vehicles to entire tank battalions, and even attack helicopters, all at rock-bottom prices. Given the circumstances, only a fool wouldn't take advantage of it. Chu Zihong eagerly haggled with General Ivan over the main battle tanks they had just passed. 20,000? No way. Ivan Ivanovich's bloodshot eyes widened as he shook his head like a wobbling doll. Nikolai, you need to understand, this is a world-class main battle tank. At the very least, one will cost you 30,000 bottles of that liquor you just mentioned. A sly glint flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes as he stopped haggling. All right, General, we'll go with your price. I'll take a whole tank company. Ivan Ivanovich blinked, his mind struggling to keep up. He wondered if he had lowballed the price, as Nikolai agreed so readily. But once the words were out, there was no taking them back. And just like that, a tank company was sold at a bargain price. Ironically, Ivan was quite pleased with himself, thinking he'd struck a good deal. He even considered selling more tanks, but quickly dismissed the idea reporting too many missing tanks might draw unwanted attention from higher-ups. Compared to immediate gains, losing his position would be a true disaster. As for how to transport a company of tanks, Ivan promised to have them delivered to the port. Chu Zihong was well prepared. A large ocean freighter would arrive at the port of Kiev the next day. Walking through the tank camp, the group ventured deeper. Chu Zihong keenly noticed that apart from the steel behemoths, there were hardly any soldiers in sight, not even a sentry. For a border defense unit, the lack of discipline was astonishing. The T-72 main battle tanks, once legendary god tanks, were now covered in thick layers of dust, clearly neglected for a long time. This situation echoed the old saying, Some die of thirst, while others drown. No wonder this superpower had collapsed. Rot had set in from top to bottom. A few minutes later, a massive warehouse came into view. Heavy chains secured the door, and Ivan signaled his adjutant to unlock it. After rummaging through a large bunch of keys, the adjutant finally found the right one. As the rolling door slowly rose, the screeching metal echoed around, as if announcing that this place had long been forgotten. When sunlight finally poured into the warehouse, Chu Zihong was stunned. In the nearly 1,000 square meter space, rows upon rows of shelves reached the ceiling, neatly stacked with AK-47 assault rifles, the undefeated legend of weapons. Besides these, there were other firearms and the classic sniper rifle seen in many games, the Dragunov sniper rifle SVD. Snapping out of his shock, Chu Zihong walked into the warehouse, carefully examining the weapons. He turned to Ivan and asked, "General, how many guns are there here?" Ivan called over his adjutant, who began flipping through the inventory. Chu Zihong mused. For a border defense division in a strategic location, this seems like a small cache of guns. "General, you might need to request more weapons from the logistics factory." Ivan seemed to catch the undertone and stiffened. "If the higher-ups find out, I could be in serious trouble." Chu Zihong smiled and offered a suggestion. "General, I believe no one can resist the temptation of huge profits. Why not try bringing him in? Make him a partner in this?" Ivan stared at Chu Zihong for a moment before taking a swig of liquor. "Nikolai, you're absolutely right. I should have thought of that. General, you know what to do now." Chu Zihong patted Ivan on the shoulder. "Understood." Ivan nodded and waved his hand. "Nikolai, there are 40,000 guns here, all at a very reasonable price. I can sell you the entire warehouse, but I want at least half of the goods you brought." Chu Zihong frowned and shook his head. "General, I brought nearly 100 tons of goods. Asking for half is a bit too much. I can offer 20 tons at most." Ivan emphasized the risk he was taking. "Nikolai, you have to understand. Selling you this entire warehouse of weapons is a huge risk for me. My soldiers will be left without arms. If we get caught, I'm finished." Chu Zihong smirked inwardly, but decided to compromise for the long-term benefit. After all, who can resist money? Selling the entire warehouse of weapons could easily be worth several $1,000,000. "Victor, bring the case." Chu Zihong snapped his fingers. Victor stepped forward and presented the briefcase to Ivan. When Ivan opened it, he was greeted by stacks of $100 bills. Ivan's eyes lit up instantly. Laughing, he closed the case and hugged it tightly. "No problem. 20 tons it is. Then General, here's to a successful partnership." Chu Zihong extended his hand. "A successful partnership," Ivan said, enthusiastically shaking Chu Zihong's hand, grinning like a sunflower in full bloom. Chu Zihong stood at the entrance of the armory, his gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged rows of weapons. He had just completed an astonishing deal with Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. 3,000 bottles of Ergotu in exchange for 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Ivanov had arranged for the weapons and ammunition to be transported to the airport. After offloading nearly 30 tons of Ergotu from the cargo hold of a Boeing 747, there were only about 40 tons of essential supplies left. Chu Zihong calculated that these supplies could be traded for some heavy weaponry, like armed helicopters and armored vehicles. He couldn't help but lament the dire straits of the Russians. The arms race between the two superpowers had left Russia internally over-militarized while struggling to provide foreign aid. Their heavy industry and aerospace sectors were impressive, but light industry and agriculture lagged far behind. External pressures, an unbalanced economic structure, rampant privilege, and excessive military expenditure had ultimately led to the downfall of this superpower. Chu Zihong recalled the documentaries he had seen in his past life about the collapse of the Soviet Union, where military equipment was traded for a pittance. He turned to Ivanov, who was sipping vodka, and tentatively asked, "General, are you interested in selling an armed helicopter?" Ivanov put down his bottle, a shrewd glint in his eye. "Of course, but we have a small-scale military exercise at the end of the year. I can only sell one. What's your offer?" Chu Zihong pondered for a moment. "How about a ton of daily necessities?" "Deal." Ivanov agreed without hesitation. The two men then headed to the helicopter hangar. When Chu Zihong saw the Mi-24, a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. This was a precision artillery made specifically to counter the United States, with a market value of $5 million. And he had acquired it for a mere fraction of that in daily goods, a fantastic bargain. Ivanov inquired about the transportation method. Chu Zihong nonchalantly replied, "Simple. Disassemble the weapons and transport them separately. We can disguise the helicopter as a humanitarian aid vehicle." This earned the general's admiration. Chu Zihong noticed a corporal servicing the Mi-24 and went over to ask about his piloting skills. Upon learning that the soldier was not only a pilot but also skilled in maintenance, Chu Zihong considered recruiting him. Ivanov immediately named his price, 200 bottles of liquor for the soldier's discharge. At that moment, a military jeep sped toward them. A soldier jumped out and hurriedly reported to Ivanov, "General, there's a white man outside the camp claiming to be an old friend of yours. His name is Sean Stark." Ivanov frowned at the news and instinctively glanced at Chu Zihang. Chu Zihang felt a twinge of caution. He knew Sean Stark was a powerful, seasoned arms dealer representing multiple defense contractors, including the largest, Lockheed Martin. The sudden appearance of such a formidable competitor complicated matters. Despite his wariness, Chu Zihang remained outwardly composed. "General, if you wish to see him, go ahead. I trust our brotherhood can withstand any test." Ivanov hesitated for a moment before agreeing to let Stark in. Shortly after, a Rolls-Royce glided into view. An elderly gentleman with white hair and a gold-tipped cane, accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged colonel, stepped out of the car. Chu Zihang's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He silently warned himself. If these two dared to obstruct his business, he would have no qualms about sending them to meet their maker. General Ivanov stood at the entrance of the hangar, a professional smile on his face. As Sean Stark approached, the general extended his hand proactively. "Stark, it would have been better if you had brought a bottle of vodka," Ivanov said cheekily, shaking Stark's hand firmly. Stark chuckled. "Next time, General, I promise." While the two exchanged pleasantries, Colonel Dimitrich's gaze was fixed on Chu Zihang and his group. He noticed Chu Zihang's distinctly Eastern features and immediately frowned. As the Deputy Chief of Staff of the 103rd Division, Dimich was well-versed in arms deals, often taking a cut for himself. But today's situation seemed off. Dimich strode over to Chu Zihang, looking down at him. "Are you Korean or Japanese?" he asked pointedly. Chu Zihang replied calmly, "Colonel, I am Chinese." "Chinese?" Dimich squinted. "China has severed ties with us. What are you doing here?" "Colonel, I think there's been a misunderstanding," Chu Zihang explained. "I am a Chinese American." Dimich's eyes gleamed with suspicion. "So, you're a spy sent by America?" he barked, his hand moving to his holster. Just as Dimich was about to draw his gun, Victor darted forward like lightning, clamping down on Dimich's hand. Dimich struggled but found Victor's grip unyielding. "Sobolev, what are you doing?" Dimich glared angrily. Chu Zihang spoke calmly, "Colonel, if you don't want to die, it's best not to resist." Sensing the threat, Dimich shouted, "General Ivanov, these people are American spies. Arrest them." Before he could finish, a gunshot pierced the silence. A bullet hole appeared in Dimich's forehead, and he collapsed to the ground. Chu Zihang stood there, holding a Glock 17, his expression unchanging. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. General Ivanov marched over, furious, and demanded, "Sobolev, Nicholas, what have you done? Why did you kill Colonel Dimich? Have you lost your mind?" Chu Zihang handed the gun back to a nearby NOCS operative and calmly explained, "General, if someone obstructed your financial interests, what would you do? Colonel Dimich was about to arrest us as spies. If this reached the KGB, you know what that would mean. You understand the stakes." Ivanov's expression darkened as he glanced at Dimich's body, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Seizing the moment, Chu Zihang continued, "General, Colonel Dimich died in the line of duty, apprehending illegal border crossers. He was a hero, a true Bolshevik warrior." Ivanov's face softened, and he nodded in agreement. "You're right, Nicholas. Colonel Dimich was a hero, a true Bolshevik warrior. He should be honored as an example for our 103rd Division." Sean Stark watched silently, his initial indifference giving way to caution. He had to admit, Chu Zihang was a formidable opponent, ruthless and composed under pressure, capable of swaying Ivanov with just a few words. Stark grew wary but did not back down. He knew this battle was far from over. Chu Zihang noticed the subtle change in Stark's expression. He knew this old fox wouldn't give up easily. If Stark continued to be an obstacle, Chu Zihang wouldn't hesitate to eliminate another problem. "Stark, do you believe Colonel Dmitri is a true Bolshevik warrior?" Ivanov's voice shattered the silence in the room. His piercing gaze locked onto Sean Stark, while his adjutant subtly moved closer, hand resting on the holster, ready to draw at a moment's notice. It was clearly a test. Ivanov was wary of Stark's identity. Stark knew all too well that this was a life-or-death question. Admitting Dmitri was a Bolshevik meant turning a blind eye. Denying it could lead Ivanov to personally send him to meet his maker. As a battle-hardened veteran, Stark made his decision instantly. "Of course, General. Colonel Dmitri is indeed a true Bolshevik warrior," Stark replied calmly. Hearing this, Ivanov signaled his adjutant to stand down with a slight wave. The tense atmosphere eased a bit, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Stark, your offer is quite tempting, but unfortunately, I've already sold all the arms to someone else. I'm afraid you'll have to leave empty-handed." Stark understood the hint. It was a polite way of showing him the door. He nodded slightly. "In that case, General, I must take my leave." "Stark, I'm truly sorry to have wasted your trip," Ivanov added, his tone carrying a hint of insincere apology. No worries, General, Stark replied nonchalantly, until we meet again. With that, he gave Chu Zihong a meaningful look before boarding his Rolls-Royce and swiftly departing the scene. Chu Zihong noticed Stark's glance and thought to himself, this old fox might hold a grudge. But he didn't care. In this cutthroat industry, only those who laugh last are the true victors. Everything else is inconsequential. General, shall we continue our business? Chu Zihong approached Ivanov with a smile. Ivanov gave Chu Zihong a meaningful look. Nicholas, do you know how much higher Stark's offer was compared to yours? But for the sake of our deep brotherly bond, I turned him down. Chu Zihong caught the hint. Ivanov was asking for more benefits. To secure more arms, he decided to play along. General, for the sake of our friendship, I'm willing to throw in an extra 3,000 bottles of Erguotu and 1,000 winter coats. Haha, Nicholas, I knew we were always brothers. Ivanov laughed heartily, giving Chu Zihong a bear hug. Chu Zihong smiled on the surface, but inwardly scoffed. He knew that in the face of enormous profits, so-called brotherhood was just a facade. This transaction would be the first and the last. This border guard unit had nothing more he needed. After releasing Chu Zihong, Ivanov warmly asked, Dear comrade, do you need anything else? RPGs, armored vehicles, machine guns, perhaps? Oh, and we also have Hurricane large-caliber cannons, though they're a bit pricey. Chu Zihong was shocked. It seemed Ivanov was willing to sell everything they had. He once again felt the undercurrents within the Soviet Union. If this was just the behavior of an ordinary border guard unit, the scale of arms deals at the national level must be staggering. Shall we discuss the prices? Comrade, let's talk in my office, Ivanov suggested. With laughter and conversation, the group boarded a jeep and headed to Ivanov's office. What followed was a prolonged price negotiation, lasting until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, when Chu Zihong finally left the camp for the docks. Despite the tough negotiations, the outcome was highly satisfactory for Chu Zihong. He had traded his last 10,000 bottles of Erguotu and nearly half a ton of supplies for arms that could potentially yield billions in revenue. Additionally, Chu Zihong obtained the contact information for Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin, head of the Soviet Air Force's 5th Army stationed in Kiev, through Ivanov, albeit at the cost of 10,000. Chu Zihong was plotting his next move. As an arms dealer, how could he operate without a proper transport aircraft? His goal was to establish a global aviation network and expand his influence before other arms dealers could rise. This would allow him to offer global delivery services, medical aid, humanitarian relief, and even fire support. But his ambitions didn't stop there. Chu Zihong envisioned his company becoming the world's strongest military contractor, providing comprehensive military services. He even imagined a future slogan, Umbrella Express, mission accomplished. If a military resource company could achieve global military deployment capabilities, it would be unimaginable. Lost in his grand vision, Chu Zihong was abruptly brought back to reality by a sudden break. What's going on? Chu Zihong rubbed his sore forehead, annoyed. Boss, a Rolls-Royce is blocking the road. It looks like it's Sean Stark's car, the driver replied. Chu Zihong's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Was this old fox planning something? Get out and see what's happening. Be careful, Chu Zihong ordered. Yes, boss. Victor nodded, drawing his Glock and stepping out with another NOCS member. Just then, the door of the Rolls-Royce blocking their path opened. Sean Stark, dressed like a gentleman and holding a gold-tipped cane, stepped out. He looked calmly at the armed Victor and his companion and spoke, Mr. Nicholas, as fellow arms dealers, could you step out for a chat? Victor and his companion halted, keeping their eyes fixed on Stark. Inside the car, Chu Zihong heard Stark's invitation and smirked. He didn't want to appear too compliant. But after a few seconds, Chu Zihong decided to step out. He needed to see what this old fox was up to. Let's see what you've got, Chu Zihong thought as he opened the car door and stepped out. On the road to Kiev, Sean Stark leaned on his gilded cane, watching as Chu Zihong approached. With a forced smile, he greeted, Mr. Nicholas, a pleasure to meet you. Chu Zihong stopped 2 meters away, a hint of wariness in his eyes. He quipped, Mr. Stark, given your wealth and status, I doubt you're here to rob me. Sean Stark didn't take offense. Instead, he showed an apologetic expression. I apologize for meeting you in such a manner, Mr. Nicholas. Please forgive me. Chu Zihong inwardly sneered, unimpressed by Stark's facade. He bluntly replied, I forgive you. Now, could Mr. Stark please step aside? Sean Stark was taken aback by the unexpected response and momentarily lost for words. Suppressing his anger, he maintained a strained smile. Mr. Nicholas, as fellow professionals, could we have a conversation? Chu Zihong was unapologetically dismissive. Being in the same industry means we're competitors. What's there to talk about? Besides, we're not even acquainted. With that, he turned and walked towards his vehicle, thinking, blocking my way and causing me to hit my head. Yet you expect me to be friendly? Seeing Chu Zihong's blatant disregard, Sean Stark's elegant facade crumbled. His face turned dark, and his piercing blue eyes grew cold. He called out in a chilling voice, "Mr. Nicholas, be careful not to bite off more than you can chew." Chu Zihong stopped, turned to face Stark, and with a sharp gaze, asked, "Mr. Stark, should I take that as a threat?" Sean Stark shrugged, feigning innocence. "A threat? No, just a friendly reminder. You're being too sensitive." Chu Zihong let out a cold laugh. "Sensitive or not, I don't need your reminders. Oh, and by the way, I have a big appetite and can handle a lot." With that, he got into his car and drove off without hesitation. Sean Stark stood there, shadows clouding his eyes, clearly plotting something sinister. In the car, Victor reported to Chu Zihong, "Boss, Sean Stark is an agent for multiple countries and military industries. He won't let this slide easily." Chu Zihong closed his eyes to rest, speaking calmly, "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. In this line of work, obstacles are inevitable." He suddenly opened his eyes, filled with a murderous intent. "We just have to eliminate those obstacles to clear the path." He continued, "In the arms trade, it's a matter of life and death. If you're not ruthless, you won't survive in this cutthroat industry." Looking out the window, Chu Zihong issued an order, "Victor, send Sean Stark's information to Katerina. I don't want to see him in the Soviet Union anymore." "Understood, boss," Victor replied. Before sunset, Chu Zihong and his team arrived at the Kiev port. Along the way, he observed the once bustling Soviet city now in decline, feeling a mix of emotions. At the port, a massive cargo ship stood tall. Workers were carefully loading T-72 tanks onto the vessel. The dock was filled with various military equipment, armored vehicles, RPGs, anti-aircraft missiles, and attack helicopters. Victor commented, "Boss, General Ivanov seems quite proactive. He got all this equipment to the dock ahead of time." Chu Zihong, hands in his pockets, looked at the mountain of gold and silver before him and chuckled. "Of course he's proactive. We're his biggest clients now, and he expects us to bring him more profits in the future." However, Chu Zihong had new plans. Ivanov's 103rd Division had limited resources and had outlived its usefulness. His sights were now set on the elite units of the Kiev Military District and the 5th Air Army, despite the higher costs. Well, the bigger, the better. "You have to invest to gain," Chu Zihong thought to himself. "And this wool, it needs to keep being shorn." By the time all the arms were loaded onto the cargo ship, night had already fallen over the port. Chu Zihong stood on the deck, watching the busy dockworkers, and finally let out a sigh of relief. The operation had gone exceptionally smoothly without any unexpected incidents. He scanned his surroundings, remaining vigilant. During this period, the Soviet KGB was highly active, purging dissidents and cracking down on corruption to pave the way for Gorbachev's reforms. Chu Zihong felt a sense of relief that he hadn't been targeted this time. Otherwise, returning to the Soviet Union would be much more difficult. Just then, Victor approached briskly with a satellite phone in hand. "Boss, the airport is ready. Should we proceed with the takeoff?" Chu Zihong nodded. "Yes, go ahead. Also, inform Barrack and the others that everything is set up at Boseso Airport. They can unload the goods directly into the warehouse we've rented." Victor hesitated for a moment. "Boss, can Barrack and Danny handle all those guns by themselves?" "I've already talked to Ahmed from the Digil tribe. He'll send troops to assist," Chu Zihong explained. Although he knew relying on local forces wasn't a long-term solution, it was the best he could do for now. Aside from his 6-member Italian political protection team and the top assassin Katerina, Chu Zihong had very few reliable people at his disposal. For this arms shipment, he even had to pull 2 members from the protection team to handle the airport duties. Thinking about the tactical special forces team that the system had rewarded him with, Chu Zihong felt a bit helpless. That team had vanished after resolving a crisis for him, as if they had evaporated into thin air. According to the system's prompt, the special forces would reappear when he was in danger. Despite feeling uneasy, knowing he had such a force in the shadows gave him some comfort. A week later, the cargo ship finally arrived at Boseso port in Somalia. The moment Chu Zihong set foot on land, he was so overwhelmed he nearly knelt down to kiss the ground. A week at sea had been torturous, constant rocking, canned food, no showers, and a pervasive fishy smell. After disembarking, Chu Zihong immediately rushed to the port's shower facilities, enjoying a long, thorough wash. He shaved and transformed back into his clean-cut, energetic self. He then had a hearty meal at the airport restaurant and savored a cigarette, finally feeling alive again. Back at the dock, looking at the cargo ship loaded with arms, Chu Zihong couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Just then, the port manager, Reed, came running up. This bespectacled, suit-wearing African man stared wide-eyed at the military hardware on the ship. "My God!" Reed exclaimed. "Tanks, armored vehicles, and even attack helicopters. And so many of them. Are you planning a small war?" Snapping back to reality, Reed quickly put on a fawning smile. "Mr. Nicholas, It's great to see you again. How many warehouses do you need this time? Chu Zihong glanced at Reed and said bluntly, I need all the warehouses on the dock and 50 laborers. $1 per person per day? Reed's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, Mr. Nicholas. I'll arrange it right away. He then hurried off as if his pants were on fire. Before long, 2 large trucks arrived at the dock, carrying a group of young, strong African men. With their help, the unloading of the arms proceeded much faster. Due to the manpower shortage, Chu Zihong had to supervise the work personally. As someone destined to be the strongest man on earth, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly about having to do such tasks. This experience made him realize the urgent need to expand his team. With that thought, Chu Zihong pulled out his satellite phone and called his Uncle Phelps in the United States. This operations contact with the Ukrainian Border Guard's 103rd Division and General Ivanov had all been arranged through Uncle Phelps. Although the intermediary fees were substantial, Chu Zihong knew that until he had fully grown, the money was well spent. He was confident that he'd earn it back eventually. Chu Zihong dialed the number, only to be met with a voicemail message. He quickly hung up, realizing it was indeed impolite to disturb someone at this late hour. Turning to Victor beside him, an idea struck him. Given that the system had assigned these tools with appropriate identities and backgrounds, Victor was likely well-versed in the world of mercenary brokers. Victor, I need to recruit some people. Do you have any recommendations for mercenary agencies? Chu Zihong asked directly. Victor pondered for a moment before replying, Boss, there are 3 well-known mercenary agencies globally, but their services are quite expensive. They mostly recommend retired special forces from various countries, but I'm concerned there might be spies among them. Chu Zihong frowned, realizing he hadn't considered this. Seeing Chu Zihong's reaction, a hopeful glint appeared in Victor's eyes as he continued. Actually, I have a few friends who are well-known professional mercenaries in the circle. If you don't mind, I could invite them over. These mercenaries were freelancers without a fixed team or affiliation with any military resource company. They often took on dangerous jobs with little security, frequently facing unpaid employers. Their earnings were meager, barely enough to cover daily expenses, let alone upgrade their equipment. Once elite soldiers, they now lived impoverished lives, and Victor hoped to secure a good job for his comrades. Chu Zihong agreed without hesitation. All right, bring them all in. I'll offer an annual salary of 50,000. This compensation was considered generous in the mercenary world. Given the high risks involved in their work, with the constant threat of death and the possibility of being hunted down by enemies, Chu Zihong's offer was quite fair. Victor was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. His loyalty to Chu Zihong soared instantly. Chu Zihong waved it off. No need to thank me. You guys risk your lives and earn your money through blood and sweat. I can't shortchange my own people. Your compensation will be the same. Moved beyond words, Victor immediately set to work contacting his mercenary friends. Watching the busy Victor, Chu Zihong realized that a few mercenaries wouldn't be enough. He needed more manpower. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Why not recruit those war veterans now living on the streets of New York? In the 1980s, the United States engaged in multiple wars, leading many soldiers to retire due to combat stress disorders. Among them were elite forces from Delta Force, the Navy SEALs, and the Rangers. After the wars, these soldiers, skilled only in combat, had nowhere to go. Some ended up on the streets, others barely made a living, and some became mercenaries. It was estimated that there were 7,000 to 8,000 homeless people in New York, many of whom were such veterans. Additionally, Chu Zihong thought of Cossack mercenaries. After the Soviet Union dissolved, Cossacks living in the Don River, Central Asia, and the Far East became hot commodities in the mercenary market. They had an innate love for weapons and extreme loyalty to their missions. In the 2000 Chechen War, 90 Cossack paratroopers fought fiercely against 2,500 rebels for 3 days, with only 6 survivors, showcasing their incredible combat prowess. With these ideas, Chu Zihong felt he had a clear direction for recruiting manpower. But for now, he had a more urgent matter to deal with. The large stockpile of weapons at hand needed to be sold quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. That afternoon, Ahmed, the chieftain of the Digil tribe, personally led his men to the Bosaso port. Seeing the mountain of weapons in the warehouse, Ahmed was speechless with shock. There were tanks, armored vehicles, countless firearms and ammunition, and even armed helicopters. By Allah! Ahmed murmured in awe. Is Nicholas planning to overthrow a country? Despite his shock, a burning desire ignited within him. With these weapons, he was confident he could annihilate the rival Darid tribe. However, a quick check of his pockets brought him back to reality. Even if he sold everything he owned, he could barely afford 3 or 4 tanks. Chu Zihong, like a seasoned salesman, enthusiastically introduced, Ahmed, take a look at these tanks and armored vehicles. Do you need them? If you purchase over 10 million worth, you'll get a 5 discount. Over 50 million, and it's 15 off. If you reach 100 million, you'll receive our company's platinum membership card, enjoying a 40 discount on all weapons, plus lifetime maintenance and free shipping. Despite his strong desire, Ahmed, with limited funds, could only leave with 5,000 AK-47s, 10 mortars, 40 RPGs, 2 tanks, and 1 transport armored vehicle. This purchase nearly bankrupted him, depleting his hard-earned 50 million in an instant. Watching Ahmed's hasty departure, Chu Zihong turned to Victor and asked, "Did I set the price too high? Why did he leave so quickly?" Victor smiled wryly. "Boss, it's indeed a bit pricey, almost double the market rate." He secretly admired Chu Zihong's marketing skills. Despite the inflated prices, Chu Zihong managed to create various discounts, making Ahmed willingly part with his money. Victor couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Ahmed. It was like being sold and counting the money for the seller. Kiev, founded in the latter half of the 5th century, is located in the north-central part of Ukraine, bordering Belarus to the north, and covering an area of 28,900 square kilometers. This once bustling city suffered devastating damage during World War II but quickly recovered post-war, becoming the third-largest city in the Soviet Union, earning the titles of Garden City and Hero City. However, the streets of modern Kiev are now desolate. The economic crisis has severely impacted the city, with numerous shops shuttered and the only open bakery seeing long queues. The Soviet Union faces a nationwide grain shortage, and essential supplies are extremely scarce. The world's largest arsenal can't feed the people. Instead, it drained the nation's resources, eventually leading to the empire's collapse. In a luxurious hotel in the city center, arms dealer Sean Stark holds a glass of red wine, overlooking the bleak streets. Behind him stand 2 subordinates, a muscular Caucasian man and a middle-aged Caucasian man in a suit and glasses. Both remain silent, each lost in their thoughts. Who would have thought that this superpower, once at the pinnacle of the world, would fall into such a state? Is this some kind of joke from God? Sean Stark sips his wine and turns to face his subordinates. The middle-aged man in the suit looks up and smiles. "Boss, this situation gives us the chance to make more money, doesn't it?" "Flander, you're right." Sean Stark nods in satisfaction, but then his expression hardens. "What do you think of that Chinese guy, Nicholas Yuli?" Flander frowns. "He's decisive and experienced, not to be underestimated. But there's one thing I'm curious about." "Oh, what's that?" Sean Stark sits down, intrigued. Flander analyzes, "We learned from the government that there's unrest within the Soviet Union, and it might disintegrate in a year or two. Apart from us, the only other arms dealers in the Soviet Union are the British and the oligarchs. It's not surprising they know this. But according to our investigation, this guy has no background, just a nearly bankrupt private security company. How did he get this information?" Sean Stark narrows his eyes. "Flander, do you think he might have received intel from China?" "Boss, if that's the case, everything makes sense." Flander nods in agreement. "The CIA won't allow Chinese forces to enter the Soviet Union and divide the spoils." "Flander, do you know what to do?" Sean Stark stares meaningfully at the red liquid in his glass. "Understood, boss." A glint of murderous intent flashes in Flander's eyes. After dismissing his subordinates, Sean Stark makes a phone call. "Director Pierce, I want half of this arms shipment." Director Pierce on the other end is furious. "Stark, have you lost your mind? Half? Are you crazy, or did I mishear?" Sean Stark remains calm. "Director Pierce, killing a Chinese man is troublesome and could provoke Chinese retaliation. Besides, I bribed the entire Kiev military district to get this shipment, at great cost. Is asking for half too much?" Pierce is silent for a moment before compromising. "Stark, half is too much. I can't justify it to the Defense Department. How about 40%? "Deal." Sean Stark agrees immediately. He knows well that asking for so much was a tactic to get what he really wanted. After hanging up, Sean Stark, in a good mood, decides to relax with the Ukrainian beauty. He calls the hotel front desk and requests a top-notch escort. Unbeknownst to him, death is approaching. Katerina, a top assassin from the Black Lotus, disguised as a Caucasian beauty, takes the elevator straight to Sean Stark. This would be her second assassination mission in the world. Katerina, in a seductive red dress, perfectly showcases her stunning figure. Her angelic face captivates the 4 Caucasian bodyguards outside the door, leaving them drooling. She sways her hips as she approaches, her alluring charm making the men instantly infatuated. Despite this, the bodyguards force themselves to look away and begin a routine pat-down. The lead bodyguard takes the opportunity to frisk Katerina repeatedly, arousing envy among the others. However, they fail to notice the fleeting murderous intent in Katerina's eyes. After nearly half an hour of searching, Katerina is finally allowed into the presidential suite. She quickly scans the room, then strips off her clothes, standing naked before Sean Stark. His breath quickens at the sight. Katerina smiles seductively, swaying her hips as she steps closer to the bedbound Sean Stark. For a top female assassin, her body is her most lethal weapon. Sean Stark is completely captivated, unaware that death is closing in on him. In the sunset over Bosaso Port, A Mi-24 helicopter stood silently. Chu Zihong circled the armed helicopter, carefully examining its firepower. 4 rocket pods, each holding 32 rockets, totaling 128 rockets, enough firepower to rival 2 artillery battalions. He thought to himself, such firepower on the battlefield would leave no trace of the enemy. The white pilot, Belinsky, jumped down the ladder, proudly showing off his skills to Chu Zihong. Boss, dismantling and reassembling this is as easy as downing a bottle of vodka for me. Chu Zihong nodded approvingly and instructed Victor to bring a bottle of Erguotu as a reward. Overjoyed, Belinsky twisted off the cap and chugged it down. Chu Zihong shook his head with a light laugh and continued inspecting the helicopter. He made a mental note to acquire more of these on his next trip to the Soviet Union. Not only could they be sold, but they would also be useful for his own company, Umbrella. Compared to the astronomical $67.25 million price tag of a Black Hawk helicopter, the $5 million Mi-24 was a steal. Just as Chu Zihong was immersed in his future plans, Victor rushed over to report an incident at the airport. It turned out that Bosaso Airport was near the territory of the DR clan, and a shipment of valuable arms had just been unloaded, attracting unwanted attention. DR chieftain Ahad had sent his son Hamandi with troops to seize it. Fortunately, Chu Zihong had anticipated this and had enlisted Ahmed's elite guards for protection. Although they had temporarily repelled the attackers, the airport was now surrounded, and Ahad was leading a larger force. Infuriated by the news, Chu Zihong decided to take action personally. He grabbed the still-drinking Belinsky. "Stop drinking. We're going to kill." Belinsky eagerly jumped into the cockpit, one hand piloting the helicopter and the other holding the bottle. Chu Zihong felt a pang of anxiety watching the drunken pilot. Meanwhile, Bosaso Airport had descended into chaos. Hamandi had taken control of the passenger hall, while Ahad's forces surrounded the warehouse storing the arms. Inside the warehouse, Ahmed's guards, along with Chu Zihong's men, Baroque and Danny, were holding the line. Ahad hid behind a pickup truck, peering through binoculars at the mountains of weapons inside the warehouse. His eyes gleamed with greed as he resolved to seize the arms at any cost. To him, this cash meant expanding his army and potentially overthrowing the government. When Erhardt saw the mountain of weapons piled up in the airport warehouse, his breathing quickened, and greed and desire roiled within him. He immediately ordered his tribal soldiers to launch another assault. 2 pickup trucks equipped with machine guns led the charge, their soldiers swiftly turning their guns toward the overturned SUV outside the warehouse door. Baroque's face flashed with a mixture of anger and shock when he saw the machine guns. "Damn it!" he muttered under his breath. "How can our AK-47s stand up to those machine guns?" What worried him even more was spotting a Type 63 107mm multiple rocket launcher pickup and a Type 75 105mm recoilless rifle Toyota pickup in the rear. The Deer tribe was clearly determined to take the warehouse, throwing almost everything they had into the attack. Without hesitation, Baroque shouted, "Everyone, get inside the warehouse immediately. They won't dare launch a full assault. There's something in here they want." The guards quickly complied, none of them willing to die in vain. They retreated into the warehouse and slammed the doors shut, though this also trapped them inside. Seeing this, Erhardt smirked and gave the order to open fire. The 2 machine gun pickups roared to life, spitting fire and unleashing a deafening barrage. The SUV at the door was instantly blown to pieces, flames and debris flying everywhere. With the obstacles cleared, Deer tribal soldiers charged forward with wild cries. Faced with the closed door, Erhardt unhesitatingly ordered, "Blast it open with RPGs." He instructed his men to be ready to storm the warehouse and had several machine gun pickups trained on it to prevent any escape. 3 soldiers armed with RPGs fired a volley at the warehouse doors, and with a series of thunderous explosions, the aluminum doors were shattered. Erhardt shouted, "Charge inside. Be careful of the weapons." The soldiers rushed in, only to be met with a dense barrage of gunfire. In the ensuing chaos, a dozen unfortunate Deer soldiers were cut down, while the rest scrambled to retreat. Losing a dozen men left Erhardt fuming with rage, his face turning a ghastly shade of green. He wanted nothing more than to tear the people inside to pieces. Yet he was forced to order a retreat, wary of the massive stockpile of weapons inside the warehouse. He couldn't risk using machine guns, which might blow the whole place sky high. This stalemate left Erhardt feeling frustrated. He couldn't seize the warehouse, and he feared reinforcements from the Digil tribe would arrive soon. The connection between the weapons and the Digil tribe made his jealousy burn even hotter. If the Digil tribe got their hands on these arms, capturing Bosaso would become significantly more challenging and costly. "If I can't have them, neither can they." Erhardt's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he made a ruthless decision. "Kazid, plant explosives around the warehouse. I want them all to meet their end." Just then, the roar of engines filled the sky. Everyone looked up to see an armed helicopter approaching. Erhardt's eyes widened, a chill running from his feet to his heart. Chu Zihong, surveying the scene below, saw over 100 deer soldiers dressed in black robes, looking like something out of a terrorist movie. He didn't hesitate to order Belinsky to open fire. Belinsky, exhilarated, had his first chance to pilot a helicopter in combat. The warrior spirit of his people flared up, and he flipped open the missile launch cover and pressed the button. "Time to tremble, you chickens," Belinsky shouted as 4 anti-tank missiles streaked toward the armed pickups. The firepower was comparable to 2 artillery battalions, leaving the deer soldiers on the ground with nowhere to hide. The open space of the airport warehouse offered no cover, turning every vehicle into a potential bomb. The armed pickups were the first to be obliterated by the missiles. What followed was a gruesome scene. The air thick with smoke and the stench of blood. In just a few seconds, not a single deer soldier was left standing outside the warehouse. Only burning vehicle wreckage and scattered bodies remained. From the Mi-24 helicopter, Chu Zihong swallowed hard at the devastation below. Russian armed helicopters are insanely powerful. They're like the ultimate ground-clearing machines, he thought. For countries lacking firepower, these heavily armed yet cost-effective helicopters are a godsend. Seeing the enemy cleared out, Chu Zihong was about to instruct Belinsky to land when Victor shouted, "Boss, there are more deer soldiers at the terminal. Erhardt's son Hamandi is there, and they've taken dozens of passengers hostage." Chu Zihong frowned and was about to speak when a loud explosion from the terminal shook the ground, sending a small mushroom cloud into the air. He quickly grabbed his binoculars and saw intense gunfire and explosions inside the terminal. He also saw 2 Humvees with Gatling guns firing wildly into the building. "Victor, is that Ahmed's reinforcements?" Chu Zihong asked, puzzled. "Boss, Ahmed's forces won't arrive for another 10 minutes, Victor replied. "Then who's attacking the deer soldiers at the terminal?" "We don't have." Chu Zihong trailed off as a thought struck him. Could it be that tactical special forces team that saved me last time and then disappeared? This seemed the most plausible explanation. Chu Zihong had only allied with Ahmed's Digil tribe in Somalia and had no ties with other factions. The sudden appearance of a third party likely meant it was the elusive tactical special forces team awarded by the system. "Belinsky, head to the terminal," Chu Zihong ordered. "Yes, boss," Belinsky responded, immediately steering the helicopter toward the terminal. At this moment, the battle inside the terminal had reached a fever pitch, with gunfire and explosions echoing throughout the building. The scene was intensely chaotic. A few minutes ago, inside the airport terminal, Ahmed's son, Hamandi, stood arrogantly before numerous passengers and airport staff, brandishing a golden AK-47. His presence was suffocating, like a looming oppressive mountain. The armed DIR tribe soldiers in black robes surrounding him made the situation even more dire, forcing everyone to cower in the corners, too terrified to make a sound. Hamandi, appearing bored, dragged over a chair and sat down. His predatory eyes scanned the crowd, paying particular attention to the attractive white women, completely ignoring the local women as if they were invisible. Eventually, his gaze fixed on a shapely white flight attendant. "You, come here," Hamandi barked, pointing his gun at the flight attendant. Fear flickered in her eyes. Despite her strong reluctance, she trembled as she stood up and slowly walked toward him, under the mocking stares of the surrounding soldiers. As she approached, Hamandi impatiently grabbed her and pulled her close. Like a crazed character from a movie, he sniffed greedily at her neck and hair, even licking her cheek. The flight attendant trembled in terror, while Hamandi's grin of satisfaction at her fear was nothing short of grotesque. "Take off your clothes." Hamandi shoved her away and prodded her abdomen with his AK, grinning. The flight attendant's face turned pale. Clutching her collar, she stepped back and stammered, I'm a French citizen. You can't do this." "French?" Hamandi's eyes narrowed, emanating a dangerous aura. "Are you threatening me?" No, you misunderstand." The flight attendant took another step back, terrified. "Misunderstand? Huh?" Hamandi sneered, raising his gun to fire. At that critical moment, a sharp sense of danger hit Hamandi. Years of combat experience kicked in, and he reacted instantly. "Sniper!" He dove to the side. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, shattering the terminal's glass. Though Hamandi avoided a fatal headshot, his left arm was blown off at the shoulder. Blood spattered as he fell, screaming in agony. The flight attendant screamed and crouched down, terrified by the bloody scene. Suddenly, 2 Humvees appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, their mounted Gatling guns opening fire on the DR tribe soldiers inside. Rat-a-tat bullets rained down like a storm. The DIR soldiers were instantly torn apart, their bodies shredded in the crossfire. Those who tried to fire RPGs were killed before they could pull the trigger, their corpses blown up by their own rockets, creating a gruesome spectacle. The sudden turn of events caused all the hostages to flatten themselves on the ground. The Gatling gun operators deliberately avoided the hostages, targeting only the DR soldiers. Hamandi, with his left arm blown off, endured the pain as he crawled behind a wall, seething with rage but powerless. Meanwhile, Outside the terminal, DR tribe soldiers began to surround the Humvees, led by two machine gun-mounted pickup trucks. But the sky suddenly filled with the sound of whistling, and two anti-tank missiles roared down. With two thunderous explosions, the pickups were hurled into the air and came crashing down as burning wreckage. Rockets incoming! Run! DR soldiers scattered, some bravely attempting to fire back with RPGs. However, a single gunshot rang out, and one soldier dropped dead, a bullet through his head. The shot came from a sniper perched on a nearby billboard. Next, 12 fully armed Special Forces operatives rappelled down from ropes. Their movements were precise and coordinated, their tactical maneuvers impeccable, as if they belonged to an elite unit from a major power. Wherever they went, DR soldiers were taken out with single headshots. Bang, bang, bang. The intense gunfire and deafening explosions continued. This sudden Special Forces unit was like a sharp blade, easily slicing through the DR soldiers' defenses. In mere moments, nearly 1,000 soldiers were reduced to a handful. By the time Chu Zihong's Mi-24 attack helicopter arrived, the battle was nearly over. Witnessing the one-sided slaughter, Chu Zihong was astounded. My God, is this the power of a tactical Special Forces unit? It's like wolves among sheep. However, amid his shock, Chu Zihong felt a sense of confusion. Wasn't the system reward supposed to be a single Special Forces team? Last time at Tiago Bridge, there seemed to be only 8 of them, but now there were at least 20. Could this be the complete tactical Special Forces team? The gunfire gradually dwindled and finally ceased entirely. Ahmed's son, Hamandi, was the last surviving DR tribe soldier to be captured. Belinsky, get us down there, Chu Zihong ordered eagerly. He couldn't wait to see the faces of this elusive and timely Special Forces team. Their intervention was more timely than a gift in a snowstorm, truly a lifesaver. Hamandi lay on the ground, bound tightly with ropes, his broken leg bleeding profusely. A foul-smelling sock was stuffed in his mouth, and muffled groans of struggle escaped his lips. His fate seemed doomed. Chu Zihong jumped out of the helicopter, his eyes widening at the sight before him. 25 Special Operations team members stood in formation, fully armed. Black combat boots, all-black tactical uniforms, tactical vests, 4-eye night vision goggles, and Kevlar helmets. Their gear was far more advanced than any Special Forces of this era, as if they had come from the future. At the sight of Chu Zihong, the team members snapped to attention and saluted in unison, shouting, "Commander, USS Rapid Response Force reporting for duty." USS? Chu Zihong was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. This dream team of tactical operatives turned out to be the Umbrella Rapid Response Security Force from Resident Evil. He realized the system's intention, to create another dimension's Umbrella Corporation. Chu Zihong felt a surge of excitement, but quickly ordered the team members to remove their masks. To his astonishment, he recognized 3 familiar faces among the group: Zhuang Yin, Wang Hui, and Xing Tian, all protagonists from well-known novels. Who was the team leader? Chu Zihong asked. 2 individuals stepped forward simultaneously. USS Alpha Team Leader Hunk, reporting, Commander. USS Delta Team Leader Karen Lesbrooks, reporting, Commander. Chu Zihong was once again surprised. These 2 were key characters in the Resident Evil series. He soon learned that this team consisted of orphans raised by the Chu family, who later became part of the top 5th-ranked mercenary group, the Werewolves. After handling the team's affairs, Chu Zihong turned his attention to Hamandi. Victor introduced him, saying, "Boss, he is the son of Erhardt, the chieftain of the Deal tribe. He has committed many atrocities locally." Chu Zihong took Victor's Glock 17, and without a trace of emotion, fired 3 shots at Hamandi, killing him. It was his second time taking a life, yet he felt nothing. Soon after, Ahmed arrived with a large contingent. Relieved that the situation was resolved, he relaxed. Chu Zihong handed over $2 million as compensation, with each fallen warrior's family receiving 100,000. Ahmed was elated at the news of the Deal tribe chieftain and his son's demise. Chu Zihong, however, regarded Ahmed's excitement with disdain. He thought to himself, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. Who truly controls Boseso remains to be seen. After almost having his weapons cache at the airport warehouse stolen, Chu Zihong realized he needed to quickly identify Umbrella Corporation's headquarters and expand his own power. He began considering the possibility of supporting local factions, and his attention turned to the Deer tribe. Instead of choosing the Digger tribe ruled by Ahmed, Chu Zihong set his sights on the leaderless Deer tribe. This decision stemmed from his deep understanding of his ancestors' principle of supporting the weak and restraining the strong to maintain balance. The Deer tribe was currently in chaos, making it easier to control and less costly. In contrast, the Digger tribe was in a period of expansion, having significantly bolstered its strength, especially after purchasing weapons from Chu Zihong twice. Although the Digger tribe was willing to help Chu Zihong this time, it was purely based on monetary transactions. Chu Zihong knew that as their desires and ambitions grew, His wealth and weapons would eventually become their target. As a shrewd arms dealer, Chu Zihong would never make the mistake of supporting an uncontrollable force. More importantly, Chu Zihong foresaw that in a year, Somalia would descend into anarchy, with warlords rising and pirates running rampant, becoming one of the most chaotic regions in the world. In this turmoil of territorial disputes among bandit groups, Ahmed, as the leader of the most powerful tribe in Bosaso, would undoubtedly have his own ambitions. Chu Zihong firmly believed that to survive in this world, one must never underestimate the darker side of human nature. He compared the fall of human nature to Lucifer's descent from heaven to hell, becoming a fallen angel. Although he was currently in a cooperative relationship with Ahmed, the situation a year later was unpredictable. Therefore, supporting the Deer tribe to counterbalance the Digger tribe became Chu Zihong's top priority. 3 days later, Chu Zihong stood in the empty warehouse at Bosaso Airport, satisfied as Baylock reported that all the weapons had been transported to the docks. At that moment, Victor hurried in with 2 pieces of good news. Last night, USS Alpha Team, led by Captain Hank, had eliminated 2 of Mohammed Siad's strongest rivals within the Deer tribe. And this morning, USS Delta Team, under the command of Captain Karina Lesbrooks, had taken control of the entire Deer tribe. Chu Zihong was delighted and exclaimed, "That was quick. No wonder my left eye was twitching this morning. It's a sign of good fortune. Let's head to the Deer tribe." Half an hour later, Chu Zihong and his entourage arrived at the Deer tribe, located 50 kilometers east of Bosaso Airport. The entire tribe looked like a slum, even poorer than the Digger tribe. However, the chieftain Ihad's residence was a luxurious Arabian-style castle, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Chu Zihong thought to himself, no wonder the tribe fell into chaos after Ihad's death. A ruler so unpopular would probably be celebrated with fireworks upon his demise. Since Ihad had taken most of the soldiers to seize Chu Zihong's weapons, the tribe's defenses were severely weakened. Chu Zihong seized this opportunity, quickly bribing a few tribesmen to sow discord from within. This strategy proved effective, easily igniting infighting among the 3 main factions, quickly depleting their already limited forces. Seeing the opportune moment, Chu Zihong immediately dispatched the 2 USS teams to infiltrate the Deer tribe at night. One team swiftly eliminated the other 2 factions, leaving only Siad's forces. The other team took control of the entire tribe. The plan went exceptionally smoothly, achieving Chu Zihong's goals perfectly. The 25-man USS Rapid Response Team demonstrated tactical special operations capabilities comparable to an army, prompting Chu Zihong to marvel. If they could expand to 1,000 men, they could probably overthrow a third-world country with ease. Truly, anything produced by the system is top-notch. Upon entering the castle, Hank and his team approached to report the successful completion of their mission. Chu Zihong patted Hank on the shoulder with satisfaction and asked about the whereabouts of their target. Hank led Chu Zihong to the main hall, where a burly black man knelt on the ground, hands tied behind his back, covered in religious symbols. This man was Siad, the weakest of the 3 main factions within the Deer tribe, reportedly Ihad's cousin but an incompetent one. Chu Zihong thought, such a useless person is perfect to be his puppet. He smiled as he sat in front of Siad and began the conversation. Unexpectedly, Siad spoke fluent English. Chu Zihong was slightly surprised but quickly realized that before the 21st century, Somalia had been a sovereign nation, albeit not wealthy, but peaceful, with people living in relative stability. Given its strategic location, many international ships docked there, making it unsurprising that Somalis spoke English. Chu Zihong straightforwardly revealed his identity and intentions, hinting at Ihad's fate. Siad remained silent for a while, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Seeing this, Chu Zihong directly stated his demand. Siad must integrate the entire Deer tribe within 3 days. Siad quickly realized that refusal would mean certain death. He decided to comply with Chu Zihong's request, but tentatively asked what benefits he would receive. Chu Zihong offered the terms. Siad would rule the Deer tribe, receiving $1 million in monthly support, with weapons, equipment, and personnel welfare managed by Siad himself. For Siad, this astronomical sum in Somalia was irresistible. He thought, being a puppet without risking his life and still making a fortune, why not? As for how much to give his subordinates, that was entirely up to him. However, Siad didn't realize that as the Deer tribe grew and its population increased, his expenses would soon exceed the $1 million Chu Zihong provided. He would have to dip into his own funds to purchase weapons and equipment from Umbrella Corporation. In this way, the $1 million would eventually flow back into Chu Zihong's pockets. Chu Zihong cleverly exploited the power of capital, effortlessly gaining control over a potentially powerful armed tribe. This operation was akin to a summer barbecue stand advertising. All-you-can-eat shrimp for $100. Customers thought they were getting a great deal, but in reality, the owner profited drawing in large crowds and earning substantial revenue. As for the quality of the shrimp, only the diners' stomachs would know. Throughout history, regardless of time or place, merchants have always been profit-driven. Chu Zihong's maneuver once again confirmed an age-old truth. Businessmen never engage in losing trades. After leaving the deer tribe, Victor couldn't help but ask Chu Zihong about his plan. Chu Zihong casually responded, pointing out the choices Xiata faced. Either act wisely according to the demands or foolishly bring about their own destruction. He explained the arrangement of a monthly welfare of $1 million, cleverly shifting the military expenses to Xiata. Victor suddenly understood and praised his boss's shrewd strategy. Chu Zihong further instructed that Catalia be responsible for surveillance due to her intelligence advantage as a black woman in East Africa and her previous success in assassinating Sean Stark. With the matter settled, Chu Zihong left the USS Rapid Response Force to guard the weapons and led his team aboard a cargo ship heading to Mogadishu. The ship's deafening horn echoed as it slowly departed from Bosaso port. Upon arriving in Mogadishu, Chu Zihong was struck by the beauty of the city, untouched by war. The lush greenery, towering mosque minarets, beige Arab-style houses, and ancient fortresses painted a serene and beautiful picture. The thought that this place would soon be ravaged by war filled Chu Zihong with a sense of regret. The convoy quickly arrived at Mogadishu's only four-star hotel. After confirming the rooms were secure, Chu Zihong comfortably sat on the sofa in the presidential suite, listening to Victor's report on Mohammed Farah Aidid. Learning that Aidid was hosting a birthday party that evening, Chu Zihong decided to use the opportunity to approach Somalia's future warlord. Exhaling a ring of smoke, he smiled and mentioned preparing a considerable gift. When Victor mistakenly thought it was money, Chu Zihong casually mentioned brain platinum, an advertising slogan from his previous life, which confused Victor. Chu Zihong quickly corrected himself, hinting that the gift was something more valuable. Victor was astonished by the cost of the gift, but understood it was a strategy to advertise their arms business. Finally, Victor recalled the process of acquiring the gift and couldn't help but marvel at his boss's wealth and capricious nature. Aide stood before the mirror, pleased as he admired his crisp, olive-green military uniform. The outfit invigorated him, making him feel as though he exuded an aura of commanding authority. He pondered silently, believing that the presidency of Somalia rightfully belonged to him, not that hypocrite Bar. One day, he vowed, he would personally overthrow that pretender. Just then, a servant respectfully handed him a golden Desert Eagle pistol. "General, your sidearm." Aide turned, took the pistol, and admiringly toyed with it for a moment before holstering it at his waist. This custom-made golden pistol from Magnum Research was designed for significant occasions. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps caught Aide's attention. He frowned and looked in the direction of the noise, only to see his adjutant, Lux, running towards him with an excited expression. "General, a guest has brought you a grand gift." Puzzled, Aide followed Lux to the balcony and looked down at the courtyard. Guests surrounded a massive object, and as he recognized what it was, his eyes widened with disbelief. "Is that a tank? What a grand gesture!" Though he felt it was a bit ostentatious to flaunt such a gift in front of everyone, Aide couldn't help but feel a swell of pride and satisfaction. "Who sent it?" Aide asked eagerly. Lux pointed to an Asian man in a black suit, holding a glass of wine. "Mr. Nicholas." Following Lux's direction, Aide saw the man standing by the tank, smiling amicably. "A Chinese." Aide squinted, calculating his next move. At that moment, Chu Zihong noticed Aide's gaze and raised his glass in acknowledgement. He then addressed the surrounding guests in fluent English. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to attend General Aide's birthday banquet tonight." His announcement caused a stir among the guests. Inside the villa, ambassadors from countries like the United States, France, and Britain were conversing when they heard the commotion and moved to the windows. "An Asian face? Japanese or South Korean?" The American ambassador mused. "Umbrella Corporation? Have you heard of them?" "Looks like an arms dealer," another ambassador noted thoughtfully, committing the name to memory. Chu Zihong was unfazed by the attention. As an arms dealer, he knew that being in the spotlight was inevitable and was prepared for any dangers. Observing the reactions of Aide and the guests, he knew his objective had been achieved. This unique advertisement was worth it. Aide adjusted his attire and eagerly descended the stairs. By this time, Chu Zihong was surrounded by guests, seemingly the star of the evening, yet he navigated the crowd effortlessly. The ambassador's attention was fixated on this Asian arms dealer, especially the American ambassador, who immediately arranged for an investigation into Chu Zihong's background. Chu Zihong didn't mind being scrutinized. He had come here to make a name for himself. In war-torn Somalia, where arms dealers were plentiful, only a high-profile approach would succeed. He needed to open the market and establish his reputation. As Chu Zihong stepped into the villa, a long-awaited system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a minor fame milestone." Fame is a crucial asset for an arms dealer. Congratulations on becoming somewhat famous in Somalia. Reward: random draw of military equipment from a major military power in your previous life and 10 special talents. Would you like to draw? Chu Zihong's eyes lit up, but the system quickly reminded him that the drawn equipment would be limited to the current technological level of this timeline. Although slightly disappointed, the system explained that the available equipment would gradually upgrade over time to avoid excessively disrupting the world's technological development. System: if my research surpasses this world's technology, will it trigger world correction forces? Chu Zihong asked curiously. The system replied, as long as it doesn't interfere with the normal military technology of countries in this parallel world, it won't trigger any corrections. Any research conducted within the norms of this world will be considered part of this world's technology. Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes. He thought to himself, this is great. The system really understands me. Thumbs up. Chu Zihong picked up a glass of red wine from a tray brought by a servant. With a decision made in his heart, a virtual screen appeared before his eyes, displaying the flags of various countries. Among them were familiar faces: the world's only superpower, Sam Country, as well as China, Winter Country, France, and Great Britain. Compared to other military powers, Chu Zihong favored China and Winter Country. Their weapons were not only inexpensive but also met firepower requirements, adhering to the Soviet tradition of being robust and practical. He silently prayed to draw one of these two countries. However, things didn't go as planned. The screen finally settled on a flag with blue on top and yellow on the bottom: Ukraine. Chu Zihong cursed inwardly, but then thought it wasn't too bad. After the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991, Ukraine inherited a vast military arsenal. Over 6,000 tanks, more than 7,000 armored vehicles, over 7,000 artillery pieces, 19 Tu-160 strategic bombers at the time. Winter Country had fewer than 10, 32-95 and Tu-22 bombers, and numerous transport aircraft. More importantly, Ukraine also received many advanced weapon design units, such as the famous Antonov Design Bureau, and a wealth of nuclear weapon research results. Over half of these units were staffed with experienced technicians and experts, many of whom had directly participated in weapon production. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Ukraine. Initiating random selection of weapons. Kindly note that all weapons are legally sourced and will be transported to Boseso port in 3 days. Chu Zihong couldn't help but feel pleased. If he sold all these weapons, he could easily make billions. The only downside was the lack of aircraft, which he would have to procure later at a high cost from Kiev. He downed his glass of red wine in one gulp and turned his gaze to Aidid, who was descending the stairs. This warlord, who had stirred up turmoil in Somalia and stood up to Uncle Sam, now looked quite unremarkable. His frail frame in a crisp military uniform made him appear like a child playing dress-up, almost comical. Yet, the aura of authority from years in power was unmistakable. Chu Zihong mocked inwardly. No matter how formidable, he's just a clown in a circus. Aidid warmly shook Chu Zihong's hand. Mr. Nicholas, thank you for your gift. From today, you are my brother. Chu Zihong modestly replied, General, it's just a small token of respect. Inwardly, he scoffed at the word brother. Noticing the curious glances around them, Aidid suggested they talk privately upstairs. Chu Zihong readily agreed. The second floor was even more lavish, with an abundance of gold decor and several European masterpieces on the walls. Aidid led Chu Zihong to an Arab-style room at the end of the hallway, where a large self-portrait of Aidid hung above the fireplace. After sitting down, Aidid offered Chu Zihong a cigar, which he politely declined. Aidid lit his own cigar, took a puff and probed. I've heard that Mr. Nicholas is an arms dealer? Chu Zihong corrected him. General, I am an emissary for global peace, bringing hope to people. Aidid chuckled. Global peace? Isn't it a bit contradictory for an arms dealer to say that? Nicholas, that's not a very funny joke. Chu Zihong launched into his spiel. General, I'm not joking. People in third world countries shouldn't live in poverty. They need weapons to secure their future. Allah guided me here, saying he doesn't want his followers to live in poverty, but to be happy and bask in his holy light. Aidid's lips twitched, thinking this Asian arms dealer's persuasion skills were top-notch, even invoking Allah. Not wanting to hear more, he cut to the chase. Nicholas, can I see your weapons, or rather, your hope? Chu Zihong readily agreed. No problem. I have a batch of Soviet goods on hand. Of course, General, I can get you anything you want, even if I don't have it in stock. Do you have AK-47s? General, how many tons do you need? Chu Zihong almost blurted out the purchase price but quickly corrected himself. I mean, how many units? 800 yuan per unit, with 10 rounds of ammunition included. If you order 1,000 units, I can give you a 20% discount. How about it, General? If you're interested, act now. Aidid clenched his fist and glanced at his aide, Lex, who subtly shook his head. Nicholas stood in Aidid's office with a friendly smile on his face, but inwardly he was cursing this stingy warlord. Aidid had just proposed another price cut, making Chu Zihong wish he could kick him hard. General, 800 per unit is already a fair price. Chu Zihong patiently explained. Others are selling them for thousands. Transporting weapons here is a hassle, requiring bribes to avoid Interpol's attention. Plus, I have a team to pay. I need to make some profit, right? Aided nodded thoughtfully. You make a good point. But I need a large quantity, enough to equip an entire division with Soviet gear. Considering the volume, can't you give me a better deal? Chu Zihong feigned difficulty, while inwardly cursing Aided for being a cheapskate. 800 was already too much for him. What a miser. But for his own interests, this deal had to be made. He needed land from Aided to build the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. General, out of our brotherly friendship, I can lower the price a bit. How about 700 per unit? Chu Zihong put on a show of making a great sacrifice. Aided readily agreed. Since you've put it that way, it would be petty of me to haggle further. Let's go with your price. Chu Zihong gave a thumbs up. General, you're straightforward. Cash or transfer? He asked, pulling out a Siemens POS machine from his pocket, its size comparable to a brick. Hold on. Aided waved his hand. We need more weapons. Chu Zihong grew wary, thinking this monkey might default. He quickly laughed it off, saying, General, with your vast resources, you wouldn't be thinking of. Lux, standing beside them, quickly explained, Mr. Nicholas, you've misunderstood. The general means we need additional arms. I see. I apologize for my abruptness. Chu Zihong sighed in relief, flashing an apologetic smile. In the ensuing negotiations, Aided haggled for more discounts. Although Chu Zihong outwardly agreed generously, he inwardly cursed the stingy warlord again. They finally settled on a deal for T-72 tanks, RPGs, grenades, light and heavy machine guns, and armored vehicles. An hour later, Chu Zihong stood at the door, bidding farewell to Aided. General, the arms will arrive at the Mogadishu port by 1 p.m. tomorrow. With that, he got into his car and drove off, the red taillights quickly disappearing into the night. Aided watched the car's retreating figure and suddenly asked Lux, how much do you trust this Chinese man's words? Lux hesitated for a moment before answering. Considering his Chinese background, probably quite reliable. Aided sneered. Chinese? From a country as poor as theirs, what credibility do they have? Be ready to collect the goods tomorrow. He turned and left. On the way back, Chu Zihong sat in the SUV, reflecting on the deal with Aided. He realized that although Aided was stingy, he was no fool. This warlord knew how to use the media and military to control the narrative, even taking over the city's radio stations to promote himself. Chu Zihong was relieved that the T-80 tank he sent had successfully sealed the deal, earning him 1.5 billion and a bag of blood diamonds. Though blood diamonds were tainted, in a businessman's eyes, only profit mattered. Victor, the driver, couldn't help but ask, Boss, why deal with such warlords? Chu Zihong countered, Victor, who do you think will rule this planet? Victor guessed, puzzled. The Americans? The Soviets? No. Arms dealers, Chu Zihong explained with a smile, because other countries are too busy killing each other. Hearing this, Victor fell silent, realizing that Chu Zihong had hit the nail on the head. A few minutes later, Chu Zihong successfully arrived at the hotel. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Had this been Somalia in his previous life, he might have already fallen into the hands of pirates, waiting for his family and friends to gather ransom money. As he stepped into the opulent hotel lobby, a thought suddenly flashed through Chu Zihong's mind. He stopped and turned to Victor, who was following closely behind. Victor, tell Baroque to remove all the composite armor from the tank battalion, and take off the machine guns too. Victor was taken aback and asked in confusion, Boss, if we remove those, the T-72 tank's defense capabilities will be significantly reduced. Chu Zihong flashed a cunning smile and explained, that's exactly the point. This way, they'll come back to us for repairs or to purchase a new batch with composite armor and machine guns. We'll make a fortune again. Why not? Hearing this, Victor couldn't help but feel sympathy for Aided. Spending a hefty sum only to get a batch of weakened T-72s was more tragic than a Shakespearean play. He silently admired his boss's business acumen, who played the capitalist game so masterfully. After giving his instructions, Chu Zihong was about to head towards the elevator when a white man in a suit quickly intercepted him. Good evening, sir. Are you Mr. Nicholas Yuri? The man asked politely. Yes, that's me, Chu Zihong admitted calmly. Mr. Yuri, I'm Poroshenko, an employee at the Soviet embassy in Somalia. Our ambassador Sergei Schmeigel would like to invite you to the embassy for a drink and a chat. A glint of intrigue flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes. It seemed that his high-profile appearance at Aided's birthday party had caught the attention of several ambassadors from major powers. Unexpectedly, the first to approach him was the Soviet Union, rather than the United States as he had anticipated. Since it was an invitation from the Soviets, why not go and see? Chu Zihong thought. There might be some unexpected gains. After all, the Soviet Union was already on the brink of collapse. Not only were domestic officials looking for an exit strategy, but these foreign ambassadors were likely no exception. In this world, only money could provide a sense of security. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The embassies of various countries in Somalia were located close to the hotel where Chu Zihong was staying, just a few minutes' walk away. The Soviet embassy was at the far end, occupying the largest area and boasting the most magnificent architecture. The bright red Soviet flag fluttered conspicuously in the night breeze. Led by Poroshenko, Chu Zihong smoothly entered the embassy. After several turns, they finally arrived at a spacious office. The first thing that caught his eye were the portraits of the three leaders who had led the Soviet Union to the pinnacle of the world, along with the iconic red flag, reminiscent of the popular game Red Alert. Behind a circular desk, a middle-aged white man with a mustache saw Chu Zihong's arrival and immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. "Mr. Yuri, young and promising, a pleasure to meet you," the ambassador said warmly. "The pleasure is mine, ambassador," Chu Zihong responded politely. After some pleasantries, Schmeigel signaled for Poroshenko to leave, then guided Chu Zihong to a sofa, bringing out a bottle of long-preserved red wine. As he poured the wine, he lamented that it couldn't compare to their Soviet vodka. Unfortunately, in resource-scarce Somalia, authentic vodka was hard to come by, and securing a bottle of Domaine de la Romanée was already an achievement. Understanding the hint, Chu Zihong pulled a bottle of Erguotu from his bag and handed it to Schmeigel. "Ambassador, I didn't bring vodka, but this is a baijiu from my homeland. Why not give it a try?" Schmeigel's eyes lit up, and although he said, "Oh, you shouldn't have," he eagerly accepted the bottle. He unscrewed the cap, and the strong aroma of the liquor filled the room. Tilting his head back, he downed the entire bottle of Erguotu in one go, then wiped his mouth in satisfaction. "Mr. Yuri, thank you so much. This Erguotu is excellent. Where can I buy more?" Schmeigel asked excitedly. "Ambassador, if you like it, I have plenty more. They're all yours," Chu Zihong generously offered. "Really? That's fantastic," Schmeigel exclaimed, as excited as a child. Chu Zihong chuckled inwardly. The Soviet love for alcohol was no exaggeration. A single bottle could buy you friendship. Their enthusiasm was genuine, unlike the hypocritical Westerners. After a few rounds of drinks, Schmeigel got straight to the point. "Yuri, you're an arms dealer, correct?" "Ambassador, let me correct you. I'm a messenger of peace and hope for the world," Chu Zihong said with a straight face. Schmeigel thought to himself, "This Chinese guy can lie through his teeth without flinching." But he still smiled and praised. "Yuri, you sure know how to talk." With a smile, Chu Zihong pulled out $10,000 and pushed it towards Schmeigel. "Ambassador, while I may have some gift of gab, I find that dollars, dinars, drachmas, rubles, rupees, and pounds are far more persuasive." Schmeigel didn't hesitate to pocket the money, laughing. "You're right, I think the same way." He then turned serious. "Yuri, I actually have a big business deal to discuss with you." Chu Zihong's eyes gleamed. Just as he suspected, he feigned curiosity and asked, "What kind of big business?" "My brother has a batch of arms back home that he needs to sell. Would you be interested?" Schmeigel looked directly into Chu Zihong's eyes. "Ambassador, if it's about arms, I'm definitely interested," Chu Zihong said, spreading his hands. "After all, I'm a peace-loving arms dealer." Schmeigel rolled his eyes, thinking, "What a load of nonsense. Peace is an arms dealer's greatest risk, and you claim to love peace? This Chinese guy is a master at spinning tales." "Ambassador, do you know how much firepower your brother can provide? And how much can you handle?" Schmeigel asked with a knowing smile, turning the question back on Chu Zihong, who was momentarily taken aback. His mind flashed to the wealth he had just acquired from EDID, filling him with a secret joy. Another major client. Suppressing his excitement, he responded confidently, "As much as your brother can supply, I have the capacity to handle." Schmeigel studied Chu Zihong with interest before asking again, "Mr. Nicholas, you have quite an appetite. My brother commands an entire army group. Are you sure you can handle that?" Chu Zihong's eyes flickered with surprise at Schmeigel's words. He quickly asked, "Who exactly is your brother, ambassador?" With a hint of pride, Schmeigel replied, "My brother is Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin, commander of the 5th Air Army." Chu Zihong's heart sank. As he had suspected, this was indeed a significant connection. He regretted spending 10,000 with Ivanov, when he could have leveraged his relationship with Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin for free. With Schmeigel's connection, he could become a close associate of Pushkin, reducing his costs significantly. Seeing Chu Zihong suddenly fall silent, Schmeigel asked in confusion, "Nicholas, what's wrong?" Chu Zihong waved it off. "Nothing, ambassador. Let's discuss this big deal." The conversation then focused on the batch of arms Joseph Pushkin was about to sell. Ambition gleamed in Chu Zihong's eyes as he mentally mapped out a grand plan. Acquiring IL-76 transport aircraft to establish global air routes for arms delivery, eventually expanding into PMC services, including combat support, eliminating hostile forces, medical services, and humanitarian aid. He envisioned becoming a global military contractor, second only to the United States, capable of cross-border troop deployment and operational support. Chu Zihong made a firm resolve. No matter the cost, he would secure this batch of arms, even if it meant risking everything he owned. By the time he left the Soviet embassy, it was already 2 a.m., but Chu Zihong felt no fatigue, too excited to sleep. Suppressing the urge to fly to Kiev immediately, he turned to Victor beside him and asked, "When will our people arrive?" Victor replied, "Boss, they are on their way and should arrive in Boseso in about 3 days." "How many?" Chu Zihong asked. 13, from the French Special Forces, SAS, and NOCS, Victor reported in detail. Chu Zihong nodded in satisfaction. "Good, bring more talent like this." The quiet night in Somalia felt timeless. Chu Zihong knew that a year from now, such peaceful nights would be a rarity. Under the faint moonlight, he and Victor disappeared into the streets. Meanwhile, from a second-floor window of the Soviet embassy, Ambassador Schmeigel watched Chu Zihong leave. Once he was out of sight, Schmeigel drew the curtains and turned to face the quietly appearing Boroshenko. "Ambassador." Boroshenko greeted respectfully, as a KGB agent. "How would you evaluate this, Mr. Nicholas?" Lighting a cigar, Schmeigel spoke slowly, a shrewd and ambitious fellow. His ambitions likely extend far beyond arms dealing, and he has a knack for persuasion that could convince the dead to rise. Boroshenko nodded thoughtfully. "Your insight is sharp, Ambassador." "I am humbled." Schmeigel chuckled and instructed, "Boroshenko, go to Boseso in a week and take him to Kiev. I don't want any greedy interlopers blocking our path to fortune." A cold glint appeared in Boroshenko's eyes. "Rest assured, Ambassador, I know what to do." Schmeigel, satisfied, pulled a 10,000 stack from his drawer and tossed it on the table. "Do a good job, and there will be more for you." "Yes, Ambassador." Boroshenko grinned, thinking about the potential casualties among those who might stand in their way. Back in his hotel room, Chu Zihong remembered he hadn't yet used his system rewards. He immediately activated the system to summon special talents. The system's prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 financial experts, 2 high-tech specialists, and 5 firearms technicians. These talents will arrive in 3 days, independently seeking employment. You can approach them anytime, and they will gladly accept your offer and remain loyal indefinitely." Chu Zihong felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for mercenaries, but quickly realized the importance of these support talents. Financial experts could manage operations, allowing him to focus on strategic planning. High-tech and firearms specialists would help him establish his own arms factory, ensuring self-sufficiency and innovation. With the impending collapse of the Soviet Union, Chu Zihong's ambition burned brightly. He planned to leverage these talents to establish a foothold in the Soviet market, seizing opportunities from the economic turmoil. He also remembered his 416 Hong Kong dollars manufacturing blueprint, ready to build his own arms empire. Lying in bed, Chu Zihong's mind was already sketching a grand future. He vowed to himself, "This time, I will become a true international arms dealer." Besides financial and firearms experts, it was the high-tech talent that truly excited Chu Zihong. The addition of these top-tier scientists meant Chu Zihong would soon command cutting-edge, world-class technology, turning his vision of a real-life umbrella corporation into reality. The system's rewards were beyond generous. Chu Zihong could barely resist the urge to shower it with kisses. With the talent in place, the next step was to establish the headquarters for Umbrella Corporation and commence construction. Chu Zihong mused that surpassing Lockheed Martin and becoming the world's largest arms supplier was no longer a dream but a tangible reality. The next day at 1 p.m., Mogadishu port. "Nicholas, I hope we can work together again." Lex extended his hand. Chu Zihong shook his hand and replied with a smile, "No problem. Please inform the general that if he needs custom weaponry, he can contact me. I studied design at the University of California and can create the most ergonomic equipment configurations for his elite troops." Lex tilted his head slightly, puzzled but not showing it. He had no idea that Chu Zihong had never studied design. It was all a bluff. After confirming the quantity of arms was correct, Lex and his team departed. Standing on the cargo ship, Chu Zihong watched the convoy carrying billions worth of arms drive away. He knew that Aidid likely purchased this arsenal to overthrow the Bar regime, and within a year, Somalia's situation would drastically change. The more chaotic the place, the better it is for arms dealers. Chu Zihong chuckled to himself. "All I care about is whether the Franklins in my pocket are increasing." Chu Zihong then ordered the captain to sail back to Boseso port while he, along with Victor and others, headed to the abandoned town 30 kilometers away that Aidid had given him. This piece of land had cost Chu Zihong 15 million plus a 10-year usage right of Mogadishu airport. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the devastated town. Chu Zihong looked at the ruins before him. His mouth twitching. Cleaning up and rebuilding would require a hefty sum. "Victor, what do you think of this place?" Chu Zihong asked. Victor suggested building a 20-meter-high wall around the perimeter, equipped with Vulcan cannons, anti-aircraft weapons, and other defensive systems. Chu Zihong thought it was a good idea and decided to turn the company into an impregnable military fortress, with critical facilities built underground. Just as Chu Zihong was about to leave, Victor suddenly became alert. Who's there? Come out. He drew his Glock and aimed at the half-collapsed wall in the 1 o'clock direction. The other 3 NOCS members quickly flanked the area. A shout came from behind the wall, and a ragged white man emerged with his hands raised. The NOCS team immediately subdued him, using nylon zip ties to restrain him. 2 bodyguards thoroughly searched the ragged white man, who looked like a beggar. Finding no weapons, they immediately hoisted him up and half-dragged him to where Chu Zihong and Victor were standing. Chu Zihong scrutinized the stranger. His long black hair was disheveled, his beard was unkempt, and his eyes, though deep, were filled with wariness. His face was so grimy it was hard to discern his features, and his clothes were in tatters, barely covering his body. Is this guy fresh out of jail? Or a foreign tourist who got robbed by locals? Chu Zihong wondered to himself. You two, let him go, Chu Zihong commanded. Victor quickly intervened. Boss, he might be a mercenary or a spy. Better to be cautious. Chu Zihong dismissed the concern. With the way he looks, even a woman could take him down. Let him go. He waved his hand dismissively. The bodyguards released the white man, who immediately collapsed to the ground with a groan. Chu Zihong crouched in front of the man and used his pistol to push aside the man's long hair, revealing a pair of muddled eyes. Hey, can you speak English? The man struggled to sit up and weakly replied, Sir. Yes, I can. Who are you and why are you here? Chu Zihong pressed. The man didn't answer immediately but swallowed hard and looked pitifully at Chu Zihong. Sir, could you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten in 3 days. I feel like I'm going to die. Chu Zihong looked into the man's eyes and saw a mix of pleading, pity, despair, and regret. But deep within, he also caught a glimpse of something more sinister. This guy has a story, Chu Zihong thought. He turned to Victor. Victor, do we have any food? Yes, in the car, Victor nodded. Go get some, and water too. Yes, boss. Victor didn't go himself, but sent one of the men. He needed to stay and protect his boss. Soon, the bodyguard returned with a bag of dry bread and a bottle of water. The ragged man grabbed the bread eagerly, tore open the packaging, and devoured it like a starving wolf. Slow down, don't choke. Drink some water, Chu Zihong reminded him, fearing the man might choke to death right in front of him. The man quickly finished the bread and water, but still looked unsatisfied. After regaining some strength, he finally answered Chu Zihong's earlier questions. Upon hearing the man's story, Chu Zihong's expression turned peculiar. The man's name was Chris Collette, a former member of the French Special Forces. Having no other skills besides special operations, he had come to Mogadishu with his remaining assets, hoping to join an old comrade. However, fate had other plans. The mercenary team his comrade belonged to had taken a big job the day before Chris arrived, assassinating a tribal leader near Mogadishu. Unfortunately, they were ambushed and wiped out. With no one to turn to and no money, Chris had to walk back to Mogadishu, intending to seek help from the French embassy. But his misfortune didn't end there. He encountered a sandstorm in the desert. Even a special forces soldier would struggle to survive in such conditions. Eventually, he ended up in the sorry state Chu Zihong found him in. Penniless, without food, and after walking for a day and a night, he finally found his way out of the desert and arrived at this abandoned town. Chris had hoped to find some food but spotted Chu Zihong and his group instead. Seeing their numbers, he decided to observe them, only to be discovered by Victor. After hearing this tale, Chu Zihong couldn't help but feel sorry for the guy. A former Special Forces soldier reduced to this state was quite a character. Losing interest, Chu Zihong prepared to leave. He figured giving Chris bread and water was enough to keep him from starving to death. Sir, please, Chris called out as Chu Zihong and his group were about to leave. Chu Zihong paused and turned back, puzzled. Chris swallowed hard and, with a nervous expression, asked, Can you give me a job? Even for $100? The scene shifts to a presidential suite in a hotel. Chu Zihong relaxed on the sofa, smoking a cigarette with his legs crossed. Across from him, Chris was devouring food like a starving man, crumbs falling everywhere. Suddenly, Chris choked and started coughing violently, his face turning red. Victor rolled his eyes and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Chris thanked him and gulped down half the bottle, finally catching his breath. Seeing that Chris was full, Chu Zihong stubbed out his cigarette and got straight to the point. Now that you're fed, let's get down to business. If you join us at Umbrella Corporation, you'll often be in conflict zones. The annual salary is $30,000, with a death benefit of $500,000. We offer all the benefits other mercenary organizations don't: insurance, medical care, holidays, gifts, and 2 months off per year. Think about it. Being a civilian is better than dying somewhere and becoming animal food. Chu Zihong stared intently at Chris, waiting for his response. Chris was stunned. An annual salary of $30,000? A death benefit of $500,000? He couldn't believe his ears. In France, the middle class earned only $1,000 or $2,000 a month, and here he was being offered $30,000 a year? With such benefits, he had no reason to refuse. Without hesitation, Chris agreed to join. Before the 21st century, the average salary in Europe and the US hadn't reached thousands. In the US, $1 could buy a good meal, and $100 was unimaginable. Chu Zihong's offer was better than most mercenary organizations. A $30,000 annual salary and a $500,000 death benefit were enough to attract countless mercenaries. The allure of money is always irresistible. Welcome to Umbrella Corporation. Our company's mission is to bring peace to the world through any means necessary, Chu Zihong said, standing and extending his hand to Chris with a smile. Chu Zihong didn't necessarily need Chris, but Umbrella Corporation was severely understaffed. Chris, a former French Special Forces soldier, was better than an ordinary person, even as cannon fodder. Besides, Chu Zihong never did anything without a benefit in mind. He was well educated, although he had dropped out of college. Getting into the University of California wasn't easy, even if his father had paid for it. He was still a college student, after all. As the saying goes, a knowledgeable rogue is more dangerous than a brute. Boss, I'll do my best, Chris said eagerly, gripping Chu Zihong's hand like a sycophant. The company is setting up a PMC unit. If you have friends or comrades, bring them along. There's a $500 referral fee for each one, Chu Zihong said, making a gesture. The true power of financial temptation. As the first rays of morning sunlight gently streamed into the luxurious room, Chu Zihong half reclined on the bed, his eyes fixed on the CNN morning news playing on the TV screen. CNN International is renowned for its 24-hour global coverage and live breaking news reports, spanning over 210 countries and regions. However, Chu Zihong was acutely aware that CNN reporters often lacked integrity and impartiality, especially when covering sensitive topics like human rights and freedom. They frequently resorted to fabrication and slander. He recalled CNN's baseless speculations on human rights issues in the western part of a certain country during their Connecting the World program and their reckless predictions about the country's future policies. What was even more laughable was when CNN mistakenly identified a southern town as part of the western province on a map, causing quite a blunder. Speechless to the max, Chu Zihong muttered to himself. He knew well that CNN's reporting was heavily biased and had long ceased to be a reliable source for being the first to know. To him, these so-called journalists were merely tools manipulated by capitalists and politicians. Despite this, Chu Zihong still made it a point to stay informed about global affairs through CNN. As an arms dealer, it was a necessary part of his job. After all, understanding global dynamics was crucial to predicting where conflicts might arise, thus seizing opportunities for profit. After watching for a while, Chu Zihong turned off the TV. The world remained as it was, seemingly in the last peaceful moments of the 21st century. He reflected on the dramatic changes in global dynamics since the 1990s, particularly the few regional wars that had drawn worldwide attention and left lasting impacts. Dressed and ready, Chu Zihong walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, taking in the panoramic view of Mogadishu. Unlike the bustling metropolises of developed countries, Mogadishu resembled more of a small town. Apart from the mosques and the four-star hotel he was staying in, there were hardly any tall buildings. The only redeeming feature might be the brilliant night sky and the fresh air free from industrial pollution. However, Chu Zihong knew that all this would be fleeting within a year. The sound of soft footsteps behind him indicated the arrival of his chief bodyguard, Victor. Boss, Colette took the money you gave him and caught the earliest flight to France. He's efficient and keeps his word, Victor reported. Chu Zihong turned around, a faint smile appearing on his face. Victor, looking somewhat concerned, asked, Boss, what if he takes the $2 million and doesn't come back? That's a lot of money, and who can resist such temptation? He's not as loyal to you as we are. In my country, there's a saying, if you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use them, don't suspect them, Chu Zihong replied calmly, then added with a hint of sarcasm. If he really runs off with the money, just consider it as a dog taking away a piece of crap. Victor was momentarily speechless, only able to admire his boss's colorful metaphor. In fact, for Chu Zihong, the French special forces Colette recruited were merely cannon fodder. He cynically recalled France's performance in World War II. The so-called world's top army of the First French Empire surrendered to Germany in less than 40 days. This surrender joke had been repeated internationally, leaving the French with little to rebut. Chu Zihong explained that France had lost 5 million young men in World War I, leading to a cautious and even somewhat timid approach on the battlefield thereafter. Being one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council was thanks to General de Gaulle. Chu Zihong had little expectation for the French soldiers. As long as they could supplement his manpower and serve as cannon fodder, that was enough. Today, we'll visit Mogadishu Airport. Aided has agreed to grant us a 10-year usage right, Chu Zihong said, sitting on the sofa and taking a bite of the breakfast bread on the coffee table. He briefly introduced the 4 airports in Mogadishu. emphasizing that Aidid had promised him the usage rights to Mogadishu International Airport located in the Old Town. This airport had been a focal point of contention during the Civil War and suffered heavy losses from U.S. bombings in 1992. Despite it being a hot potato, Chu Zihong decided to take it on. With me here, I call the shots on my turf. Anyone who dares to reach out will get their hand chopped off, Chu Zihong said coldly. All the talk in the world can't compare to the decisiveness of a single bullet. For Aidid, with Somalia's limited fighter jets and helicopters, the airport was practically useless. Trading its usage rights for benefits, even if only for 10 years, was a good deal. Besides, he could always take it back by force. Two cunning foxes, each with their own agenda. Victor frowned and asked, "Boss, is Aidid's word really more influential than the president's?" Chu Zihong took a sip of hot milk and explained, "Aidid now controls the national army and has the support of most Somali clans. Bar would have to be out of his mind to cross him. So, Bar is just a puppet? Pretty much, but slightly better than a puppet. He still has some real power and controls part of the military. In Mogadishu, he still holds some sway, but outside the capital, not so much," Chu Zihong said with a hint of sarcasm. The current Bar government is like the Zhou dynasty during the spring and autumn period. The Zhou king's words only mattered in the capital. Outside the capital, the 7 warring states didn't care about him. Being a president in this situation is unique, to say the least. Meanwhile, at the airport in Paris, France, Colette blended into the crowd as he exited the airport, wearing sunglasses, carrying a black briefcase, and dressed in a black suit, looking every bit like a man in black. He took a deep breath, savoring the familiar air. Finally home after more than a month away. Although he had been gone for just over a month, it felt like a lifetime. He couldn't help but think, damn, who could imagine what I've been through out there? After exiting the airport, Colette walked to the taxi stand and queued up for a cab. A yellow taxi pulled up in front of him. The driver turned and greeted him in fluent Parisian French. "Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Daniel's Taxi. Where to?" 19th District, please," Colette replied succinctly. Driver Daniel was about to close the passenger card but hesitated. He turned back to Colette and said, "Sir, the 19th District has a bad reputation. It's home to addicts, gangs, and the homeless. Are you sure you want to go there?" Colette's gaze was unwavering as he looked at the driver. "Of course, is that a problem?" Daniel shrugged. "No problem, sir. Please fasten your seatbelt. We're on our way." The car left the airport and headed straight onto the expressway. Colette silently pondered his destination, the Stalingrad neighborhood, the most crime-ridden slum in Paris' 19th District. It was a hotspot for addicts, gangs, and the homeless, a persistent issue for the Paris city government. Every night, dozens of people gathered along the canal to use drugs, sometimes even as many as 400. The local residents had mixed reactions. Some attacked the addicts with paintballs, while others felt helpless sympathy. Police intervention only temporarily dispersed them. An hour later, the taxi passed through bustling streets and entered a desolate one. Colette looked out the window and saw a filthy homeless man defecating on the street. The passers-by, though disgusted, seemed accustomed to the sight. This scene starkly contrasted with Colette's image of a civilized Western country. The car wheels crunched over a discarded glass syringe, making a grating noise. Daniel stopped the car. "Here we are, sir. That'll be 25 francs. Colette handed over 50 francs. "Keep the change." Daniel was overjoyed and thanked him for his generosity. After getting out, Colette immediately felt the various gazes around him scrutinizing, wary, covetous. Most eyes were fixed on the briefcase in his hand. Colette frowned and lightly touched the hard object at his waist, which quickly dispelled most of the covetous looks. Following his memory, Colette walked southwest, where many retired soldiers gathered. After World War II, although France was a victorious nation, its international status had significantly declined. To regain its prestige, France became involved in several foreign wars, such as the Suez Canal War and the Vietnam War. However, these wars sparked strong anti-war sentiments domestically. Returning soldiers were often seen as butchers and struggled to reintegrate into society, with many ending up homeless or joining gangs. Colette stayed in the 19th District for a day. As the sun set, he left with a dozen ragged, foul-smelling homeless men trailing behind him, a stark contrast to his well-dressed appearance. To improve their image, Colette had to take them to a hotel for a bath and a change of clothes. The next day, Colette took 2 newly refreshed veterans to Aubagny, near Marseille in southern France, home to the French Foreign Legion headquarters. With the lure of money, everything became simple. As he thought about introducing these men to his boss, a bright smile spread across Colette's face. Meanwhile, at Mogadishu airport, Chu Zihong suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and thought, "Is someone thinking about me? Impossible. I'm a lone wolf. Maybe I caught a cold in this hot Somali weather?" Airport manager Sinis asked with concern, "Mr. Nicholas, are you all right?" Chu Zihong snapped back to reality. "I'm fine, go on." Sinis sighed. Mr. Nicholas, even though this is an international airport, we actually have very few flights. Apart from airlines from the US, the UK, and France, almost no other airlines land here. Chu Zihong responded unexpectedly. In that case, shut it all down. Shut it down? Sinis asked in shock, thinking he had misheard. Chu Zihong's tone was firm. Since your government has leased it to me for 10 years, this place is now my territory. Only planes belonging to our umbrella corporation are allowed to land here. Sinis had a look of hesitation on his face, thinking to himself, is this Asian guy crazy? Shutting down flights for major powers? Is he not afraid of the ambassadors skinning him alive? Sinis, with a grave expression, explained to Chu Zihong the potential severe consequences of banning major airlines from flying. He was concerned that this decision would not only place immense pressure on the government, but might also result in Chu Zihong losing access to the airport. As the breadwinner of his family, Sinis had to consider the impact of this decision on his job. However, Chu Zihong seemed indifferent and casually remarked, "What's there to fear? There are other airports, right? Let them go there." Seeing Chu Zihong's resolute attitude, Sinis said no more and began to contemplate other options. Over the years working at the airport, he had saved enough money to move his family from Somalia to a European country for a better life. Chu Zihong patted Sinis on the shoulder and instructed, "Buddy, stop hesitating and take action. Send a fax to the major airlines right away, informing them that starting tomorrow, all flights except those from Umbrella Corporation are banned." Sinis shook his head helplessly and walked away. Victor watched Sinis leave, then quietly approached Chu Zihong and asked, "Boss, is it wise to offend the major powers?" Chu Zihong scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Somalia is a sovereign nation now. Those hypocrites won't openly violate international law. Besides, without any profit, who would be interested in it?" Chu Zihong then briefly reviewed Somalia's modern history, from European colonization to independence in the 1960s, its rise with Soviet support, and the early 1970s war with Ethiopia. He pointed out that after losing Soviet support, Somalia fell into hardship, and international aid was minimal. Following the Battle of Mogadishu, the United States lost interest and withdrew its troops and embassy. Chu Zihong continued, explaining that although the piracy issue attracted international attention, no country was willing to deeply intervene due to sovereignty and cost concerns. He concluded, "No profit, and it comes with a cost. Those European capitalist vampires naturally turn a blind eye. If it were a Middle Eastern country, they'd be eager to get involved. Banning their flights doesn't hurt them much. There are other airports to fly to. At most, they'll pressure the Somali government. With aided taking the heat, what do I have to fear? If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up." Victor nodded in agreement. As an Italian, he understood the true nature of European countries. Chu Zihong then took Victor on a tour of Mogadishu Airport. The sight was disappointing. Basic facilities, a terminal resembling a small house, crude wire fences, and even a lack of basic surveillance systems. The only satisfactory feature was the nearly 3,000-meter standard runway, but that was far from enough. Chu Zihong decided to fully renovate the airport, focusing on upgrading the runway, fences, warehouses, and the control tower. The remaining land would be used as a training base. He thought to himself, with a 10-year lease on the airport, it won't be easily taken back from me. Meanwhile, at the Mogadishu presidential palace, a female secretary handed a document to President Mohammed Syed Barre. Barre frowned and questioned, "Is Sinis out of his mind? Banning major airlines?" The secretary explained that it was a new policy at the airport leased to an Asian American by General Aided. Hearing his old rival's involvement, Barre's expression changed to one of complexity. "Since it's General Aided's decision, I might as well sign it," he said reluctantly. He quickly signed the document and instructed the secretary to send it to the embassies of various countries. The secretary understood that the president aimed to use the flight ban to pressure Aided and benefit from it. Soon, major airlines received the flight ban notice from the Mogadishu presidential palace. Although puzzled, they had no choice but to comply with the decision of a sovereign nation. The news quickly reached the embassies in Somalia, but ultimately, it led nowhere. Aided, having anticipated this, called Chu Zihong in advance and emphasized the pressure he was under. To avoid trouble, Chu Zihong resolved the issue with money. Satisfied, Aided hung up and began to smooth things over with the embassies. Considering the already limited flights to Somalia and the availability of other nearby airports, the matter quickly blew over. President Syed Barre was furious upon learning of the outcome. His plan thwarted once again. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Damn Aided." However, amidst his anger, his gaze shifted to Chu Zihong, thinking, "I can't mess with Aided, but can't I deal with you, an outsider?" Mogadishu International Airport, inside an office. Chu Zihong stood by the window, gazing at the airport through the blinds. A Marlboro cigarette was nestled between his fingers, with menthol-scented smoke curling through the air. This brand, which had gained global popularity in the 80s and 90s, was famous for its strong, light, and menthol flavors. Chu Zihong preferred the menthol variant. Its refreshing effect helped him stay alert when tired or dealing with headaches. Right now, he needed that clarity. Just minutes ago, Aided had walked away with $2 million, making Chu Zihong realize he had underestimated the man's greed. But greed also meant vulnerability, something he could exploit. He calculated silently, let Aided live another year. Anyone daring enough to take his money was already as good as dead. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Victor entered. Boss, there's a man outside who says he's Yao Yin, a military attaché from the Chinese embassy. He wants to see you. Chu Zihong paused, then turned to Victor. Say that again. I was lost in thought and didn't catch it. Victor repeated himself. After confirming the visitor's identity, Chu Zihong frowned and remained silent for a moment before speaking. Victor, tell him I'm not here and ask him to leave. Boss, since he's from your homeland, why not meet him? Victor asked, puzzled. Chu Zihong didn't bother explaining further, and simply waved his hand. Just do as I say. All right, boss. After Victor left, Chu Zihong massaged his temples and sighed. He suddenly remembered something important. China had been growing stronger during this period, with increasing trade relations with other countries. Africa was a significant trade partner for China, with Somalia being one of them. Initially, Somalia had sought China's military intervention, but China declined. Subsequently, Somalia requested to purchase Chinese fighter jets. For China, this was a rare opportunity. Isolated internationally, Somalia saw China as its only reliable ally. At the same time, China needed foreign trade to earn foreign exchange. More importantly, Somalia possessed items of interest to China, such as advanced engines, which were sent back for analysis and contributed to the development of the Chinese Air Force. After the deal was struck, China established a permanent presence in Somalia. However, the fighter jets provided little help to Somalia's war efforts. Somalia lacked not only aircraft but also a complete industrial support system. They soon found themselves short of weapons, ammunition, and maintenance equipment. This was why Aided considered the airport useless and was willing to lease it to Chu Zihong. The African market was a lucrative pie-eyed by many arms dealers, and countries were no exception. The thought of potential conflicts with China over arms trade gave Chu Zihong a headache. Hence, he chose not to meet Yao Yin. Business was business, and his interests came first. He preferred to minimize contact and deal with issues as they arose. Meanwhile, outside the airport office building, a jeep was parked. Standing beside it was a man in a black Zhongshan suit, Yao Yin. His sharp eyes and chiseled features exuded a strong military presence. Yao Yin glanced up at the blazing sun and silently cursed the heat. Though it was November, it felt like midsummer, making him long for the climate back home. Lost in thought, he was approached by Victor. Yao, I'm sorry, our boss isn't here. You should go back. A flicker of surprise crossed Yao Yan's eyes, followed by a polite smile. What a pity. In that case, we'll come back another day. My apologies, Yao, Victor said sincerely. It's all right. It was presumptuous of us to drop by unannounced, Yao Yan replied, shaking Victor's hand before leaving. Inside the jeep, Yao Yan sat calmly in the back seat, his gaze fixed on the receding airport. In the passenger seat, a young guard named Xiao Lu seemed hesitant to speak. Yao Yan glanced at him and said impatiently, Xiao Lu, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't dawdle like a woman. Commander, that Chinese guy, Nicholas Yuli, was obviously upstairs. Why did he say he wasn't there? Is he looking down on us? Or has he forgotten his roots? Xiao Lu fumed. Yao Yan shook his head. You can't say that. These overseas Chinese grew up abroad and were educated in the West. Although they look like us, they are different. Different paths lead to different goals. It's normal for him to refuse to see us. But Mr. Qian and others, Xiao Lu began, but Yao Yan's stern look silenced him. Enough, stop talking about it. Ambassador Ouyang just wanted us to try inviting him. It's not a surprise that he refused. Xiao Lu fell silent and turned away. Yao Yan looked out at the departing airport again, his eyes filled with both contemplation and a hint of speculation. Shortly after the Chinese delegation departed, Mogadishu International Airport was suddenly swarmed by a group of unexpected visitors. A squad of heavily armed Somali police officers arrived in police cars, speeding directly towards the airport gates. The security personnel attempted to stop them but were quickly overpowered. The news reached Chu Zihong's office like lightning. Standing by the window, Chu Zihong furrowed his brows. The sudden appearance of these police officers was clearly unusual. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Most of Mogadishu's police were under the direct control of President Syed Barre. This was why, despite aid controlling most of the military, Barre could still comfortably sit in the presidential palace. After all, Barre was still recognized as the legitimate president by other countries. Chu Zihong let out a cold laugh and picked up the phone to dial Aid's number. The call was quickly answered, and Aid's voice came through. This is Aid. Who's this? General Aid, this is Nicholas. Chu Zihong got straight to the point. May I ask if the police storming my airport are acting on your orders or someone else's? Aide immediately adopted a hypocritical tone. Of course, this isn't my doing. Nicholas, we're brothers, aren't we? Don't worry, I'll handle this matter to your satisfaction. I hope so, Chu Zihong replied coldly before hanging up the phone. Aide glared at the phone in his hand, his face dark with anger. This was the first time since he took control of Mogadishu that anyone had dared to hang up on him. Normally, such a person would have been dragged out and shot. But considering that Chu Zihong had helped him gain face in front of the major powers at the birthday banquet and had brought much-needed arms, Aide had to swallow his pride. With a stern face, he called out, Lux. Lux quickly entered the room. General, what are your orders? Take a squad of my personal guards to the airport immediately and drive those troublemakers away. If anyone resists, kill them. Understood, General. A cold glint flashed in Lux's eyes as he turned to leave. Meanwhile, in front of the airport office building, Victor and 4 NOCS members blocked the Somali police officers attempting to storm in. They raised their MP5 submachine guns, aiming at the police at the entrance. Victor shouted sternly, What do you think you're doing? This is an airport leased by Umbrella Corporation of the United States. Trespassing on private property is like invading U.S. territory. He held up the American flag, speaking with righteous indignation. The middle-aged black man leading the police Mogadishu police chief Amir visibly hesitated. He quickly explained that it was just a routine search and presented a search warrant. Victor glanced at the search warrant bearing Syed Bar's signature and instantly understood the situation. He insisted on informing Chu Zihong first, and Amir had no choice but to agree. After hearing Victor's report, Chu Zihong calmly analyzed, It seems we've become Aide's scapegoats. But don't worry, Aide will send someone to handle it. He sat back in his office chair, a cold glint in his eyes. Syed Bar, prepare to meet your end. Revenge is a dish best served cold? Nonsense. I never wait to settle scores. Mogadishu Airport, inside an office. Chu Zihong was resting with his eyes closed, leaning back in a leather chair, his right hand rhythmically drumming on the desk. Victor stood by the blinds, closely observing the situation outside. Suddenly, Victor's brow furrowed. Boss, we have a situation. Chu Zihong slowly opened his eyes, signaling him to continue. 6 or 7 armed pickup trucks are heading this way, loaded with heavily armed soldiers. Victor pointed outside, black flagsets Aided's elite guard. Chu Zihong stood up and walked to the window. Sure enough, a convoy of menacing armed vehicles was approaching. The Somali police outside the office building also noticed the commotion and turned to look. Police Chief Amir's face turned pale. Damn, it's Aided's elite guard. He cursed under his breath. Those cold-blooded killers no one in Mogadishu dares cross them. Amir felt a wave of regret and helplessness. In this game of powerful figures, small players like them were mere pawns to be sacrificed at any moment. He smiled bitterly, thinking that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, the only way to change one's fate was to keep climbing higher. Chu Zihong watched the scene thoughtfully. He knew that only by reaching an unparalleled height could he truly control his destiny. This was his life credo, become the ultimate overlord who controls the fates of others. Anyone who stood in his way would meet a grim fate. Victor turned his gaze back to Chu Zihong. Boss, Aided's men are here. Should we go down? Chu Zihong's lips curved slightly. No need. They'll come up. 10 minutes pretty efficient. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. Victor stepped forward to open it, revealing Aided's trusted lieutenant, Lex, standing alone. Lex smiled. Mr. Nicholas, our general said if you need, those men outside can be killed. Chu Zihong waved dismissively, his tone mocking. Lex, thank your general for his kind offer. I'm just a peace-loving arms dealer, not a ruthless butcher. Lex smiled but said nothing, thinking to himself, a peace-loving arms dealer? That's the joke of the century. Mr. Nicholas, if you don't handle it, shall I take care of it for you? Lex pointed at the kneeling Somali police officers outside. Chu Zihong shrugged. Your internal matters, do as you please. Lex's expression hardened, and he immediately ordered, drag them 5 meters away and execute them on the spot. The police officers' faces turned ashen. Amir smiled bitterly, filled with resentment towards President Syed Bar who had given the orders. Gunshots rang out, and the officers fell into pools of blood. Lex left without dealing with the bodies. Chu Zihong stood on the steps, watching Lex leave with a disturbingly calm expression. Moments later, he instructed Victor, call Sinis to deal with the bodies. Victor hesitated, but Chu Zihong cut him off. Victor, have you ever heard the words from the Bible? Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. Victor seemed to grasp the meaning. Chu Zihong left a cryptic remark, let the bullets fly for a while, before heading back into the office building. The news quickly reached the presidential palace. President Syed Bar flew into a rage, the temperature in the office plummeting. His secretary hurriedly fled. the sound of objects being smashed and beastly roars echoing behind her. Meanwhile, Aided was quite pleased, praising Lex for his efficiency. He believed this move had both warned Sidebar and intimidated Chu Zihong, killing two birds with one stone. However, Aided was unaware that his actions had already sealed his fate. Chu Zihong, known for his vengeful nature, would not take this lying down. Both Sidebar and Aided had been added to Chu Zihong's blacklist. Since he couldn't control these two, Chu Zihong had a new plan in mind. Why not support his own puppet faction to rise to power? Somali time, 10 a.m. Only 24 hours remained until the Ukrainian arms and experts, promised by the system, would arrive. Chu Zihong decided not to linger in Somalia any longer. Instead, he led Victor and the others back to Bosaso. He knew full well that when he returned to Mogadishu, a storm of blood and fire awaited. The scorching sun beat down on the land as 3 Humvees sped along the winding road through the desert. Inside the vehicle, Chu Zihong gazed at the desolate landscape flashing by, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. "Boss, your Uncle Phelps is on the phone," Victor said, handing over the satellite phone. Chu Zihong took the phone and greeted warmly, "Uncle Phelps, good evening. Have you eaten?" On the other end, Phelps stood by the window blinds in his office, rubbing his temples. "Just finished work. Your Aunt Caitlin has dinner ready, waiting for me to come home." "That's great. Just thinking about Aunt Caitlin's steak makes my mouth water," Chu Zihong said sincerely. "Hee, come back home when you can, and she'll cook for you. She always misses you," Phelps chuckled. A warmth spread through Chu Zihong's heart. The feeling of being remembered by someone in a foreign land was truly comforting. After some small talk, Phelps sat down on the sofa, his tone turning serious. "Chu, the goods you requested are ready. They can be flown to Bosaso tomorrow." Chu Zihong was slightly surprised and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Uncle Phelps, thank you. You got it done in just 2 days." The shipment weighed 1,000 tons, mainly consisting of various spirits, including American whiskey and Chinese baijiu like erguotu and maodai. There were also daily necessities and meat products. In the context of the Soviet Union's material shortages, these could be exchanged for a significant amount of arms. Chu Zihong planned to trade for some heavy weaponry, hoping to make a substantial profit before the Soviet Union collapsed. Though this shipment cost nearly half of his assets, Chu Zihong wasn't worried. Once the Ukrainian arms arrived tomorrow and were sold, they would bring in at least $100 billion. Phelps warned, "Chu, let's not be too formal. But with such a large shipment, be careful in the Soviet Union, especially with the KGB. If they catch wind of it, your arms deal could be jeopardized." "I understand. I'll proceed with caution." Chu Zihong nodded solemnly. Phelps continued his report. "The congressmen you asked me to contact have all agreed to accept funding from Umbrella Corporation, no less than $200 million annually. Additionally, the bribes to mid-level military and CIA personnel are progressing smoothly." Chu Zihong was thrilled to hear this. Having his own support network in the United States meant he wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by the CIA or FBI, making future operations in the US much easier. He even hoped these congressmen would become influential figures, turning high-level officials into his allies. After hanging up, Chu Zihong felt refreshed. He pondered whether he should support Uncle Phelps in competing for a higher position, but that would require careful planning. Before sunset, the group arrived near Bosaso Airport at the DR clan's territory. This puppet force, supported by Chu Zihong, was undergoing large-scale reconstruction, bustling with activity. Victor observed through the car window. "Boss, the new chieftain is quite efficient, thoroughly implementing your directives." Chu Zihong smiled faintly. If he wants to stay alive, he has no choice. The new DR clan leader, Muhammad Syed, greeted them with a group of men, speaking in broken Chinese. "Boss, you must be tired from your journey. We have prepared a feast for you." Chu Zihong couldn't help but laugh. He patted Syed on the shoulder. "Syed, your Chinese is good, but next time, don't speak it." Syed was taken aback and cautiously asked, "Boss, are you not satisfied?" "No, I'm very satisfied. It's just that it sounds a bit harsh. Don't insult such a noble language." Feeling dejected, Syed decided to practice his Chinese diligently. This offhand remark unexpectedly led to the entire DR clan becoming almost fluent in Chinese, a development Chu Zihong had never anticipated. At the break of dawn, before the sky brightened, Chu Zihong couldn't wait to lead Victor and his team to the Bosaso port. In just 2 short days, Mohammed Syed had successfully secured a 50-year lease for the port through the Bosaso government, turning it into Chu Zihong's private territory. The port's defense was handled by 2 squads from the USS Rapid Response Force, each taking turns to guard. Though there were only 25 men, they were the elite among elites, comparable to an army. On the dock, Chu Zihong anxiously scanned the distant horizon, but there was no sign of the cargo ship. Time ticked away, and as the sun rose, the scorching heat began to spread. The agony of waiting made Chu Zihong feel like he was turning into a stone statue, constantly wiping away sweat and hydrating himself. The sun in Somalia was even more brutal than the June heat wave. Just as Chu Zihong took a sip of water, a loud horn suddenly pierced the silence. Hunk! Chu Zihong was so excited that he spat out his water. Ignoring the mess, he grabbed his binoculars and focused on the horizon. A massive red ocean-going cargo ship appeared, its deep draft indicating it was fully loaded. It's here. He's here. Big brother, the ship has arrived. Chu Zihong was more excited than ever, as if he could see endless wealth beckoning to him. The colossal red ship sped towards the port, slowing down only as it neared the dock, and then gently eased in. Seeing the ship up close, Chu Zihong and everyone on the dock were stunned. Big was an understatement. It was a towering, moving mountain, reaching into the sky and defying belief. As the ship docked, it cast a shadow over the entire port, making it feel like night had fallen. Chu Zihong snapped out of his astonishment and looked up at the behemoth before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. A virtual screen appeared in his mind, displaying detailed data about the ship. The Evelyn Maersk container ship, 397.7 meters long, 56.4 meters wide, 76.5 meters high, weighing 450,000 tons, built by the AP Moller Maersk Group. This ship was the only one in the world with a beam wide enough to hold 22 rows of containers, over 60 meters longer than a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, and taller than the Eiffel Tower if stood on end. It could carry 11,000 TEUs, and if transported by train, the total length of the wagons would reach 71 kilometers. Fully loaded, it had a draft of 16 meters, requiring a highly capable port to dock. Additionally, it was the most environmentally friendly and technologically advanced container ship in the world, requiring only 13 crew members to operate. Boss, this ship is huge, Victor exclaimed, unable to close his mouth in shock. Huge? It's just average, Chu Zihong said nonchalantly, a hint of pride in his voice. In my previous life, China's self-developed Universe-class large transport ship was much bigger than this. Average? Victor was taken aback. Boss, is there something even bigger? Of course, this one barely ranks second, Chu Zihong said, pointing to the Evelyn Maersk. Victor was utterly shocked, unable to imagine how massive the world's largest ship could be. As everyone stood in awe, the gangway of the ship slowly lowered. Chu Zihong looked up to see 10 people of various ethnicities emerging on the gangway, presumably the special talents rewarded by the system. There were also 2 or 3 Chinese individuals in white uniforms, likely the ship's officers. The group descended the gangway and approached Chu Zihong. Before they could speak, Chu Zihong said, "You've had a long journey. Go rest first, and we'll talk after you've rested." "Thank you, boss." Chu Zihong smiled and instructed Victor to take the group to rest, while he walked towards the 3 Chinese crew members. "Which one of you is the captain?" Chu Zihong asked. "Boss, Captain Zhang Yisheng reporting for duty." A middle-aged man stepped forward, his voice loud and clear, his movements crisp and military-like. Chu Zihong nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, Captain Zhang. Have you served in the military?" "Yes, I was a captain of a naval frigate, but retired for personal reasons," Zhang Yisheng explained. Chu Zihong was secretly delighted, impressed by the system's generosity. Not only had it provided a container ship far superior to anything in this world, but it had also supplied a crew of maritime experts. In addition to Zhang Yisheng, the other 2 first officers were also retired Navy captains, each capable of handling things independently. As an arms dealer, having global delivery capability was crucial. With the Evelyn Maersk container ship, maritime trade routes were no longer a worry. He could deliver anywhere with a coastline. As the only arms dealer with the world's largest container ship, Chu Zihong couldn't help but think proudly, "Who can compare to me?" The port of the Dajjal tribe suddenly welcomed a towering giant ship. A soldier, panting heavily, ran into Ahmad's residence and reported, "Chief, they say it's a ship from Umbrella Corporation." Ahmad was taken aback and asked, "Did you see what they were carrying?" "All containers, definitely weapons," the soldier replied. "Go back and keep an eye on them." Ahmad waved his hand, signaling the soldier to leave, and fell into deep thought. He paced back and forth in the room, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, he stopped, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. A giant ship with at least 100 tons of cargo meant Nicholas had brought in a massive amount of weapons. Ahmed's heart raced, as if he could see mountains of gold and silver before him. If he could seize this shipment, not only would it bolster the tribe's strength, but he could also hand over the surplus to President Sidebar, making them the top contributors. However, reason quickly subdued his greed. Ahmad realized that obtaining such a large cache of weapons must have the support of major powers. Seizing this shipment could invite unbearable consequences, even military retaliation, which could spell disaster for the entire Dajjal tribe. After weighing the pros and cons, Ahmad reluctantly abandoned the tempting idea. He knew that with international arms dealers like Nicholas, it was best to maintain good relations and not offend them. Despite his reluctance, He had to admit that his tribe was not strong enough. Meanwhile, Chu Zihong and his team boarded the giant ship under the guidance of Captain Zheng Yisheng. On the deck, rows of containers were stacked like mountains. Chu Zihong asked curiously, Captain Zheng, why are there only containers? Where are the tanks and armored vehicles? Captain Zheng explained, Boss, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the first layer of containers is filled with supplies for easy inspection. The second layer contains weapons and ammunition, and the tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters are on the third layer. Chu Zihong nodded in realization, praising, You all have thought this through very well. Good job. After disembarking, Chu Zihong noticed that the cranes at the dock were only half the height of an Evelyn Maersk cargo ship. He asked Captain Zheng how they would unload, and learned that the ship was fully automated and had its own cranes for unloading, which relieved him. At that moment, 6 dilapidated buses drove into the port and stopped not far from Chu Zihong. Colette was the first to get off, followed by hundreds of uniquely tempered individuals. Colette jogged over and respectfully reported, Boss, I completed the task. Besides 19 veterans, I also recruited 321 mercenaries from the Foreign Legion. Both Chu Zihong and Victor were stunned. Chu Zihong gave Colette a warm hug and fulfilled his earlier promise, rewarding him with $100,000 plus a $500 referral fee for each person. Colette, excited yet slightly embarrassed, said, Boss, I spent all the money you gave me. Chu Zihong patted his shoulder and laughed. 200,000 is nothing. The people you brought are worth far more. Then, Colette solemnly introduced a middle-aged white man. Boss, this is Bob Denard, my instructor from the Special Forces. He's the best of the best. Chu Zihong fell silent upon hearing this. He was shocked to realize that standing before him was the legendary king of mercenaries, Bob Denard. This man, who had roamed Africa and Asia for 30 years, participating in countless coups and assassination missions, had been brought before him by Colette. Chu Zihong was momentarily speechless, unsure how to express his excitement. This unexpected surprise filled him with great anticipation for his future plans. Boss. Chu Zihong snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze settling on Bob Denard standing before him. A warm smile instantly spread across his face as he extended a hand. Mr. Denard, on behalf of all the employees at Umbrella Corporation, welcome aboard. As a legendary figure in the PMC industry, Denard was flattered. He quickly shook Chu Zihong's hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu instructed Colette to arrange for Denard and his team to rest, and planned a welcome dinner for that evening. No sooner had Colette led the group away than Victor's phone rang. It turned out his invited comrades had arrived at Boseso port, but were being held up at the gate. Victor reported the situation to Chu Zihong, whose eyes lit up with excitement. Let's go meet them. The two quickly got into a car and headed to the port gate. Chu Zihong thought to himself, today is truly a day of double blessings. With new mercenaries arriving one after another, not buying a lottery ticket would be a waste. Meanwhile, 3 white jeeps were parked outside the port gate. The lead car had 3 people inside, while the other 2 each had 5, totaling 13. This group exuded a tough, battle-hardened aura, with matching tattoos of a skull biting a dagger on their left wrists. In the passenger seat of the lead car, a bald white man who resembled Guetta asked, Barney, why did you bring us to Somalia? Weren't we supposed to have a big job? Barney Ross replied, Christmas. An old buddy of mine recommended a well-paying job. It's better than that big one. What kind of job? We're not joining God's army, or some ghost squad, are we? Christmas frowned. Barney rolled his eyes. Would I lead the Expendables to join those butcher organizations? From the back seat, Toll Road chimed in, teasing, Barney, aren't we butchers ourselves? We're peace-loving messengers, Barney said with a straight face. Just then, a Humvee sped out from the port, drifting to a stop at the gate. An Asian man and a blonde white man got out. Barney told his team, let's go meet our future boss. Seeing the tall white man approaching, Chu Zihong exclaimed, oh my God, Stallone? He quickly realized this was the team from the movie, The Expendables. To confirm his suspicion, Chu Zihong used his detection skill and verified that the Expendables were indeed at the tactical special forces level. Even more exciting, this was the cast from The Expendables 3, with all 13 members present. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Zihong maintained his composure and walked forward with the demeanor of a boss. The next morning, inside a warehouse at Boseso port, 353 muscular men of various ethnicities sat in chairs with thick contracts and pens before them. They were retired French soldiers, Foreign Legion mercenaries recruited by Colette, and members of the Expendables invited by Victor. As they flipped through the contracts, looks of surprise appeared on their faces. An annual salary of $30,000, high insurance, 2 months of paid leave, a death compensation of $500,000, and an annual death gratuity of no less than $5,000. The benefits were unbelievably good. Sitting in the front row, Christmas nudged Barney Ross with his elbow and mouthed, Barney, why are our contracts different from theirs? Barney frowned and mouthed back, are you sure? The two exchanged puzzled looks, unsure if it was a company mistake or intentional discrimination. Little did they know, in Chu Zihong's eyes, the French mercenaries were mere cannon fodder, while the expendables were the true elite, deserving of better treatment. Just like in fantasy novels, how could outer disciples compare to inner disciples? A faint sound of footsteps echoed, drawing the attention of everyone reviewing contracts to the warehouse entrance. Chu Zihong, dressed in a navy blue suit, led Victor, Death God Hank, and Wolf Mother Rupert into the warehouse, bathed in the first light of dawn. Seeing their future boss, everyone stood up in unison, eyes fixed in respect. As Chu Zihong stepped inside, he was met with an atmosphere of strict seriousness, reminiscent of a military camp's disciplined air. Chu Zihong silently approved. These mercenaries indeed had the foundation of Umbrella Corporation. With them, Umbrella could remain the world's most formidable private military company, unmatched by any. Confidently, Chu Zihong ascended the platform before the gathered crowd, akin to an ancient emperor addressing his court. Victor and the others stood behind him, hands clasped behind their backs like loyal bodyguards. Observing closely, one could spot Victor's badge on his chest, and the distinctive red and white umbrella logo on the berets and right sleeves of Hank and Rupert. Standing on the platform, Chu Zihong exuded an aura of authority. "Please, have a seat," he commanded. With a synchronized motion, everyone sat down, embodying the discipline of soldiers. This impressed Chu Zihong, as it matched his ideal vision of a private army. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Zihong, President and CEO of Umbrella Corporation," he began. Umbrella Corporation is not merely a military resource company but a multinational conglomerate with private armed forces, advanced technology, and industrial capabilities. Our primary business is currently in arms dealing, but we plan to expand into other sectors. On behalf of all our employees, I warmly welcome you to Umbrella Corporation. Our mission is simple. All actions are for the sake of world peace. The moment he finished, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Chu Zihong looked over them, satisfaction in his eyes. These seasoned veterans had good judgment. He raised his hand slightly, and the applause ceased instantly. "Impressive discipline." Chu Zihong nodded approvingly. "You are all efficient soldiers, so I won't waste words. By signing the contract, your minimum annual salary will be 30,000. Seeing no objections, Chu Zihong continued, "However, you must fully obey the company's orders and disclose no company secrets. Breaching the contract will cost you more than just a few $1,000s. He made a slicing gesture across his neck, the implication clear. The room fell silent. Breaching the contract meant not only financial penalties, but potentially risking their lives. Yet, in these times, an annual salary of 30,000 was a significant temptation, enough to save their families. After a few seconds, someone decisively picked up a pen and signed their name. One by one, the rest followed. These mercenaries needed money and had the combat prowess to match. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been recruited by Colette. For the members of the Expendables, Victor's connection and the high salary ensured their compliance. "Excellent, you won't regret today's decision," Chu Zihong praised loudly as everyone finished signing. At this moment, a voice asked, "Excuse me, what's the difference between the USS, UBCS, and UTS units? Why do some contracts have different benefits?" Chu Zihong looked at the speaker, Gunnar, the sniper from the Expendables. This straightforward guy wasn't afraid to ask questions. Barney Ross gave Gunnar a stern look, thinking it was inappropriate to ask such things now. But Gunnar didn't mind, believing it was normal to ask questions. Chu Zihong decided to clarify to avoid unnecessary suspicion. "That's a good question. Let me explain. The USS is our elite unit, requiring members to reach the level of tactical special forces. They handle highly confidential missions. Contracts marked USS offer a base annual salary of 50,000 and a death benefit of $1 million. A wave of surprise swept through the room. Some mercenaries gasped, thinking, an annual salary of 50,000 and a death benefit of $1 million? Even top-tier mercenaries can't match that. This company is worth fighting for." Chu Zihong gestured for silence and continued. "Next is the UBCS, our security force protecting high-ranking employees and important assets. They also take on external security and quasi-military tasks, like protecting dignitaries, businessmen, or conducting rescue and humanitarian missions in conflict zones. Contracts marked UBCS offer a base annual salary of 30,000 and a death benefit of 500,000. The mercenaries realized that most of them were part of the UBCS, indicating they belonged to the same department. Lastly, the UTS, Chu Zihong added, handles cleanup operations, eliminating threats to the company's interests. Their pay is the same as the UBCS. Chu Zihong's explanation enlightened the mercenaries. As military elites, they understood the levels of special forces: tactical, operational, and strategic. Most of them came from the French Special Forces and the French Foreign Legion, not meeting the tactical special forces criteria, unlike the Expendables. Members of the Expendables hailed from renowned special units like SAS, Dragonflame, and others. Their leader, Barney Ross, came from the prestigious Delta Force, surpassing tactical to operational level. No one had yet reached the strategic level. Those marked USS deserved their superior benefits. Strength always commands respect. Others could only envy them, though an annual salary of 30,000 was still impressive enough to boast about. I earn more than top-tier mercenaries, they could proudly say. Inside Warehouse 002 at the port of Boseso, a group of mercenaries wore satisfied smiles on their faces. Chu Zihong frowned as he observed the scene, contemplating silently. He spoke up. Hasn't anyone here ever thought about pushing your limits and reaching a higher level? One of the mercenaries responded helplessly. Boss, joining the USS requires us to be at a tactical level. We don't quite have the strength. Another sighed. Yeah, we from France just don't measure up. The glory of the First French Empire is long gone. Even our special forces don't rank in the world anymore. Chu Zihong listened, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He spoke firmly. Others may give up on you, but you must not give up on yourselves. By completing the tasks assigned by the company, you all have the opportunity to be promoted and become part of the USS. These words acted like a shot of adrenaline, stirring the mercenaries present. Someone hesitantly asked, Boss, can we really do it? Chu Zihong replied decisively, Drop the doubt. You can. Comfort is for the dead. Strengthening yourselves will allow you to achieve more. Aim to join the USS, and countless opportunities await you. His words were like a spell, invigorating the mercenaries and igniting their ambitions. The allure of $50,000 a year, who could resist? Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the recruitment hidden task, reaching a recruitment count of 100 mercenaries. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second stage of the recruitment hidden task, reaching a recruitment count of 300 mercenaries. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting 353 mercenaries with an average loyalty of 60, successfully forming the Umbrella Corporation's private military force. The system continued. The system rewards are being distributed. Chu Zihong was elated. The usually aloof system had finally appeared. He eagerly anticipated the generous rewards. Taking advantage of the system's reward distribution, Chu Zihong used the system to scan the loyalty levels of everyone. He found that Victor, Hank, and others had maxed out loyalty, while the newly recruited mercenaries' loyalty was also rising, jumping from a high of 60 to 90, with the lowest not falling below 70. However, he also noticed that the loyalty of a dozen mercenaries remained unchanged, stuck at 50. More alarmingly, a few showed a loyalty level in red, below 30. Chu Zihong's eyes narrowed, becoming vigilant. These individuals were likely spies with ulterior motives. It seemed that European countries had already set their sights on his operations. While contemplating a countermeasure, the system's voice announced the rewards. First stage recruitment task reward. Umbrella Corporation's UBCS First Commander Mikhail Victor, with 5 team members. Second stage recruitment task reward. Umbrella Corporation's USS Rapid Response Team 3rd Squad Leader Enrique Marini, with 6 team members. Completion of the formation of the Umbrella Corporation's private military force reward. USS Founder Colonel Sergei Vladimir, Titan Group Construction Team X1, Special Talents X15, Alpha Team X1, Pelican Aircraft Blueprint X1. Chu Zihong was stunned into silence. The system had rewarded him with the entire military group from the Resident Evil's Umbrella Corporation. This solved his long-standing problem of finding a reliable military leader. Even though the mercenary king Bob Denard had joined, Chu Zihong never felt comfortable handing over all military responsibilities to him. Now, with Colonel Sergei Vladimir from the USS, the issue was resolved. What delighted him even more was the system's provision of the much-needed construction team. With these rewards, his mercenary force now surpassed most mercenary organizations in the world, even outstripping the majority of global special forces. A few minutes later, the welcome and signing ceremony concluded. The Umbrella Corporation's private military force had taken shape. Chu Zihong immediately appointed Sergei Vladimir as the company's military department head, in charge of all troops. Although no one had met Sergei yet, they accepted the appointment. Next, Chu Zihong appointed Bob Denard as the UBCS's top commander, with Colette as his deputy. Victor was appointed as the UTS commander, while the USS Rapid Response Team was directly under Sergei's command, with Barney Ross as his deputy. Since the headquarters and underground military base were not yet constructed, all military personnel were temporarily stationed in a warehouse at the port of Boseso, conveniently protecting the large stockpile of munitions stored there. After making the arrangements, Chu Zihong hurried to the port office to summon the system's rewarded personnel. System, summon, Chu Zihong commanded. The system responded, summoning successful. All members will appear in suitable roles within a few minutes. Chu Zihong's eyes brightened. This summoning was much faster than before. He guessed these individuals might appear under the guise of headhunting recruitment. Not dwelling on this detail, Chu Zihong continued. System, use special talents. Ding, usage successful. Acquired 10 research talents and 5 special agent talents. All personnel will appear in suitable roles within a few minutes. The system promptly responded. Research? Special agents? Chu Zihong's eyes gleamed with excitement. This meant he could embark on a path of independent research, developing various advanced technologies. The special agents, on the other hand, would help him perfect his intelligence department, creating an organization on par with top global intelligence agencies like the CIA and KGB. With the military, intelligence, and research departments complete, Chu Zihong was confident that, given enough time, he could transform the Umbrella Corporation into a real-world Titan Group. The Umbrella Corporation wasn't the endpoint. The near-future technology of the Titan Group was his ultimate goal. Destroy hegemony, forge prosperity. Chu Zihong clenched his fist, ambition burning in his eyes. I, Chu Zihong, will become the hero of this world. Night fell, and darkness enveloped the port of Bosaso in Somalia. The port office was brightly lit as 4 senior members of Umbrella Corporation's military division Sergei Vladimir, Bob Denard, Barney Ross, and Victor gathered. Chu Zihong surveyed them, satisfied with the company's core team. He thought to himself that with such talent, the future of the company was promising. Clearing his throat, Chu Zihong began. Gentlemen, today we will conduct a live-fire exercise to assess your command abilities and the operational skills of our mercenaries. Immediately, the men straightened up, eyes fixed on Chu Zihong, who was seated in the boss's chair. With a slight smile, he continued, your mission is to take down the largest faction in Bosaso, the Digil tribe, within an hour. Do you have the confidence? Yes, boss, we do. The 4 men shouted in unison, their voices loud and confident. Chu Zihong nodded in approval. Very well, then move out immediately. Bob Denard raised his hand with a question. Boss, what about the Digil tribe's leader, Ahmed? Do you want him alive or dead? Chu Zihong's eyes were sharp as he looked at Denard. I want to see the Digil tribe annihilated. In Bosaso, there can only be one dominant force. Barney Ross followed up. What about the civilians? Chu Zihong tapped the table, his tone firm. Eliminate the Digil tribe's armed forces without harming civilians. Remember, we are peacekeepers, not butchers. With no further questions, Chu Zihong stood up and smiled at the group. Move out, and may you return victorious. As the 4 senior members departed, Chu Zihong fell into deep thought. Initially, he had intended to let the Digil tribe survive a bit longer, but Ahmed's recent disloyal actions had completely angered him. After wiping out the Digil tribe, the entire Bosaso would fall under the control of the puppet force, the DR tribe. Meanwhile, in the second-floor bedroom of the Digil tribe's leader's castle, Ahmed was lying in bed, smoking a post-coital cigarette after being intimate with his wife. Despite the apparent calm, he felt an inexplicable unease. However, he quickly attributed this feeling to exhaustion and resumed his time with his wife. Unbeknownst to him, deadly danger was silently approaching. Teams of heavily armed mercenaries infiltrated the poorly defended Digil territory like ghosts. Dressed in black combat gear, equipped with high-end weapons, their faces painted with camo, and carrying silenced SG-550 assault rifles, they moved with precision. Beehive, this is Team A. The gate guards have been neutralized. Beehive, this is Team B. All sentry positions have been cleared. The well-trained mercenaries swiftly and silently took out one sentry post after another. The Special Operations Squad of the Daredevil team advanced as if in an unguarded area, effortlessly handling enemies 10 times their number. However, the plan was not flawless. A Digil tribe soldier, coming out to relieve himself, accidentally discovered the intruders and fired a warning shot. The gunfire pierced the silent night, instantly alerting the entire tribe. Bob Denard cursed into the communicator and promptly ordered the pre-installed explosives in the barracks to be detonated. Explosions echoed one after another, flames soared, and mushroom clouds stood out against the night sky. The battle erupted in full force. Sergei Vladimir quickly ordered all mercenaries to go all out. Amidst the hail of bullets, armed helicopters roared in, launching ruthless strafing runs on the ground. Simultaneously, a T-72 tank company rolled into the battlefield, completely suppressing the Digil tribe's resistance. In the chaos, Colette led her squad straight to the heart of the enemy, successfully capturing the tribe leader Ahmed, who was still in bed. Colette dragged the unconscious Ahmed away like a ragdoll, ready to hand him over to Chu Zihong. The entire operation was swift and efficient, showcasing Umbrella Corporation's formidable military prowess. Chu Zihong's plan was unfolding step by step, and Bosaso was on the brink of a new order. Port of Bosaso, top floor of the office building. Chu Zihong leaned against the railing, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his deep gaze fixed on the direction of the Digil tribe in the eastern suburbs. Suddenly, the calm sky in the distance was disrupted by faint explosions, followed by a blaze that lit up half the sky. Chu Zihong squinted slightly, exhaled a ring of smoke, and murmured, "Well, they're really going at it. Despite the urge to join the fray, he quickly suppressed the thought. As the man destined to be the strongest, he knew he should stay put and not recklessly risk his life like a hot-headed fool. Chu Zihong could never understand the protagonists in some novels who, despite having powerful subordinates, insisted on fighting themselves. Was it to earn their respect and admiration? To him, such behavior was laughable, as if they were accustomed to being someone else's lackey in a past life. A true strongman should strategize and win battles from afar, not rely on brute force. Those who like to fight personally often met their end sooner. After watching for a while, Chu Zihong grew bored, stubbed out his cigarette on the ground, and left the rooftop. Back in the office, a tall, beautiful blonde woman was waiting. She wore a white lab coat, her exposed skin as smooth as porcelain. When Chu Zihong saw her, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "No way!" Chu Zihong exclaimed. "Halsey?" Standing before him was none other than Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, a key character from the sci-fi game series Halo. Although Chu Zihong wasn't great at gaming, that didn't stop him from being a diehard Halo fan. He knew exactly how formidable Dr. Halsey was. The renowned Spartan II program in Halo was created by this genius scientist. With her on board, Chu Zihong believed the Spartan super soldier program and exoskeleton armor had a high chance of becoming a reality. This meant they could be a century ahead of the rest of the world, on the verge of becoming the most powerful military contractor on Earth. He never expected such a major surprise among the recruited scientific talents. In his eyes, there was no better candidate for the core scientist of the research department than Dr. Halsey. "Boss, Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, head of the research team. Reporting for duty?" Halsey introduced herself as soon as she saw Chu Zihong. "Dr. Halsey, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival," Chu Zihong said enthusiastically, shaking her hand warmly. After all, the future of the company's technology depended on her. She was his golden goose, and he had to treat her well. Halsey was slightly taken aback by Chu Zihong's enthusiasm. After some small talk, Chu Zihong invited her to sit and personally poured her a glass of water. Then he sat on the opposite sofa, staring at her as if she were a priceless treasure. This made Halsey extremely uncomfortable, secretly worrying if her boss was a creep. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Halsey asked with a forced smile. "Oh, right," Chu Zihong said, slapping his forehead. "The company's research department has just been established. I want you to be the head. What do you think, Dr. Halsey?" "Thank you for your trust, boss. I believe I can lead the research department well," Halsey replied, "but I prefer to focus on scientific research. You might need someone else for the management role." "No problem." Chu Zihong snapped his fingers. "Dr. Halsey, any other requirements?" "None for now, boss." Halsey shook her head. "Good. If you have any needs, feel free to ask. For now, your research team will temporarily stay in Warehouse 001 at the port since the headquarters isn't ready yet," Chu Zihong said. "Understood, boss." Halsey nodded, preparing to leave. "Wait a minute, doctor." Chu Zihong called out, "I have something for you." He walked to his desk, pretending to search in a drawer, but actually retrieving the 416 Hong Kong dollars blueprint and the Pelican dropship blueprint from the system space. "Doctor, these are blueprints for an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle and a Pelican dropship. Can you develop these into actual products?" Halsey took the blueprints, glanced at them and said, "Boss, if we have the right materials and tools, it shouldn't be a problem." "Great, just give me a list of what you need," Chu Zihong said eagerly. "Will do, boss." Halsey nodded, her eyes already filled with ideas for improving the 416 Hong Kong dollars. After Halsey left, Chu Zihong leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied smile. With the 416 Hong Kong dollars, his mercenaries could standardize their weapons, no longer using a hodgepodge of different guns. As for the Pelican dropship, if it could really be built, it would be a groundbreaking product. Although Chu Zihong knew that some materials might not be available on Earth, making the Pelican as powerful as in the game unlikely, even achieving the level of the Quinjet from Marvel movies would be satisfactory. After all, the Quinjet could easily outperform most of today's fighter jets. Just as Chu Zihong was lost in his grand vision for the future, a knock on the office door brought him back to reality. He immediately sat up straight and called, "Come in." Baroque entered and reported, "Boss, Colette has brought Ahmed downstairs. They can handle it themselves. Why bring him here?" Chu Zihong frowned. "Boss, I'll go inform Colette to handle it," Baroque said, about to leave. "Never mind." Chu Zihong waved his hand. "Since he's here, I might as well meet him." He understood that Colette was trying to curry favor with him. After all, Ahmed was his first business deal in Somalia, which had brought him considerable profit. Chu Zihong decided to show some mercy and let Ahmed learn some truths before his end. It's not his fault. It's this dog-eat-dog world, Chu Zihong thought. In your next life, aim to be an ordinary person. Ahmed knelt on the ground, a black hood over his head, his hands bound behind his back, and a gun barrel pressed against his forehead. His mouth was stuffed with a rancid sock, making him gag. Fear and despair enveloped him as he desperately wondered who he had offended to warrant such drastic measures. He recalled the thunderous sounds of helicopters and tanks as he left his tribe, followed by intense explosions. Faces of potential enemies flashed through Ahmed's mind, but none could explain his current predicament. He dismissed the thought of Nicholas, believing the arms dealer wouldn't resort to such actions. Suddenly, he heard soft footsteps and fluent English conversation. As Ahmed strained to listen, the hood was yanked off, and a blinding light hit his eyes. Squinting, he vaguely saw a familiar tall figure standing before him. It was Chu Zihong. Ahmed could never have imagined that the former arms dealer would target him and his tribe for practice. Chu Zihong looked down at Ahmed, who was clad only in shorts and covered in dirt, a slight smile playing on his lips. Colette, give him some clothes. As a Muslim, he deserves a dignified death, Chu Zihong ordered. Colette quickly removed her black combat jacket and draped it over the stunned Ahmed. Only then did Ahmed realize that the man before him was indeed Nicholas. Baroque, turn off the flashlight, Chu Zihong said, no longer hiding his identity. As the glaring light vanished, Ahmed opened his eyes wide, glaring at Chu Zihong with fury. Nicholas, why are you doing this? I haven't wronged you. Chu Zihong sneered. In this world, wanting someone dead doesn't need a reason. But if you insist on your tribe, and you are in my way. Ahmed was baffled, but Chu Zihong offered no further explanation. He signaled Baroque, who handed him a pistol, which he then aimed at Ahmed's forehead. In Boseso, only one voice can prevail. And that voice is mine. Chu Zihong declared coldly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet pierced through Ahmed's forehead instantly. Blood splattered, and Ahmed's body convulsed, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness as he fell. Chu Zihong handed the gun back to Baroque with a blank expression. Clean this up, he said indifferently before turning to leave. To him, Ahmed was merely a stepping stone on his path to power. The next dawn, Boseso streets returned to their usual bustle. However, nearly every resident glanced towards the direction of the Digil tribe. The gunfire and explosions throughout the night had kept them awake. Local government officials in Boseso were deeply worried. The attack on the largest tribe, the Digil, made them fear they might be next. They quickly ordered the defense forces to fortify their positions, bracing for an unknown threat. Amidst the turmoil following the attack on the Digil clan, the Boseso government was in disarray. Mohammed Syed led his clan's militia into the now ruined territory of the Digil clan. This place, once fiercely defended by Ahmed's forces, had seen countless battles. But now, the landscape had changed drastically. The Digil clan's land lay in ashes, with burnt-out shells of houses, smoke lingering in the air, and embers still glowing. The roads were littered with the bodies of Digil warriors, gradually disintegrating from whole to unrecognizable. Mohammed Syed's face turned pale as he fought the urge to vomit at the sight. His soldiers, less resilient, bent over and retched, almost bringing up bile. This was no battlefield. It was a living hell. The devastation was the work of Mi-24 attack helicopters. Under the furious assault of the Little Hind, even a regiment could be utterly obliterated. This was why the Mi-24 was dubbed the most powerful ground cleaner and a godsend for nations with a firepower deficiency. Mohammed Syed, suppressing his nausea, commanded his men, divide into 6 teams and clear these bodies. Give them a proper burial so they can meet Allah. The rest of you, follow me to the Digil clan center and bring back all the civilians. Yes, chief, they responded, dispersing to handle the gruesome task. For the unidentifiable remains, they simply covered them with earth. Sighing, Mohammed Syed led his men towards the Digil clan center. Overnight, the once formidable Digil clan, with over 1,000 fighters, had been eradicated, showcasing the might of the Umbrella Corporation. This left Mohammed Syed with no thoughts of betrayal. His only focus was on completing his cleanup duties. As a puppet, he knew his place. Do what was necessary and avoid what was not. There were benefits to this cleanup. The Digil clan had a larger population base than the Dihar clan. Incorporating these civilians would significantly boost the Dihar clan's numbers, securing their future. Additionally, the weapons scattered around and the equipment in the Digil clan's arsenal, especially the arms Ahmed had purchased from Chu Zihong, including tanks, armored vehicles, and thousands of AK-47s, were now in the Dihar clan's possession, greatly enhancing their strength. This was actually a deliberate move by Chu Zihong. As a puppet force supported by the Umbrella Corporation, being too weak would be an embarrassment. For the Dihar clan, this cleanup operation was a major gain. Meanwhile, Bob Denard led Alpha Team in 3 armed Humvees into Boseso City. The sight of the formidable convoy and the well-equipped, intimidating white special forces soldiers inside made the city's guards quickly clear the way, not daring to delay them. The Humvees drove straight to the Boseso government building and came to a halt. Bob Denard, in black combat gear and a beret, stepped out first, carrying a silver briefcase. Standing at the base of the steps, He looked up at the building with a confident smile. Following him, 6 fully armed Alpha team members disembarked, their black combat attire emphasizing their imposing presence. The military and police outside the building didn't dare interfere. The sight of the white men said it all. They didn't want to risk an international incident. Bob Denard led Alpha team up the steps, exuding an aura of intimidation. At the entrance, the head of the military police hesitated, but then stepped forward politely. Sir, this is the Boceso City Hall. Please identify yourselves. Inform your mayor that I am Bob Denard, commander of the Umbrella Corporation's UBCS. I need to see him, Bob Denard stated calmly. Please wait a moment, sir. I need to get authorization. The head of the military police responded courteously, though he hadn't heard of Denard before. Go ahead, Bob Denard shrugged, stepping aside with his men. A moment later, the head of the military police returned. Sir, the mayor will see you now. Please follow me. Bob Denard and Alpha Team followed the officer into the building, taking the elevator to the 5th floor, and walking down a long corridor to a large office at the end. The officer knocked, and a voice from inside said, Come in. Turning to Denard, the officer said, Sir, you may enter, but your men must stay outside. You guard the door, Bob Denard instructed his team before entering. Inside, a middle-aged black man behind a curved desk stood up with a broad smile. Mr. Bob Denard, I am Mayor Morrison. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mayor, the pleasure is mine, Denard replied as they exchanged brief pleasantries and settled on the sofas. Mayor Morrison cautiously inquired, Mr. Denard, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Bob Denard glanced at the wary mayor and spoke firmly. Mayor, on behalf of my boss, I'm here to inform you that from today, Boceso will have only one dominant clan. Morrison's eyes flickered with realization. The battle at the Digil clan last night was the work of the Umbrella Corporation. This statement made it clear. The Digil clan had been wiped out. Boceso had been home to 2 major clan powers, the DR and the Digil clans, representing the larger Samael and Sab clans respectively. Since Somalia's founding, these 2 clans had been at odds. The Didhar clan opposed the government, supporting the warlord aid, while the Digil clan supported the government and President Barr. In Somalia's population of over 14 million, the majority belonged to the Samael clan, a powerful faction supporting aid, which gave him authority surpassing even the president. Conversely, the Sab clan had been oppressed. Now, with the Digil clan, one of its 2 major subclans, eradicated, the DR clan, one of the Somalis' 4 major subclans, would dominate Boceso. This was not a good omen. But for Mayor Morrison, maintaining regional stability was his main concern. Political conflicts were not his problem. If things got tough, he had enough savings to relocate his family to Europe. So, he decided to go with the flow from now on. As soon as Mr. Denard finished speaking, Mayor Morrison of Boceso flashed a sycophantic smile and asked if there was anything else he could help with. Bob Denard got straight to the point. Our boss wants to privatize the Boceso port and airport. Name your price, Mayor. He placed the black leather briefcase he was holding onto the table with a thud. Hearing this, Morrison's face showed a hint of hesitation. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but he was weighing how to quote a suitable price and still make a profit. As he pondered, Denard's piercing gaze bore into him, exuding an oppressive aura. As the king of mercenaries and France's top soldier of fortune, Bob Denard had stirred up countless storms across Africa and Asia, toppling the governments of over 30 countries. The aura he emitted made Morrison feel suffocated, as if hesitating any longer would cost him his life. Mr. Denard, this matter is a bit complicated. I need to grease some palms. How about $1 million? Morrison finally spoke, raising a tentative finger to indicate the amount. Deal, Mayor. Denard responded without a hint of bargaining. He pulled a check from the inner pocket of his suit and slid it across the table to Morrison. This is $1 million cashier's check from a Swiss bank. If you're worried, you can verify it right now. Morrison quickly waved his hand. No, I trust your company. I'll arrange for the city hall to prepare the necessary contracts and have someone deliver them to your company as soon as possible. He eagerly took the check, worried it might disappear. Denard praised him. Quick and decisive, Mayor. He then patted the briefcase on the table. This is a gift from our boss. Please accept it. With that, he pushed the briefcase toward Morrison. A glint of greed flashed in Morrison's eyes, but he feigned modesty. Oh, that's too kind. Please convey my thanks to your boss. I'll treat him to a meal when he has time. Denard smiled and agreed, then excused himself. Morrison enthusiastically saw him off downstairs and watched as Denard and his team left. He then rushed back to his office, eagerly opening the briefcase. The distinct smell of fresh dollar bills wafted out. The briefcase was packed with green Franklin bills, totaling $500,000. In the economically struggling Somalia, this was a substantial sum. Morrison's eyes gleamed with dollar signs as he marveled at the generosity of the Umbrella Corporation's boss. 3 days later, an abandoned town 30 kilometers east of Mogadishu suddenly became bustling. A large engineering team arrived with various construction machinery, accompanied by heavily armed white mercenaries. These men were brought by Chu Zihong to build the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters. The entire engineering team was Chinese, equipped with state-of-the-art heavy machinery. Chu Zihong was impressed when he saw the team, even considering having them take on global projects in the future. Taijinghua, the engineering team leader, reported that everything was ready. Upon receiving the order, he immediately commanded the team to start work. The town was soon enveloped in dust as bulldozers knocked down old buildings and various large machines operated simultaneously, with both ground and underground projects proceeding in tandem. Standing outside the town, Chu Zihong watched with satisfaction and instructed Taijinghua to take full charge, noting that if any issues arose, he could contact the security chief, Captain Hank. He then drove to Mogadishu Airport, preparing to fly to war-torn Catalia. On the way, Chu Zihong pondered the nature of war. He believed that behind every war was a political struggle, but for him, it didn't matter who became the president of Catalia. He was merely an arms dealer, and he didn't mind if the war lasted longer, as it meant more profits. Chu Zihong acknowledged that war was detestable, but he also believed that sometimes war could bring lasting peace to a country. With these thoughts, he continued toward the airport, ready to embark on his next business venture. Catalia, a presidential republic in West Africa, is one of the world's least developed countries and among the most chaotic in Africa. Since the 1970s, the nation's economy has been in continuous decline. In the late 1980s, the National Patriotic Front of Catalia formed an anti-government militia in Ivory Coast, led by Charles Taylor, and launched an attack on the capital, igniting a full-scale civil war. The government forces and the rebels were evenly matched, leading to widespread conflict. In August of the same year, the Economic Community of West African States ECOWAS dispatched peacekeeping troops to the capital, Monrovia. Although Catalia was set to achieve independence in October of the following year, it remained engulfed in turmoil. Chu Zihong originally planned to fly directly to Catalia's capital, but was informed that the capital had fallen and international flights were barred. Reluctantly, he rerouted through neighboring Guinea and entered Catalia from the border. This detour took 3 days, far longer than expected. Upon entering Catalia, Chu Zihong was shocked by the chaos he witnessed. A month after the West African peacekeeping troops had arrived, the anti-government forces had seized Monrovia. President Xavier Semene fled in haste to Buchanan, the largest city in the south. However, the rebel forces soon splintered into factions due to disputes over spoils, plunging the country into deeper conflict. This internal strife inadvertently provided the beleaguered government forces a chance to regroup and plan their comeback in Buchanan. Chu Zihong thought to himself, the more chaotic it is, the more opportunities there are to make money. In war-torn regions, arms dealers are never far behind. Although the risks were enormous and a misstep could cost him his life, this did not deter Chu Zihong. This time, he brought along Victor and other NOCS members, as well as half of his company's mercenaries. The remaining half stayed behind to guard his assets in Somalia. In his view, these ragtag rebels were no match for his elite mercenaries. The mission was to sell arms to the government forces. Chu Zihong knew that the rebels were backed by Uncle Sam. Otherwise, how could a group of disorganized fighters stand against a well-trained army? He believed that to eliminate pacifism from the world, one must first take down Uncle Sam. In his eyes, Uncle Sam was the ultimate troublemaker, bringing war wherever it went. Scoffing, Chu Zihong thought, a country built on war, constantly preaching freedom, democracy, and world peace, how laughable. When they massacred the Native Americans, did they speak of democracy and freedom? The biggest bully masquerading as the good guy who would believe that? We lie, we cheat, we steal. This is the glory of Uncle Sam's relentless pursuit. He would never be foolish enough to sell arms to the rebels. Not only was there a risk of non-payment, but it could also attract the attention of Uncle Sam's CIA. Chu Zihong had no desire to be hounded by a pack of relentless hyenas before his strength was fully consolidated. It wasn't fear that held him back, but sheer annoyance. As for whether the arms would alter the current situation, Chu Zihong couldn't care less. He was only interested in fattening his wallet. Snapping out of his thoughts, Chu Zihong asked Victor, his co-pilot, how far they were from their destination. Boss, we're about 20 kilometers from Buchanan, Victor replied after glancing at the navigation. Let me know when we arrive. I'll take a nap, Chu Zihong instructed, closing his eyes for some rest. However, he had barely closed his eyes when his satellite phone rang. Reluctantly, Chu Zihong opened his eyes and answered the call. Catalia's voice came through. Boss, the intelligence personnel have arrived at the hotel. I've given them your contact information, and they will reach out to you directly. Good, Chu Zihong replied with a satisfied smile. The intelligence network, Quicksand, which he had tasked Catalia with building, had developed rapidly with just $1 billion in funding, expanding from East Africa to West Africa. The intelligence on the Ghanaian government forces had come from Quicksand. Along with the 5 recruited agents, Quicksand was beginning to take shape. Chu Zihong believed that one day, Quicksand would surpass the CIA, KGB, Mossad, and MI6 to become the world's most formidable intelligence organization. An hour later, Chu Zihong and his team finally arrived in Buchanan, the largest city in southern Catalia. The entire city was under military control, requiring passage through 4 checkpoints to enter. Armed government soldiers and sandbag fortifications were everywhere, and Buchanan was shrouded in an atmosphere of impending conflict. Through the car window, Chu Zihong's eyes gleamed slightly. Opportunities everywhere, he marveled. Along the way, he noticed that most government soldiers were driving armed pickups or Humvees, with few tanks and armored vehicles. Their weaponry was quite outdated, with many using submachine guns from World War II, the most common being Thompson's and PPSH-41s. No wonder they couldn't defeat the rebels, who were equipped with M16 rifles, tanks, and armored vehicles completely different leagues. However, Chu Zihong's arrival might change all that. After circling the bustling city center of Buchanan for a while, Chu Zihong's convoy finally stopped in front of a luxurious 5-star hotel. As the largest city and a major port in southern Catalia, Buchanan's economy had even surpassed that of the capital, Monrovia. The government forces' retreat to this location was undoubtedly a wise choice. Given enough time, they could make a comeback. Entering the hotel, Chu Zihong lavishly booked 3 presidential suites on the top floor. He believed in living comfortably and not shortchanging his security personnel. After all, these were the people who would take bullets for him in critical moments. After completing the check-in procedures, Chu Zihong and his team headed straight for the elevator. At that moment, in the lounge area to the right of the lobby, a man was sitting with his legs crossed, hiding his face behind a newspaper. His polished shoes gleamed, reflecting a blinding light. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the doors slowly opened. Chu Zihong and his team stepped inside. As the doors closed, the man with the newspaper slightly lifted a corner, revealing half of his face. Though it was just a fleeting moment, Chu Zihong clearly saw that he was bald. "Boss, someone's watching us," Victor whispered into Chu Zihong's ear. "I saw him. He's a bald guy," Chu Zihong joked, then turned serious. "He might be a rookie. In such a large space, sitting alone makes him conspicuous. And his newspaper is upside down. Unless he's a genius who can read upside down." Although it was a brief glance, Chu Zihong was confident he hadn't been mistaken. "Boss, could he be one of Quicksand's intelligence personnel?" Victor speculated. Chu Zihong glanced at Victor and fell silent. Could it be? Could it be such a coincidence? If it really was the intelligence personnel Catalia mentioned, that would be utterly disappointing. In the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, Chu Zihong stood alone in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. He gazed down at the city below, feeling a unique sense of satisfaction from this elevated perspective. Perhaps it was the vantage point that allowed him to see things ordinary people could not. Chu Zihong took a sip of the wine but frowned. Despite its reputation as a fine vintage, he found it less palatable than the rice wine from his hometown. The tartness of the red wine was somewhat off-putting to him, whereas the sweetness and smoothness of rice wine suited his taste better. Thinking of rice wine, Chu Zihong's thoughts drifted. As an orphan, the only person he cared about was the old director of the orphanage. In this parallel world, that once kind old man should still be a young man in his late 20s. Chu Zihong silently vowed to return one day and repay the director's kindness if he could find him. As Chu Zihong was lost in his memories, Victor quietly approached him from behind and reported in a low voice, "Boss, the person has been brought in. Bring him in." Chu Zihong immediately snapped out of his reverie, turning to sit on the sofa. He rested one hand on the armrest and crossed his legs, exuding an aura of authority. Soon, 2 bodyguards escorted a scruffy-looking bald black man into the room. The man appeared nervous and restless upon seeing Chu Zihong, his eyes darting around, clearly intimidated by Chu Zihong's imposing presence. Chu Zihong coldly asked in English, "Who sent you?" The man remained silent, looking bewildered, but his reaction seemed more like he was feigning ignorance. Seeing this, Chu Zihong felt a sense of relief. If this person was Catalia's carefully trained informant, it would be quite absurd. "Victor, make him talk," Chu Zihong said calmly. Victor nodded in understanding and signaled to the 2 bodyguards. The guard on the left delivered a swift kidney punch, followed by a heavy blow from the guard on the right. The man collapsed to the floor, groaning in pain. Chu Zihong looked down at the man and threatened, "Buddy, if you don't want to meet your maker, you'd better tell me now who sent you and why are you spying on us?" Under the intense pain, the man finally spoke, stammering, "It's Catalia. I'm an informant for the Sand organization." Chu Zihong was a bit surprised but mostly puzzled. How could Catalia have trained someone of this caliber? What he didn't know was that this man was just a peripheral informant for Catalia. "If I remember correctly, didn't Catalia give you my contact information? Why did you choose this way to meet me?" Chu Zihong asked, slightly exasperated. The man explained, looking aggrieved, "Boss, I had no choice. Portable phones are too expensive, and I can't afford one." Chu Zihong paused, realizing he had overlooked a fact. In the impoverished regions of Black State, owning a portable phone was indeed a luxury. Help him up, Chu Zihong waved his hand. The two bodyguards helped the man to his feet. Despite the beatings, he managed to stand. What's your name? Chu Zihong asked. Kazaf, the man replied. Chu Zihong thought he misheard and asked again. After confirming, he was silent for a moment before asking a few more questions. The man's answers made Chu Zihong realize that this seemingly insignificant person was actually the future president of Catalia, legendary figure who dared to stand up to Uncle Sam. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Chu Zihong's mind. Since he had already supported a puppet force in Somalia, why not support another one? Especially since this person could potentially become the future president of Catalia. This thought instantly changed Chu Zihong's attitude. He began to look at Kazaf with an appreciative gaze. Kazaf, feeling uneasy under this sudden warmth, even wondered if Chu Zihong had a special interest in men. Clearing his throat, Chu Zihong said, Kazaf, tell me about the intel you brought. Kazaf immediately detailed the intelligence on Ganilia's president Xavier Saming and the government military commander. His report was extremely thorough, even noting the president's bathroom visits, making Chu Zihong admit he had underestimated him. After listening to the report, Chu Zihong decided to reward him. Victor, give him $10,000. Victor promptly took out $10,000 from a briefcase and handed it to Kazaf. Overjoyed, Kazaf thanked him repeatedly. Chu Zihong waved his hand. Keep up the good work, and there will be more. Boss, don't worry. I'll do my best, Kazaf pledged, clutching the money tightly. Chu Zihong walked over to Kazaf, whispering in his ear, Do you want to make more money? A glint of excitement flashed in Kazaf's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by hesitation. Chu Zihong noticed this and silently praised him. A true legend indeed, able to stay calm in the face of temptation. Such a person would be hard to control. After Kazaf left, Chu Zihong's expression changed abruptly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His mind raced, analyzing the situation at hand. Despite the allure of money, Chu Zihong knew that even the wildest horses could be tamed. His eyes narrowed slightly as Kazaf's weakness beautiful women came to mind. Chu Zihong recalled Kazaf from a past life, whose personal guard consisted of female mercenaries who remained loyal even during his flight. Even heroes fall for beauty, Chu Zihong mused, and Kazaf is no exception. A slight smile played on his lips as if he had already found the key to victory. Meanwhile, in Buchanan's temporary presidential palace, Xavier Sameen was deeply troubled. His face was etched with fatigue and anger as his fingers drummed incessantly on the desk. It was evident that the rebel forces were backed by Sam's country, their weaponry far superior to that of the government troops. The emergence of foreign mercenaries only exacerbated the situation. Sameen remembered the painful losses critical military installations destroyed, armories and barracks attacked. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Those military fools. Entire battalions had been killed in their sleep, a humiliation that left him feeling utterly disgraced. In just 3 months, the government forces had been repeatedly defeated. Northern cities fell one after another, and the capital was on the brink of collapse. The final blow came when the rebels, disguised as peacekeepers, captured Monrovia in a single day. Sameen shook his head in disbelief. An army of over 100,000 had been bested by a mere 40 to 50,000 rebels. Fortunately, Sameen reacted swiftly, retreating to his stronghold in Buchanan. With 30,000 government troops and 40,000 Tutsi tribal fighters, he believed they could hold their ground. Even if the situation worsened, he could escape to Europe by sea. Just as Sameen was nearing despair, a glimmer of hope appeared. Infighting erupted among the rebel leadership over power distribution, leading to chaos in the capital. This unexpected turn of events gave Sameen a chance to rise again. He immediately began reorganizing the military, improving public welfare, and winning over the populace. However, the incompetence of his subordinates left Sameen exasperated. He found himself bogged down by trivial matters daily, feeling as if he might die from their sheer stupidity. Ultimately, he decided to let go and leave things to fate. Simultaneously, he sought international support, but with little success. As Sameen wallowed in uncertainty, a knock came at his office door. His female secretary entered, announcing that a Chinese man named Nicholas Yu had requested an audience, claiming he could solve the president's problems. Initially inclined to refuse, Sameen perked up at the mention of Chinese and quickly instructed her to let the man in. At the same time, Chu Zihong and his 6 associates waited outside the temporary presidential palace. Armed government soldiers surrounded them, their dark skins stark under the sunlight. Victor, feeling uneasy, whispered a question about whether they would be granted an audience with the president. Chu Zihong responded with a question of his own. If you were stranded in a desert, starving and dying of thirst, and suddenly saw food and water, what would you do? Without hesitation, Victor replied, I would consume it all. Survival is the most important thing. Chu Zihong's lips curled into a confident smile. Exactly. That's why Xavier Samin will see us. He understood that Samin was at his wit's end, abandoned by the international community and surrounded by incompetent subordinates. In such dire straits, did Samin really have any other choice? Mr. Nicholas, our president invites you in. However, you will need to surrender your weapons to our guards for safekeeping. The sound of the secretary's high heels echoed, and within a minute, she appeared before Chu Zihong and his team. Chu Zihong shrugged in agreement and signaled Victor and the others to hand over their weapons. For these battle-hardened elites, even bare hands were enough to handle any threat. What seemed like ordinary clothing could be turned into lethal weapons in their hands. Against these inadequately trained soldiers, Victor and his team had no worries. After surrendering their weapons, the secretary led Chu Zihong and his team to the president's office. As the door opened, an office filled with Arabian decor came into view. President Xavier Samin, upon seeing Chu Zihong's Chinese face, immediately broke into a warm smile and stood up to greet him. You must be Mr. Nicholas? It's a pleasure to meet you, Xavier Samin said, extending his hand warmly. Chu Zihong shook his hand and handed over a briefcase. Mr. President, it's an honor to meet you. Please accept this small token of our respect. Xavier Samin politely declined, but his hands eagerly accepted the briefcase. He estimated its weight. It felt substantial, probably around $200,000. Despite priding himself on integrity, he wasn't foolish enough to refuse such a significant sum. However, he knew there must be a reason behind this generous gesture from the Chinese man. His wariness grew. After some pleasantries, they took their seats. Xavier Samin got straight to the point. Mr. Nicholas, I've heard you can solve my problems. How exactly do you plan to do that? Chu Zihong smiled and handed over a business card, beginning his pitch. Mr. President, allow me to introduce myself. I am the executive president of Umbrella Military Resources Company, dedicated to maintaining world peace and bringing hope to people. Xavier Samin was momentarily taken aback, then showed a peculiar expression. A weapons dealer talking about world peace sounded as absurd as a fish talking about water conservation. But at this moment, a weapons dealer was exactly what he needed. He wondered if this Chinese man represented China itself. If so, that would be ideal, given China's reputation for cost-effective and powerful weaponry. Mr. Nicholas, are you saying you're an arms dealer? Xavier Samin probed. Chu Zihong corrected him. No, Mr. President. I'm someone who brings hope and warmth to nations in need. Xavier Samin decided not to quibble over semantics and went straight to the point. Can I see this hope you're talking about? Of course, Chu Zihong said confidently, but my arsenal is on international waters. Whatever amount you need, I can provide. Xavier Samin narrowed his eyes. Mr. Nicholas, you talk a big game. Mr. President, I'm just stating the facts. Chu Zihong shrugged. After a moment of silence, Xavier Samin seemed to come to a decision. He sat up straight and looked directly at Chu Zihong. So, can you provide weapons for 70,000 men? Mr. President, it's not a matter of can or can't, it's a matter of must. Chu Zihong said confidently. We have the most advanced weaponry, from tanks and attack helicopters to armored vehicles, RPGs, self-propelled howitzers, and rocket launchers. We will meet your needs, guaranteed. Xavier Samin's eyes lit up. With such equipment, the rebel forces would be no match. Chu Zihong added, oh, and Mr. President, if you need battlefield delivery or tactical guidance, our company can provide those services too. Mercenaries? Xavier Samin asked. Yes, the world's top mercenaries, from elite special forces units like Delta Force and the SAS. Chu Zihong replied. Xavier Samin was astonished. Your company can recruit retired soldiers from these top-tier special forces? Chu Zihong smiled mysteriously. Mr. President, that's just the tip of the iceberg of what Umbrella Company can offer. This piqued Xavier Samin's curiosity completely. He immediately arranged to go out to sea with Chu Zihong the next day to inspect the weapons. Time was of the essence. He needed to seize any opportunity to reclaim his power during the rebel infighting. The next morning, Chu Zihong took an eager Xavier Samin on a speedboat to international waters. For safety, Chu Zihong had ordered the Maersk ship to anchor near Buchanan on international waters. After an hour of rough seas, the massive Maersk ship came into view. Xavier Samin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, My God, is that a floating mountain of steel? The colossal ship shattered Xavier Samin's perceptions. Even an aircraft carrier could hardly compare. Chu Zihong couldn't help but feel proud seeing Xavier Samin's astonished expression. He always felt a surge of pride whenever someone reacted this way to the Maersk ship. After the initial shock, Xavier Samin looked at Chu Zihong with newfound respect. He was convinced that Chu Zihong was his savior, and that he needed to cling to him tightly. If Chu Zihong had asked him to call him Godfather, he wouldn't have hesitated. Upon seeing the piles of armored vehicles, 2 S-3 self-propelled howitzers, and countless AK-47s, Xavier Samin nearly knelt down and called Chu Zihong father. At that moment, he had only one thought. Dear benefactor, please take care of me. Mr. Nicholas, should I go down and take a look? Xavier Samine asked cautiously, snapping out of his shock. His voice was tinged with a mix of eager anticipation and nervousness. Of course, there's an elevator over there. Please follow me, Chu Zihong replied with a shrewd glimmer in his eyes. He immediately led Xavier Samine to the elevator, and the two descended to the first cargo hold. Inside the cargo hold, rows of imposing T-72 main battle tanks stood in neat lines, exuding a cold metallic sheen. In addition, various types of ammunition and weapons were piled high, resembling a miniature armory. Xavier Samine was awestruck by the sight and instinctively walked towards the nearest tank. He reached out and gently stroked the thick 125mm main gun, the rough metal texture making his heart race. If the government forces were equipped with these tanks, crushing the rebels would be a piece of cake, Xavier Samine murmured, his eyes gleaming with desire. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Zihong began his pitch like an enthusiastic salesman. Mr. President, this is the Soviet T-72 main battle tank currently in service. It features the characteristic low profile of Soviet tanks and a 125mm large-caliber main gun, equipped with advanced systems such as gun-launched missiles and an autoloader. It only requires a crew of 3 to operate this behemoth. He paused before continuing. If you purchase a sufficient quantity, I can offer you 2 years of free maintenance and servicing. Should any issues arise during use, we also provide replacements. Xavier Samine frowned slightly at the mention of after-sales service, something unheard of in international arms deals. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, "Can you give me a discount?" Chu Zihong's smile grew even brighter as he held up 3 fingers. "Mr. President, this is already a great deal, 3 million per tank, and you won't find a better offer. If you decide to purchase now, I'll throw in 2 crates of shells as a bonus. How about it?" Xavier Samine pondered for a moment, then decisively patted the tank's thick armor. "All right, I'll take 6. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes as he quickly noted the order. He then enthusiastically introduced the T-64 tanks, casually mentioning a discounted price of 2 million each. Unexpectedly, Xavier Samine responded even more decisively, ordering 30 T-64s on the spot. Sensing an opportunity, Chu Zihong made an even more enticing offer. "Mr. President, if you purchase 50 T-64s in one go, it's a flat rate of 150 million, including ammunition." Though Xavier Samine looked conflicted, he ultimately agreed to the deal, driven by his determination to regain power. Little did he realize he was falling into Chu Zihong's carefully laid trap. Next, Chu Zihong led Xavier Samine to the armored vehicle section. This model is equipped with a 14.5mm KPVT machine gun and a 7.62mm PKT machine gun. Each vehicle is priced at 800,000, and I'll include 3 crates of ammunition. Without much hesitation, Xavier Samine ordered 20 vehicles. Thrilled by the swift decision, Chu Zihong maintained his professional demeanor, despite his inner excitement. Finally, they arrived at the small arms section. Faced with the mountain of firearms, Xavier Samine was momentarily overwhelmed and turned to Chu Zihong for guidance. Chu Zihong picked up an AK-47, expertly chambering a round, and said, "Mr. President, I recommend the AK-47 assault rifle. It's simple, powerful, and reliable, even in harsh conditions. It's one of the world's most renowned firearms." "How much?" Xavier Samine asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Instead of answering directly, Chu Zihong asked, "Mr. President, how many do you need?" 70,000. Can you give me a better price?" Xavier Samine tentatively inquired. Without hesitation, Chu Zihong named a steep price. A flat rate of 100 million, including ammunition. Xavier Samine fell silent, torn between the exorbitant cost and the pressing threat of the rebels. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and said, "Deal." At the presidential palace of Catalia, Xavier Samine was engaging in a major arms deal with arms dealer Chu Zihong. Inside the opulent reception room of the palace, Xavier sat on a large leather sofa, his face showing a pained expression. Spending $1 billion on 70,000 AK-47s. Maintaining an army is really expensive. However, Chu Zihong was not ready to stop there. Standing before Xavier, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, he began his pitch. "Mr. President, in addition to the weapons you just purchased, I strongly recommend considering some heavy firepower. Otherwise, your infantry will be at a disadvantage on the battlefield." Xavier was swayed and followed Chu Zihong to the heavy weaponry display area. "Nicholas, what do you suggest?" he asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Chu Zihong pointed to a rather simple-looking rocket launcher and introduced it. This is a 107mm 8-barrel rocket launcher with a maximum range of 8.5 kilometers and a kill radius of 12.5 meters. Its firepower is comparable to a 105mm howitzer battery and can be mounted on an armed pickup truck, making it perfect for annihilating enemy clusters. He patted the dirt-covered launcher. "Don't be fooled by its simple appearance. Its firepower is impressive. And it's very affordable, only 100,000. Xavier's eyes lit up. Only 100,000? That's the cheapest rocket launcher I've ever seen. Unfortunately, we obtained it from a second-hand dealer in China, and there are only 4 units available, Chu Zihong said, feigning regret. I'll take them all, Xavier said grandly, waving his hand. 400,000 is nothing if it can make the rebels suffer. Chu Zihong immediately flattered him. As expected from the great president leading Catalia to prosperity. So decisive. This compliment brightened Xavier's mood, and a smile spread across his face. Chu Zihong then recommended a cluster rocket launcher priced at 60,000, with an additional 3 boxes of rockets as a bonus. Xavier readily agreed to the purchase. Chu Zihong also introduced the NSV machine gun, known as the meat grinder of the battlefield, with a firing rate of 750 rounds per minute, far superior to the American-made M2 machine gun, priced at 200,000 each. Xavier ordered 20 units without hesitation. Under Chu Zihong's persuasive speech, Xavier's desire to buy continued to grow. Victor, silently following behind with a calculator, noted that the total had reached 348.5 million. The number made him marvel at the profitability of the arms business. When Chu Zihong mentioned armed helicopters, Xavier finally hesitated. Learning that each cost 10 million, he decisively declined. Sorry, but no thanks. Buying those would be a waste. The fighter jets in the warehouse are already gathering dust and were eventually destroyed by foreign mercenaries. After the deal concluded, Chu Zihong stood on the deck of a large ship, watching Xavier's speedboat disappear into the distance. He suddenly felt he had sold too cheaply. In war-torn regions, weapon prices were usually much higher. He could have made an extra billion. Victor approached and reported, "Boss, the money has been transferred. But haven't we gone too far?" Chu Zihong replied calmly, "Too far? If I hadn't sold these arms to Xavier, the rebels would have overrun him, and he'd be meeting his maker. In war zones, money isn't money. Guns are a person's lifeline." "Boss, you're right," Victor realized. Chu Zihong turned, his eyes gleaming sharply. "Victor, notify USS 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squads to mobilize. It's time for our umbrella corporation to make its mark on the world." Besides the arms deal, Chu Zihong had also accepted Xavier's order to hire them for combat. The mission was to eliminate the high-ranking officials of the rebel forces and foreign mercenaries. For the USS Rapid Response Team, with their tactical and even strategic capabilities, this was a piece of cake. Chu Zihong understood that staying low-key was not his style. Being high-profile was the way to make big money. This battle would be the Umbrella Corporation's claim to fame. The 3 USS squads, already lurking in various parts of northern Catalia, sprang into action. A war among mercenaries quietly erupted within Catalia. This was destined to be a lopsided battle. Each USS Rapid Response Team was top-notch. Among them, the Daredevil Special Action Team was renowned in the mercenary world, having performed special missions for both the CIA and the KGB. The leaders of the 2nd and 3rd squads, Wolfmother and Enrique, were exceptionally skilled. The former was responsible for training USS members, while the latter had nearly 20 years of experience as the captain of the Brava unit. As Chu Zihong had said, it was time for the Umbrella Corporation to show the world their strength. Catalia. In the hilly terrain 30 kilometers east of the capital Monrovia, a 6-man special ops team is huddled behind a massive boulder. Clad in full combat gear, their tactical vests and helmets prominently display the iconic red and white emblem of the Umbrella Corporation. This elite squad belongs to the mercenary organization under Chu Zihong's command, specifically the 3rd unit of the USS the Suicide Squad Special Operations Group. The team leader, Barney Ross, is an old-school tough guy. The other members include Christmas, Ian Young, Gunner, Toll Road, and Caesar. Sniper Billy is positioned at a vantage point on the hillside, keeping watch and silently grumbling about the division of labor that favors the veterans. Meanwhile, other younger team members form small units to hunt Western mercenaries within Catalia. Although the 3 USS squads operate independently, they share a common goal: to eliminate all anti-government Western mercenaries in the region. Under the scorching sun, Christmas can't help but complain, "Damn, it's so hot my underwear is soaked." He looks at Barney and asks, "Barney, why didn't we get a car? Why do we have to walk?" Without lifting his head, Barney continues admiring his favorite skull-emblazoned knife and calmly responds, "Cars are too big a target. Easier to get spotted." Christmas falls silent, resigning himself to the heat. In Yang, chewing gum, asks, "Barney, how much longer do we have to walk?" The other team members also look at Barney, clearly suffering from the oppressive heat. Sensing his comrades' eager eyes, Barney puts away his knife and explains, "According to the intel from Quicksand, there's a mercenary group called God's Assassins stationed in a village 30 kilometers east of Monrovia." "God's Assassins?" Christmas exclaims, "Those guys. I dealt with them when I was in the SAS. They're practically the devil's loyal servants." Barney adds, "They're off-the-books operatives for the CIA. They don't take freelance jobs. As the team discusses, Billy's voice suddenly crackles over the radio. Captain, we've got a situation. Barney immediately signals for combat readiness, and the team instantly springs into action. Billy reports, a girl is fleeing the village, chased by a foreign mercenary and some anti-government soldiers. Barney leads the team up the hill, each member taking up a strategic firing position. Through his binoculars, Barney sees the village in chaos, bodies scattered everywhere as anti-government forces clear the area. Two technicals mounted with M2 heavy machine guns stand out. Not far away, a black girl in a tattered floral dress runs frantically, pursued by a bald, muscular white man and 5 rebel soldiers. Hold your fire, Barney orders quietly. Wait till they're closer, then take them out with knives. As the pursuers close to within 10 meters, the girl trips over a rock and tumbles further away from the team. The bald mercenary grabs her by the hair and yanks her up roughly. At that moment, the Suicide Squad members rush forward, skull knives in hand, closing in on the enemies. But before they can reach their targets, a flurry of throwing knives whistles through the air, striking the enemies' hearts with deadly precision. The team angrily glares at Christmas, who clearly couldn't hold back and took out all the enemies at once. Only the god's assassin's mercenary reacts quickly enough. Despite a knife wound to his shoulder, he manages to draw a pistol. However, his wrist is suddenly kicked, sending the gun flying. Looking up, he sees a Chinese face, smaller than him by 2 sizes. The bald mercenary's eyes flash with malice as he growls, "Fuck you, yellow-skinned monkey, get lost." The bald mercenary roared, lunging at Yin Yang like a rabid wolf. His iron-like hands reached out, aiming to strangle his opponent on the spot. However, Yin Yang was as slippery as oil, evading the bald man's grasp in an instant and swiftly counterattacking, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! The bald mercenary staggered back several steps, trying to regain his balance, but a burly blonde man, Gunnar, charged in from the side, knocking him to the ground. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, Gunnar raised his kukri and slashed at the bald man's neck with brutal force. A fountain of blood gushed out as the bald mercenary's eyes widened in shock. He desperately tried to staunch the flow with his hands, emitting a gurgling sound as his body convulsed and struggled. Gunnar held him down like a butcher, letting the blood splatter all over himself until the mercenary finally ceased to move. The gruesome scene made Christmas's heart race. He shot a glance at their leader, Barney Ross, hoping to curb Gunnar's brutality. But Barney merely shrugged and walked away. Christmas rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Hey, Yin Yang, I told you he was mine." Gunnar stood up, glaring at the smaller Yin Yang. Meanwhile, Caesar and Toll Road also looked displeased at Christmas, grumbling that he had stolen their kills. They had all agreed to take one each, but all 5 soldiers ended up dead by Christmas's throwing knives, with the bald mercenary only being taken down with his and Yin Yang's help. "Don't blame me. You guys were too slow." Christmas shrugged, feigning innocence. Barney twirled his revolver and said, "Christmas, a knife will never be faster than a bullet. If I had used a gun, these guys would all be dead by now. Too bad there's no if, only results, right?" Christmas chuckled. Barney gave him a sidelong glance, holstered his revolver, and silently vowed to show Christmas the power of a gun next time. Meanwhile, a little girl who had been fleeing for her life was huddled under a rock, trembling despite knowing these strangers had saved her. Barney approached and crouched down, attempting a friendly smile that only made him look more menacing. He produced a candy like a magician, which finally made the girl relax a bit. "Kid, do you understand English?" Barney asked tentatively. The girl just stared at the candy, not responding. Barney sighed and stood up. Christmas came over and said, "Maybe the adults can understand a bit." Barney thought it made sense and handed the candy to the girl, ready to leave. Suddenly, the little girl grabbed Barney's pant leg and stammered, "Mister, I can speak some English." Barney's eyes lit up, and he quickly crouched down again, asking, "Do you know a way to get to your village?" "Yes, I can take you there." The girl nodded. Barney immediately gathered his team, leaving Sniper Billy at a vantage point to provide cover while the rest followed the girl to a hidden tunnel entrance halfway up the slope, camouflaged with desert-colored netting. Navigating the precarious tunnel, they soon saw a faint light ahead. Barney led the way, cautiously opening the exit cover to check the surroundings. Once he confirmed it was safe, he signaled the others to come out and asked the girl about the location of the enemies. Learning that the enemies were in the village center, Barney gently knocked the girl out and had Toll Road take her back to the tunnel entrance. Then, he gathered his team and announced a contest to see who could take down the most enemies. Christmas confidently taunted him, but Barney remained unfazed. "Move out," Barney commanded, and the team dispersed quickly, advancing in different directions. Yin Yang and Christmas headed for the armed pickup trucks, while the others targeted the central compound of the Assassins of God. Any enemy soldiers they encountered were swiftly dealt with, their bodies hidden. Meanwhile, Billy had set up his sniper rifle on the opposite hillside, blending perfectly with his surroundings. Through his scope, he soon spotted an enemy sniper in a building across the way. "Got you, little mouse," Billy smirked, his finger gently squeezing the trigger, ready to fire. Near the center of the village, in a two-story building, Eirik, the top sniper of the God's Assassins mercenary group, leaned idly against the window. He glanced outside with disdain, a smirk of contempt curling his lips. This mission was child's play. Dealing with a bunch of black state militiamen was almost laughable. Eirik reminisced about his achievements over the past 2 or 3 months. At least 400 or 500 government soldiers and countless snipers had fallen to his rifle. Yet, none of them could be considered a worthy opponent. The solitude of the master, he sighed inwardly. Initially, he had hoped to capture the government leader Xavier Samin quickly, so he could leave this godforsaken place. But the infighting among the rebel forces had thrown all plans into disarray. These half-evolved idiots infuriated him to no end. To vent his anger, Eirik had killed over a dozen villagers today. But even that didn't ease his frustration. He spat, cursing his rotten luck. Suddenly, years of combat instincts kicked in. Despite being in such a remote village, he quickly grabbed his sniper rifle and ducked behind the rooftop wall. This move was caught by Billy on a distant hillside, who chuckled softly, anticipating the upcoming action. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Barney Ross moved like a ghost, silently approaching a house. Through the window, he saw several civilian corpses strewn about. At the doorway, 2 rebel soldiers chatted nonchalantly. Barney slowly drew his famous skull-nifia heavy Bowie knife over a foot long. In the sunlight, its blade glinted menacingly. This custom weapon had claimed countless lives. In the next second, Barney sprang forward like a released predator. The blade flashed, and the nearest soldier's neck burst into a spray of blood. The other soldier barely raised his gun before Barney's kick sent him flying. Barney followed swiftly, plunging his knife into the soldier's heart. The entire process was smooth and lethal, like a deadly dance. After dispatching the 2 soldiers, Barney continued towards the village center. Every rebel fighter he encountered fell to his sharp blade. His teammates launched equally fierce attacks on their respective routes. The burly gunner swung his kukri, decapitating enemies left and right. In contrast, the equally massive black teammate Caesar seemed gentler. He simply snapped necks with his bare hands. Yin Yang and Christmas circled to the back of an armed pickup truck, first taking out the soldiers in the bed before storming the cab. They appeared to compete over who could kill faster, vying with each other. Ultimately, Christmas's knife-throwing skills earned him one more kill, prompting an eye roll from Yin Yang. At the same time, Toll Road reached his designated position and set up timed explosives on the main route. Once everyone was in position, Barney Ross gave the attack order via radio. Instantly, gunfire erupted in the village square. Rebel soldiers fell like dominoes while the God's Assassins mercenaries rolled and dodged bullets, launching their counterattack. In no time, the once quiet village square turned into a battlefield of bullets and chaos. "Damn it, a bunch of idiots." Sherlock, the commander of the Divine Assassins mercenary group, yelled into his radio, hiding behind a wall in the village chief's house. How could the enemy get this close without anyone noticing? "Are you all blind? Eric, are you sleepwalking as a sniper?" However, Eric had already been taken out by a headshot from Billy when Barney Ross gave the order to engage. A member of the Divine Assassins replied in a low voice, "Commander, Eric was taken out by an enemy sniper." Schillick's expression darkened instantly. He cursed internally. "Damn it, we've hit a tough one. These damn Catalia government forces have hired some serious mercenaries. To get this close without us noticing, they must be at least as good as us, maybe even better. Could it be a top-tier mercenary group?" He quickly dismissed the thought. No way, absolutely not. There are only about 10 top-tier mercenary organizations, and more than half are backed by major nations. How could the Catalia government afford them? But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. They needed to counterattack immediately. Unfortunately, they were up against the expendable SPA group of guys who went berserk in battle. To them, life meant nothing. They only knew how to take down their enemies at any cost. Each one was a ruthless war machine, determined to kill every last enemy. "RPG, get down," Sherlock shouted, just as a rocket came whistling in. Boom. In the explosion, 4 or 5 anti-government soldiers were instantly blown away. The battle quickly turned one-sided, with all anti-government forces wiped out in moments. Only the Divine Assassins remained, former Navy SEALs fighting fiercely against the expendables, holding their ground. Caesar quickly mounted the M2 heavy machine gun on his armed pickup and unleashed a barrage of bullets. The brutal firepower pinned down the former SEALs. Along with the threat of enemy snipers, they couldn't risk exposing their heads or bodies, fearing a fatal shot. Sherlock, his deputy crew, and 2 other mercenaries were trapped inside the house, unable to escape. The flimsy structure couldn't withstand the M2's onslaught and collapsed, burying the 4 men alive, their fate uncertain. The situation was dire for the divine assassins. However, as both sides ran out of bullets, the fight turned to brutal hand-to-hand combat. Unlike the quickly dying anti-government soldiers, the former SEALs proved to be formidable opponents. Gunnar faced an equally matched adversary, a massive, bear-like black mercenary wielding a machete. In this modern battlefield dominated by firearms, the two engaged in a deadly melee. A Nepalese kukri versus a machete. Their fight was fierce, filled with lethal intent. Others were also locked in intense close-quarters combat, except for Expendables leader Barney Ross, who remained calm and collected. His opponent was unaware of the revolver hidden behind Barney. When Barney tossed away his gun and charged with a combat knife, the mercenary thought he had an advantage. The outcome was predictable. Barney drew his revolver and killed him with a single shot. Just as Barney was about to seek out another opponent, a figure emerged from the collapsed house site. Was the disheveled Sherlock. He raised an iron rod and swung it at Barney. Barney narrowly dodged, but his revolver was knocked 2 meters away. Left with no choice, Barney drew his beloved combat knife to face Sherlock. They exchanged deadly blows, the air thick with the scent of blood. This intense battle wasn't confined to this location. It was also raging near the capital of Catalia, Monrovia. Other USS members were fighting various mercenaries hired and supported by Uncle Sam. However, not all mercenaries had the prowess of the divine assassins. Many groups were decisively crushed by other USS squads, one by one, until all foreign mercenaries near Monrovia were wiped out. Meanwhile, news of the Catalia government hiring other top-tier mercenaries quickly reached the CIA station in Catalia and was reported directly to the Joint Committee for the Overthrow of the Catalia government in the US. Find out, investigate. A silver-haired general slammed the table in fury. Identify which mercenary organization dared to mess with our plans. Deploy Delta Force to clean them up immediately. Yes, General. The CIA officer hurried out of the meeting room, wasting no time in investigating the mysterious mercenary group. At the same time, in a presidential suite of a star-rated hotel in Buchanan, Ganilia's largest southern city, Chu Zihong was comfortably lounging on a sofa, with a sexy white woman massaging him on each side. These women were lovers arranged by President Xavier Samin, who clearly knew how to enjoy life. However, Chu Zihong wasn't interested in these second-hand goods, fearing HIV infection. To him, a massage was sufficient. Suddenly, the door opened, and Victor walked in. Boss, good news from the 4 USS Special Action Teams. Chu Zihong, eyes half closed, didn't lift his head. Speak. All foreign mercenaries, except for the divine assassins facing the Expendables, have been eliminated, Victor reported swiftly. Well done. Chu Zihong smiled with satisfaction. He then gestured. Inform the other USS teams to support the Expendables. The SEALs are second only to Delta Force. They can't be underestimated. If we drag this out, we might attract a large reinforcement of anti-government troops. Yes, boss. Victor nodded, stepping aside to contact other teams via satellite phone. The door opened again, and Chris, the deputy leader of the protection team, walked in briskly. Boss, President Xavier Samin has sent someone to invite you over. Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow slightly. What does he want? More arms. The messenger said President Xavier Samin wants to discuss another collaboration, but didn't specify, Chris replied. If there's business, let's go then. Chu Zihong motioned for the white women to stop the massage and stood up. When a money-spending client calls, how can we refuse? As an arms dealer, Chu Zihong knew his role well. Was a businessman, a capitalist. And as a big capitalist, who would ever say no to more money? An hour later, Chu Zihong arrived at the temporary presidential residence in a stretched Lincoln. As soon as Xavier Salmon saw him, he immediately stood up from behind his desk and warmly approached. Oh, Nicholas, my brother. It's so good to see you again. Xavier exclaimed enthusiastically, his arms outstretched as if to embrace Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong wore a smile that was deceitful yet seemingly sincere. Thinking to himself, we're both old foxes here, trying to outplay each other. He responded calmly, Mr. President, we've always been brothers, haven't we? After the pleasantries, Xavier quickly got down to business, holding Chu Zihong's hand. Nicholas, my intelligence chief reports that your mercenaries have already taken out most of the foreign mercenaries near Monrovia. Impressive work. Chu Zihong smiled modestly, though he felt a slight unease. He was surprised by the efficiency of Xavier's intelligence network and realized the old fox was being cautious. We do our best to relieve our clients' worries. That's Umbrella Corporation's principle, he replied calmly. Xavier looked directly at Chu Zihong and said straightforwardly, I plan to continue our cooperation and increase the investment. This time, I need your help to eliminate the mid to high-level leaders of the Patriot Front, the rebel group. The price will certainly satisfy you. How much are we talking about, Mr. President? Chu Zihong countered, not backing down. Xavier held up one finger. This amount. Chu Zihong chuckled and said, Mr. President, are you joking? 1 million for a high-risk decapitation mission in the rebel stronghold? 10 million, not 1 million, Xavier quickly clarified. Even 10 million won't cut it. At least 30 million, Chu Zihong bargained. After a heated negotiation, they finally settled on 33 million, including a 3 million relocation fee. Despite his pain, Xavier agreed after weighing the pros and cons. Chu Zihong promised to complete the mission within a month and suggested that Xavier use this time to reorganize his troops. He also proposed military advisory services, further expanding their cooperation. In the end, they agreed on the price for military advisors, $2,000 per person per day. Chu Zihong was already planning to recruit experienced generals from the former Soviet Union to fill this new role in the company. Throughout the negotiation, the two men went back and forth like two old foxes engaged in a sophisticated game of wits. Every smile, every glance was loaded with meaning, and every decision carried complex calculations. In this tumultuous land, money, power, and life intertwined to create a chilling picture. Leaving the presidential palace, the sun had already set. Chu Zihong turned back to gaze at the modern European-style building behind him, a mysterious glint flickering in his deep eyes. His mind wandered to the tragic fate of Xavier Samin, the former president of Catalia from his past life. Samin had fled to Buchanan, but within 2 months, he was besieged by rebel forces. The city's residents were terrified, the government troops demoralized, and some even contemplated surrender. The rebels took Buchanan in just half a day, capturing Samin as he attempted to escape on a yacht. Samin met a gruesome end shot to death by a hail of bullets, his body dragged through the streets tied to the back of an armed pickup, unrecognizable. Such brutal scenes were not uncommon in Black State. Nearly every overthrown leader met a similar fate, much like the infamous Gaddafi. However, Chu Zihong's arrival changed everything. With Soviet-made weapons and trained mercenaries, the strength of Ganilia's government forces improved significantly. Coupled with Chu Zihong's assistance in assassinating the rebel leaders and the support from Uncle Sam, Samin's return to power was almost certain. Chu Zihong preferred to support Samin over the notorious rebel leader Charles Taylor. Taylor was a despised tyrant who neglected the economy and people's welfare, turning Catalia into one of the world's poorest and most chaotic regions. In contrast, under Samin's rule, while not perfect, there was zero tolerance for corruption, an improving economy, and people could at least meet their basic needs. Without Uncle Sam's covert interference causing economic collapse, the rebel uprising might never have happened. Chu Zihong realized how exhilarating it felt to change history. He couldn't help but mock himself. Wasn't he just an arms dealer who loved world peace? Selling weapons to the disadvantaged, bringing hope to war-torn countries. Destroying hegemony, building prosperity. Chu Zihong, the hero. Snapping back to reality, Chu Zihong got into the stretched Lincoln. Catalia no longer needed his attention. His next destination was Kiev. 3 days later, Chu Zihong set foot on the snow-covered land of Ukraine. November in Kiev was bitterly cold, with snowflakes falling like shredded cotton. The city rooftops were covered in thick snow, resembling rolling snow-capped mountains from afar. This visit was vastly different from the last. Chu Zihong's mindset, power, wealth, and experience had all undergone dramatic changes. He didn't immediately head to the 5th Air Force Group to meet Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin, but first checked into a 5-star hotel in the city center, where someone had been waiting for a long time. Chu Zihong had 3 main objectives for this trip. First, to acquire various transport aircraft and strategic bombers to build a global aviation network for Umbrella Corporation. Second, to secure loans in rubles, profiting from the exchange rate differences during the Soviet Union's dissolution. And third, to recruit talent, especially in technology, and to hire Cossack and Chechen mercenaries for the company's future development. Before coming to Kiev, Chu Zihong had already dispatched financial experts gifted by the system to Moscow and Kiev. Among them were 2 oligarchs from the 7 brothers of Ukraine, Berezovsky and Friedman. With these local insiders, securing loans and financial maneuvers would be a breeze. Chu Zihong's ambitions extended far beyond this. He wanted to expand his arms business globally, bringing the hope of nuclear peace to people worldwide. He even imagined effortlessly selling advanced weapons, including flying aircraft carriers, to his clients in the future. Umbrella Corporation's products, affordable and high quality, you deserve them, Chu Zihong thought to himself, relishing the glorious future that awaited. Mr. President, a pleasure to meet you. Barney Ross extended his hand and introduced himself to Xavier Samin. I'm the head of the Umbrella Corporation's office in Catalia. Inside the temporary presidential office in Buchanan, Barney stood with Christmas and Ian Young behind him. Dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, they looked like agents straight out of a movie. If it weren't for their distinct white and yellow skin tones, they could easily form a funeral pallbearer team. Xavier Samin looked at Barney with a puzzled expression. Mr. Barney, where's your boss? Barney put on a professional smile. Mr. President, as a multinational company with global operations, our boss is naturally busy negotiating business in other countries. For matters in Catalia, You can deal directly with me. I can resolve any issues you may have. You have the authority to make decisions? Xavier scrutinized Barney, who looked more like a mercenary than a businessman. Of course. Whatever you need, I can decide. Barney maintained his smile outwardly but cursed inwardly. How dare you question me? If it weren't for the boss's orders, I'd stab you in the backside. All right then, Xavier shrugged, acknowledging Barney's position. The two sides then proceeded to discuss matters regarding the training of Ganilia's military by military advisors. The expendables would serve as military consultants, providing comprehensive training and tactical guidance to the government forces. Barney emphasized the importance of professionalizing the army and hoped the president would offer strong support. Xavier assured that the government forces would fully cooperate with the umbrella corporation's training, and those who didn't comply would face severe punishment. The meeting ended on a satisfactory note for both parties. After leaving the presidential office, Christmas couldn't help but complain. Barney, I'm good at fighting, but training people? That's not my forte, especially training militia. It's pure torture. Why did they assign this task to our team? I'd rather be out assassinating high-ranking members of the rebel forces. In Yang chimed in, don't be ungrateful, Christmas. This job is easy money. $2,000 a day without risking our lives. Barney patted Christmas on the shoulder in agreement. In Yang is right. This is a good gig. If you don't want it, you can give the money to me. 2,000 is still money. Dream on. Christmas retorted, glaring at Barney protectively. Barney laughed. There you go then. What's there to complain about? He thought to himself. Reverse psychology works wonders. I should study Sun Tzu's art of war more. The wisdom of ancient Chinese strategists is impressive. Meanwhile, Chu Zihong had arrived at the Katyusha five-star hotel in the center of Kiev with his team. In the presidential suite, financial talents Berezovsky and Friedman greeted him respectfully. Chu Zihong was in high spirits, feeling immense pride that future Russian oligarchs were now under his command. He lounged on the sofa with a bold demeanor, looking at the two standing before him. Tell me, what have you achieved since arriving in the Soviet Union? Berezovsky was quick to report his progress in Moscow. In a short time, he had gained some fame, established a company and a private bank, and applied for a loan of 100 billion rubles from the Soviet Central Bank. Although still under review, the loan was expected to be approved soon. Friedman, on the other hand, was more low-key, having secured an 80 billion ruble loan in Kiev. Chu Zihong was somewhat dissatisfied with Friedman's performance. Only 80 billion? What good is that? Are you used to being the underdog? You should learn from Berezovsky, be bolder. I want more wealth, not a mere 80 billion. Remember, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, the timid have no future. Chu Zihong knocked on the coffee table, his gaze sweeping between the two, his tone filled with dominance and authority. His words were not only directed at Friedman, but also served to motivate Berezovsky. Chu Zihong calculated in his mind. A few $100 billion is nothing. His goal was to amass trillions, or even more. The opportunity was rare, and he had to seize the initiative. With the global financial powers yet to enter the Soviet Union, he needed to act swiftly. Once international capital flooded in, there wouldn't even be scraps left. Remember my words, it's not about 18 billion. I need more money. Chu Zihong's gaze was piercing as he looked directly at the two future oligarchs of the Russian conglomerate, his tone resolute and undeniable. Go all out. As long as the sky doesn't fall, get me as many rubles as you can. Whatever working capital you need, just ask. I'll prioritize your needs. Berezovsky and Friedman exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. They nodded respectfully, speaking in unison. Yes, boss. Chu's words gave them the courage to go all in, a hint of madness flashing in their eyes. Chu Zihong continued. Money can cure all pretentiousness. Wealth can cure all insecurity. Capitalists are driven by profit, putting interests first. Only then do they talk about emotions or anything else. Without money, you're nothing. That's reality, plain and simple. He added. Also, bribe any officials from relevant departments if you can. Get them all on the same boat. Binding interests is always the key. But be cautious of the KGB. If they start watching, pull out immediately. After giving his instructions, Chu Zihong waved them off. Just then, a jeep pulled up steadily outside the hotel. A tall white man in a brown leather jacket stepped out. It was KGB agent Poroshenko. Poroshenko generously tipped the doorman 100 rubles, earning a series of bows. As he entered the hotel, he brushed past Berezovsky and Friedman, who were just leaving. Poroshenko glanced at them, his brow furrowing slightly as if he found them familiar. By the time he chased after them, they had already gotten into separate Cadillacs and were driving off in different directions. Poroshenko stared at Berezovsky's car, deep in thought. Berezovsky, recently listed among Moscow's new wealthy. What's he doing in Kiev? A moment later, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. He turned and entered the elevator, heading straight to Chu Zihong's presidential suite. After knocking and receiving permission, Victor led Poroshenko into the room. Chu Zihong extended his hand and smiled. Mr. Poroshenko, it's a pleasure to see you again. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was handling some company business. Poroshenko was unfazed. Mr. Nicholas, I understand you're busy with work. Chu Zihong asked with concern. How is General Joseph Pushkin doing? Rest assured, the general understands your need to handle business, Poroshenko replied. Chu Zihong sighed in relief, thinking that it's not easy to placate an angry Soviet. Just then, Poroshenko spoke up. Mr. Nicholas, I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested? Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow. Oh, what kind of business? Let's hear it. Poroshenko glanced at Victor, hesitating. Chu Zihong understood and said directly. He's my personal bodyguard and my brother. Poroshenko nodded and apologized slightly. Mr. Nicholas, first let me reintroduce myself. My true identity is a senior agent from the KGB's Second Directorate. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Zihong's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Internally, however, he was in turmoil. The KGB, a super agency above the Soviet Party, government, and military, only answered to the highest echelons. Known as the world's largest intelligence-gathering organization, it stood alongside the CIA, Mossad, and MI6 as one of the top 4 spy agencies. What shocked Chu Zihong even more was that Poroshenko was from the KGB's second directorate, the Corps of Counterintelligence Operations. This meant he had been under surveillance since Somalia. Alarm bells rang in Chu Zihong's mind. Fortunately, this was a cooperative relationship. If it had been a hostile intelligence agency, he might have already met an untimely end. This experience made him acutely aware of the danger, prompting a decision to fully enhance and expand the Lusha intelligence network upon his return. While global coverage wasn't necessary, ensuring his own safety was paramount. After all, Chu Zihong valued his life. Without it, no amount of money mattered. Mr. Nicholas sat on the luxurious hotel sofa, facing a man in a suit. The man got straight to the point. I haven't been hiding. I'm in charge of the KGB's foreign station. Chu Zihong nodded slightly, not overly concerned with the man's identity. After all, he hadn't inquired about his specific position, only knowing he was an embassy staff member. Looking directly into the man's eyes, he asked, So, what business do you want to discuss with me? Poroshenko's gaze was intense, staring straight at Chu Zihong. I believe Mr. Nicholas is here because he has heard about the internal turmoil and impending dissolution of the Soviet Union, right? That's correct, Chu Zihong admitted calmly. So, what do you want to say? It's simple. Poroshenko let out a bitter smile. I want to find a way out for myself and my comrades. Chu Zihong's eyes lit up, and he suddenly sat up straight. He was secretly delighted. Was this the proverbial pillow delivered to a drowsy man? If he could integrate KGB agents into his intelligence network, his Sandstorm organization could potentially become a world-class intelligence agency. Poroshenko continued, just as Mr. Nicholas thinks, after the Soviet Union collapses, the higher-ups might be safe, but they will undoubtedly purge us agents. To survive, why not find a way out for ourselves? Chu Zihong leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed. You're right. If you and your comrades join our umbrella corporation, you'll receive an annual salary of 150,000, holiday benefits, and an annual vacation. In case of any accidents, your families will receive a substantial compensation. Poroshenko's eyes gleamed with joy at the offer. Mr. Nicholas, your terms are hard to refuse. I agree to join. Chu Zihong extended his hand to welcome Poroshenko. Welcome to the Umbrella Corporation. Our company's mission is to ensure global peace. After shaking hands, Chu Zihong asked, Poroshenko, is this the only business you want to discuss? Poroshenko's expression turned serious. If I can bring in a special forces unit under the KGB, along with some classified blueprints, what price would you offer? Chu Zihong's eyes sparkled. If you can deliver, no less than $1 million. Minutes later, they agreed to meet General Joseph Pushkin the next day. Poroshenko left the hotel satisfied, humming Katyusha with a spring in his step. After Poroshenko left, Victor, who had been standing aside, couldn't help but ask, Boss, can we trust a single agent? Chu Zihong, with a cigar in his mouth and his legs crossed, replied, I only trust money, not people. At that moment, Chu Zihong's satellite phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his Uncle Phelps calling. Chu, what have you been doing in Catalia lately? Phelps's voice carried a hint of inquiry. Chu Zihong was puzzled. What's the matter, Uncle Phelps? The CIA is onto you. Phelps's tone was grave. It's the Special Activities Division. They've received orders from the Pentagon to overthrow the Ghanaian Joint Committee, and they're willing to use Delta Force if necessary. There are agents monitoring your branch in Tiago City 247. Chu Zihong frowned. This was indeed bad news. Phelps continued, Chu, don't worry too much. I'll do my best to solve these issues for you. We have influential people within the federal government. Also, I'll send Alice to protect you. Alice? Chu Zihong was surprised. That sexy secretary can protect me? Phelps rarely smiled. Chew, she's not an ordinary person. Natalia Alice, originally Natasha Romanoff, was your father's adopted daughter in the Soviet Union. She was trained in the Red Room to become a top agent. She faked her death to leave the Red Room and came to your side after your father's incident, changing her name to Alice to protect you secretly. Chu Zihong was stunned, disbelief written all over his face. He hadn't expected his seemingly unremarkable secretary and lover to be the legendary Black Widow. This was undoubtedly a hidden surprise, making him marvel at the irony. Seeking what's near while neglecting what's far. After hanging up the phone, Chu Zihong was still immersed in shock. His secretary and lover, Alice, was actually the Black Widow. This revelation hit him like a sledgehammer, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. As the shock gradually subsided, Chu Zihong began to contemplate the implications of this unexpected turn of events. The mess left by his opportunistic father seemed to have hidden depths. The Black Widow, a top-tier character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, was a force unrivaled by other female Avengers. Chu Zihong recalled the Red Room principal's description of the Black Widow. Small in stature, seemingly immature, yet as dangerous as a deadly spider. This description perfectly encapsulated the Black Widow's mission characteristics: absolute stealth and lethality, capable of seamlessly switching between various disguises and styles. Amidst his amazement, a hint of joy also rose in Chu Zihong's heart. His faction already boasted Katarina, the top female assassin from Deadly Nightshade, and now it included Natasha Romanoff from the Marvel Universe. Along with the defector, senior KGB agent Poroshenko, his Sandstorm intelligence network was growing stronger by the day. It seems my protagonist's halo is indeed powerful, Chu Zihong thought smugly. The author is truly remarkable. However, the situation mentioned by Uncle Phelps couldn't be ignored. To be on the safe side, Chu Zihong immediately alerted the Hidden Alpha team to stay vigilant. The notorious CIA Special Activities Division had taken down many big shots, and Chu Zihong had no intention of becoming one of them. What bad luck, he muttered to himself. I plan to live longer than a tortoise. The next morning, led by Poroshenko, Chu Zihong and his team headed to the Soviet Air Force's 5th Army Base, located 30 kilometers southwest of Kiev. Chu Zihong remained cautious of the defected senior KGB agent, aware that this could be a feigned defection or have other motives. Thus, Poroshenko was labeled under observation in Chu Zihong's mind. The talents provided by the system give me some sense of security, Chu Zihong thought. These locals can't be trusted. In this world, only endless money can give me true security. An hour later, Chu Zihong and his team finally arrived at the Soviet Air Force's 5th Army Base. Compared to the 103rd Border Guard Division they had visited earlier, the atmosphere here was entirely different. Aside from the soldiers and cold weaponry at the entrance, the military camp seemed devoid of personnel. In contrast, the 5th Army's camp was a true Soviet military base. Armed military police were everywhere, and soldiers in training shouted loud Uraj slogans. On the airport tarmac, Air Force pilots were diligently maintaining MiG fighter jets. The entire camp exuded a strong military atmosphere, befitting one of the Soviet Union's elite Air Force units, renowned for its heroic deeds in world wars. However, even such a heroic unit couldn't escape the internal turmoil of the Soviet Union. The apparent prosperity was merely an illusion, as the foundation of the entire army group had begun to rot. The soldiers were innocent victims of this upheaval. Since the army group's command center was located across the airport, Chu Zihong and his team had to cross the airport. At that moment, two 4th-generation Su-27 fighter jets took off like arrows from a bow after a short run. The sleek takeoff maneuver captivated Chu Zihong's attention, and he only reluctantly looked away after the jets disappeared into the sky, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. The products of the Sukhoi Design Bureau, especially Homeland Defense fighters, were restricted from export by the Soviet Union's strict confidentiality regulations. In contrast, the MiG series was much more generous, with large export quantities and frequent direct confrontations with American fighter jets, earning widespread acclaim. However, following the Soviet Union's dissolution, the succeeding Russia lifted the export restrictions on Sukhoi fighters, but the export volume remained scant. Consequently, the MiG Design Bureau faced significant difficulties. Nowadays, you can't buy a Su-27 even if you have the money, Chu Zihong sighed inwardly. It's frustrating to see but not be able to get. To divert his attention, Chu Zihong focused on the MiG series fighters. Suddenly, he noticed the Tu-160 bomber on the airport, nicknamed White Swan. Its snow-white, sleek body was breathtakingly beautiful. Chu Zihong realized that pilots qualified to fly, it could only be considered test pilots in the strictest sense. Seeing the White Swan lifted Chu Zihong's spirits. It's so beautiful, he marveled. Truly the pinnacle of Soviet heavy industry. Simply stunning. Boss, we're here. Victor's voice snapped Chu Zihong back to reality from admiring the White Swan. Chu Zihong cleared his throat and calmly got out of the car. As a prominent arms dealer, he knew the importance of maintaining elegance. Sir, General Joseph Pushkin is already waiting for us in the conference room. Poroshenko had somehow entered the command center and now came out to report to Chu Zihong. Lead the way, Chu Zihong said succinctly. Sir, you'll need to surrender your weapons to enter, Poroshenko reminded, glancing at Victor and the others. Chu Zihong frowned slightly, wondering who they were wary of. But to gain more benefits, he instructed Victor and the others to hand over their weapons. In his view, when you're in the game, you have to be tough when needed and back down when necessary. If the opponent was strong, he'd even offer his right cheek after being slapped on the left. Why? Because it could bring more benefits. Everyone enjoys the good life together. What's a little slap? Chu Zihong thought. Can dignity be more important than money? Especially on someone else's turf. Following the rules is always wise. He recalled the fifth rule of arms dealers. Only businessmen who follow the rules can live longer. After surrendering their weapons, Chu Zihong, led by Poroshenko, headed to the conference room on the second floor. Meanwhile, a Boeing 747 transport plane, loaded with cargo, landed at Kyiv International Airport. Once the plane came to a stop, the cargo hold opened, and 30 fierce-looking mercenaries filed out. They were all dressed in black combat uniforms with the distinctive emblem of the Umbrella Corporation. Among them, a blonde woman in a black bodysuit disembarked. She was Chu Zihong's secretary, Alice or rather, the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. On the second floor of the command center in the 5th Army's camp, inside the conference room, Chu Zihong's attention was immediately drawn to the prominent portraits of the 3 Soviet founding fathers on the wall as he stepped into the room. Between the portraits, the bright red Soviet flag stood out. Lowering his gaze, he saw an elderly man in a lieutenant general's uniform seated beneath them. The slender old man with silver hair had eyes that sparkled with sharp intelligence, reminiscent of blue sapphires. Chu Zihong thought to himself, another old fox. This business deal won't be easy. But then again, who isn't a seasoned fox in this game? As Chu Zihong was sizing up his counterpart, Joseph Pushkin was also scrutinizing the young Chinese man before him. A seasoned military veteran, Pushkin had previously interacted with Chinese people during his time on Pearl Island. While Chu Zihong had the typical height and appearance of a young Chinese man, there was an additional quality about him that set him apart, the aura of a capitalist. Joseph Pushkin mused. Most Chinese give off an impression of being polite, humble, and gentle. But this one is different. He's just like those Western capitalists, cunning, greedy, and focused solely on profit. But I have to admit, I like capitalists like him because they bring benefits. The two men tacitly assessed each other before launching into performances worthy of Oscar-winning actors. After all, why pretend otherwise when both were seasoned players? After some pleasantries, they took their seats, ready to get down to business. But before diving in, Chu Zihong signaled for Victor to bring over a briefcase. General Joseph, there's an unwritten rule among us Chinese that when you visit someone, you shouldn't come empty-handed. Otherwise, it's considered disrespectful, Chu Zihong said as he opened the briefcase, revealing stacks of green dollar bills. Additionally, there were 6 gold-plated Soviet medals neatly arranged on top, glinting under the room's lights. Chu Zihong pushed the briefcase towards Joseph Pushkin. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Nicholas, you're too kind. But I must say, this is the best gift I've received this year. I believe we will become great friends, Joseph Pushkin said, feigning modesty while eagerly accepting the briefcase. General, we are already friends. We will never forget the help your comrades gave to my country. Long live our friendship. Chu Zihong said sincerely, almost moved by his own words. Indeed, we will always be friends. Long live our friendship. Joseph Pushkin laughed heartily. With the gift presented, everything was set. Chu Zihong responded with a smile. Long live our friendship. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, you think you're really their comrade? How about returning that northern land first? With formalities out of the way, Chu Zihong got straight to the point. General Joseph, I heard you're looking to sell some heavy transport aircraft? Yes, that's correct. What price are you willing to offer, Mr. Nicholas? Joseph Pushkin leaned back in his chair, smiling. General, let's inspect the goods first. I can't make a proper offer without seeing them, Chu Zihong replied with a smile. No problem. The transport aircraft are in the hangar for maintenance today, with no mission scheduled. Joseph Pushkin stood up and led Chu Zihong's group to the hangar. He conveniently omitted the fact that most of the aviation fuel had been sold off, leaving just enough for routine fighter patrols, and even that wouldn't last long. On the way, Victor whispered in Chu Zihong's ear, Boss, the cargo plane successfully landed at Kyiv Airport 2 minutes ago. Good. Notify Enrique not to unload the cargo and to rent a hangar to hide the plane. Chu Zihong quickly instructed. Yes, boss. Soon, the group arrived at the hangar where the transport aircraft were stored. The familiar massive machines came into view, and Chu Zihong thought, with these two big guys, I can finally establish the global air route I've always dreamed of. No more renting Boeing's transport planes at $50,000 a trip, which is daylight robbery. Chu Zihong carefully inspected the two transport aircraft and was very pleased with their condition. General, are there any more of these available? He asked. Our army has 4 of these models. We can sell 2. Joseph Pushkin replied without hesitation. General, we'll take them all. Name your price. Chu Zihong said with grand enthusiasm. Just as Joseph Pushkin was about to speak, a jeep pulled up, and a colonel carrying a briefcase hurriedly got out. He quickly walked over to Joseph Pushkin and whispered in his ear after glancing at Chu Zihong. The smile on Joseph Pushkin's face gradually faded, and his thick white eyebrows furrowed as he listened. Chu Zihong's heart sank as he sensed trouble. After about 2 minutes, the colonel finished speaking. Joseph Pushkin, with a frown, sighed and turned to Chu Zihong. Nicholas, I'm very sorry. I just received news that we can't sell the transport aircraft to you. Chu Zihong's expression darkened as he asked, General, why? Nicholas, we can't sell them, but we can rent them to you. Joseph Pushkin said slowly. Rent? How would that work? Chu Zihong's eyes gleamed with a flicker of cunning as he quickly thought through his options. If he couldn't buy them, renting would still work. After all, once rented, who's to say they'd ever get them back? Chu Zihong couldn't help but give Joseph some credit. The idea of renting was indeed clever. He put away his own calculations and feigned curiosity as he asked, General, how exactly does this rental work? Joseph smiled smugly and explained, it's very simple. You just need to pay $1 million per month for each transport aircraft, and you can use them. Chu Zihong furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Seeing this, Joseph wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely pulled out a flask of vodka and drank it as if it were plain water. Chu Zihong's mind was in turmoil. An IL-76 costs about $17 million, and this guy was asking for $1 million a month? That's even more outrageous than he would have expected. 2 years of rent would be enough to buy 1.5 planes, not to mention that after 2 years, once the witch nation gains independence, these planes might become scrap metal. He scoffed inwardly. Do they really think I'm a fool who knows nothing? It seems the Russians are no less shrewd in business than Uncle Sam. If they want to play tricks, they'll play dirty right back. Adjusting his expression, Chu Zihong put on a friendly smile. General, is the payment in dollars or rubles? Dollars, of course, Joseph replied confidently. General, 1 million a month is too expensive. How about 400,000? And is there any discount for outright purchase? Chu Zihong shook his head as he spoke. Joseph immediately waved his hand in refusal. 400,000? Impossible. These 2 big guys can cover the entire landmass, and their value far exceeds that. Chu Zihong continued to argue. 1 million a month, plus fuel and pilot costs, I'll be at a loss. Can't you give me a better deal? 1 million? Non-negotiable, Joseph said firmly. Chu Zihong sighed, looking regretful. It seems there's no point in continuing this discussion then. Goodbye. With that, he turned and left with his team. Joseph was stunned. He hadn't expected Chu Zihong to walk away so easily. He was momentarily conflicted, but quickly regained his arrogance. He turned to the colonel beside him and said, he's not the only buyer. Let him go. Andrew, spread the word that I'm looking to sell IL transport aircraft. I'm sure plenty of arms dealers will come running. As Chu Zihong's group left the military camp, his expression darkened immediately. He had underestimated human greed and arrogance. Even with the connection to Megar, it was useless. Boss, are we just going to leave like this? Wasn't the gift we gave him a waste? Victor asked worriedly. Chu Zihong sneered. The way he took it, I'll make him spit it out the same way. Poroshenko suddenly spoke up. As long as it's not too excessive, no one will intervene. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes. He asked, Poroshenko, does Joseph have any enemies or rivals? Poroshenko thought for a moment and replied, there's a guy named Yelyanov, Joseph's deputy. He was supposed to take Joseph's place but was pushed out by him. Arrange a meeting with Yelyanov for me. Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. Sir, Yelyanov is not in Kiev right now. He'll be back in 3 days, Poroshenko explained. Then we'll meet in 3 days, Chu Zihong said, slightly disappointed but soon smiling again. Poroshenko, come, let's discuss something. The 2 got into the car, huddled together in the back seat, plotting their plan against Joseph. Chu Zihong chuckled inwardly. Revenge is a dish best served cold? Nonsense. My hard-earned money isn't so easily taken. After Poroshenko left, Chu Zihong's mood visibly improved, as if a dark cloud had lifted. Holding a glass of red wine, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking Kiev's nightscape with a gleam of ambition in his eyes. Think you can outplay me? Chu Zihong murmured to himself, a confident smile curling on his lips. With 5,000 years of Chinese culture, there's no shortage of cunning tactics. More money? I've got plenty. Plus, with the help of a top KGB agent, what is Joseph Pushkin to me? Chu Zihong had no fear of retaliation. His team was filled with capable individuals, including 3 elite squads from the former Umbrella Corporation and the Alpha team forming the USS Rapid Response Force. Not only could they protect him, but they could also strike back effectively. This was the source of his confidence. As Chu Zihong indulged in his plans, Victor approached with a peculiar expression. "Boss, Miss Alice is here." Chu Zihong was slightly taken aback. He recalled that Uncle Phelps had mentioned sending someone to assist him last night, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Efficient. I like it. Let her in. Moments later, a woman in a black, form-fitting combat suit entered the room. Her devilish figure was accentuated perfectly. It was Natasha. The moment she saw Chu Zihong, her eyes filled with affection, and she threw herself into his arms. "Darling, I've missed you so much," Natasha said, hugging Chu Zihong tightly, her soft body almost melting into his embrace. Chu Zihong momentarily lost his composure, nearly dropping his wine glass. However, the next second, he felt a cold object pressed against his chest. Looking down, he saw a black Beretta handgun. Natasha's expression turned icy, her angelic face now filled with chilling determination. "Alice, no, Natasha, what are you doing?" Chu Zihong swallowed hard, feeling death's proximity for the first time. As the NOCS team leader, Victor immediately drew his Glock and aimed it at Natasha. NOCS members rushed in from outside, their weapons trained on her. Despite the situation, Natasha remained calm, locking eyes with Chu Zihong and speaking in fluent Chinese. "Chu, your father wanted you to develop a security company, not become a notorious arms dealer. I always wondered where you disappeared. Turns out you were in the Soviet Union." Chu Zihong finally understood that Natasha was there to reprimand him on behalf of his father. He signaled Victor and the others to lower their weapons. "She's one of us. Natasha, I didn't intentionally keep this from you. Without taking this path, I couldn't reclaim the legacy my father left behind." Chu Zihong gently moved the gun away from his chest, secretly amused that she hadn't even disengaged the safety. "Aren't you afraid of the danger?" Natasha asked, holstering her gun. "Afraid of what? Worst case, I'll be back in 18 years as a hero." Chu Zihong shrugged nonchalantly. Natasha looked at him in surprise. "Your transformation is astonishing. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were someone else." Chu Zihong's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. "It's this survival-off thefitist world that changed me." Natasha rolled her eyes, took Chu Zihong's wine glass, and downed it in one gulp before elegantly seating herself on the sofa. Her long legs crossed, unintentionally drawing Chu Zihong's gaze. Chu Zihong dismissed Victor and the others, locked the door, and sat beside Natasha. Her fragrance was intoxicating, making his heart race. After dealing with men for so long, encountering such a seductive woman made it hard for Chu Zihong to control himself. Understanding Chu Zihong's thoughts, Natasha didn't resist. After all, her role was to be both his secretary and lover. Like reunited lovers, they turned every corner of the presidential suite into their passionate battleground. The intensity of their affair could easily rival a heavyweight boxing match. Kiev, Stalingrad Avenue. The street is lined with Renaissance-style buildings, exuding a rich cultural atmosphere. At the corner stands an old tavern named Ula, quietly radiating the charm of the former Russian Empire. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, the tavern inside is cold and desolate. A blonde, blue-eyed waitress mechanically wipes glasses at the counter, her gaze distant. At the bar, a middle-aged white man in a black jacket lazily swirls a glass of ice wine, savoring it slowly. Ding-a-lingth doorbell rings softly, and the waitress reflexively calls out, "Welcome." A tall, handsome young white man strides in, his trench coat billowing. The waitress's eyes light up, and a bright smile spreads across her face. The young man surveys the room, his gaze finally settling on the middle-aged man at the bar. He smiles slightly and walks straight over. "Sir, what can I get you?" the waitress asks, batting her eyelashes, her voice syrupy sweet. "Vodka with a splash of Baileys, and some ice, please," the young man replies casually, taking a seat next to the middle-aged man. "Ah, youth, drinking such strong stuff." The middle-aged man glances at the young man beside him and comments. He briefly explains the unique flavor of vodka mixed with Baileys, and its effect on those who can't handle strong drinks. "Poroshenko, don't act so old. You're only 30, the young man says, patting Poroshenko on the shoulder with a smile. Poroshenko shakes his head with a bitter smile and shares the pains of his youth and the hardships of being a senior agent. The young man offers a few words of comfort before getting to the point. "You didn't call me here just for small talk, did you? Markov, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's take a walk," Poroshenko says, standing up and leaving 200 rubles behind. Markov downs his drink and follows. Walking side by side on the snowy street, Markov tentatively asks if Poroshenko has found a way out. Poroshenko briefly outlines an attractive job offer, piquing Markov's interest. "Are you in?" Poroshenko asks. Of course, only a fool wouldn't join, Markov responds without hesitation. Poroshenko then invites Markov to join Umbrella Corporation and reveals a mission. to find evidence of corruption against Joseph Pushkin and bring him down. Though surprised by the target's identity, Markov quickly gets into character and asks for specific requirements. Poroshenko uses hand signals to indicate the ultimate goal. Markov mentions the need to enlist Andrei from GRU. Poroshenko agrees, but notes that winning over Andrei won't be easy. In the end, Poroshenko feels a twinge of pity for Joseph Pushkin's fate, but quickly dismisses the thought. A mission is a mission. They just need to carry it out. 2 mornings later, Chu Zihong stepped out of his hotel room. He had been holed up there for 2 whole days, not once setting foot outside. During this time, he indulged in activities that most men enjoy, yet he still felt unsatisfied. Chu Zihong understood the saying, "A hero's grave is in a tender embrace," and he knew it was time to get down to business. As appealing as beauty was, overindulgence could lead to unforeseen consequences. Unable to purchase aircraft for the time being, his attention turned to the Kiev military district. In his view, one could never have too many weapons. Considering the likelihood of regional conflicts in the coming years, stockpiling arms seemed like a prudent move. "You're heading to the Kiev military district?" Natasha asked lazily, half leaning on the bed in a seductive pose. Her curves, outlined by the sheets, were mesmerizing, and Chu Zihong couldn't help but swallow hard. "Yes, stockpiling more weapons. We can sell them or use them for the company." Chu Zihong forced himself to look away as he bent down to pick up his clothes scattered on the plush carpet. He knew that if he didn't divert his attention, he might not be able to resist. "Take me with you," Natasha purred, like a lazy cat basking in the sun, lightly tossing her golden hair. "I know some high-ranking officials who could be useful." "You? You know some high-ranking officials?" Chu Zihong felt his resolve wavering and struggled to maintain his composure. "Of course, don't forget, I come from the Red Room. Knowing some high-ranking officials is quite normal." Natasha shrugged her pale, smooth shoulders, the blanket slipping slightly to reveal more of her alluring form. Chu Zihong cursed inwardly. This tempting little devil is doing this on purpose. Unable to resist any longer, he yanked down his half-pulled-up pants and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. 2 hours later, Chu Zihong appeared in the living room with Natasha, now dressed and looking as seductive as ever. Victor and a young Caucasian man had been waiting for some time. "Boss, there's an update from our intelligence personnel." Victor stepped forward immediately. With his arm around Natasha's soft waist, Chu Zihong sat down on the sofa. Natasha thoughtfully poured him a glass of Bordeaux wine and held it to his lips. At this moment, Chu Zihong exuded the aura of a powerful tycoon. At Victor's signal, the intelligence officer respectfully reported, "Boss, according to our intel, 3 international arms dealers have already entered Kiev. 2 of them are from Lockheed Martin and Raytheon." Chu Zihong was not surprised by the presence of these international arms dealers. He thought, these merchants have sharper noses than bloodhounds. However, these 2 companies were formidable competitors, especially Lockheed Martin, a major defense supplier for Uncle Sam, whose strength was not to be underestimated. Chu Zihong took a sip of his wine and asked, "What about the 3rd one?" "Boss, it's Mitsubishi Heavy Industries." Hearing this name, Chu Zihong's eyes narrowed. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, living comfortably, had also joined the fray. This was an interesting development. "Do we know where they're staying?" Chu Zihong asked, idly playing with Natasha's golden hair. "Boss, they're staying in the executive suite right below your presidential suite." The intelligence officer pointed downstairs. "So, they're right under our noses." Chu Zihong's lips curled into a wicked smile, his mind already formulating a plan. Upon learning that some mercenaries were in Kiev and might be targeting him, Chu Zihong was unfazed. He thought, if Delta Force can't get in, they send in small fry? Interesting. After dismissing the intelligence officer, Natasha volunteered to deal with the mercenaries. Chu Zihong declined her offer, saying he would have his men handle it. Then, Chu Zihong took Natasha back into the bedroom. Victor, witnessing this, shook his head helplessly, thinking that the arrival of this enchantress might not bode well. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the Katyusha 5-star hotel, 8 mercenaries of various ethnicities crowded into a 30-square-meter room in a small inn. On the bed lay 2 black cases filled with weapons, from knives to assault rifles, sniper rifles, and submachine guns enough to outfit an elite special forces unit. The mercenaries were selecting their weapons from the cases. On the sofa opposite the bed sat a middle-aged Caucasian man with a sinister look and slicked back hair. This man was none other than the infamous leader of the Blood-Kill mercenary group Scoundrel. Scoundrel was notorious for his ruthlessness and bloodlust. He would do anything for money. The number of mercenaries and civilians who had died at his hands was staggering. Although they were a CIA-backed mercenary group that had eliminated many of Uncle Sam's enemies, no amount of honor could wash away the blood on his hands. True to his name, Scoundrel. As soon as the captain finished speaking, a black soldier of Samoan descent skillfully began assembling a grenade launcher. He glanced at the unimpressed white mercenary and then continued focusing on his weapon. "Yeah, right. How tough can it be?" the white mercenary scoffed, clearly unconcerned about the adversary they were about to face. The thug on the couch raised his hand to stop their argument, his expression serious. This mission is highly dangerous. The target security detail is suspected to be from NOCS. Do not underestimate them. Italian Special Operations Group? Why would they be guarding a Chinese arms dealer? Another white mercenary, who was cleaning his sniper rifle, asked in surprise. If you've got the money, you can hire anyone, someone chuckled. The thug nodded in agreement. Mike's right. With enough money, even God will call you daddy-da. In his view, immense profit could make even deities bow, let alone NOCS. While the members of the Blood Killers mercenary group chatted idly in the room, they were unaware that danger was silently approaching. The entire hotel had been cleared out, and the hotel owner was gagged with his own sock and tied up under the reception desk, struggling in vain. Meanwhile, a fully armed Alpha squad silently approached the door of room 302 like ghosts. The team members took positions on either side of the door, ready for an assault. After confirming that all targets were inside, the team leader signaled, and a member immediately got into position, ready to breach the door. Inside the room, the thug on the couch felt a sudden unease. Years of experience had honed his instincts, so he ordered, "Quick draw, go check the door." "Yes, Captain." Quickdraw responded and walked towards the door. At that moment, the Alpha team leader signaled again. He and a teammate simultaneously pulled the pins on their flashbangs. "Go." At the leader's command, the breacher slammed into the door. With a loud crash, the door shattered instantly. Quickdraw, who had just reached the door, was thrown against the opposite wall by the impact. 2 flashbangs rolled in and stopped right at the thug's feet. "Oh, shit." Flashbangs, the thug cursed just as blinding white light erupted, accompanied by deafening blasts. Everyone in the room was instantly disoriented, their senses overwhelmed. But their suffering was short-lived. The Alpha squad stormed in immediately, firing at the targets without hesitation. The room was quickly painted red with blood. In just 3 seconds, the entire Blood Killers mercenary group was completely neutralized. However, Alpha team leader Artyom was not satisfied. He glanced at the bodies scattered around the room and turned to his team with a stern rebuke. "Sloppy. I wanted this done in 2 seconds, not 3. You pigs, get back and train harder." The team members lowered their heads in dejection, silently cursing their leader's harsh standards but accepting the criticism nonetheless. "Withdraw." At Artyom's command, the Alpha squad vanished from the hotel as silently as they had arrived. An hour later, a large contingent of local police finally arrived and surrounded the hotel. Detective Paul led his team into room 302, greeted by the sight of headless corpses and the stench of blood. Some officers couldn't help but run out to vomit. Paul carefully examined the scene and noticed some familiar bullet casings on the floor. He picked up a few and scrutinized them, his eyes narrowing. As a former Special Forces member, he immediately recognized the 5.45 39mm M74 rifle rounds, the same type used by their Special Forces and the KGB special units. Could these foreign mercenaries have been killed by their own special forces? But why wasn't the police department notified? Paul's brow furrowed as he placed the casings into an evidence bag, deciding to report this to his superiors immediately. This was beyond his jurisdiction. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Katyusha Hotel, Chu Zihong felt completely drained, while Natasha lounged on the couch, casually eating fruit. Victor knocked and entered to report, "Boss, Alpha Squad has successfully eliminated the Sierra mercenary team. Quick work. Any injuries?" Chu Zihong asked, trying to sound composed. "Not a scratch. Good. Have them lie low and avoid any rash actions," Chu Zihong said with a satisfied smile. Taking down a foreign mercenary team in Kiev would undoubtedly cause a stir. Keeping the Alpha Squad under the radar was the wisest move for now. The next morning, snow was falling heavily, blanketing Kiev in white. Inside the Catalia Hotel's Western-style restaurant, roaring fire warded off the winter chill. A pianist was playing Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, the elegant music complementing the red wine and steaming hot steaks, creating a stark contrast to the desolate world outside. Chu Zihong and Natasha sat by the window, with Victor and Chris standing guard like statues. As Chu Zihong gracefully cut his steak, he asked, "Natasha, is this guy Vladimir you set up reliable?" Natasha swirled her wine glass and replied casually, "Of course. If he dares not to show up, you'll see someone streaking down the streets of Kiev tomorrow." Chu Zihong paused briefly, then shook his head with a light chuckle, thinking this woman really is a rogue. At that moment, 2 groups of people entered the restaurant. It was Lockheed and Raytheon representatives, both white men in their 40s, dressed in suits and exuding an air of arrogance. They glared at each other, clearly both aiming to dominate the lucrative Kiev market. Following them was the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries representative. In the presence of the 2 masters, this eunuch was obsequious, grinning fawningly until his patrons were seated before he dared to sit in a corner. Chu Zihong watched all this with cold disdain. The Mitsubishi representative seemed to sense his gaze and looked over at Chu Zihong. Seeing his Asian face, he was initially surprised. Then a meaningful glint appeared in his eyes. But soon, his attention was drawn to the alluring Natasha. The Lockheed and Raytheon representatives also noticed Chu Zihong's group. The Raytheon representative seemed thoughtful, perhaps considering whether to ally with this rising Chinese arms dealer. On the other hand, Lockheed's representative, Sean Edwards, glared angrily, as Chu Zihong had once sent someone to kill his uncle, Sean Stark. Natasha glanced at the three arms company representatives and asked, "Your competitors are sizing you up. Do you feel any pressure?" Chu Zihong smiled confidently. "Pressure? That word isn't in my dictionary. Are you sure you're confident?" Natasha pressed. "They're all making money off war. If they can, why can't I?" Chu Zihong retorted, his tone full of confidence. He believed that with the soon-to-be-completed Umbrella Corporation headquarters, his team of researchers, and the opportunities brought by the Soviet Union's collapse, surpassing these two companies was only a matter of time. "Then I look forward to that day." Natasha's eyes sparkled, clearly impressed by Chu Zihong's boldness. At that moment, a Soviet man in a major general's uniform appeared in the restaurant, breaking the delicate atmosphere. This was Vladimir, the intermediary Natasha had mentioned, head of logistics for the Kiev military district. The three arms company representatives watched in shock as Vladimir walked straight to Chu Zihong's table, realizing that while they had been vying against each other, this unexpected Chinese player might have already seized the advantage. As Flammaker strode resolutely towards Chu Zihong, Edward, the spokesperson for Lockheed Corporation, could no longer contain his anxiety. He watched helplessly as this potential competitor grew stronger, encroaching on Lockheed's market share. His anger simmered like molten lava. Edward despised three types of people the most: those who don't repay debts, those who profit from nothing, and those who covet his interests. Without a doubt, Chu Zihong was the third kind. Edward gritted his teeth, stood up swiftly, and with all his might, intercepted Flammaker just before he reached Chu Zihong. However, standing before the towering Soviet general, Edward, at 6 feet tall, seemed unusually frail. This scene was a metaphor for the West's fear of the Soviet Union, not just their overwhelming military might, but also their intimidating physical presence. The Europeans had already lost half the battle in sheer presence alone, forcing them to feign humility. "General Flammaker," Edward forced a smile, trying to remain composed. "I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm Sean Edward from Lockheed Corporation. Do you remember me?" Flammaker glanced down at him coldly and uttered two words, "Move aside." Edward stood there, stunned, unable to react. How had the general, who had been so friendly just yesterday, suddenly changed his attitude? He stammered, "General, I don't understand human language." Flammaker interrupted impatiently, shoving Edward aside as if he were a small child. As Edward watched Flammaker continue towards Chu Zihong, his anger boiled over, and he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, damn it." A nearby representative from Raytheon couldn't help but laugh. "Is he an idiot? Can't he see? Flammaker obviously has a special relationship with that Chinese guy. Edward's just making a fool of himself." In the corner of the restaurant, the representative from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries wore a grim expression. Seeing his financier humiliated, he couldn't just sit back. However, as the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. He decided to wait and see. By this time, Flammaker had reached Chu Zihong, but his gaze went past Chu Zihong and landed on Natasha, his eyes lighting up with childlike excitement. "Natasha, you're alive?" Flammaker exclaimed joyfully. "This is wonderful. Mother will be so happy to hear this." Natasha's expression was complex, and she replied uneasily, "How is grandmother?" "She's well," Flammaker said, sitting next to Chu Zihong. "But she gets very sad whenever she thinks about you." Natasha sighed, her face showing a mix of emotions. Her thoughts drifted to the past. Her grandmother had vehemently opposed her being sent to the Red Room but was powerless to change anything. After her father died in battle, Natasha, then still in the Red Room, felt a strange sense of relief. If it hadn't been for him, she wouldn't have been in that nightmare. 6 months later, during a mission, she was severely injured and saved by Chu Yang. From that moment on, Natasha Romanoff died, and Alice, the secretary to the president of Hualong Security Company, was born. She had planned to live out her life this way, but fate had other plans. Upon learning that Chu Zihong was being targeted by the CIA, Natasha returned to the Soviet Union to seek help. Flammaker was her late father's brother, who had always doted on her. Returning to the present, Natasha collected her thoughts and got straight to the point. "Uncle Flammaker, I'm here today to introduce someone to you." "Oh, who?" Flammaker asked, finally noticing Chu Zihong beside him. Chu Zihong awkwardly touched his nose, thinking, how could you not see such a big person right next to you? But he was also surprised to learn that Natasha had relatives in the Soviet Union. "Chu," Natasha began but quickly corrected herself, remembering Chu Zihong's business alias. Nicholas Yuri, president of Umbrella Corporation. My boss? Your boss? Flammaker frowned and took a closer look at the Chinese man beside him. Chu Zihong smiled and extended his hand. General Flammaker, pleased to meet you. Flammaker shook his hand and curiously asked, Japanese? Korean? Malaysian? Your Excellency, I'm an American of Chinese descent. My ancestors are from China, Chu Zihong explained. Flammaker's expression softened noticeably. Ah, a comrade. Nice to meet you. In his younger days, he had supported China and felt a natural affinity for Chinese people. Seeing that the two had been introduced, Natasha got straight to the point. Uncle Flammaker, our boss is here in Kiev to purchase some military equipment. A comrade? You're an arms dealer? Flammaker looked at Chu Zihong in surprise, as it was rare to see Chinese arms dealers in the Soviet Union. Chu Zihong quickly waved his hand and calmly explained, No, General, let me correct you. It's not arms dealing, it's hope. I bring peace to the world, bringing hope and warmth to those mired in war. I'm guided by God to help those suffering to once again bask in his holy light. So, to be precise, I'm not an arms dealer but a messenger of peace sent by God. Flammaker and Natasha stared at Chu Zihong, momentarily speechless. They had never encountered an arms dealer who spoke so eloquently about peace, claiming to be a messenger of God. This rhetoric left them momentarily at a loss for words. Davarish, your eloquence is impressive. I think you should be a politician rather than a capitalist. After all, as Natasha's boss, Vladimir couldn't really say much and just had to offer some praise. Chu Zihong's lips curled up slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. General, you must understand that politicians serve capitalists, don't they? Capitalists can manipulate all sorts of so-called democracy and freedom. If you can't see through these tricks, that's one thing. But if you actively promote them, you're either a capitalist lapdog or a fool. Vladimir's smile became a bit stiff, but he nodded in agreement. Ah yes, Davarish is right. He quickly changed the subject. So, what kind of weapons do you need? AKs, RPGs, tanks, planes, or anti-aircraft missiles, rocket launchers? Chu Zihong's eyes lit up, catching the key point. General, you also sell aircraft? Vladimir laughed and added, Of course, and if you have some supplies or liquor, I can offer you a better deal. Chu Zihong was secretly delighted, already picturing the advanced weaponry in his mind. He thought about the superior performance of third-generation fighter jets. Excellent low-altitude transonic maneuverability, strong bay and visual range combat capability, all-weather operations, and ground attack capabilities. Transport planes were even more versatile, capable of carrying 100 paratroopers, 65 stretchers, 2 small cannons with a trailer, or a medium tank. The rear was equipped with a turret and surveillance radar, along with 2 23mm cannons. If I had known, I would have had Phelps send Natasha over sooner. Chu Zihong thought regretfully but quickly regained his composure. But it's not too late now. Recommendations from familiar faces do make a difference. He slapped the table and said boldly, General, I'll take everything. Vladimir was momentarily stunned, then glanced at Natasha and chuckled. Taking everything might be difficult, but since you're Natasha's boss, I can help negotiate. At that moment, a gloomy voice interrupted their conversation. General Vladimir, this is inappropriate, isn't it? Chu Zihong, Natasha, and Vladimir frowned and looked up. The speaker was Sean Edward, a representative from Lockheed, dressed in a suit, storming in with bodyguards, only to be stopped by Victor and Chris. Chu Zihong impatiently asked, Who are you? What business is it of yours? He cursed inwardly, Damn, interrupting and ruining my plans. A bullet should send you to Lucifer, dressed like a civilized man, but just a savage in a suit. Europe is full of unrefined beings, getting rich through war and theft. Talking about democracy and freedom, they should mind their own affairs first. We are born free, who dares to look down on us? Sean Edwards' blue eyes stared at Chu Zihong like a venomous snake. Should I call you Nicholas Yuri or Chu Zihong? Chu Zihong's eyes turned cold. Since you know, if you don't want to end up like your uncle, dead in a foreign land, leave before I decide to kill you. Otherwise, he left the threat unfinished, but the meaning was clear. A cold glint flashed in Sean Edwards' eyes. He left with a threat of his own. Very well. I hope Mr. Chu will still be here, intact, for breakfast tomorrow. Natasha's expression turned icy at his words. She lifted her winter skirt, ready to draw the petite Beretta pistol from her thigh. Chu Zihong quickly grabbed her hand, shaking his head. Don't be impulsive. He won't live long after crossing me. Natasha glanced at Chu Zihong, smiled, and lowered her skirt. Vladimir watched them with a knowing smile, thinking, what a fatherly smile. Boss? Who believes that? More like a domineering CEO and his secretary. The conversation continued, and they agreed to meet tomorrow to head to the Kiev military district together. Vladimir prepared to leave. After all, it was working hours, and he had to be responsible. Plus, who knows how much the logistics department would sell behind his back if he stayed away too long. Before leaving, Vladimir couldn't help but ask, Yuri, did you kill Sean Stark? Chu Zihong shrugged nonchalantly. He was blocking my business. Just a small fry. Which arms dealer hasn't climbed over the bodies of their competitors? If someone blocks your profits, you kill them. You don't leave them alive to send you to God. Vladimir nodded in agreement. To achieve great things, one must eliminate any threats to their life without mercy. However, battles between arms dealers were different, as both sides had endless ammunition. Sean Edwards' words earlier were definitely not just empty threats. Chu Zihong sighed inwardly. Ugh. Another white pig to kill. So annoying. Vladimir spoke earnestly to Yuri. I must remind you, the Sheen family is the top agent for Lockheed Corporation, one of the premier international arms dealers in the US. After Stark's death, not only was the Sheen family enraged, but the KGB also investigated in Kiev to find the mastermind. If this matter gets out, it won't be good for you in Kiev. Now that Sheen Edward, the new representative of the Sheen family, is aware of this, you could be in great danger when you're out in Kiev. Hearing this, Chu Zihong stood up and solemnly thanked Vladimir. General, thank you for the warning. I'll handle it. He thought to himself, with people inside the KGB, what was there to fear? As for those who want to kill him, there are 3 tactical special forces teams hidden around him. Sheen Edwards' men would have to get through them first. He wasn't a pushover but a hedgehog bristling with spikes, ready to strike back at the slightest touch. Vladimir burst into laughter and suddenly spoke fluent Chinese. Haha, we're all family now, no need for formalities. This left Chu Zihong stunned. The two embraced, though the hug looked somewhat comical. Chu Zihong's feet were almost off the ground, his heart racing. Vladimir, towering and robust like a giant bear, made even a real bear seem inferior by comparison. Vladimir released Chu Zihong and turned to Natasha with a gentle tone. Natasha, come home when you can, your grandmother misses you. Natasha smiled and walked over, giving Vladimir a gentle hug according to Soviet customs forbidding farewell to elders. Uncle Vladimir, I will, she replied softly. After seeing Vladimir off, Chu Zihong turned to Natasha, squinting his eyes. Is there something you haven't told me? Natasha playfully rolled her eyes at Chu Zihong and teased. There's a part of me you don't know about? Chu Zihong coughed to hide his embarrassment. Ahem. That's not what I meant. He thought to himself, this woman sure knows how to tease. He's just getting started. Natasha elegantly sat down and took a sip of red wine. So, what do you want to know? For instance, your past? Uncle Phelps only mentioned a bit about you, Chu Zihong said, sitting down and looking directly at Natasha. Hearing this, a hint of memory flashed in Natasha's eyes, her brows furrowing as if recalling a painful past. My past, she began, but her words trailed off. Meanwhile, in another room, Sheen Edwards slammed the door shut and plopped heavily onto the sofa. With a wave of his hand, he swept all the cups off the coffee table onto the floor. Damn it, that little dragon. I want you dead. He cursed, then shouted towards the door, Harry, get in here. The door opened, and a slick, well-dressed white man walked in respectfully. He had the typical look of a Hollywood villain. Boss, what are your orders? Harry asked, deferentially. Sheen Edward, seething with anger, ordered. I want Chu Zihong dead. Notify the Hellfire Special Squad from the God Army to come over immediately. I don't want Chu Zihong to leave Kiev alive. Harry nodded and was about to act but was stopped by Sheen Edward. Also, my lust-driven idiot uncle has been confirmed to be killed by Chu Zihong. Notify the family to start targeting Chu Zihong's assets in Tiago City. Boss, anything else? Harry asked. That's all? You can go. Sheen Edward dismissed him with a wave. He smirked inwardly, thinking it was laughable to avenge his idiot uncle. He should thank Chu Zihong for removing the obstacle, allowing him to inherit the position of Lockheed's top representative. Sheen Edward was furious because Chu Zihong had taken his share of the pie, crossing his bottom line. The Kiev market belonged to Lockheed alone. Not even Thor Industries could compete, let alone a Chinese. Sheen Edward poured himself a glass of red wine, but it did little to calm his nerves. He picked up the phone and called for some gypsy girls to entertain him. Soon, the room was filled with a lively and amorous atmosphere. In the adjoining room, Koizumi Junichiro, the representative of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, sat on the sofa with a frown. In front of him stood his obsequious subordinate, Inu Kai-kin. So, you're saying this Nicholas Yuri is not representing China? Koizumi Junichiro asked. Yes, boss. According to our intel, he once refused the Chinese embassy in Somalia. His actions are more like those of a European capitalist, driven purely by profit. As long as the price is right, he'll do anything. Inu Kai-kin reported. Koizumi Junichiro shook his head. That doesn't prove anything. Never trust what you see. People are masters of disguise. He worried that if the Chinese joined the scramble for the Soviet pie, it would be detrimental to them. A strong China would threaten Japan, something both the higher-ups and the US would not want. As a loyal ally, Japan had to help the US. So, boss, what do you suggest? Inu Kaiken asked tentatively. Kill him, Koizumi Junichiro said coldly, making a slicing motion across his neck. Inu Kaiken reminded, boss, his security detail is from NOCS, they're not easy to deal with. And that little dragon has a hidden special forces team that saved him from an assassination attempt by the 3K gang in Tiago City. Koizumi Junichiro chuckled. Don't worry, we're not the only ones after him. Sheen Edward will also send people. Just plant a bomb in his car and leave the rest. Oh, and keep that blonde girl by his side alive. It'd be a waste to kill her. They exchanged a knowing smile, a lecherous glint in their eyes that only men understand. The next morning, Chu Zihong and Natasha were enjoying breakfast in the hotel's Western-style restaurant, choosing the same spot as yesterday. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire city of Kiev unfolded before them, evoking a sense of grandeur and power. They savored their meal while admiring the cityscape, occasionally exchanging casual conversation, feeling completely at ease. Just as Chu Zihong was marveling at this almost celestial lifestyle, Victor hurried over and whispered, Boss, the people sent by General Vladimir have arrived. Chu Zihong glanced toward the restaurant entrance and saw a Soviet captain being stopped by Chris. Perfect timing, we just finished, Chu Zihong said, wiping his mouth as he stood up. Natasha, a bit worried, asked, Are you sure you want to go out? Chu Zihong chuckled. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Besides, if a weapons dealer like me doesn't have some guts, I might as well go home and sell tofu. Natasha teased, You don't just have guts, you're downright fearless. Give you a lever, and you might just move the whole world. Chu Zihong laughed heartily. As long as there's money, I can call Sam my brother. With that, he led Natasha and Victor towards the entrance. The captain immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, Mr. Nicholas, good morning. I'm Antonio, sent by General Vladimir to escort you. Chu Zihong nodded. Let's go. We shouldn't keep the general waiting. As they reached the hotel entrance, they were greeted by the sight of two BTR-80 armored vehicles. Chu Zihong was taken aback. Quite the show of force. General Vladimir really cares about my safety. I'll remember this favor. Feeling touched, Chu Zihong also decided to inquire about purchasing BTR-80s from General Vladimir. Compared to the BTR-60, this new model offered significant improvements in performance and durability. The group boarded the armored vehicles and soon disappeared down the road. This scene was witnessed by personnel from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, who were infuriated. Their carefully placed time bomb had become useless. Junichiro Koizumi was so enraged he pounded the table, wishing he could commit seppuku on the spot. Meanwhile, Sean Edwards remained unusually calm upon hearing the news. To him, Chu Zihong was a doomed man, bound to meet his end sooner or later. With the Hellfire Special Forces en route to Kiev, Chu Zihong's fate was sealed. As Sean Edwards reveled in his plans, there was a knock on the door. Come in, he called lazily. Harry quickly entered and reported, Boss, the Hellfire team has reached the Polish-Ukrainian border and is expected to arrive in Kiev within 2 days. They need us to supply them with weapons and gear. Sean Edwards exhaled a smoke ring and said calmly, No problem. Tell them to head to the Safe Houses Armory when they arrive in Kiev. Make sure they know they'll be well compensated for this job. Yes, boss, Harry replied, about to leave but was called back. Get a car ready. We need to meet with General Antoniev to thwart Chu Zihong's arms deal with Vladimir. The car is already downstairs, boss. Excellent. Let's go, Sean Edwards said, adjusting his suit before leaving the room. Meanwhile, Chu Zihong and his group arrived at the Kiev military district after a one-and-a-half-hour drive. Located in Chernihiv, outside the city of Kiev, the district oversaw the capital and 24 surrounding provinces, with a total force of around 800,000 troops. General Vladimir was already waiting at the camp entrance. As Chu Zihong stepped out of the vehicle, the general greeted him with a bear hug, so strong it nearly knocked the wind out of him. Natasha couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Comrade, what's the matter? General Vladimir asked with concern. Chu Zihong waved his hand, catching his breath. Nothing, General, just give me a moment. Please, stay back. After a brief rest, Chu Zihong followed General Vladimir into the camp in a jeep. However, the atmosphere in the military district was markedly different from the 5th Air Force group he had visited earlier. It felt lifeless and undisciplined. Chu Zihong thought to himself, this once mighty bear has fallen, not just due to external factors, but because of internal decay beyond repair. 2 military jeeps drove steadily, one behind the other, on the smooth roads within the military district. Sitting in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, Flamakir turned to look at Chu Zihong in the backseat and asked, Yuri, how much cargo did you prepare this time? Chu Zihong pondered for a moment before replying, a Boeing 747, loaded to its maximum capacity. 90 tons? Flamakir pressed. Chu Zihong shook his head and held up one finger. 800 tons. Flammakier was astonished. That's the limit for a Boeing 747. Aren't you afraid of a crash? Chu Zihong chuckled. Of course I am. But the pilot is exceptionally skilled and managed to land it safely at Kiev Airport. It's in the hangar now. He thought to himself, how could he not be afraid? The maximum cargo capacity for a Boeing 747 is 90 tons, yet he loaded it with 100 tons. The Boeing representative demanded an extra $10,000 in rent for that. Luckily, the pilot was top-notch and successfully landed the plane. Chu Zihong calculated in his mind. This ace pilot was worth poaching. After buying the cargo plane, he would need more of such elite pilots. After all, delivering goods often meant crossing war zones, and without top-tier skills, it would be easy to get shot down by missiles, leading to catastrophic losses. Flammakier gave Chu Zihong a thumbs up and said, 100 tons. You could single-handedly empty our logistics department's warehouse. But you might offend quite a few powerful international arms dealers. Yuri, are you prepared for that? Chu Zihong nonchalantly replied, the more debts, the less they weigh. I'm more worried if they don't come after me. Flammakier shook his head with a wry smile. Yuri, I can't tell if you're truly arrogant or just that confident. You really are like a pig unafraid of boiling water. Chu Zihong grinned, exuding confidence. All fears come from insufficient firepower. With enough firepower, there's nothing to fear. If anyone tries to block my path to fortune, I don't care who they are. Arms dealers have plenty of weapons. Worst case, we fight it out. Either they go down or I do, and the coward backs off. During their conversation, the jeep arrived at its destination. Ahead were rows of neatly arranged warehouses, looking like a vast cemetery from a distance, a truly imposing sight. Chu Zihong thought, the 45-year standoff between the Soviet Union and the West had created the most formidable arsenal in history. This place probably held 2/3 of the Soviet Union's arms reserves. After getting out, Flammakier led Chu Zihong and the others to the first massive warehouse. The door was locked and rusty, indicating it hadn't been opened in a long time. A sign in Russian on the door read, Arms Depot, no smoking. As Flammakier unlocked the door, he said, Yuri, this place is filled with light and heavy machine guns. Just half a ton of liquor, and you can take the lot. Deal. Chu Zihong agreed without hesitation. Trading half a ton of liquor for a whole warehouse of heavy weapons was a steal. The warehouse door slowly opened, revealing towering shelves. As Chu Zihong's gaze deepened, the sight of various light and heavy machine guns made his breath quicken. He thought, with these weapons alone, given enough manpower, he could challenge Uncle Sam. Of course, that was just a joke. Overthrowing a superpower with just machine guns was unrealistic. Chu Zihong recognized several common light and heavy machine guns at the front, but was drawn to an unfamiliar heavy machine gun. He walked over to the rack holding the DSHK heavy machine gun, examining this Soviet masterpiece closely. The DSHK M38 heavy machine gun is 1,625 mm long, with a barrel length of 1,070 mm and a caliber of 12.7 mm. The gun itself weighs 33.5 kilograms, with the wheeled mount weighing 102 kilograms. The drum-type belt can hold 50 rounds. The muzzle velocity is approximately 820 meters per second, with a theoretical rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute and an actual rate of 125 rounds per minute, with a maximum effective range of 1,200 meters. It can be mounted on a Sokolov wheel mount, serving as both a heavy ground machine gun and an anti-aircraft gun. This machine gun is still used by many armies, with over 1 million units produced across various models. Due to its weight, Chu Zihong could only reach out and touch it, admiring it like a rare treasure. After taking a good look, Chu Zihong turned to Flammakier and asked, General, how many light and heavy machine guns are in this warehouse? Flammakier immediately called out, Nikos, bring the inventory list. A major jogged in, handing over the inventory list. Flammakier glanced through it and said, each type of light and heavy machine gun is around 10,000 units, totaling 60,000. So many? Chu Zihong was initially surprised but quickly became excited. Half a ton of liquor, worth only a few tens of thousands of dollars, for 60,000 light and heavy machine guns. This deal was incredibly lucrative. The entire warehouse's weapons could sell for at least $100 million. Spending tens of thousands to earn hundreds of millions was pure profit. Chu Zihong looked gratefully at Flammakier. General, exchanging half a ton of liquor for 60,000 light and heavy machine guns. You're too generous. Flammakier shrugged and smiled. Tovarish, aren't we brothers? Indeed, brothers. Chu Zihong smiled sincerely. Everyone else was a fake brother, but Flammakier was a true one. Naturally, Chu Zihong couldn't move all 60,000 machine guns by himself. Flammakier called in a military transport convoy to help with the move, free of charge. Chu Zihong was extremely grateful and quickly had Victor and the others give each soldier and driver 1,000 rubles as a tip. After dealing with the first warehouse, Flammakier led Chu Zihong and the others to the second warehouse. This one stored bullets, grenades, anti-tank mines, rockets, smoke grenades, and flashbangs, totaling 25 tons. Chu Zihong secured it all for just 2,000 pounds of grain, another excellent deal. The third warehouse was the main event. It was filled with heavy artillery, long-range mortars, rocket launchers, and other heavy weaponry. These were highly coveted by third-world countries lacking firepower. As the doors of the third warehouse slowly opened, rows of imposing cannons came into view. Chu Zihong's gaze was immediately drawn to a familiar howitzer. He paused for a moment, initially thinking it was a Type 54, but upon closer inspection, he shook his head. This cannon had been in service for a long time and had been exported to over 30 countries and regions. The Chinese had also imported it in large quantities and modified it into the Type 54 122mm towed howitzer. Venturing deeper, Chu Zihong saw the massive 2S4 mortar. This mortar was as large as a cannon, showcasing the Soviets' preference for large-caliber artillery. Each weapon in the warehouse exuded an intimidating aura, as if their roars on the battlefield could still be heard. Further inside, two even larger behemoths blocked the way. One was a modified version of the French Schneider 1910 model 152mm siege gun. The other was the 2S7 self-propelled gun, nicknamed Peony. The 2S7 was enormous, driven by a V12 turbocharged diesel engine, reaching a top speed of 50 km per hour. Operating this gun required a crew of 14, with 7 riding in the gun vehicle and the rest in the ammunition supply vehicle. When firing, soldiers had to take protective measures, as the deafening noise could cause hearing loss. The deepest part of the warehouse was piled high with various shells, an astonishing quantity. Yuri explained, "There are 54 howitzers and mortars here, along with dozens of tons of ammunition. The price is steep, but a ton of strong liquor will get you the lot." Chu Zihong frowned and asked, "Will taking all of this cause any trouble?" "These heavy guns are enough to arm an artillery regiment." Vladimir patted Chu Zihong on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, you can take it all without any trouble." Reassured, Chu Zihong made a decisive call. "All right, I'll take everything." After leaving the warehouse, the group chatted and laughed as they headed to the fourth large warehouse. Meanwhile, a Rolls-Royce drove into the Kiev military district, heading straight for the command headquarters. In less than 10 minutes, the car stopped at the entrance. Sean Edwards got out, adjusted his attire, and confidently walked towards the heavily guarded building. A major greeted him. "Mr. Sean Edwards, welcome. Deputy Commander Anton Lev is waiting for you in his office." Sean nodded curtly. Soon, they arrived at an office at the end of the 5th floor. General Anton Lev warmly welcomed him. "Mr. Edwards, welcome back. How are you finding Kiev?" Sean replied indifferently, "It's all right, just too cold. Feels like the Arctic." A flicker of displeasure crossed Anton Lev's eyes, but was quickly concealed. "What brings you here this time?" Sean stared directly at Anton Lev, his tone firm. "I need an explanation. Your logistics minister, Vladimir, has resold the weapons I purchased to a Chinese arms dealer. If I don't get a reasonable explanation, I'll have to demand a refund or report this to the KGB." Anton Lev feigned surprise. "Is that so?" "Rest assured, Mr. Edwards, I will get to the bottom of this." In truth, Anton Lev was inwardly sneering. "How could I possibly go after my own brother-in-law? You arrogant fool, are you that naive? Or do you think I'm an idiot?" "Explanation? General, with all due respect." Sean Edwards slammed his fist on Antonev's desk, his tone aggressive. His eyes flashed with impatience. "While you're giving me explanations, the shipment of arms I ordered yesterday has already fallen into that Chinese guy's hands. If this is the kind of explanation you have, I'd rather not have it." Antonev's eyes darkened slightly at these words, though a smile still played on his lips, giving him the appearance of a smiling tiger. He spoke slowly, his voice calm. "So, Mr. Edwards, what do you propose we do?" Sean Edwards leaned over the desk, his expression menacing. "It's simple, General. You will take the military police and come with me to the arms depot to stop Vladimir and that Chinese guy's deal. And you will strip Vladimir of his rank and throw that Chinese guy, Chu, into death row." Antonev's eyes flickered, and his left hand quietly moved to the drawer where a Makarov pistol lay. After a moment of internal struggle, he decided against drawing the weapon and took his hand out. Standing up with a fake smile still plastered on his face, Antonev said, "Since you put it that way, Mr. Edwards, I guess I have no choice. After all, I accepted your goldfish, so I must meet the client's demands." Sean Edwards nodded in satisfaction, feeling emboldened. "General, you'll be glad you made this choice. You're aligning yourself with Lockheed." Antonev smirked internally, but maintained his composed exterior. "Let's hope so," he replied nonchalantly, though he was already calculating his next move. "Money can always be earned, but family can't be sacrificed. Especially since that Chinese guy is his nephew-in-law and future financial backer. No way I'm turning against my own family for an outsider." Antonev then called in his aide and instructed a squad of military police to assemble, preparing to move to the logistics depot. He decided to play along for now. Sean Edwards, oblivious to Antonieve's real thoughts, strutted around arrogantly. In his mind, Chu Zihong was as good as dead. He didn't even need his Hellfire squad. Using Antonieve's hand was enough to deal with the Chinese guy. He thought smugly. There's a saying in China, use someone else's strength to defeat your enemy. Success was within his grasp, unlike his foolish uncle who got himself killed for something so simple. Meanwhile, as Sean Edwards, General Antonieve, and a squad of military police headed to the logistics depot, Vladimir had already led Chu Zihong and his team to the fifth large warehouse. Chu Zihong had spent only 3,000 cans of pickles, worth a few tens of thousands of dollars, but he stood to make hundreds of times that amount in profit. The arms trade was far more lucrative than the detergent business. The collapse of the Soviet Union had spawned a new class of invisible tycoons overnight. However, this kind of profitability only lasted until the late 1980s. By the early 1990s, the market had drastically changed. If you offered $1 million for 60,000 assault rifles, people might just walk away. Regional conflicts had made assault rifles as common as locusts, and light weapons were sold by weight, practically dirt cheap. This shift was due to changes in warfare. Modern conflicts were no longer about two armies facing off in open battle, but rather guerrilla warfare and counterinsurgency. With sparse personnel and Hitandran tactics, the opportunities for direct confrontation were minimized, significantly reducing casualties. Additionally, the widespread use of defensive gear, like bulletproof vests, greatly diminished the lethality of assault rifles. Nowadays, most combatants could wear body armor, further reducing the effectiveness of light weapons. Consequently, the number of bullets required to eliminate a single enemy had skyrocketed from the few fired by a single rifle to hundreds of thousands. The disintegration of the Soviet Union flooded the international arms market and conflict zones with AK-series assault rifles, exacerbating the devaluation of light weapons. Whether in Africa or the Middle East, it became common for everyone to have an AK-47, causing prices to plummet to the point where they were sold by weight. Given that light weapons had lost their decisive role in modern warfare, what then determined the outcome of conflicts? The answer lay in heavy weaponry and satellite technology. Precision strikes and artillery barrages became the main tactics. A prime example is the Iran-Iraq War. Before launching a full-scale offensive, the Air Force secured air superiority over Iraq and then conducted large-scale precision strikes on key military targets within Iraq. This strategy, known as the decapitation strike, involved using cruise missiles and precision-guided bombs to target enemy leadership, presidential palaces, transportation hubs, arms depots, military bases, airfields, armament factories, and radar stations. Thus, in modern warfare, missiles play an increasingly significant role, potentially determining the outcome of a conflict. Of course, this is contingent on not being at a disadvantage in electronic warfare. Missiles must not only be launched but also accurately hit their targets to be effective. The dimensions of warfare are also expanding. Past wars were two-dimensional, confined to land and sea. With technological advancements, warfare has extended to the sky and deep sea, evolving from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. Today, wars are becoming multifaceted, involving electronic jamming, precision strikes, air and sea superiority, and coordinated efforts between ground armored forces and low-altitude attack helicopters, creating a rapid advance. Chu Zihong, coming from a future timeline, was well-versed in the trends of modern warfare. His current need for light weapons was low because he already had half a ton of AK-47s on his Maersk freighter, plus the 60,000 AK-74s he had just acquired, which was more than enough. Therefore, Chu Zihong's main objective in the Soviet Union was heavy weaponry, such as missiles, fighter jets, and anti-aircraft systems. In this regard, the Soviet Union had vast reserves. If not for the sensitive nature of nuclear weapons, always under the watchful eyes of the US and European powers, Chu Zihong would have even considered acquiring some nuclear weapons. A nuke could be the ultimate deterrent. Of course, that was just a fantasy. Chu Zihong knew his current strength wasn't enough to challenge the dominant international order. He understood clearly that achieving his goals required more preparation and greater power. The fifth large warehouse came into view, its size far surpassing the previous ones. Inside, 100 T-72 main battle tanks were lined up neatly, exuding a powerful and imposing presence. This batch of tanks was enough to equip an entire tank regiment. Pointing to the tanks, Vladimir suggested to Yuri, "I can give you a discount on these tanks. 1 ton of meat products, buy 6 and get 2 free." Chu Zihong Yuri pondered for a moment and replied, "Thank you, General, but I only need half of them." He added, "There are still nearly 100 T-72 and T-64 tanks left. If you had T-80 tanks, I might consider taking more." Vladimir explained, "The T-80s are the mainstay of the Soviet forces. I can only sell you a small portion. For example, General Ivan of the 103rd Division only bought one last time, and that was mainly for publicity and reputation." After securing half of the tanks, Chu Zihong asked, "General, do you have any missiles? Air defense weapons would also work." Vlamiker immediately led the way with swift and efficient movements. Soon, they arrived at the sixth warehouse. As the doors slowly opened, the weapons inside gradually came into view, and Chu Zihong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. These were first-generation, all-weather, medium to high-altitude air defense missiles, specifically designed to counter long-range high-altitude bombers and reconnaissance aircraft. Chu Zihong rubbed his hands together excitedly and approached Vlamiker for more details. Vlamiker suddenly asked, "Yuri, can you transport these out?" Chu Zihong smiled and replied, "Of course, all the paperwork is in order. I'll label everything as humanitarian aid." Vlamiker was a bit surprised. Humanitarian aid? With these air defense missiles? Who would believe that? But he didn't care how Chu Zihong planned to transport them, as long as the deal was done. 4 tons of supplies, deal? Chu Zihong agreed without hesitation. He then asked, "General, do you have any other fireworks?" Vlamiker looked troubled. "We do, but it's a bit complicated. It requires the deputy commander's approval." "What kind of fireworks need the deputy commander's approval?" Chu Zihong pressed. "The Strela 10M3 short-range air defense missile system," Vlamiker answered. Chu Zihong was taken aback. He knew about this advanced air defense system. No wonder it needed higher-level authorization. Just as Chu Zihong was about to ask Vlamiker to introduce him to the deputy commander, a trusted officer rushed over to report, "General, the deputy commander is here." He brought a squad of military police and some white men, likely those from Lockheed yesterday. Vlamiker remained calm, only slightly furrowing his brow. He reassured Chu Zihong, "Don't worry, the Xian family won't dare to act too recklessly. General Antonlev is my brother-in-law. He won't give us a hard time." Chu Zihong was surprised to learn that the deputy commander was Vlamiker's relative. Natasha, standing nearby, provided additional context about their family ties. Chu Zihong suddenly understood, realizing that Xian Edward might have bitten off more than he could chew. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he thought, "This is like waiting for a hare by a stump. It's a windfall, right on target." In no time, 3 jeeps escorted a black Rolls-Royce to a steady stop in front of warehouse number 5. Vlamiker, Chu Zihong, and others had been waiting at the entrance for a while. As the car doors opened and closed in succession, General Antonlev led Xian Edward and a squad of military police towards them. Xian Edward immediately recognized Chu Zihong, a glint of disdain in his eyes. Like an eager show-off translator, he pointed at Vlamiker and Chu Zihong and shouted, "General, it's them. I expect an explanation, or our company, Lockheed, will not take that batch of arms." As soon as he finished speaking, Vlamiker and General Antonlev exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Chu Zihong ignored Xian Edward's contempt, watching the scene unfold with cold detachment. A flicker of inscrutable light crossed Antonlev's eyes. In a calm tone, he said, "Mr. Edward, rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory explanation." With that, he waved his hand. "Arrest them all." "Yes, General." The military police responded in unison, swiftly chambering their AK-74U submachine guns. Unexpectedly, they turned their guns and pinned Xian Edward and his men to the ground. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Xian Edward and his team were slow to react. Once they realized what had happened, Xian Edward furiously shouted, "General, what are you doing? You've got the wrong people. It's them." Antonlev's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Mr. Edward, I swear by God, we have not arrested the wrong people." Xian Edward, finally understanding he'd been duped, his face twisted in rage, yelled, "Fuck! Fuck! Damn you, Antonlev, do you know the consequences of this?" Antonlev glanced disdainfully at the restrained Xian Edward and retorted, "What consequences? Is your company, Lockheed, planning to bypass Uncle Sam and declare war on us, the Soviet Union?" Xian Edward was left speechless. As Lockheed's representative, he knew the company would never risk its vast interest for him. His arrogance and ignorance had led him into a trap. In contrast, Xian's security personnel glared at him, wishing they could kill their foolish boss with their eyes. Chu Zihong watched the scene, amused. He approached Antonlev, and Vlamiker eagerly introduced them. "Yuri, let me introduce you. This is my brother-in-law, General Antonlev, Deputy Commander of the Kiev Military District." Chu Zihong extended his hand and introduced himself. "General Antonlev, pleased to meet you. I am Chu Zihong, a military contractor with a penchant for global peace." Antonlev appreciatively patted Chu Zihong on the shoulder. At this moment, Natasha stepped forward, smiling sweetly, "Uncle, long time no see." Antonlev, delighted, gave Natasha a warm hug. While the family caught up, Chu Zihong's gaze fell on the grounded Xian Edward. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he walked over. Victor, understanding the cue, silently loaded his Glock. Chu Zihong squatted down, meeting Xian Edward's fearful eyes. Xian Edward warily asked, "Chu, if you're here to mock me, save it." Chu Zihong calmly responded, I'm not much for words. I prefer action. Sheen Edwards' heart sank, and he asked, voice trembling, What are you going to do? Chu Zihang's lips curved into a smile, his tone steady. I heard you Americans believe in God. Do you want to meet him? Sheen Edward, mustering his last bit of bravado, threatened, if you kill me, Lockheed won't let you off. Chu Zihang shrugged, unconcerned. Funny, I won't let them off either. His ambition was to replace Lockheed Martin and become the global military-industrial giant. With that goal in mind, he feared nothing. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate Chu Zihang, Sean Edward panicked completely. In the face of life and death, his instinct for survival took over. Mr. Chu, if you spare me, I'll give you all my assets, Sean pleaded, his voice trembling, a stark contrast to his earlier tough demeanor. A flicker of interest appeared in Chu Zihang's eyes. How much are we talking about? $1 billion, all yours. Sean said eagerly. Chu Zihang narrowed his eyes, seemingly unimpressed. Is that all? Mr. Chu, that's everything I have, Sean quickly explained, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Chu Zihang sighed and made a move to leave. Desperate, Sean gritted his teeth. I also have half a ton of gold stored in a Swiss bank vault. It's yours too. This revelation made Chu Zihang pause. $1 billion plus half a ton of gold was enough to place Sean among the world's top wealthy individuals, even in the elite circles of America. How can you prove it? Chu Zihang asked, squinting at him. Sean hurriedly replied, I have the keys, the account proof, and I can give you the bank password. He watched Chu Zihang intently, afraid to miss any subtle change in expression. However, Sean failed to notice the cunning glint in Chu Zihang's eyes. Driven by his survival instinct, Sean's rationality had long been cast aside, unaware he was stepping into a carefully laid trap. Without hesitation, Sean handed over all the information. Chu Zihang had Victor verify the wealth proof while he feigned hesitation. I've given you everything. Can you let me go now? Sean asked expectantly. Chu Zihang gave a meaningful smile. Well, I agreed, but it's not up to me. These gendarmes don't take orders from me. Sean felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had been deceived. He began to struggle and curse frantically. Fuck. Damn you, Chu Zihang. You'll die a horrible death. Even if I die, I'll turn into a demon to haunt you. Unmoved by Sean's outburst, Chu Zihang took the Glock from Victor and calmly said, A demon? Sorry, but I'm Lucifer. Before Sean could react, Chu Zihang pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the empty warehouse, abruptly ending Sean Edwards' life. The gunshot startled Antonlev, Natasha, and Vladimir, who were conversing nearby. They all turned to look at Chu Zihang, especially Natasha, whose eyes were filled with shock as if she was seeing this former playboy for the first time. Chu Zihang handed the gun back to Victor and said coolly, Take care of the rest. Victor nodded and promptly opened fire on Sean's security personnel. The rapid gunfire soon left the scene in total silence. The gunfire drew the attention of the soldiers guarding the warehouse district, but upon seeing logistics head Vladimir and Deputy Commander Antonlev present, they wisely retreated, pretending to have seen nothing. With the nuisances dealt with, Antonlev and Vladimir personally escorted Chu Zihang to the deepest part of the logistics department, the S-Zone. This area stored various advanced weapons, including a few conventional nuclear weapons. As they ventured deeper, Chu Zihang noticed a significant increase in the armed presence. Not only were there fully armed soldiers, but special forces seemed to be lurking in the woods. Suddenly, Vladimir turned to Chu Zihang. Yuri, besides the missiles you want, there are also a few conventional nuclear weapons here. Any interest? Chu Zihang's heart raced at the mention of nuclear weapons. He swallowed hard, knowing that while tempting, these were not items to be trifled with lightly. The half-hour journey felt like an eternity for Chu Zihang. Time seemed to crawl as they navigated through heavily guarded checkpoints, each one reminiscent of the formidable defenses of the ancient Forbidden City. The soldiers, equipped with cutting-edge gear, were clearly no ordinary troops, but the elite special forces of the Soviet Union. As the convoy moved deeper, the smooth roads gradually gave way to rugged mountain paths. Chu Zihang realized they had entered the heart of the mountains behind the Kiev military district. Finally, the jeep halted before a massive warehouse, or more accurately, the entrance to a tunnel leading into the mountain. At the entrance, a company of special forces stood ready, armed to the teeth. The sight of two DSHK heavy machine guns forming a web of firepower was intimidating. Barbed wire entanglements blocked the tunnel's massive gate, completely preventing any unauthorized entry. Chu Zihang's anticipation and curiosity grew with the increasing security measures. He was eager to uncover what lay ahead. General Antonlev personally disembarked to negotiate with the guards. Even Vladimir's authority was insufficient here. As deputy commander, Antonlev held the highest clearance, sharing the nuclear launch keys with the commander to prevent hasty decisions during moments of impulsiveness or inebriation. After a brief exchange, Antonlev returned to the vehicle, and the soldiers quickly cleared the barricades, allowing the convoy to proceed. The vehicles entered the long tunnel, illuminated as brightly as daylight by overhead lights. Chu Ziheng marveled at the immense missile base hidden within the mountain, its sheer size capable of evading satellite detection. The convoy traveled through the underground passage for about half an hour, covering an estimated distance of several kilometers. Along the way, they passed patrolling soldiers and various missiles concealed under military green tarps, ranging from tactical missiles to intercontinental ballistic missiles. Eventually, the convoy stopped before a massive rolling door guarded by a platoon of soldiers. Vladimir smiled mysteriously, not directly answering Chu Ziheng's inquiries, further piquing his curiosity. At Antonlev's command, the rolling door slowly lifted. Chu Ziheng held his breath, eager to see what lay beyond. When the door fully opened, the sight before him left him both surprised and delighted. In addition to the Arrow 10M3 short-range air defense missiles, there were several impressive pieces of equipment that caught Chu Ziheng's eye: the anti-series air defense missiles. These systems, still in service in Russia 30 years later, were renowned for their unique design that significantly reduced reaction times, improved resistance to saturation attacks, and enhanced mobility. Chu Ziheng instantly recognized these weapons, surprising both Vladimir and Antonlev. In response to their skepticism, Chu Ziheng deftly attributed his knowledge to the powerful intelligence network of Umbrella Corporation. Vladimir and Antonlev exchanged a meaningful glance, intrigued by Chu Ziheng's background. Natasha, meanwhile, gave Chu Ziheng a knowing look, a faint smile playing on her lips. As a senior KGB operative, she was well aware that Chu Ziheng had already secured the allegiance of a departmental head. Once the Soviet Union disintegrated, Chu Ziheng's intelligence network was destined to become the world's fifth largest, with the Luxia intelligence organization poised to leave a significant mark on history. It primarily deals with tactical ballistic missiles, but can also handle high-speed aircraft, long-range early warning and control planes, and jamming aircraft. Vladimir walked up to the launcher and introduced it with a pat. Chu Ziheng's eyes lit up at the sight, filled with eager anticipation. This is an air defense and missile defense system designed to operate alongside Army armored units, focusing on anti-ballistic missiles while also providing wide-area air defense for the Army. Its performance rivals Uncle Sam's Patriot missiles, boasting multi-target and low-altitude capabilities, capable of taking down high-performance aircraft and tactical ballistic missiles. Its intercept targets include aircraft, cruise missiles, and short-range tactical ballistic missiles like Scuds and Lances, and it can even handle Pershing medium-range tactical ballistic missiles, air-to-ground missiles, and jamming aircraft patrolling at a distance of 100 kilometers. Chu Ziheng thought to himself, this is some good stuff. If I sell it to countries like Big E, Little E, and Camel, when the regional war breaks out a year from now, Western aircraft would be shot down by anti-air missiles before they even begin their precision strikes. That scene would be spectacular. Uncle Sam would be dumbfounded, wondering where these third-world countries got their anti-air missiles. This could very well change the course of history and lead to a significantly different outcome in the regional war a year from now. Just thinking about it is exciting. These 4 battalions are integrated into an air defense combat unit through a brigade-level command and control center, specifically a Bariana automated command system. 6 out of the 10 vehicles form a brigade-level combat unit, while there are 10 Arrow 10 cubic meters short-range air defense missile vehicles. Chu Ziheng believed that the number of air defense missiles in a military district should be more than that. He asked, General, are there more? Vladimir smiled and pointed to the deepest part of the warehouse. There are more inside. Following the sound, Chu Ziheng realized the warehouse had more to it, with another rolling door at the back. It seemed this was also a tunnel converted into a missile storage warehouse. They then arrived at the second rolling door. Antonlev, who was leading the way, pressed a switch next to it, and with a clatter, the door opened. The first thing that caught their eyes were 6 large objects covered with military green tarps. Chu Ziheng glanced at them and asked, what's the price? Are we talking goods or dollars? Antonlev and Vladimir exchanged a look before Vladimir replied, if you want all of them, it's goods plus rubles. How much exactly? Half of the goods you brought, plus 80 million rubles. Chu Ziheng pretended to frown and haggled. That's a bit steep. Can you lower it a bit? In reality, he was overjoyed. It was a great deal. Additionally, there were 10 Arrow 10 cubic meters short-range air defense missiles. But of course, he had to try to get a better price. Who wouldn't want a better deal? Vladimir pondered for a moment and said, all right, how about this? Keep the goods the same, but reduce the rubles by 10 million. Deal. Chu Ziheng agreed without hesitation. His financial team had plenty of rubles. As long as it wasn't dollars, he was fine. Getting it at this price was a stroke of luck. If it weren't for their acquaintance, the price might have been higher. The old saying, it's good to know people, was spot on. Of course, he wouldn't shortchange them. He'd send them some extra dollars later. Antonlev smiled and said, Yuri, these are big items. One ocean-going cargo ship won't be enough. Do you want an aircraft carrier? I have friends in the Black Sea Fleet who can give you a good price. Hearing this, Chu Ziheng was slightly stunned. Using an aircraft carrier to transport goods? He shook his head and said, General, our company's giant ships can handle it, and there's even extra room. Oh, now I'm curious. Antonlev's eyes showed a hint of surprise. How big is this ship? General, our company's giant ship is on its way. I can take you on board for a tour when it arrives, Chu Zihong said with a smile, directly inviting them. Haha, all right. Vladimir and Antonlev laughed heartily, feeling a bit of anticipation. At this moment, Chu Zihong became interested in the Black Sea Fleet that Antonlev mentioned. After the Soviet Union collapsed, the fate of the Black Sea Fleet was uncertain, with its ownership becoming a contentious issue between the Witch Kingdom and Russia. It wasn't until 6 years later that they signed an agreement, splitting the powerful Black Sea Fleet in half. However, the Witch Kingdom couldn't afford to maintain these ships, so they only accepted 18.3 of the fleet, selling the rest to Russia at a discount. Chu Zihong's knowledge of the Black Sea Fleet came from his favorite drink, cola. The internet's most talked about impressions and topics are often about soda and the cola wars between Pepsi and Coca-Cola. But a lesser-known fact is that Pepsi once owned the world's 6th largest military fleet. To capture the Soviet market, Pepsi struck a deal with the Soviet government, which included banning Coca-Cola from the Soviet market. Additionally, Pepsi couldn't use rubles for transactions as their value was controlled by the Soviet government, so they had to trade goods instead. Initially, they traded vodka for Pepsi, but after the Soviet invasion of Camel Country, Uncle Sam started boycotting vodka. But the Soviets loved Pepsi, consuming billions of cans annually, so they had to find another way to trade. This led to a deal where military ships were exchanged for Pepsi. In the first year, they traded a few ships. The second year saw a trade worth $3 billion, including 17 submarines, a battleship, a cruiser, and a destroyer from the Black Sea Fleet. Pepsi was also allowed to build 3 new factories in the Soviet Union. This deal caught the attention of the US government, which was concerned about a soda company owning so much military hardware. Pepsi's CEO, Donald, humorously responded, I'm disarming the Soviet Union faster than you are. This is how Pepsi came to own the world's 6th largest military fleet. As for the ships, Pepsi sold them for scrap, making a substantial profit. While Chu Zihong was somewhat interested in the Black Sea Fleet, he was more intrigued by the Black Sea Shipyard, responsible for building the famous Varyag aircraft carrier. As a military contractor, owning a naval fleet was impractical due to the enormous upkeep costs. Having 3 or 4 nuclear-powered submarines would suffice, like in the movies with Umbrella Corporation. It's better to own a shipyard, build ships, and sell them. This industry is highly profitable. Selling one ship can bring in millions, even billions of dollars. Plus, it can expand into civilian sectors like cruise ships, cargo vessels, and yachts, offering huge potential. As Chu Zihong stepped out of the missile base, he realized it was already afternoon. He had spent the entire morning inside. Reflecting on the gains from this trip, he felt satisfied. The SAM-5 air defense missile system, Katyusha and Grad rocket launchers, along with a plethora of other powerful weapons. Chu Zihong meticulously calculated the value of this cache of arms. Just the 200 rocket launchers alone could wreak havoc in a third-world country, giving those Uncle Sam-backed insurgents a taste of Soviet-style firepower. He had invested 80 tons of supplies, 5 billion rubles, and $10 million to acquire these weapons, but expected to turn a profit close to $10 billion. Next, Chu Zihong set his sights on the wealthy oil nations in the Middle East. He knew the affluent elites there had the spending power for such purchases, making them ideal targets for arms deals. Meanwhile, Chu Zihong's global strategy was quietly unfolding. In the Soviet Union, 2 financial experts were shorting the ruble. In China, Huang Zhiqing, posing as a Chinese investor, had made significant strides, establishing factories for food, daily necessities, and textile products in Guangzhou within just half a month. Additionally, he had investments in the stock market and real estate in Singapore. Upon returning to the logistics office of the Kiev military district, Chu Zihong swiftly completed the handover with Vladimir. He paid for the goods via bank transfer and arranged the details of the handover. To avoid complications during transport, they decided to disguise the weapons as humanitarian aid supplies, a common tactic among arms dealers. Chu Zihong couldn't help but think that even Uncle Sam often used humanitarian aid as a guise to transport arms. Although this practice was blatant, as long as the paperwork was in order, even the United Nations couldn't intervene. After all, in the face of major powers' interests, the UN Secretary-General could only play it safe and avoid meddling. Watching his plan unfold step by step, Chu Zihong knew that his umbrella corporation was quietly growing stronger and would soon make its mark on the global stage. Chu Zihong stood by the window, gazing at the distant military base. He turned to Flamical and said, if possible, I'd like to see it in person. The two then sat on the leather sofa in the office. Flamical smiled and began, Yuri, no rush. Let's talk about the price first, shall we? That's the main point today. The air defense missiles are secondary. Chu Zihong nodded in agreement. All right, how many do you have? What price? Flamical quoted a number. Chu Zihong was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. General, are you sure 4 and 12s are only 20 million rubles? Flamical nodded affirmatively. Yes, I'm sure. Chu Zihong fell silent, secretly overjoyed. Aircraft worth 8.97 million rubles, each were being bundled for 20 million rubles, and with the ruble being so devalued, it was practically a giveaway. He looked directly into Flamical's eyes and couldn't help but ask, General, may I ask why you prefer rubles over dollars? Flamical smiled and countered, you know the situation in the Soviet Union better than I do. What do you think? Chu Zihong suddenly understood. As he had suspected, the Soviet Union was in utter chaos at the time. Food shortages, collapsing order, and conflicts between allied countries for their own interests were rampant. Meanwhile, the United States was celebrating the Soviet collapse. To overcome these difficulties, the Soviet government had to seize food and money, and could only exchange food for supplies. In such a shortage of goods, even weapons could be traded directly for food. The only thing the Soviet Union had in abundance was weaponry, making them extremely cheap. Chu Zihong continued, General, what about the Mi-27s and Mi-29s? Flamical gestured with his hand. There are 10 Mi-27s left in the hangar. Package price 50 million rubles. Deal. Chu Zihong agreed without hesitation. There are 8 Mi-29s left, currently one of the more advanced 4th-generation light fighters. A bit pricier, package price 60 million rubles. Deal. Chu Zihong agreed again. Readily. A total of 130 million rubles. Chu Zihong immediately pulled out his checkbook and wrote a draft from the Soviet Central Bank. He also proposed, General, if you want to exchange it for dollars, I can help and offer a slightly better rate without any fees. Flamical gladly agreed. All right, when you exchange it for dollars, deposit it directly into my Swiss bank account. Chu Zihong thought of another issue. By the way, General, I have the planes but no pilots. Can you recommend a few? Flamical quickly provided a list of retired ace pilots. At that moment, Anton Lev, who had been catching up with Natasha, came over and sat next to Chu Zihong. He mentioned the conflict between Chu Zihong and the head of the 5th Air Corps, Joseph Pushkin, and hinted that Chu Zihong could act freely, assuring him that even if things got out of hand, he would provide a decent explanation. Hearing this, Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. This was essentially a free pass, allowing him to act with impunity. Initially, he had planned to let Poroshenko deal with Joseph Pushkin, but now the problem seemed much simpler. One word surfaced in Chu Zihong's mind: eliminate. General, see you tomorrow. Chu Zihong extended his hand to bid farewell to Flamiker, a satisfied smile on his face. Haha, all right, see you tomorrow. Flamiker responded heartily. At the entrance of the Kiev military district, the piercing cold wind turned their breaths into white mist. This trip had been quite fruitful. Not only had they acquired a significant amount of weapons, equipment, and aircraft, but they had also successfully recruited a group of military talents. 30 elite pilots and a team of aircraft maintenance personnel were ready to join Chu Zihong's team. Chu Zihong was calculating in his mind. The construction of the Umbrella Corporation headquarters and the underground military base was in full swing, and these technical experts were precisely what they needed. Although the Soviet Union was facing economic difficulties, it was rich in talent. Rather than letting Uncle Sam poach these experts, it was better to put them to use himself. The goal for the next few days was clear: continue to siphon off Soviet talent and bring more technical personnel on board. Chu Zihong set his sights on the territory of Wu State, which not only had an impressive stockpile of weapons and equipment, but also numerous significant military factories and research institutions. The Antonov Design Bureau and the Black Sea Shipyard were among the critical targets on his list. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already late, and heavy snow was falling. Chu Zihong and his team, shivering from the cold, hurried into the warm lobby. Chu, with all that equipment, including some sensitive anti-aircraft missiles, aren't you worried about attracting attention? Natasha couldn't help but ask as soon as they entered the room, her brows furrowed. Chu Zihong walked to the fireplace, extending his hands to warm them, and answered nonchalantly, when you're in deep debt, a little more doesn't matter. Let them notice. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? Natasha pressed, concern evident in her tone. Chu Zihong turned around, his eyes sharp. Afraid? If anyone stands in the way of my fortune, I won't hesitate to give them a bullet. His tone carried a ruthless determination, as if declaring his resolve. Natasha looked at him deeply and said softly, Chu, you're becoming someone I hardly recognize. People change after going through certain experiences. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, it's only natural. Chu Zihong responded calmly, his gaze shifting back to the flickering flames. Natasha didn't say anything more. She simply curled up on the single sofa in front of the fireplace, resembling a lazy cat. Chu Zihong glanced at her, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Who would have thought that the Black Widow, who wreaked havoc in Marvel movies, could appear so vulnerable at this moment? On a sudden impulse, Chu Zihong walked over and scooped Natasha up in his arms. The atmosphere in the room instantly became charged with a palpable tension, an indescribable electricity between the two. What followed was a moment of intense connection, as unstoppable as a lightning bolt striking the earth, leaving them both powerless to resist. The next morning, at the headquarters of the Soviet Air Force's 5th Corps, Joseph Pushkin entered his office as usual, ready to tackle another day of routine tasks. In truth, nearly 4 decades of military competition had left him with little to do. He glanced around and fixed his eyes on the bottle of vodka on his desk. With a sigh, Pushkin picked up the bottle and poured himself a glass. The strong liquor burned his throat, instantly making him feel a decade younger. Just as he was about to pour a second glass, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Pushkin said, setting down his glass and looking toward the door. His aide, Vatskev, entered and reported, "General, Conrad Stonebanks from Thunder Corporation is waiting in the conference room." Pushkin nodded and stood up to straighten his uniform. Vatskev hesitated for a moment before asking, "General, are we really going to sell the aircraft to a company from the United States?" Pushkin's sharp gaze fixed on his aide as he replied coldly, "As long as they can pay the price, why not?" He ran his hand over the pistol at his waist, a clear warning. Vatskev wisely kept his mouth shut and left the room. Pushkin watched him go, a cold smile playing on his lips. After leaving the headquarters, Vatskev drove to a small grove across from the camp. There, 6 military jeeps had been waiting for some time. Poroshenko and Markov got out of one of the vehicles and approached Vatskev. "Have you made up your mind?" Poroshenko asked, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Vatskev handed over a manila envelope containing evidence of Joseph Pushkin's crimes. Poroshenko nodded in satisfaction and signaled Markov to hand over the money. However, as Vatskev turned to leave, Poroshenko suddenly drew a silenced pistol and shot him in the head. Blood stained the snow, and Vatskev fell with an expression of disbelief frozen on his face. Poroshenko and Markov quickly cleaned up the scene, burning the body and the vehicle. Then, the 6 jeeps roared to life, driving over the still-burning remains and disappearing into the vast snowy expanse. Their mission was clear. Joseph Pushkin's end was imminent. "Mr. Conrad, your offer is too low. Lockheed's offer is significantly better. If you're not serious, I'll have to go with them." In the conference room of the 5th Air Corps of the Soviet Air Force, Joseph Pushkin's sharp knock on the table echoed loudly. His tone carried a hint of threat as he stared directly at Raytheon's representative, Conrad Stonebanks. Conrad furrowed his brow, filled with disdain. This old man was still using such crude tactics to negotiate? He laughed inwardly, having dealt with Edward, that greedy and arrogant guy, for quite some time. Edward could negotiate prices down to the market's lowest without suffering a loss. If Lockheed's offer is higher, why not sell to them directly, old man? Conrad calmly replied, "General, if Lockheed's offer is higher, go ahead and deal with them. I just remembered I have something else to attend to." With that, he stood up, making a move to leave. Joseph Pushkin panicked and quickly stood up to stop Conrad, a forced smile on his face. "Mr. Conrad, come on now. Business always involves some negotiation. How about we talk some more?" Conrad shook his head, continuing to feign leaving. "General, I don't think you're serious. There's no point in continuing this discussion." Internally, he was pleased. He was using the classic Chinese tactic of retreating to advance. Joseph Pushkin was thoroughly flustered. In reality, Lockheed's offer wasn't as good as Raytheon's. If Raytheon walked away, the smaller arms dealers wouldn't be able to meet his price expectations. Desperate, he said, "Mr. Conrad, we'll go with your price." A glint of disdain flashed in Conrad's eyes. He thought to himself, so much for being tough. Playing mind games with me? However, he intended to lower the price further, not wanting to be taken advantage of. Just as he was about to speak, the conference room door was suddenly slammed open. Boom! A loud crash. The door fell to the ground, shattered. The sudden scene left everyone in the room stunned. A group of fully armed Special Forces soldiers burst into the room, swiftly pinning everyone to the table. Joseph Pushkin, realizing what was happening, became enraged and struggled violently. "Who the hell are you? Do you know where you are? Let me go, you idiots." One of the soldiers holding down Pushkin slapped him hard across the face, making him see stars and instantly silencing him. Conrad Stonebanks was also restrained by 2 soldiers but remained calm, observing the intruders. Western-style AK-105s, camouflage combat uniforms, and individual combat gear. These soldiers were tall, fierce, and undoubtedly battle-hardened veterans. Conrad thought to himself, within the Soviet Union, only one group had such equipment: the KGB's Special Forces. And not just any Special Forces, but elite units like Group A or Signal Flak. He didn't even consider the GRU, as they were too secretive and ghost-like, with those who had seen them already meeting their maker. Realizing that the KGB was involved, Conrad knew his best chance of leaving alive was to cooperate. By now, Joseph Pushkin had regained his composure, his face dark and murderous. "Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" Footsteps echoed from the doorway, and a voice followed. "General Pushkin, I advise you to save your breath. As of now, you are no longer in charge of the 5th Air Corps. Joseph and Conrad turned to see 4 or 5 tall men in leather jackets entering, led by 2 individuals. Joseph feigned ignorance, demanding, "Who are you people?" As a high-ranking officer, he knew the KGB well, especially the leader, Boroshenko, a senior KGB operative. Boroshenko smirked at Joseph. "General, no need to play dumb." Joseph hesitated before sternly asking, "Boroshenko, what is the meaning of this?" Standing over Joseph, Boroshenko replied, "You know very well, General. Why ask?" Joseph stubbornly retorted, "The KGB doesn't have the authority to remove me from my position." Boroshenko calmly said, "Indeed, which is why we have orders from the military district." He signaled, and Markov handed a document with a red seal to Joseph. Seeing the black and white text, Joseph's face turned pale, his previously tough demeanor evaporating. He slumped, defeated. Boroshenko gestured. "Take him away." 2 KGB agents stepped forward, taking Joseph from the soldiers and dragging him out like a sack of potatoes. The room was now left with Conrad Stonebanks and his 2 bodyguards. Boroshenko directed his gaze at Conrad, approaching him. "Are you Conrad Stonebanks from Raytheon?" Conrad, struggling to lift his head, replied, "Yes, sir, that's me." Boroshenko signaled, and the soldiers released Conrad. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You may leave." Conrad quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." He knew he was safe, at least for now. Boroshenko added, "A piece of advice, Mr. Stonebanks. If you don't want to end up like the Lockheed representative, I suggest you leave the Soviet Union immediately." Conrad's eyes flickered, and he solemnly replied, "Thank you for the advice, sir. I'll consider it." "You're welcome," Boroshenko shrugged, stepping aside. Conrad Stonebanks wasted no time, leaving with his men. Once in the car, he ordered the driver to leave quickly, fearing Boroshenko might change his mind. The KGB was known for their ruthlessness. He needed to get as far away as possible. It wasn't until they were 20 kilometers from the 5th Air Corps base that Conrad finally relaxed, feeling as if he had escaped death. He recalled Boroshenko's words and realized that Edward and his security team hadn't returned to the hotel last night. Conrad didn't dare dwell on it. He ordered the driver to head to the airport. Kiev was not a place to linger. As for the company's interests, Conrad no longer cared. His life was more important. Everything else could wait. The incident involving the 5th Corps and Poroshenko's warning completely alarmed the spokesperson for Thunder Corporation. He dared not linger in Kiev and headed straight for the airport as soon as he left the camp. However, the Kiev military district had blocked the airport under the pretext of transporting supplies. Conrad Stonebanks had no choice but to return to his hotel, planning to try again at dawn. That night, he received intelligence that the spokesperson for Lockheed Corporation might have been killed. This news left him restless, and he fled overnight. Now, among the 3 major arms dealers, only the representative of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries remained at the Katyusha Hotel. Its head, Koizumi Junichiro, was still plotting how to eliminate Chu Zihong to please his benefactor. Little did he know, he was stepping into the abyss of death. The next morning, Chu Zihong was sitting in the living room watching the news, keeping an eye on world events. Natasha was still asleep in the bedroom, exhausted from the past few days. At this moment, Victor approached Chu Zihong and whispered, "Boss, Poroshenko is at the door." "Let him in," Chu Zihong said, his eyes fixed on the TV screen. Poroshenko entered the room, and Chu Zihong asked nonchalantly, "Is it done?" "Yes, boss. Yelutsinov has taken over. The price, thanks to General Vladimir's coordination, is quite favorable," Poroshenko reported. Chu Zihong nodded in satisfaction. "Good job. Where's the person I need?" "Joseph is waiting on the hotel rooftop for your disposal." "All right, let's go," Chu Zihong said, just as a glint of light flashed from the opposite building. Victor, experienced and alert, immediately sensed the danger and shouted, "Boss, watch out," as he lunged at Chu Zihong, pushing him to the ground and rolling them both into a corner. At that instant, a bullet whizzed through the air, shattering the floor-to-ceiling window. Glass fragments rained down, and the bullet left a gaping hole in the floor where Chu Zihong had just been standing. Seeing this, Victor was both shocked and furious. "Damn it, they're using an anti-material sniper rifle." Chu Zihong's expression darkened, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The bodyguards outside, hearing the gunshot, rushed into the room. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the opposite building, a white sniper was aiming a Barrett sniper rifle at Chu Zihong's suite. This sniper was Calicra's, codenamed Grey Dove, a member of the Hellfire Special Squad, the most elite unit of the God's armament, and a former ace sniper of Delta Force. Seeing the target had moved to a corner, Calicra's adjusted his aim and fired at the bodyguards rushing into the room. 2 bodyguards were instantly torn apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Although the other bodyguards reacted quickly, one still had his arm shot off. Calicrus scanned the room and suddenly remembered there was a woman in the bedroom. As he adjusted his aim, he saw the last image of his Lithia blonde woman aiming a sniper rifle at him. As soon as the gunfire erupted, Natasha had leaped out of bed and swiftly assembled the SVD sniper rifle hidden under it. She had just locked onto her target when she saw him aiming at her. A cold smile appeared on her lips as she pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet flew out, piercing through Calicrus' sniper scope and entering his right eye, passing through his skull. Blood and brain matter splattered as Calicrus fell to the ground with a look of regret and unwillingness. Almost simultaneously, the rooftop door was kicked open, and Xiao Zhuang, Xingtian, and Wang Hui, fully armed, rushed out. Xingtian glanced at the opposite building and saw that Natasha had already put away her sniper rifle. Wolf Pack, the target has been eliminated by Black Widow, Xingtian reported, but then he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He immediately dropped to the ground as a bullet grazed his scalp and hit the concrete railing behind him. Xiao Zhuang and Wang Hui quickly crouched down, raising their G28 designated marksman rifles to search for the enemy sniper. However, they scanned the area and saw no trace of the shooter. Unbeknownst to them, the second sniper was not on the rooftop but in a more concealed position. What's going on? Have you two found that cockroach? Xingtian scrambled up from the ground, hunched over, and quickly approached Xiao Zhuang and Wang Hui, lowering his voice to ask. Xiao Zhuang shook his head and replied softly, "No, we haven't found him. He shouldn't be on the nearby rooftops." Wang Hui remained silent, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk, searching for any suspicious traces. Xingtian turned to Wang Hui and asked quietly, "Hunter, any luck?" "Still looking. Give me a bit more time," Wang Hui replied without turning his head, fully focused on his search. Without saying another word, Xingtian joined the search. Although his sniping skills weren't as sharp as those of Siberian Wolf and Hunter, he was still competent. In this situation, they had to rely on these two experts. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, Victor continued to protect Chu Zihong, keeping him hidden in a corner and avoiding any exposure. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened slightly. Natasha, dressed in a black tactical suit, appeared at the doorway, carrying an SVD sniper rifle on her back and holding an AK-74U submachine gun. "Are you guys okay?" Natasha asked, scanning the room cautiously. Chu Zihong, with a calm expression, shook his head and said, "We're fine. Don't come over. It's dangerous. The sniper has been taken care of." "It's safe for now," Natasha explained. Chu Zihong was slightly taken aback and only then noticed the SVD sniper rifle on Natasha's back. "That rifle? When did you hide it in the bedroom?" he thought to himself, surprised that he hadn't noticed it before. At that moment, another sniper shot rang through the air. Chu Zihong, Natasha, and the others quickly ducked back into a safe position. "There's still another one?" Chu Zihong frowned deeply. Victor quickly said, "Boss, the USS team should be handling it. Staying in the room is safer for now." Chu Zihong nodded in agreement, his gaze falling on the shattered bodies at the doorway. His expression turned grim, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This was the first time since entering the arms business that members of his NOCS team had been killed or seriously injured. 6 elite members, 2 dead, 1 severely wounded. It pained him deeply. These were comrades who had risked their lives with him, bonds forged through life and death. Damn it, once I find out who's behind this, I'll make sure they taste the 10 cruelest tortures of the Ming dynasty. Chu Zihong vowed silently. Elsewhere, after missing his shot, the second Hellfire sniper in hiding quickly grabbed his AWM sniper rifle and retreated. Inside the room, the bodies of a man and a woman lay still, their blood staining the luxurious carpet. The sniper knew the opportunity was lost, and continuing to shoot was pointless. Staying any longer would mean ending up like his fallen comrade. Though he wanted to avenge his partner, the dead couldn't be brought back to life. His own survival was paramount, so he made a swift exit. 10 minutes later, Siberian Wolf, Hunter, and Xingtian had to abandon their search. The enemy had likely already fled, making further searching futile. They reported to their team and received orders to retreat immediately, as the local police were expected to arrive within minutes. When the local police burst into the presidential suite and saw the mutilated bodies, several officers rushed out to the hallway, retching against the walls. The gruesome scene was too much for them, accustomed as they were to a more comfortable life with little exposure to violent crimes. Detective Paul, who had been in charge of the previous hotel massacre involving foreign mercenaries, was assigned to this case as well. He glanced at the security personnel receiving medical attention outside, then turned and entered the suite. In the corner of the living room, a slightly disheveled Chinese man sat, flanked by a white bodyguard and a blonde woman. Detective Paul approached and asked, "Mr. Nicholas?" Chu Zihong looked up at the detective and stood up, sarcastically remarking, "Your police force sure knows how to show up just in time." Detective Paul, feeling guilty, shifted the topic and asked, "Mr. Nicholas, do you know who attacked you?" Chu Zihong, irritated, retorted, "If I knew, Would I be standing here waiting for you to ask pointless questions? Just as Detective Paul was about to respond, a commotion erupted outside. A group of KGB agents in leather jackets stormed into the room, led by Boroshenko and Markov. The police officers outside were pushed to the end of the hallway, replaced by the heavily armed GRU Special Forces led by Andrei. Boroshenko approached Detective Paul, producing an order document. Detective Paul Kokakin, from now on, the KGB is taking over. Your police can leave. Detective Paul shrugged and turned to leave without hesitation. Since the hotel incident, he had been warned to stay out of such matters, and he was more than happy to oblige. After the police left, Boroshenko dismissed his men and approached Chu Zihong. Boss, thank goodness you're all right. Do you know who did this? Chu Zihong waved his hand and asked, what have you found out? Boroshenko explained, our investigation revealed that Sean Edward hired the Hellfire Special Team from God's Army to kill you. 2 days ago, the Hellfire team crossed the border from Poland and arrived in Kiev early this morning. In just a few minutes, the KGB had uncovered the entire backstory, showcasing their formidable intelligence capabilities. Chu Zihong marveled at this, realizing that while his own intelligence network, Lusha, still had room for improvement, with Boroshenko and his team on board, Lusha could eventually rival the KGB. Chu Zihong's eyes gleamed coldly as he asked, did you find their hideout? Boroshenko sighed and shook his head. We found it, but the GRU Special Forces missed them by a hair. The Hellfire team has already fled. Finding them again won't be easy. Most members of the Hellfire team came from the most elite units of Uncle Sam's military, like Delta Force, Rangers, and SEALs, making them experts at hiding. But as long as they remained within the Soviet Union, Boroshenko was confident they could be tracked down. After all, the KGB was the world's most formidable hunter. The name God's Armory was etched deeply into Chu Zihong's mind, his eyes glinting with cold determination. As the top-ranked mercenary organization, God's Armory might be employed by Sean Edwards, but they had killed Chu Zihong's men, and that debt would be settled. Chu Zihong thought coldly, do they think they can just kill my men and get away with it? Where does that leave my reputation? He recalled that God's Armory's headquarters was somewhere in the Black State, with its former base now a branch in Somalia. Poroshenko said cautiously, boss, as long as the Hellfire squad hasn't left Soviet territory, I can find them. Chu Zihong replied gravely, good, I'll leave this to you. Contact me immediately once you locate them, and I'll send someone to handle it. Poroshenko nodded respectfully and introduced the people beside him. Boss, this is Markov, our new head of internal affairs. And this is Andrei, who is standing guard outside. He leads the 1st Special Assault Brigade under GRU. GRU? A flash of surprise crossed Chu Zihong's eyes. So, the special forces Poroshenko mentioned were from GRU, the elite force under the Soviet Military Intelligence Directorate. The GRU Special Forces were renowned for their rigorous selection and grueling training. Members had to master skills ranging from demolishing trains to making explosives, from parachuting to hand-to-hand combat. They even had to complete seemingly impossible tasks under extreme conditions to hone their survival abilities. Chu Zihong felt a secret joy, amazed that Poroshenko had brought such a powerful asset, the top-tier unit under GRU. This force, the creme de la creme, stood out among the best. Although the world had no true strategic-level special forces, GRU was undoubtedly a tactical elite. Chu Zihong was very pleased with the surprise Poroshenko had brought. Welcome to Umbrella Corporation, Chu Zihong said to the newcomers, Markov and Andrei. Our motto is, as long as the flames of war burn, our mission continues, all for world peace. Due to the previous attack, Chu Zihong had to move to the presidential suite next door. After settling in, Victor reminded him, boss, what about Joseph? Chu Zihong remembered Joseph. Feeling irritated, he decided to take it out on the old man. On the rooftop, the USS Second Squad was already in position. Joseph, with a black hood over his head and hands tied behind his back, knelt on the ground. The long wait and previous gunfire had left him terrified, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Joseph sensed someone standing before him. In the next second, the hood was yanked off. As his eyes adjusted to the harsh light, Joseph found himself on the rooftop, surrounded by heavily armed Western mercenaries. He was bewildered. He had been captured by the KGB, so why was he here? When he saw the person in front of him, he exclaimed, Nicholas, it's you. At that moment, Joseph realized why he was here. As the head of the elite Air Force unit, he quickly connected the dots, understanding many things instantly. General Joseph looked up at Chu Zihong, a self-mocking smile appearing on his face. Chu Zihong's Glock tapped lightly against his thigh as he looked down at his former adversary. I told you we'd meet again, but I didn't expect it to be like this, Chu Zihong said with a hint of amusement. Joseph smiled bitterly. I didn't expect your influence to penetrate the KGB. When did you hook up with Poroshenko? Before I met you, he came to me. Chu Zihong shrugged, his tone indifferent. Joseph closed his eyes, his last glimmer of hope extinguished. He muttered, "The Soviet Union is rotten to the core, beyond saving. Maybe in my next life, I can follow that red star to the east, crossing the Dnieper River, over the Ural Mountains, to the end of the Siberian plains, where the fire still burns." He looked directly at Chu Zihong, his tone resolute. "You Chinese have a saying, kill or torture, do as you wish." Chu Zihong wasted no words, raising his Glock to Joseph's forehead. "I'll grant you that." Bang! A gunshot echoed, and Joseph's body fell heavily to the ground, blood quickly staining the floor. Chu Zihong turned and tossed the gun to Victor, saying simply, "Clean it up," before leaving the rooftop. That afternoon, when Vladimir heard about Chu Zihong's encounter with a sniper, he rushed to the hotel. Seeing Chu Zihong unharmed, he hugged him tightly. "Comrade, thank God you're all right, Jesus bless." Chu Zihong awkwardly patted his forehead, exasperated. "General, could you let me go first?" Vladimir quickly released him, smiling apologetically. Chu Zihong sighed in relief, thinking he was almost strangled by his own ally. "Have you found the attacker?" Vladimir asked with concern. Chu Zihong pointed to Natasha, who was munching on an apple on the sofa. "The KGB is investigating." Natasha already took out the attacker with a headshot. "Who did it?" Vladimir's eyes flashed with anger. "God's Armed Forces Elite Squad, Hellfire," Chu Zihong said, grabbing the apple from Natasha, ignoring her angry glare. Vladimir offered to send reinforcements, but Chu Zihong declined. They discussed the details of the delivery for the next day before Vladimir took his leave. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers east of Mogadishu in Somalia, a modern industrial park had sprung up. The once abandoned town was replaced by towering concrete buildings. Though still empty shells, the site was taking shape. An extensive underground military base formed a complete hive structure. Aide was incredulous when he heard that the industrial park had been built in just a few days. He asked Lux for confirmation, and after receiving it, he fell into deep thought. "Keep watching them, try to infiltrate their construction team," Aide instructed. Lux said it would be difficult to infiltrate, so Aide relented. "Fine, just monitor from the outside. For now, Umbrella Corporation is our only source of arms. We can't afford to offend them." Aide then inquired about Bob Denard, the former French Special Forces instructor who had joined them. Lux reported that Denard was training soldiers in the camp and rarely left the area. After thinking for a moment, Aide decided to bind Denard's interest to their cause, ensuring his loyalty. He emphasized the urgency of training the soldiers quickly, as Barr had been frequently visiting various embassies, making the situation critical. Aide sat up straight, his eyes cold and fierce. Overthrowing Syed Barr's government had been his lifelong goal, and repeated failures hadn't shaken his resolve. Now that his power was strong enough to crush any opposition, he could no longer bear to wait. "That position is mine. No one can stop me." Aide roared internally, completely consumed by his lust for power. "Anyone in my way will be destroyed." The construction of the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters has entered its final phase. The Titan construction team has been working tirelessly day and night, and the entire complex is nearly complete, with only the roof and interior finishing remaining. Just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, unsettling news came from the underground Hive military base. A sudden collapse occurred during the expansion excavation at the deepest level of the Hive base, involving a large drilling machine. Although there were only minor injuries and some damage to the machinery, the collapse revealed a chilling 20-meter-wide cavern. The news quickly reached the research department. Dr. Halsey, the head of the department, was immediately intrigued and hurried to the Hive underground base. Half an hour later, guided by Taijingua, Halsey took the elevator down to level 118. As Halsey stepped out of the elevator, he was struck by the sight before him. A massive hole, resembling the gates of hell, loomed ahead, with a cold wind blowing out, sending a shiver down his spine. Such mystery was an irresistible lure for a scientist. "Tai, get a few people to come down with me," Halsey said excitedly. Taijingua quickly waved his hand. "Doctor, absolutely not. The boss specifically instructed that your safety is paramount. I'll take full responsibility." "The boss won't blame you," Halsey assured, patting his chest. Taijingua rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced. At that moment, Hank, the head of site security, arrived with the fully armed Alpha team. Halsey's eyes lit up. "Captain Hank, perfect timing. Can you bring some people to accompany me down there?" Hank glanced at the dark hole and replied succinctly, "We can, but you must stay within our protective range." "No problem." Halsey was overjoyed. Just then, Hu Shengli couldn't help but interject, "Captain Hank, this isn't wise. The doctor's safety." "I'll take full responsibility," Hank interrupted coldly as he secured a safety rope. Taijingua patted Hu Shengli on the shoulder. "With the Alpha team here, nothing will go wrong." Hu Shengli wanted to say more but could only watch as Halsey and his team disappeared into the hole. Descending about 400 meters along the rope, the team finally touched solid ground. Their powerful flashlights dispelled the darkness, revealing a vast underground lava tube and a passage stretching into the distance. Stay alert, Hank whispered, and the Alpha team immediately prepared for action. Suddenly, Halsey noticed something unusual on the rocks ahead. Upon closer inspection, he saw a bizarre field of flowers, yellow with red tinges, eerily resembling human faces. The strange sight sent a chill through everyone. Hank stared at the flowers, frowning as if recalling something. He involuntarily walked towards the field. Captain Hank, what are you doing? Halsey's shout snapped him out of it. The Alpha team quickly pulled Hank back. Covering his mouth and nose, Halsey explained, those flowers might have hallucinogenic properties. You were affected just now? Everyone hurriedly donned gas masks. Halsey insisted on collecting samples and sealing off the area. After donning hazmat suits, she carefully collected a flower and the team promptly retreated. Back on the surface, Halsey immediately ordered the hole to be sealed off and guarded by the Alpha team. She rushed to the laboratory with the sample, feeling a growing sense of unease as if the flower in her hand was a ticking time bomb, capable of causing disaster if mishandled. Upon receiving the mysterious sunflower, Halsey immediately took the elevator to the 21st floor of the research center. The Umbrella Corporation's headquarters above ground was still just an empty shell, but the underground hive base had nearly completed construction and decoration on most levels, with only the bottom few floors unfinished. The hive base was a priority project specifically instructed by Chu Zihong and had been prioritized for construction. Utilizing 3D printing technology that was 30 years ahead of current standards, along with super drilling machines and round-the-clock construction crews, the massive project of extending 118 floors downward was completed in just half a month. The construction crew provided by the system truly demonstrated what it means to be a construction maniac. The research center resembled a futuristic laboratory, dominated by monochromatic tones, and with a floor that looked like transparent glass. The prominent umbrella logo on the center floor was particularly eye-catching. With fewer than 20 researchers currently, the vast space felt somewhat empty. Halsey arrived at the research center entrance, and after iris recognition, the heavy electronic door slowly opened. A gentle female voice greeted her. Welcome back, Dr. Halsey. Isabel, open this class lab immediately. I need to use it, Halsey said urgently as she walked into the center, addressing the air. A beautiful holographic image of an adult woman appeared beside Halsey, smiling as she asked, Certainly, Doctor. Is there anything else you need? Notify James Marcus, William Birkin, and Albert Weskier to come to this class lab immediately. I need their assistance, Halsey said while striding towards the top-tier lab in the deepest part of the center. Upon entering the lab, Halsey quickly placed the vessel she was holding into a specially designed climate-controlled box. This box could maintain the same temperature as the outside environment and was specifically used to protect wilting plants. The mysterious sunflower in Halsey's vessel had already shown signs of wilting. Once placed in the climate-controlled box, the flower immediately stopped wilting, which brought relief to Halsey. At that moment, the electronic door of this class lab opened, and 3 young Caucasian men in white lab coats walked in. Doctor, is there something urgent you need us for? Asked James Marcus, a brown-haired young man who spoke first. He was one of the scientific talents summoned by the system. Halsey pointed to the mysterious sunflower in the climate-controlled box and said, A cave appeared due to a collapse on the lowest level of the hive base, and I found this inside. Do you recognize it? The 3 men followed Halsey's gesture and instantly widened their eyes, showing expressions of extreme excitement. Is that a solar ladder flower? They hurried over and carefully examined the sunflower, as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. You recognize it? Halsey asked. Marcus explained excitedly, Doctor, do you know what this is? It's the ladder to human evolution, the cornerstone for humanity's next leap forward. The ladder to human evolution? Halsey's eyes lit up, thinking that her Spartan warrior program might finally begin. Marcus continued, Yes, this flower is scientifically known as the sunflower. It is a special plant that grows in the Blackland Plate and only exists in the legends of some extinct ancient tribes. It's said to have life-extending properties. Noticing Halsey's skepticism, Marcus added, Doctor, we need to conduct a dissection and extract its DNA sequence for verification. All right, I'll leave it to you, Halsey said, handing the lab over to the 3 while she watched their operations like a spectator. The 3 worked in perfect harmony, carefully and skillfully dissecting the sunflower into 3 parts. Their techniques were so practiced it seemed as if they had done this many times before. After the dissection, each took a part and placed it under a super transmission electron microscope for study. Through the microscope, Marcus discovered a unique set of DNA sequences and 2 naturally occurring pathogens, which he called Type A and Type B mutant strains. With the aid of high-tech equipment, he quickly completed the extraction of the strains and injected them into 2 special reagents. Marcus then approached a caged lab mouse and injected one of the reagents into the mouse. Initially, the mouse behaved normally, but after a minute or 2, its eyes turned bloodshot and aggressive, trying to bite through the cage to reach Halsey. At the same time, the mouse's fur began to fall off, and its body showed varying degrees of decay. Halsey, puzzled, asked, "What's happening?" Marcus explained, "This is a mutant strain extracted from the sunflower, which I call the virus. It causes severe tissue damage and weakness until necrosis, with no possibility of reanimation." He pointed to the now lethargic lab mouse. Halsey frowned, realizing that if this virus were to leak, it would have catastrophic consequences. Her intuition was correct. This mysterious sunflower was indeed a doomsday flower. "Continue your research. I'll report to the boss," Halsey said. "Yes, doctor." The three eagerly agreed. They had long had ideas about researching the sunflower, and now that they had the opportunity, they were naturally enthusiastic. "What? Are you sure it's the sunladder flower?" Chu Zihong shot up from the sofa, staring incredulously at the phone in his hand. "Boss, I'm absolutely sure." Halsey's voice came through the line. "Marcus has already extracted 2 mutant strains from the sunflower. One of them he named the virus, which, when injected into a living organism, exhibits strong aggression and some level of infectivity, but will self-destruct after a certain period." Chu Zihong's mind raced. The sunladder flower, the ultimate source of all zombie viruses in the Resident Evil universe, known as the progenitor virus, had actually appeared. He recalled that the system had summoned top-tier biochemists, and his heart sank. Despite being mentally prepared, facing the reality felt overwhelmingly daunting. "This is just unbelievable," Chu Zihong muttered under his breath. Talk about coincidence to the extreme. Even so, Chu Zihong didn't see this as entirely negative. As the world's most powerful private military company, mastering biochemical technology was a logical step. He knew that sometimes, humanity's pride in nuclear weapons paled in comparison to the fear induced by biochemical and genetic weapons. Nuclear weapons deterred through mutual destruction, while the terror of biochemical weapons lay in their stealth, gradual impact, and delayed effects. They could cause specific regions or races to decline, or even go extinct without the victims ever knowing the truth. Chu Zihong silently vowed never to misuse the progenitor virus like the Umbrella Corporation in the movies. World domination didn't need to come at the expense of world destruction. He aimed to make the Titan Group the top PMC company globally. After all, without humanity, who would be there to admire his achievements? With this resolve, Chu Zihong began considering other natural pathogens similar to the progenitor virus: the ancient virus of the Ant Queen, the abyss virus from the deep sea, and the parasitic virus from the Spanish village. These were potential threats that needed to be quickly brought under his control. Snapping back to reality, Chu Zihong noticed Natasha sitting on the sofa behind him. He briefly explained, "There's been an incident at the hive base, but it's under control. Nothing major." Chu Zihong cautiously withheld further details. As a top-tier spy from the Red Room, the less Natasha knew, the better. Trust was a rare commodity, and caution was necessary. Next, Chu Zihong called Sergei Vladimir, the head of headquarters security, instructing him to secure the lowest levels of the hive base and dispatch Alpha Team to stand guard. He also ordered strict control over access to the research center. Just as he hung up, the system chimed in, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden mission, discovering the sunladder flower and initiating Umbrella Corporation's biochemical research. Please complete the first stage of the hidden mission, extraction and in-depth research of the T and G viruses. Reward: complete biohuman cloning technology, including advanced research equipment." Chu Zihong's expression turned to one of resigned acceptance. From the moment the system suggested renaming the company to Umbrella Corporation, he had sensed complications. Now, the system's true intentions were finally clear. Digging my own grave from the start," Chu Zihong murmured, realizing he was deeply entangled in the system's meticulously crafted scheme. Chu Zihong pondered for a moment, weighing the rewards of the first stage's hidden task. The offer of cloning technology and its accompanying facilities was undeniably tempting. Not only could it optimize genetics, but it also provided a second chance at life for his subordinates. Even with severe injuries, as long as the brain remained intact, recovery was possible. This technology could indirectly solve the manpower shortage, akin to the barracks in Red Alert, continuously producing top-tier talent. However, Chu Zihong was also aware of the inherent risks. Controlling beings with independent thought was no easy feat, necessitating the implantation of specialized chips for brainwashing control. What he needed were subordinates with independent thinking yet absolute loyalty, similar to those summoned by the system. This research could be entrusted to someone skilled in the field, like Halsey. Regarding the research on the progenitor virus, Chu Zihong believed the benefits outweigh the risks. Under strict control, it could be used to enhance the genes of his subordinates, creating the most formidable human combat machines. As for the zombie virus, he had no interest, but he was quite curious about the blacklight virus from Prototype. The blacklight virus's ability to mutate automatically surpassed other viruses, quickly forming a complete ecosystem of mutated entities upon infection. From low-level infected individuals to high-level mutants, they evolved continuously, forming organized and disciplined groups. The world created by this virus resembled scenes from urban cultivation novels, brimming with endless possibilities. Chu Zihang mused that the blacklight virus might even form a new race, superior to humans. These beings would be difficult to eradicate and could gain rich experience and wisdom by absorbing others. Compared to the progenitor virus, the blacklight virus undoubtedly had greater potential. Snapping back to reality, Chu Zihang attempted to communicate with the system. System, are you there? If you are, give me a sign. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The system's response left Chu Zihang stunned. The system, defying expectations, actually squeaked. Though it was somewhat amusing, it confirmed the system's presence, reassuring Chu Zihang that he, too, was a favored one with the system. Considering the appearance of the progenitor virus, Chu Zihang decided to establish a biopharmaceutical company based on the Umbrella Corporation. Besides arms and certain special commodities, pharmaceuticals were undoubtedly one of the most profitable industries. From common colds to severe diseases, people always needed medication. Moreover, the significant price difference between high-priced drugs and their low production costs made pharmaceuticals a highly lucrative industry, second only to arms. Chu Zihang's goal was not only to monopolize military resources, but also to dominate various fields. He foresaw that by the time global nations realized it, the Umbrella Corporation would have spread to every corner of the world, establishing an unshakable influence. By then, even the United Nations would have to bow to him. The next day, when the massive Maersk cargo ship appeared at the port of Kiev, it caused a huge commotion. Vladimir and his people were so shocked that their mouths hung open, as if they could fit an egg inside. Although Chu Zihang was used to such reactions, he couldn't help but feel a hint of pride. Vladimir snapped out of his shock and turned to Chu Zihang, asking, Yuri, was this giant ship built by your company? Chu Zihang calmly smiled and replied, Yes, General. Do you believe now that I can transport all this equipment at once? This ship is even bigger than an aircraft carrier. Vladimir nodded in acknowledgement, realizing his own limited perspective. Meanwhile, new thoughts began to form in his mind. The Soviet Union was beyond saving, and at best, it could hold on for another year or two. As generals, they were about to face a reshuffling, possibly even retribution. Losing their jobs meant losing their source of income, and apart from warfare, they seemed to have no other skills. This was why they desperately sold arms, to secure a lifeline for themselves and ensure a worry-free retirement. Thus, Vladimir secretly planned to join Chu Zihang's company. After all, a military resources company was his area of expertise, making it the best choice. The colossal Maersk vessel slowly sailed into the harbor, its deck piled high with various weapons, transforming the merchant ship into a mobile armory. Standing at the dockside, Chu Zihang couldn't hide his smile. He calculated that this shipment of arms would bring him at least hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, especially the anti-aircraft missiles, which could fetch several times their cost when sold to Middle Eastern tycoons. An hour later, with the efficiency of automated equipment, all the weapons, including the disassembled fighter jets, were loaded. Chu Zihang had already recruited a team of technical experts who could reassemble these jets with ease. With Joseph's death, Yelu Nov took over the arms procurement duties. As long as no one interfered, this deal was as good as done. But who would dare? Those who had previously tried to meddle had almost all met their end at Chu Zihang's hands. The representative from Raytheon had fled in fear, leaving only Mitsubishi Heavy Industries as a negligible competitor. General, the cargo is all loaded. Here's to a successful partnership. Chu Zihang turned to face Vladimir, extending his hand. To a successful partnership? Vladimir enthusiastically shook Chu Zihang's hand. Yuri, if you need more arms next time, contact me directly. I can offer you even better prices. Feigning modesty, Chu Zihang replied, General, I wouldn't want to make you lose money. Vladimir patted Chu Zihang's shoulder and said in fluent Chinese, We're like family. Just give me more business. Actually, I have a small favor to ask. If I retire, could I join your company? I've been a soldier all my life, and I fear I won't be able to stay idle. Chu Zihang readily agreed, General, of course. At Umbrella Corporation, we could use commanders like you. He knew his company's military division desperately needed experienced military leaders. After some more pleasantries, Chu Zihang asked Vladimir to introduce more military talent to the company. As Vladimir departed, Chu Zihang fell into contemplation, anticipating the surprises the general might bring upon his return. Boss, you have a meeting with General Yelu Nov at 10 o'clock. There's still 40 minutes left, Victor reminded timely. Chu Zihang nodded and walked towards the waiting Stretch Lincoln. Inside the car, the alluring Natasha was already seated, and together they set off for the 5th Corps base. As Chu Zihang's convoy left the harbor, a worker painting nearby turned his head warily. His sapphire eyes flashed with a glint of recognition. He quickly dropped his tools, pulled out a satellite phone, and reported in a low voice from the shadows, the target has left the harbor. Prepare to move. It was clear that the Special Forces members, thought to be eliminated, were still lurking in the shadows. As elite Delta Force operatives, their skills in infiltration, disguise, and concealment far surpassed ordinary soldiers, allowing them to move undetected even under the KGB's watch. The convoy drove onto a rural highway. Suddenly, a swerving container truck approached, forcing the convoy to swerve. The truck driver braked just in time, but the vehicle blocked the road entirely. Sensing danger, Victor shouted, "Reverse immediately, get out of here." Before he finished, a rocket-propelled grenade whistled through the air, hitting the lead Audi. The massive explosion sent the car flying, breaking it into pieces and igniting a fireball. The container's doors were yanked open, and 4 armed mercenaries leapt out with modified M16 rifles. The truck driver discarded the RPG, pulled out an M60 machine gun from the passenger seat, and began firing at the stretch Lincoln and the remaining Audis. Bullets rained down on the stretch Lincoln, leaving dents but not penetrating the specially armored vehicle. Victor, unable to mourn his fallen comrades, yelled, "Move! Get out of here!" No one had anticipated that the Hellfire Squad had been hiding in Kiev all along. They used the hiding in plain sight tactic to evade the KGB, raising suspicions of either exceptional concealment skills or an inside man within the KGB. The NOCS driver expertly reversed and floored the gas pedal, crashing into the Audi behind to clear a path. At this moment, the safety of their boss was paramount. The hit Audi stayed behind to cover the escape. 2 NOCS members grabbed MP5 submachine guns and soft body armor shields, while another wielded an RPK light machine gun to counterattack. Their firepower temporarily suppressed the Hellfire Squad, frustrating the enemy. As the stretch Lincoln escaped, 2 USS teams arrived for support. They had maintained a half-kilometer distance and rushed to aid upon the attack. Half of the team stayed to protect Chu Zihong, while the other half drove off-road vehicles to support the NOCS members holding the rear. Despite the numerous mercenaries protecting Chu Zihong, such sudden attacks were hard to preempt entirely, especially from the top-ranked mercenary group capable of executing high-value targets amidst chaos. The saying an open attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against rings true. Even with the KGB's extensive search efforts, the enemy's concealment skills were exceptional. This wasn't due to Chu Zihong's leniency, but the enemy's extraordinary stealth capabilities. In high-stakes industries like arms dealing and money laundering, success often comes at the cost of both adversaries and allies. If everything went smoothly, the story would lose its authenticity and tension. While some readers may not want to see the protagonist in danger, as an ordinary writer, I can only do my best to craft an engaging story. If any part of my work disappoints you, I sincerely apologize. On the highway, an intense firefight was underway. 3 NOCS members were covering the rear, initially managing to suppress 5 Hellfire Squad members with their expert tactical coordination. However, as time passed, their disadvantage became apparent. Ammunition ran out, and with the RPK light machine gun falling silent, the remaining MP5 submachine gun struggled to effectively suppress the enemy. Despite the MP5's high accuracy and low recoil, it couldn't penetrate body armor effectively and had limited range. The situation quickly reversed. The 5 Hellfire Squad members flanked the NOCS team, pinning them down behind a bullet-ridden Audi. Both sides were elite special forces, but Italian training ultimately couldn't match the American Delta Force and SEALs. Just as the 3 were about to be surrounded and annihilated, a bullet suddenly whizzed in from behind, precisely headshotting one of the Hellfire Squad members. The remaining 4 members' expressions changed drastically, and they quickly took cover behind roadside rocks. However, golden bullets continued to fly, taking down 2 more enemies in quick succession. From 800 meters away, Ghoul Xingtian, hidden in a towering tree, showcased his sharpshooting prowess. The remaining Hellfire Squad members cautiously evaded, but Xingtian smirked and kept firing at the same spot. One enemy was forced to make a desperate dash, but still couldn't escape a fatal shot. The last 2 enemies held their ground, and Xingtian called for backup via radio. Moments later, gunfire erupted again, followed by agonizing screams. Wolfhead had stealthily infiltrated and easily neutralized the remaining threats. However, as Wolfhead stared at the bodies, he felt something was off. These elite soldiers seemed too easy to eliminate. Half a kilometer away, inside a stretched Lincoln, Chu Zihong furiously smashed a wine glass and ordered retaliation against the God-armed forces. Victor immediately contacted Sergei to deploy UBCS units to strike the enemy base in northern Somalia. Upon learning of the situation, aided, considering that Umbrella Corporation was his only arms supplier, chose to turn a blind eye. Meanwhile, in the dense forests of Lviv, near the Polish border in the Witch Country, the actual Fire Squad members had already retreated. Realizing they had lost the opportunity, they quickly fled Kiev. The Hellfire Squad was composed of 2 teams, one in the open and one in the shadows. The visible Hellfire Squad was completely wiped out, while the hidden Fire Squad managed to escape in time. In the dense forest, An 8-man fire team rapidly moved through the thick foliage in a double arrow formation. Their pace was urgent, as if something terrifying was chasing them. In reality, they were trying to cross the Soviet border into Poland as quickly as possible. The team leader, Hwajia, furrowed her brows, replaying the recent failed missions in her mind. The Hell Squad's assassination mission had ended in total disaster, and this time, the target wouldn't let them off easily. They not only had to face mercenaries as skilled as themselves, but also the KGB's Signal Fire and Team A, who were hunting them down. Had I known this mission would be so tricky, I wouldn't have taken this damn job. Hwajia cursed inwardly. For $1 million, we sacrificed the Hell Squad in plain sight. Now, surprising our enemies will be nearly impossible. Damn, what a loss. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, wishing she could kill a few more people to vent her anger. The other team members sensed the captain's mood and kept silent, fearing to provoke this devilish woman. Hwajia was indeed a beauty, with a face that combined Eastern and Western features. Golden willow leaf eyebrows above phoenix eyes, light brown eyes radiating a dangerous glint, a high-bridged nose, and a mysterious smile on her seductive cherry lips. However, the team knew well that beneath this angelic face lay a devilish heart. In the mercenary world, she was infamous for her brutal interrogation techniques. Few survived once they fell into her hands, and those who didn't met gruesome ends. As the fire team reached a certain part of the forest, a team member holding an AWM sniper rifle suddenly emerged. Hwajia immediately signaled for a halt, and everyone quickly crouched down, scanning their surroundings warily. Hwajia's sharp eyes focused on the approaching sniper, waiting for his report. Captain, the border marker is 500 meters ahead. Once we cross it, we'll be in Poland, the sniper reported, panting. What about the situation? Hwajia narrowed her eyes and asked. It's safe. I've scouted a kilometer radius and didn't find any border guards. A faint smile appeared on Hwajia's face, and she quickly signaled to move forward. The fire team, like a group of leopards, sprinted towards the border marker 500 meters away. As everyone leaped over the marker into Poland, the team members breathed a sigh of relief. But Hwajia suddenly sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet. Just as she was about to warn the others, a gunshot shattered the silence. Bang! A fire team member fell, headshot. On a towering tree ahead, Siberian Wolf, clad in camouflage, blended with the trunk. He lowered his AWP sniper rifle and spoke into the radio smugly. Hunter, you're slipping. I got the first kill. Siberian Wolf, don't get cocky. Hunter's voice responded over the radio, followed by another gunshot. Another fire team member was shot in the head. The appearance of the two snipers was no coincidence, but a meticulously planned ambush. While the KGB couldn't locate them, GRU, using the Hell Squad's trail and hideouts, successfully predicted the fire team's escape route. To catch them off guard, USS team ambushed right across the border in Poland, waiting for an hour to strike. Enemies, battle stations, Hwajia shouted. Everyone quickly sought cover. The fire team's sniper rolled behind a tree, raising his rifle to search for the opposing snipers. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets poured from the forest ahead. PDK? Hwajia identified the weapon from the gunfire. Captain, is it the border guards? A team member asked. No, definitely special forces, the sniper denied. Before he finished, a bullet hit the ground in front of him, kicking up dirt. The fire team sniper ducked back behind the tree, not daring to peek out temporarily. From a distance, Siberian Wolf saw this and showed a regretful expression. Missed, how unfortunate. He quickly slid down the tree and relocated. Take out their machine gunner, Hwajia ordered coldly. Yes, Captain, a team member responded. In the next second, a fire team member wielding a Gatling gun unleashed a storm of bullets. The Gatling's devastating firepower left nothing standing in its path, reducing thick trees to splinters. Damn, a Gatling. Grey Wolf, holding an RPK, quickly jumped into a pre-dug trench, narrowly escaping. He cursed into the radio. Siberian Wolf, Hunter, what are you two doing? Take out that damn Gatling. What's the rush? You're not dead yet. Siberian Wolf responded calmly from his new position, infuriating Grey Wolf. Enough. Finish this quickly. Wolfhead Enrique's voice cut off their bickering. Understood. The battle intensified immediately. Aside from the initial ambush catching the fire team off guard, both sides soon engaged in fierce firefights. The confrontation between these elite special forces was textbook jungle warfare. Especially the battles between the team leaders were spectacular, constantly moving and shooting, truly fighting in a hail of bullets and difficult to determine the winner. However, Chu Zihong had lost his patience. This group had killed his most elite security personnel, and he vowed to avenge them. He ordered Enrique's team to retreat from the battlefield quickly, as a barrage of rockets was about to cover the entire Gwent forest. Supported by Flammaker and the KGB, the Border Guard's 103rd Division had deployed hundreds of BM-21 Grad rocket launchers outside the forest, showcasing Chu Zihong's wrath. Chu Zihong was present on site, but disengaging two top-tier special forces wasn't easy. On Victor's suggestion, Chu Zihong dispatched Mi-24 attack helicopters to the battlefield to provide air support for the USS team. With the addition of the Mi-24S, the fire team was immediately suppressed. If not for Huajia's timely evasion, she would have been shredded by the Mi-24's cannons. Eagle Eye, take down that damned attack helicopter, Huajia ordered through gritted teeth, staring at the Mi-24 unleashing firepower from above. Unfortunately, their sniper was already engaged with Siberian Wolf and couldn't break free. The fire team's situation grew increasingly dire. When the frontline reconnaissance reported that the USS Special Team had distanced themselves from the fire team, Chu Zihong immediately roared, "Fire the rockets!" As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted, and smoke filled the air. Rockets launched continuously from their tubes, their density terrifying. At that moment, it was as if 1,000 arrows were fired, their piercing whooshes shaking the sky. Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed continuously along the border. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky, resembling the terrifying sight of a nuclear blast. Though not as destructive as a nuclear bomb, the relentless appearance of these clouds was still awe-inspiring. Stationed along the Polish border was a border defense division. On this day, as they patrolled as usual, intense gunfire suddenly erupted from the direction of the Gwen forest. As the border troops rushed to the scene, a deafening whoosh sounded above the distant forest. Everyone instinctively stopped and looked up. The sight that greeted them would be etched in their memories forever. An overwhelming barrage of rocket missiles rained down on the forest like a torrential downpour. In the next moment, the ground shook, and another massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The commander of the Polish border troops turned pale at the sight. He was puzzled. Why were the Soviet forces firing at their border? Were they preparing to invade Poland and spark a world war? Realizing the danger, he immediately ordered his troops to retreat and report the Soviet invasion to higher authorities. As the explosions gradually subsided, the forest along the Polish border had turned into a wasteland. Once lush trees were now charred remnants, and both animals and humans in the forest had been wiped out by the intense rocket attack. The entire area was littered with smoldering craters, with not a single patch of intact ground in sight, let alone any remains. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and a faint hint of blood. In such a scenario, survival for the fire squad would be nothing short of a miracle. Not far from the disaster zone, a few figures slowly emerged. It was Enrique leading the USS 3rd Squad. Despite staying at a distance, they were still affected, and the entire squad was covered in dust. Siberian Wolf dusted himself off, exclaiming, "Damn, that was brutal." Hunter cleared the dust from his ears and explained, "That was the Hail rocket launcher, even more fierce than the Katyusha. What did you expect?" Ghoul Xingtian stared at the scorched earth in the distance and said with certainty, "The fire squad must be wiped out." Siberian Wolf joked, "More than that, they've been obliterated, sent straight to meet their maker." Hunter laughed in agreement. Captain Enrique interrupted their conversation and ordered, "All right, let's move in for a search. The boss wants us to confirm the fire squad's complete annihilation." The team responded promptly and moved quickly towards the site. Half an hour later, on the Soviet side of the Gwen forest perimeter, Victor reported to Chu Zihong, who was leaning against the Hail rocket launcher truck, "Boss, Enrique's squad reports that the Hellfire squad has been completely wiped out. Not a single survivor." Chu Zihong stared at the distant border and asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. It's a wasteland," Victor confirmed. "Good. Have them pull back." Chu Zihong waved his hand. He was uncertain about the repercussions of this action, but eliminating the Hellfire squad made him feel it was all worth it. Chu Zihong roared internally, "Dare to kill my people? I'll send you to hell." As for the Polish side, what could they say? Vladimir could just claim it was a military exercise, and they wouldn't dare to protest. Just a small country, even if the Soviet Union was on the brink of collapse, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. With this matter settled, Chu Zihong's mood improved slightly. He turned to Victor and asked, "What's the situation with the God Armed Division in Somalia?" Victor replied, 5 minutes ago, Minister Sergei reported that they have destroyed the God Armed Division and captured all high-ranking members. However, most of the data has been destroyed, and the location of the God Armed headquarters remains unknown." Chu Zihong frowned and said, "Since the data is gone, interrogate those high-ranking members." Victor explained, "Boss, these people are top-tier special forces trained to resist interrogation. It's going to be tough to get them to talk." Chu Zihong smiled dismissively. "Tough? Haha. The progenitor virus needs live subjects for research, and these people are perfect test subjects. Send them all to the research center. Dr. Halsey and his team need a batch of specimens." Victor looked uncertain. "Boss, can Dr. Halsey and his team handle it? Even professional interrogators can't break these people. How can a bunch of scientists?" Chu Zihong smiled knowingly. "Don't worry, they'll be eager to talk. He didn't elaborate but thought to himself that the T and G viruses extracted from the progenitor virus could torment even Superman. Can't break them? Haha. An organization established by a detergent-selling capitalist? He didn't believe they couldn't be cracked. 3 days later, in the Don River region of the Eastern European plain of the Soviet Union. This was an expansive grassland, with fertile black soil covering almost the entire basin. The Don River, a historically significant river within the Soviet Union, was the third largest river in its European part. Due to the arrival of winter, the entire Don River was frozen, forming a vast ice plain that would not thaw until mid-April. Living here was a renowned group of nomadic people, the Cossacks. They were the pioneers of mercenaries, a world-famous elite mercenary group. The Cossacks weren't a single ethnicity but a collective group known as the warriors on horseback and the tip of the spear, who once made the world tremble. The changing borders of the Eurasian continent were largely influenced by them. Later, they were incorporated by Empress Catherine the Great, becoming the main force of the Russian Empire's southeastern expansion. In modern times, the Cossacks have once again become a hotbed for mercenaries in the CIS and around the world. The Cossack paramilitary organization boasted over 1 million troops, always ready to serve national governments, business oligarchs, and arms dealers. Known for their bravery and fearlessness, they once created a legend in the Chechen War, where 90 Cossacks fought against 2,500 Chechen elites. Though 84 of them perished, they ultimately forced the Chechen rebels to surrender. Among the 6 main groups of Cossacks within the Soviet Union, the strongest were those living along the Don River. Chu Zihong's mission was to recruit these Cossack mercenaries. According to KGB intelligence, the Don Cossacks numbered around 150,000. Winning them over would be no small feat, but Chu Zihong was confident he could bring them all under his command. This would become the backbone of the future Umbrella Corporation, a goal worth any sacrifice. Kharkov, one of the closest cities to the Don River in the Soviet Union, is near the Cossack settlements. Compared to the desolate streets of Kiev, Kharkov felt like a ghost town. Thick layers of snow blanketed the streets, creating an unsettling silence. Chu Zihong and his team had to abandon their car due to the snow-blocked roads and walk into the city. After a while, the eerie silence became unbearable for Chu Zihong. He broke the silence, asking, "How much farther to the Ula Tavern that Vladimir mentioned?" Victor pulled out a small piece of a map, pointing ahead. "Boss, take a left up there, and walk about 100 meters. You'll see an alley. The tavern is in there. Let's move." Chu Zihong tightened his fur coat. "This place feels like a ghost town." He led the way, with Victor and 12 security personnel following closely behind. The NOCS protection team had suffered heavy losses after 2 attacks and had now been expanded to 12 members. Among them were 3 Chinese members, Gul Xingtian, Ram Gaoyang, and Toad Li Jinfeng. Xingtian served as the deputy leader from USS Team 3, while Gaoyang and Li Jinfeng were from UBCS Team 1, with Gaoyang also serving as deputy leader. Although Victor was nominally the team leader, he was more like Chu Zihong's chief steward, handling all matters on his behalf. Within the Umbrella Corporation, his status was akin to that of a grand eunuch in ancient times. A few minutes later, the group reached the end of the alley and found the Ula Tavern. As they pushed open the door, a bell chimed softly. A middle-aged white bartender looked up at the unexpected guests, a group led by an Asian man, followed by what were clearly Special Forces bodyguards. Chu Zihong scanned the room, finding it empty and covered in dust. He approached the bar and sat down, staring directly at the bartender, Ivan, who was sipping rum. "Boss, a vodka on the rocks with lemon, please." Ivan shook his head. "Sorry, sir. Vodka's like gold in the Soviet Union right now. I don't have any, but I do have rum. Would you like that?" "Sure. Rum with ice and cola." Chu Zihong shrugged. Ivan's expression darkened. He wondered if this Asian man was deliberately making things difficult. Since the US stopped exporting cola to the Soviet Union, it had become a luxury only the elite could afford. "Sir, I'm sorry again, but I don't have cola." "I do have ice," Ivan said, trying to keep his cool. "Never mind, Ivan. Just give me whatever you have." Chu Zihong smiled. Ivan suddenly became wary, his hand inching toward a shotgun under the counter. Chu Zihong noticed and quickly clarified, "Ivan, no need to be nervous. General Vladimir sent me to find you." At the mention of Vladimir's name, Ivan relaxed and handed Chu Zihong a bottle of rum. Chu Zihong thanked him and took a big swig, impressing Ivan with his drinking capacity. Ivan's eyes lit up, thinking this Asian man might be from Northeast China. The two quickly became friends, calling each other comrade. When Ivan learned that Chu Zihong was Chinese, he became even more enthusiastic, reminiscing about his time supporting Vladimir in China. "Comrade, are you looking for the Cossacks?" Ivan asked. Chu Zihong nodded. "Yes, the general said you know the Don Cossacks well. Can you introduce me?" "Of course, no problem. I'm blood brothers with their chieftain, Ataman," Ivan assured, patting his chest. Chu Zihong snapped his fingers, and Victor handed him a briefcase containing 2 bottles of vodka. "Ivan, A small token of appreciation, Chu Zihong pushed the vodka toward Ivan. Ivan accepted the vodka with a polite smile, but didn't hesitate to take it. With Ivan as the intermediary, Chu Zihong was confident about winning over the Cossacks. Not only would this strengthen Umbrella Corporation's military force, but the Cossack genes could also be extracted for cloning by Dr. Halsey. The genes of elite humans were indeed a priceless resource. The camp of the Don Cossacks is situated 30 kilometers east of Kharkiv, along the upper reaches of the Don River. The vast Eastern European plain is largely devoid of mountains, and many Cossack groups are named after rivers. Besides the Don Cossacks, there are also the Volga Cossacks, Ural Cossacks, Siberian Cossacks, Transbaikal Cossacks, and Kuban Cossacks. In the 15th and 16th centuries, serfs and peasants oppressed by landlords and the Tsarist government fled to the southern regions of Rus. These vast, sparsely populated steppes, rich in wildlife and fish, were far from the Tsar's reach. The refugees settled here, forming several communities. Depending on their region of residence, these free people were given different names. Those along the middle and tributaries of the Don River were called Upper Don Cossacks, those along the Lower Don were Lower Don Cossacks, and those along the Lower Dnieper River were Zaporozhian Cossacks. This is the origin of the 6 major Cossack groups, with the Don Cossacks being the most powerful. Chu Zihong knew very well that recruiting the Don Cossacks would be worth any cost. They were the original mercenaries, the top mercenary group. They had to be brought into the fold and become his ace unit. On the way, Chu Zihong couldn't help but ask, Ivan, how did you get to know the hetman of the Don Cossacks? Ivan took a sip of vodka and reminisced. We served in the same military unit. Later, both Ataman and I retired and became mercenaries for a while. I left the mercenary group due to an injury, but he continued and did quite well. Eventually, he returned to become the hetman of the Don Cossacks and started to form a Cossack mercenary group. I haven't kept up much in recent years, but they should be doing well. After all, the Cossack mercenaries are known for their strength. Chu Zihong thought to himself, more than just doing well, they're outstanding. The Cossack mercenaries were world-renowned and ranked 3rd globally. This was why he headed straight for the Don Cossacks instead of other Cossack groups. Umbrella Corporation only accepted the elite, ensuring it remained the strongest private military contractor on Earth. Of course, the French mercenaries used as cannon fodder were an exception. Boss, we're here, Victor said, turning his head. Chu Zihong looked out the window and saw they had arrived at the upper reaches of the Don River. Before him were endless yurt-style tents, resembling an expansive encampment. Suddenly, 2 young Cossacks on guard duty noticed the unexpected visitors and ran into the settlement to report. After getting out of the car, Chu Zihong and his team followed Ivan into the Don Cossack territory. They hadn't walked far when a group of young Cossacks, led by a middle-aged man, came out to greet them. The leader was none other than Ataman, the hetman of the Don Cossacks and Ivan's old comrade. The 2 men greeted each other with a warm Soviet-style bear hug. After some small talk, Ivan introduced Chu Zihong to Ataman. Chu Zihong made an Eastern Orthodox sign of the cross and politely said, Hetman Ataman, pleasure to meet you. May Jesus be with you. Ataman, smiling broadly, returned the gesture, thinking, this Chinese guy knows about our Orthodox faith. Not bad, not bad. He's a comrade. In the largest tent in the settlement, Chu Zihong had Victor bring over a briefcase containing 200,000 and a gold-plated Cossack curved dagger. He pushed the case towards Ataman and said with a smile, Hetman Ataman, this is a small token of my appreciation. Ataman and Ivan were both stunned. The value of 200,000 in those days was unimaginable, not to mention the gold-plated Cossack dagger. Ataman, while uttering polite refusals, accepted the gifts with both hands. After all, the Don Cossacks were desperately poor, with the Soviet economy in ruins and a severe shortage of supplies. Their grain reserves couldn't sustain tens of thousands of people through the winter. Seeing this, Chu Zihong felt even more confident. He knew that if the profit was big enough, capitalists would break any rule. Ataman looked directly at Chu Zihong and asked, Mr. Nicholas, you had Ivan find me. It can't just be to meet me, right? Chu Zihong replied candidly, since we're all smart people here, I'll be straightforward. My purpose in coming is to invite you, Hetman Ataman, and your people to join our company. Ataman was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Chu Zihong explained, your people are brave warriors, which is what I value. Our Umbrella Corporation needs precisely such paramilitary groups like yours. If you join and quickly form a combat-ready mercenary unit, we can discuss favorable terms. Ataman inquired about the benefits, and Chu Zihong laid out the conditions. A Cossack mercenary will earn an annual salary of 30,000, with a death gratuity of 500,000. Additionally, family members will receive a monthly allowance of 1,500 in priority for jobs in other company departments. This offer deeply enticed Ataman, and even Ivan was tempted. The benefits were too attractive to pass up. Faced with the enticing offer from Chu Zihong, Ataman couldn't help but be tempted. A yearly salary of 30,000, a death compensation of 500,000. Who could refuse such terms? Not to mention the 1,500 monthly family allowance and the opportunity for priority placement in other departments of the company. Adaman almost agreed without hesitation. However, Chu Zihong's ambitions extended far beyond this. He intended not only to recruit young and strong men, but to incorporate the entire Don Cossack tribe, approximately 150,000 people, into his ranks. Adaman, taken aback, confirmed, Mr. Nicholas, are you sure you want our entire Don Cossack tribe? Chu Zihong confidently replied, that's right, all of them. If you can bring in other Cossack tribes, I'll take them too. Adaman was left speechless with shock. The combined Cossack tribes amounted to nearly 1,000,000 people, practically the size of a small nation. He couldn't help but wonder if Chu Zihong could really support so many people. Sensing Adaman's doubts, Chu Zihong explained, I will build a city for you in Somalia, complete with supporting factories. Those who don't want to be mercenaries can work there to support their families. Hearing this, Adaman's concerns were completely dispelled. As a nomadic people, the Cossacks weren't picky about their place of residence. As long as they could be well-fed and live in peace, they would be loyal. Adaman solemnly bowed to Chu Zihong. Boss, from today on, the Don Cossacks pledge their loyalty to you. We will be the sharp blade in your hand, conquering lands far and wide. Chu Zihong smiled with satisfaction. Welcome to Umbrella Corporation. You will be proud of today's decision. With the addition of the Cossacks, Chu Zihong's military strength would be significantly enhanced. He believed that in another year or two, Umbrella Corporation's military power would surpass that of any nation in the world. As he left the Don Cossack territory, Chu Zihong gave Adaman a week to recruit other tribes. Adaman confidently promised to bring back good news. On the return journey, Chu Zihong looked out at the northern landscape, feeling joyful. Just then, Ivan, who had been silent all this time, seemed to make up his mind and spoke. Mr. Nicholas, may I have a word with you? Chu Zihong turned his head, a sly glint in his eye, and smiled. Of course, no problem. What do you want to talk about? Flamaker should have told you about me, right? Ivan stared intently at Chu Zihong, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. Chu Zihong felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that this former Soviet general was no ordinary person. All those hints he dropped along the way had clearly been picked up by Ivan. Chu Zihong sighed and decided to be straightforward. Ivan, you're a talented general. You shouldn't let yourself waste away like this. Do you really want to spend the rest of your life like this? Don't you want to make up for the regrets in your life? I sympathize with your situation, but if your wife and daughter are watching you from heaven, would they really be happy seeing you like this? Ivan fell silent for a moment, then a look of understanding appeared on his face. It seems you do know. General Flamaker meant well. He doesn't want to see me living a life of despair. Ivan had long come to terms with his past, but every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful. He had considered becoming a mercenary, but his age was a barrier. Mercenary groups wouldn't take him. His command skills? In the world of mercenaries tasked with Behind Emmeline's missions, hostage rescues, or protecting wealthy clients, such skills were often useless. Chu Zihong's appearance gave him hope. I can join, but I have one condition. Ivan patted his now empty flask. A bottle of vodka a day. No problem, you'll have plenty. Chu Zihong agreed with a smile, thinking that the request was too easy, could provide a crate a day if needed. At that moment, an idea struck Chu Zihong. If he could use the system's cloning technology to resurrect Ivan's wife and daughter in some sense, wouldn't Ivan be utterly loyal to him? Although clones and the original bodies would have significant differences in memory, implanting memories related to the original could achieve a different kind of resurrection. Ivan, would you like to see your wife and daughter again? Chu Zihong asked with a sly smile. What do you mean? Ivan looked puzzled. They've been dead for years. How could they come back to life? Chu Zihong explained. Our company's tech department has mastered cloning technology. We can extract DNA from your wife and daughter's remains and achieve a form of rebirth. Ivan's breath quickened at the words. If he could really see his wife and daughter again, he dared not think further, afraid he might break down in tears. Seeing this, Chu Zihong patted his shoulder. As long as you do your job well, none of this will be a problem. Boss, rest assured. I will be loyal to the death. Ivan promised solemnly, his eyes shining with determination. At that moment, he would have followed Chu Zihong to the ends of the earth. Chu Zihong laughed heartily, already planning how to use cloning technology to control or recruit more elite talents. This method was absolutely feasible. By the time they returned to the Katyusha Hotel, the sun had already set. Just as Chu Zihong was about to get cozy with Natasha, Victor burst in hurriedly. Boss, we've got an urgent message from headquarters. Aidid has launched a coup ahead of schedule. Chu Zihong was stunned, shocked that Aidid had acted 6 months earlier than in his previous life. It seemed the arms he sold had given Aidid enough confidence. He sat on the sofa, holding Natasha close, and asked for details. Victor reported everything. An hour ago, Aidid had sent people to assassinate Sayedbar inside the presidential palace, then launched a military coup, seizing key government departments and purging Bar's faction and confidants. Just minutes ago, Aidid had gone live on Somali television to announce the overthrow of Bar's government and the establishment of a provisional military government. Chu Zihong frowned, cursing Aidid for being overly confident. Now, the Western countries would surely attack Aidid under the guise of the United Nations and support a puppet government. Somalia would descend into chaos with warlords and rampant piracy. For Chu Zihong, this was bad news. After all, he had sold arms to Aidid, and his umbrella corporation headquarters wasn't even fully established. If things got out of hand, he still had an ace up his sleeve, and he wouldn't hesitate to play it ruthlessly. What are the embassies in Somalia doing now? Chu Zihong asked. Victor replied, the US, Soviet Union, China, and European powers have started evacuating embassy staff and citizens. The US military base near Mogadishu is also mobilizing troops, likely preparing for a major operation. Chu Zihong wasn't surprised. This was all expected. Although Aidid had launched his coup early, history was still following its original path. In less than half a month, the US would send peacekeeping forces to Somalia under the UN's name. Then it would be the Black Hawk Down scenario U.S. Special forces trying to capture Aidid's key officials, underestimating his influence, and ultimately retreating from Mogadishu in disgrace. Afterward, the US would secretly support anti-Aidid forces to overthrow his government. Chu Zihong had no intention of getting involved. The seventh rule of arms trade: never get hit by the weapons you sell or participate in any country's war. His next market was the Middle East, and his main concern now was ensuring the Umbrella Corporation headquarters construction went smoothly. Notify Sergei to increase security at headquarters. Deploy all mercenaries to guard the place. Also, tell Barney Ross to leave the second team for the business in Ganilia and bring the first team back immediately. Yes, boss, Victor responded and went off to execute Chu Zihong's orders. Somalia, Mogadishu. Overnight, the dictator Sayedbar was assassinated and his government collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, the leader of the United Congress Party, Aidid, swiftly announced the formation of a provisional military government, positioning himself as the new ruler of this turbulent nation. As the situation rapidly deteriorated, embassies from various countries began evacuating. The streets of Mogadishu were filled with a palpable tension, as if a storm was about to break. Meanwhile, warlords across Somalia were also stirring, eager for a chance to seize power. More unsettling was the fact that the nearby US military base started mobilizing troops, clearly with ulterior motives. A storm was brewing, threatening to engulf this already impoverished and backward country. Amidst all this upheaval, the ordinary Somali citizens seemed indifferent. Their main concerns were whether they could fill their stomachs and survive another day. Who ruled the country was of little importance to them. In the former presidential palace, now the office of the provisional government, Aidid sat in full military regalia, looking somewhat comical, like a monkey in human clothes. Seated in a large office chair, he reveled in the sensation of power and the feeling of looking down on the masses. At that moment, Lex stepped in and reported, "General, the embassies are starting to evacuate. The port is filled with warships from various countries." Aidid snorted, "Good riddance. They're all a bunch of colonizers. Without them, I can carry out my reforms more freely." With a serious expression, Lex added, "General, the US military base near Mogadishu is becoming increasingly active. They might intervene under the guise of peacekeeping." Aidid's eyes flashed coldly, and he resolutely declared, "If they dare, I'll fight them to the end. If we can't win in a direct fight, we'll wage guerrilla warfare. The entire population of Mogadishu, hundreds of thousands strong, are our soldiers." Confidently, he added, "I've defeated the Soviets before. Why should I fear the Americans?" What a joke. Lex cautioned, "General, if that's the case, we might be short on weapons." Aidid waved dismissively, "Then we'll buy from the Umbrella Corporation. Money is not an issue. Their headquarters is nearly complete, isn't it? You go there personally." Lex left the office. In the hallway, he paused and looked back at the office, doubting Aidid's approach. He thought to himself, the US military might not be as reckless as the Soviets, but they are certainly more formidable. Moreover, the US has allied with European countries and controls the United Nations. As the world's largest economy, America's financial power is unmatched by the Soviet Union. Lex continued his analysis. Can we really resist the entire Western world? No. Somalia is weak in terms of economy, military, and equipment. To resist the militarily powerful Western world is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Moreover, with domestic warlords plotting, Aidid's move will only encourage them. Internal strife plus external threats, this is true peril. How can we handle it? These thoughts led Lex to consider changing his allegiance. He didn't want to sacrifice his life in a futile struggle. Life is precious, and staying alive is even more valuable. He started contemplating new options, and the Umbrella Corporation seemed like a good choice. With this in mind, Lex quickened his pace and left the presidential palace. Sure enough, the next day, Aidid received news that warlords across Somalia were declaring their own rule. Furious, he cursed, "Damn it! We agreed to form a united front. Now they're all declaring themselves kings. Where's the integrity? Where are the rules?" To stabilize the internal situation, Aidid decided to lead the government forces in a campaign against these treacherous warlords. He believed that to unite the nation against Western hegemony, internal stability must come first. Thus, Somalia prematurely entered an era of warlord conflict, complicating the evacuation efforts of various embassies. Among them, the Chinese embassy faced particularly difficult circumstances. They had several consulates in major Somali cities, all of which were now engulfed in rebellion, making a complete evacuation extremely challenging. On the third day after the outbreak of internal strife, most countries had nearly completed their embassy evacuations, except for China, which still had some staff stranded. This included experts maintaining J-6 fighter jets for the government forces, all trapped in rebel-held areas. This situation left the Chinese ambassador, Ouyang-ku, who had already evacuated to a warship, deeply troubled. At that moment, military attaché Yao Yin approached and suggested, "Ambassador, I think we can seek help." "From whom?" Ouyang-ku asked. "The Umbrella Corporation within Somalia?" Yao Yin explained. "They have mercenaries, and their boss is of Chinese descent. I think hiring them should be doable." Ouyang-ku frowned. "Is it reliable?" "Mercenaries are a bunch of stateless individuals who fight for money." He was not fond of mercenaries, viewing them as hired guns for capitalists. But there was no better option at the moment. Yao Yin confidently replied, "Reliable." The Umbrella Corporation's mercenary squad made a name for itself in the Battle of Catalia. Ouyang-ku pondered for a moment and finally decided to hire the Umbrella Corporation's mercenaries. "Xiao Yao, can you contact them?" "I'll try," Yao Yin responded. At that moment, a surprising scene unfolded at Mogadishu Airport. 6 military Humvees marked with U.S. insignia were barreling through, attempting to force their way into the airport. However, they were quickly stopped by mercenaries from the Umbrella Corporation guarding the airport. 2 DSHK heavy machine guns turned and fired directly at the Humvee's path. This action startled the Humvee drivers, who immediately halted. About 2 squads of American soldiers disembarked. A French mercenary, speaking in heavily accented English, shouted, "This is a private airport of the Umbrella Corporation. Leave immediately." The leading U.S. lieutenant frowned and said, "Umbrella? From now on, this place is under the control of the U.S. Central Command. You and your Umbrella personnel must leave immediately." The French mercenary sneered, "You think you can just take over? Who do you think you are?" An enraged sergeant beside the lieutenant aimed his rifle at the French mercenary. "You French bastard, say that again." The other American soldiers also raised their weapons, and the M2 machine guns on the Humvees turned their barrels. Seeing this, the 12 French mercenaries at the gate also raised their guns, some even shouldering RPG rocket launchers. The 2 DSHK heavy machine guns were ready to fire at any moment. The atmosphere at the airport gate became extremely tense, like a powder keg about to explode. At this critical moment, a loud rumbling sound like summer thunder echoed from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up. In the next second, they saw a large military transport plane approaching for landing. What surprised them was the prominent red insignia on the aircraft. The seasoned U.S. lieutenant immediately recognized the plane but was puzzled. A Soviet IL-76? What is it doing here? Didn't they all evacuate yesterday? However, as the first IL-76 landed, another of the same model appeared on the horizon. This sight left the U.S. lieutenant completely bewildered. To everyone's shock, even a Tu-160 strategic bomber appeared. This sight left the U.S. lieutenant deeply shaken, prompting him to order a retreat. The appearance of a Soviet strategic bomber was a clear signal. If they didn't leave now, they might not be able to leave at all. "Damn it, the Soviets are deploying troops to Somalia," the U.S. lieutenant muttered to himself as he retreated. "I need to get back to the base and report this immediately. Something big is happening." In a desert region of the Middle East, a slender lizard basked in the scorching sunlight on a winding road that stretched across the sands. Suddenly, a distant noise startled the lizard, making it dart into the burning hot sand by the roadside like a frightened bird. 5 modified SUVs sped down the road in a single line, with Chu Zihong and his team inside. Instead of taking a plane or boat, they chose to drive along the lower Don River, through Georgia, and into the territories of Iraq and Iran, crossing multiple borders en route to Dubai, a global financial hub in the Middle East, known as the City of Trade. Chu Zihong's mission wasn't about arms dealing. The First Persian Gulf War had left both Iran and Iraq devastated, with their economies on the brink of collapse. Iran went from having 37 billion in foreign reserves to a debt of over 70 billion, while Iraq owed 45 billion and suffered direct losses of 300 billion. This war of attrition brought no real victors. The 6th rule of arms dealing is to ensure every transaction is paid for. Never do business with the poor. Chu Zihong's true destination was Dubai, where immense wealth awaited. Meanwhile, a Maersk cargo ship was also making its way to the Arabian Peninsula by sea. How far are we from Dubai? Chu Zihong asked irritably, staring out at the monotonous desert scenery that had long since worn out its welcome. Boss, it's another 20 kilometers across this desert, Victor replied after checking the map. Chu Zihong rubbed his temples, his headache worsening. Sensing his discomfort, Natasha began to massage his temples, her gentle touch and soothing fragrance providing some relief. Hang in there. It's only 20 kilometers more, she reassured him softly. Victor suggested taking a break, but Chu Zihong waved it off, urging them to press on. Just as the convoy crested a steep hill, the sudden sound of gunfire erupted from the desert beside the road. Instead of stopping, the convoy accelerated. Natasha's keen hearing pinpointed the source. M16 assault rifle, approximately 1 o'clock from the road. Victor again suggested they leave quickly, but trouble had already found them. An armored Humvee riddled with bullet holes emerged from the dunes, blocking their path. The convoy came to an abrupt halt, resulting in a minor collision. In an instant, Victor drew his weapon and deployed a bulletproof shield to protect Chu Zihong. The NOCS protection team members from the other vehicles swiftly disembarked, forming a tight defensive formation with their assault rifles. 3 modified pickup trucks that had been pursuing the Humvee arrived at the dune. A group of armed men in black robes and skull masks disembarked, aiming AK-47s and M2 heavy machine guns at Chu Zihong's team. However, the protection team members, including Shirtian the Ghoul, Gaoyang the Ram, and Li Jinfeng the Toad, opened fire first. In a matter of seconds, the armed men fell, blood spraying into the air. The driver of one of the pickups tried to flee but was quickly taken down with a precise headshot. The protection team quickly checked the bodies to confirm their deaths before turning their attention to the armed Humvee blocking the road. 2 heavily armed but injured Arab soldiers and a young Arab man in a blood-stained white robe emerged from the vehicle. They were immediately subdued, their weapons confiscated, and their hands bound with zip ties. The entire operation took only a minute, showcasing the formidable strength of Chu Zihong's reassembled protection team, far surpassing that of a typical security detail. After ensuring there was no danger, Chu Zihong, accompanied by Natasha and Victor, slowly opened the car door. The desert's heat wave hit him, making him squint as he scanned the surroundings. Xingtian, what's the situation? Chu Zihong asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Xingtian jogged over, a look of excitement on his face. Boss, good news. An unexpected windfall. Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what do you mean? Boss, in that armored Humvee is none other than Dubai's crown prince, Rashid bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Xingtian said confidently. The crown prince himself confirmed it. Those chasing them are from the Taliban KB organization, trying to kidnap him. Chu Zihong's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. He thought to himself, is this some kind of divine intervention? What a coincidence. But saving a prince is good, our arms business will have a better chance. His gaze shifted to the armored Humvee. 2 Arab soldiers, hands bound behind their backs, were squatting on the ground, while a young man in a white robe and headscarf stood nearby. The young man looked just about of age, with striking features and an air of distinction, almost like a mixed heritage. Chu Zihong walked over quickly, mentally preparing how to handle this wealthy benefactor. What are you doing? Still keeping him tied up? Hurry and untie our prince. What if you hurt him? He feigned to scold. Gaoyang immediately stepped forward and cut the bindings of the Dubai prince. Chu Zihong quickly took Rashid's hand, concerned. Your Highness Prince Rashid, my apologies. My men were too rough. Are you hurt? Rashid felt a bit awkward but politely asked, Sir, you are? Oh, let me introduce myself. Chu Zihong smiled broadly. I am Nicholas Yuri, President and CEO of Umbrella Corporation, a military contractor passionate about global peace. Rashid smiled back, hello, Mr. Nicholas. Thank you for your help, you saved my life. We Chinese have a saying, one lends a hand when seeing injustice. It was just a small effort, no big deal. Chu Zihong waved it off. Rashid performed a highly respectful Arab gesture and solemnly said, regardless, I must thank you, Mr. Nicholas. If you ever need anything, I will help unconditionally. Chu Zihong appeared flattered, quickly helping Rashid up. Internally, he was elated. Finally, the words I've been waiting for. Since Rashid's armored Humvee was destroyed, Chu Zihong invited him to ride in his vehicle. Rashid's 2 soldiers drove a captured armored pickup following the convoy. The bodies of the Taliban fighters were left behind, to be swallowed by the desert. Inside the car, Chu Zihong couldn't help but ask, Prince Rashid, why were you in the desert and attacked by the Taliban? Rashid shrugged helplessly. It's a long story. I just wanted to clear my head, but suddenly we were attacked by Taliban fighters. A glint of insight flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes. Your Highness, forgive my bluntness, but this seems more than a coincidence. Mr. Nicholas, what do you mean? Rashid inquired. Chu Zihong analyzed. You decided on a whim to go for a drive, yet were suddenly attacked by tailband fighters. There are two possibilities. Either you have a mole among your guards, or it's a coincidence. But is there such a thing as coincidence? From what I know, the tailband operates within Camel Country, quite a distance from Dubai. Hearing this, Rashid frowned, deep in thought. He had taken 8 men with him, and now only 2 remained. If there was a mole, it would be one of the survivors. But without those 2 guards, he would have likely fallen into the tailband's hands long ago. Suddenly, a realization struck Rashid. There was another person, his chief guard, who had been called back by his father and didn't come along. Could he be the mole? Impossible. The chief guard was loyal to the royal family. He would never betray them. But the facts suggested otherwise, raising doubts. Chu Zihong watched Rashid's changing expressions, thinking, young people are too naive and indecisive. Born with a silver spoon, they have not faced the harsh realities of life. They don't understand the treachery of human nature. He shook his head internally. Under immense temptation, even family can betray you, let alone outsiders. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. That's why he always eradicated threats completely, leaving no room for future troubles. Just like the God-armed forces, despite being hired by Edward, they had crossed him and must prepare for annihilation. They killed several of his men. How could he let that slide? That's not Chu Zihong's style. Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, he will hunt them down. If they dare provoke him, they must be ready to die. Looking at the hesitant Rashid, Chu Zihong thought, still too young. The struggle for the throne is far more brutal than this. In Somalia, the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters stands tall amidst a desolate hilly landscape. The exterior of the headquarters is complete, and the interior is being rapidly finished. Chu Zihong's ambition extends beyond the building itself to the surrounding environment, is transforming this barren land into a lush industrial park, like creating an oasis in the desert. Deep underground, the hive base has just finished its construction and interior design. This base is far larger than the prototype seen in Resident Evil, with the most notable feature being the AI system developed by Dr. Halsey Isabel. This advanced AI surpasses the Red Queen in that it possesses independent thinking abilities and can project itself as a lifelike hologram. Isabel's uniqueness lies in her computational neurons, which are derived from the human brain, giving her human-like thinking and emotions. In the game Halo, she manages the human food supply, life support systems, and energy provisions at the Ark base. As an intelligent AI, Isabel has powerful computational and creative thinking abilities, far exceeding those of the Red Queen. With this technology, Chu Zihong's Umbrella Corporation stands at the forefront of global technology. Given enough development time, the company is poised to become a private military contractor on par with global giants like the Titan Group. At this moment, in the Hive Base's S-Class laboratory, the 3 bioengineering leaders are facing a dilemma. Although the virus has shown promising results in mice, they are eager to test it on humans. Just as they were at their wits' end, the company's military division delivered a group of high-ranking personnel captured from the God Armament faction, much to their delight. The experiments yielded satisfactory results, producing a zombie with bizarre movements. Marcus continued his in-depth research on the virus, seeking further enhancement and improvement. Meanwhile, William Birkin and Wes Gear were meticulously extracting the pipe mutant strain, known as the virus, from the progenitor virus. Compared to the virus, the virus has a higher ability to mutate on its own and can even repair dead cells. However, the extraction process for the virus is extremely challenging, and the duo had already failed thousands of times, consuming a large amount of precious sunladder flowers. Just as Marcus was about to assist, Isabel suddenly appeared, informing him that Dr. Halsey was waiting for him in the test subject area 1. Marcus hurried to the destination, finding Dr. Halsey, Sergei, and Hunk already there, along with 4 USS mercenaries escorting 2 disheveled middle-aged White Mont main leaders of the God Armament faction. Despite being subjected to severe torture, these 2 men, trained as Special Forces soldiers, had not yielded. However, today they felt an ominous foreboding. Upon entering the lab, Halsey explained that the military division needed his help because these 2 high-ranking God Armament members refused to reveal the location of their headquarters. Sergei apologetically requested Marcus's assistance, to which Marcus replied that it was a trivial matter. Upon hearing the term test subject, one of the blonde middle-aged men began to shout in horror, claiming that such actions violated international law and the Geneva Conventions. The Umbrella Corporation members present scoffed at his protests. The man continued to rave that even if used as a test subject, he would never disclose the headquarters location, calling everyone present butchers and perverts. His companion remained silent, head down as if detached from the situation. Hunk, growing impatient, stepped forward and delivered a harsh slap to the incessantly yelling man, knocking out one of his teeth. The left side of the man's face swelled up instantly, making his speech slurred and unclear. Sergei cast a cold glance at the speechless, middle-aged blonde man, his peripheral vision sweeping over another person with their head bowed. His intentions were clear: if one witnessed the transformation into a monster firsthand, the other would undoubtedly speak. "Minister, as you wish," Marcus said, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Immediately, mercenaries roughly threw the two captives into a specially designed glass containment cell within the lab. Standing outside the cell, Sergei's eyes bore into the two men inside. He raised his walkie-talkie, his voice icy. "Tom, McGill, this is your last chance. Reveal the location of the God's Armament headquarters, or face the consequences." Hearing the ultimatum, Tom, the head of the Mali division of God's Armament, glanced at the loudspeaker inside the cell, and then at Sergei outside before choosing to remain silent. Beside him lay his deputy, McGill, groaning in agony from the torture. For 2 days, they had endured relentless torment without uttering a word. Sergei couldn't help but question the loyalty of these mercenaries, who supposedly fought only for money. He suspected that God's Armament must have done something to ensure their loyalty, but that no longer mattered. In the face of the zombie virus, anyone would break. Previous interrogations of God's Armament members had revealed a crucial piece of information. Tom and McGill, as division heads, certainly knew the headquarters location. Only the top leadership and elite mercenary teams were privy to this information. Others had never been there. "Minister, enough talk. Let's begin," Marcus said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was eager to test the optimized virus from the previous night, and today presented the perfect opportunity with these stubborn captives. Sergei nodded in agreement. Marcus immediately began operating the control panel, and a mechanical injection arm slowly descended from the ceiling of the cell. Tom frowned and retreated, but the arm's target was McGill, lying on the ground. The syringe pierced McGill's neck, and blue-purple liquid was injected into his body. Moments later, McGill felt his cells dividing wildly, and a ripping pain tore through his organs. Black veins became visible under his skin, spreading like a spiderweb across his body. His agonized screams echoed through the cell. Tom quickly retreated to a corner, adopting a defensive stance. As a former Delta Force operative, he would not go down without a fight. Outside the cell, Marcus pressed against the glass, watching with the fascination of someone observing a rare treasure. Others found his reaction unsettling, secretly wondering if he had a masochistic streak. As time passed, McGill's body began to grotesquely swell and deform. He ultimately transformed into a 2-meter-tall monster, his skin a rotting, blood-red hue, and his right arm grotesquely enlarged like an octopus tentacle. Tom stared in shock, unable to contain his expletive. "Oh, shit. What the hell is that thing?" The mutated McGill rose from the ground in a horrifying manner, his bones cracking audibly. His blood-red eyes were filled with a ravenous hunger for prey. "Haha, it worked." Marcus laughed maniacally. Sergei and Hank exchanged a look, both involuntarily swallowing hard. This creature was far more terrifying than any zombie they had encountered before, like a demon straight out of hell. Strangely, though, they felt a peculiar sense of familiarity rather than revulsion. At that moment, Tom watched in both heartache and anger as his former comrade turned into this monstrosity, yet he was powerless to stop it. McGill locked onto Tom, baring his fangs and roaring with murderous intent. In the next instant, man and monster were locked in a deadly chase within the confined cell. Tom's agility allowed him to narrowly evade McGill's attacks each time, showcasing his prowess as the head of a God's Armament division, on par with any elite mercenary. The nimble prey ultimately stands no chance against the powerful hunter. Bam! Tom was slammed against the glass wall by a monstrous Magir's heavy fist, the impact making him grimace in pain, his whole body burning with agony. After 2 days of inhuman torture, he was at the end of his rope, struggling to get up only to collapse repeatedly. The monster Magir advanced step by step, its crimson tongue licking its upper lip, blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent and a thirst for flesh. Fear and unwillingness filled Tom's eyes as the monster drew closer. Suddenly, Magir's head exploded like a bursting balloon. The headless body took one more trembling step forward before collapsing with a thud. Blood stained the floor, and Tom stood frozen, bewildered. From the loudspeaker came Sergei's voice. "Tom, if you don't want to end up like him or be swallowed alive by such a monster, tell us the location of the God's Armament headquarters and the founder's address immediately. Otherwise..." Before he could finish, Tom, after a brief struggle, sighed and spilled everything. It turned out the headquarters of God's Armament was on a small island near Hawaii, and the founder was hiding in a mansion in the western suburbs of Houston, protected by a CIA special unit. Before leaving, Sergei patted Marcus on the shoulder and gave a meaningful smile. "Researcher Marcus, the person inside is all yours." Marcus adjusted his glasses and thanked him. Sergei returned to the temporary office, about to report to Chu Zihong when UBCS deputy Colette knocked and entered, informing him that the military attaché of the Chinese embassy requested to see the boss. They wanted to hire Umbrella Corporation's mercenaries to rescue consulate staff at the southern port of Malka. Sergei decided to report this to Chu Zihong first. Meanwhile, Chu Zihong's group had just entered Dubai when they were surrounded by police cars. Rashid explained that he had a tracker on him, and Chu Zihong realized the situation. A group of royal family members appeared, and Rashid introduced his father Sheikh Mohammed, the ruler of Dubai. After some pleasantries, Sheikh Mohammed invited Chu Zihong and his team to the palace. On the way, Chu Zihong received Sergei's report and ordered actions against the God's Armament headquarters and the founder. Simultaneously, he agreed to accept the Chinese embassy's hiring request, setting the price at $1 million. In Mogadishu, at the United States military base, the atmosphere in the Joint Operations Command Center was tense. Sergeant Peel stood at attention, reporting to Lieutenant General Jonathan Howe. "General, I'm certain those are Soviet transport and bomber planes. We saw them land at Mogadishu airport with our own eyes." Lieutenant General Howe furrowed his brow, crossing his arms as he pondered. He paced slowly, his voice low. Soviet transport and bomber planes appearing in Mogadishu at this time is no good sign. "Did you see any Soviet soldiers?" "No, General," Sergeant Peel replied. The general nodded. "All right, I understand. You may go. And don't worry about the airport. It is indeed under Umbrella Corporation's control." "Yes, General." Sergeant Peel hesitated but obeyed the order, saluting before turning to leave. Lieutenant General Howe watched Peel depart, rubbing his temples as he turned to the large map on the wall. The colonel, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "General, if the Soviets are involved, it could jeopardize our operations." "Indeed," the general sighed. "The Soviet military is formidable, and their involvement would significantly impact our plans." He massaged his temples. "One problem after another. It's a real headache." Just then, a middle-aged white man in a suit and sunglasses appeared at the command center's entrance. As he walked in, he said, "General, Colonel, rest assured, the Soviets are not joining the fight. Those transport and bomber planes were purchased by the Umbrella Corporation from the Soviets." Lieutenant General Howe and the colonel turned simultaneously, surprise on the general's face. "Church? What are you doing here?" The newcomer was Church, head of CIA Special Operations. He removed his sunglasses, hooking them onto his collar, and explained, "I'm here about this very matter." The general nodded thoughtfully and asked, "You said those Soviet transport and bomber planes were bought by the Umbrella Corporation?" "That's right," Church confirmed. "Washington wants you to focus on your own mission and leave this matter alone." Lieutenant General Howe raised an eyebrow. "What's the story with the Umbrella Corporation?" Church shrugged. "They have significant clout. We've dealt with them before. Their mercenaries are highly capable." "How so?" the general inquired. Church briefly explained how the Umbrella Corporation had thwarted their plans in Catalia and how the CIA's attempt to assassinate the company's boss had failed, leading to the vice president and the Pentagon calling off the operation. After hearing this, Lieutenant General Howe cursed under his breath. Damn, this company's connections are something else. Despite his frustration, he felt relieved that the Soviets were not directly involved. The general looked up at Church. "Since the CIA is here in Mogadishu, we need informants for our mission. Can you?" Church interrupted. "General, sorry, but our Special Operations Unit has its own mission here. You'll have to handle that on your own." "For the Umbrella Corporation?" the general asked. "Exactly," Church said, spreading his hands. "So you're on your own. We can't help." Lieutenant General Howe sighed. "All right, we'll figure it out ourselves. Money talks. We'll find someone." Church left, contemplating how to engage with the Umbrella Corporation, clear up misunderstandings, and negotiate a deal. He couldn't help but smile wryly at how an assassination mission had turned into a business negotiation. Meanwhile, outside the Umbrella Corporation headquarters, a Toyota sedan was parked by the roadside. Chinese embassy military attaché Yao Yin and his guard, Xiao Lu, stood beside the car. Xiao Lu stared at the building under renovation. "Sir, why do those construction workers look Chinese?" Yao Yin explained. "It's normal to see Chinese workers. Many students went abroad back then." He was more concerned about whether the Umbrella Corporation would agree to the hire. If they refused, he would feel uneasy hiring other mercenaries. Xiao Lu persisted. "Why didn't they come back? Our country is so strong now." Yao Yin glanced at him, slightly impatient. "Xiao Lu, did you forget what I said before? Some things can't be forced. Don't impose your ideas on others." He thought to himself, young people tend to oversimplify things. At that moment, a tall figure walked briskly from the building. Yao Yin stepped forward but was stopped by the mercenaries at the entrance. He had to wait at the door, watching the person approach. "Mr. Yao Yin?" the person asked. "That's me. How should I address you?" Yao Yin extended his hand with a smile. "Sergei Vladimir, head of the Umbrella Corporation's military department." Sergei introduced himself briefly, shaking hands. "Pleased to meet you, Minister Sergei," Yao Yin said warmly. Sergei got straight to the point. Mr. Yao Yin, to be brief, our boss has agreed to your hire request. The fee is $1 million, and we will deploy our elite mercenary team for the task. Yao Yin was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Thank your boss for us. Although the price was steep, they had said the fee could be set freely, and now they had to accept it. A promise is a promise, and they had to honor it. As night falls, Dubai's lights shine like a beacon in the barren desert. The modern metropolis, with its towering skyscrapers, stands proudly in this desolate land. The bustling streets are filled with people, and the neon lights cast a mesmerizing glow over the entire city. In the Middle East, Dubai undoubtedly stands as the premier international city. Inside the opulent Dubai Palace, a grand banquet is in full swing. Amidst the clinking of glasses, members of the royal family, dressed in white robes and headscarves, mingle and toast each other. Among these wealthy individuals, Chu Zihong stands out as an outsider, yet he has become the center of attention after saving Dubai's crown prince, Rashid. Accompanied by Sheikh Mohammed, the ruler of Dubai, and Crown Prince Rashid, Chu Zihong effortlessly engages in conversations with various dignitaries. His eloquence is impressive, even prompting Sheikh Mohammed to marvel at the Chinese knack for rhetoric. Within just an hour, Chu Zihong identifies 3 UAE sheikhs interested in arms deals, with Sheikh Mohammed showing the most enthusiasm. Sheikh Mohammed, as the vice president of the UAE, has aspirations for the presidency. His relationship with Saudi Arabia has grown increasingly strained due to competition for dominance in the Arab world and disputes over oil interests, making conflict seem inevitable. In the palace's conference room, Sheikh Mohammed once again expresses his gratitude to Chu Zihong, performing the highest Muslim courtesy. Chu Zihong responds with humility, and the two exchange compliments, gradually fostering a congenial atmosphere. Then, Sheikh Mohammed gets straight to the point, inquiring about the types of arms Chu Zihong's company specializes in. With confidence, Chu Zihong assures him that he can procure anything needed. When Sheikh Mohammed mentions nuclear weapons, Chu Zihong skillfully diverts the conversation without giving a direct answer. Finally, Sheikh Mohammed asks if Chu Zihong has access to 2K-12 Cub surface-to-air missiles. Chu Zihong confidently replies, yes, of course. This response astonishes Sheikh Mohammed, as such advanced Soviet air defense systems are rarely available for sale. Sheikh Mohammed begins to believe that Chu Zihong's earlier claim of being able to get anything was not an exaggeration. Of course, Your Excellency. Do you need it? Chu Zihong saw the look of surprise on Sheikh Mohammed's face and felt a surge of excitement. This reaction was exactly what he had hoped for. It meant there was potential. He continued, as for the price, considering this is the Soviet Union's most advanced long-range air defense missile system, comparable to the US Patriot system, each unit costs 80 million. As soon as he said this, Chu Zihong worried he might have set the price too high and quickly added an explanation. To his surprise, Sheikh Mohammed asked, that cheap? Chu Zihong almost choked on his own saliva. The original price was only 40 million, and he had doubled it. Yet, the other party still found it cheap? He cursed inwardly. Rich people truly think differently. He realized he had underestimated the sheikh's wealth. Clearing his throat, he asked, Your Excellency, do you want to buy them all? Yes, I want them all. Sheikh Mohammed nodded calmly, as if 960 million was pocket change. Chu Zihong sighed inwardly. If I had known, I would have asked for 1 billion. He regretted deeply, thinking he had lost out big time. Next, Sheikh Mohammed inquired about rocket launchers, AK series rifles, and machine guns. Chu Zihong excitedly confirmed that they were all in stock and available in large quantities. In just half an hour, Sheikh Mohammed had almost bought out Chu Zihong's entire stock of Soviet arms, totaling 12.5 billion. This deal brought Chu Zihong a substantial profit, leading him to reflect that there truly was no business more lucrative than arms dealing. Encouraged by his success, Chu Zihong decided to push further. Sheikh, our company also has a batch of Soviet bombers and fighter jets. Are you interested? Sheikh Mohammed's interest was piqued. What models? Chu Zihong listed them off: 295, 222 bombers, MiG-27, MiG-29 fighters, and the Tu-160 strategic bomber. The Tu-160 strategic bomber? Sheikh Mohammed was astonished. He hadn't expected Chu Zihong to have access to the White Swan, a top-tier supersonic bomber. After a moment of contemplation, Sheikh Mohammed suddenly asked seriously, Nicholas, how about we discuss a major deal? Chu Zihong's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. He sensed that this deal would be worth at least billions. At this point, he was all in. Even if Sheikh Mohammed wanted nuclear weapons, Chu Zihong would dare to procure them from the Soviet Union. He feared nothing in the pursuit of profit. Sheikh Mohammed sat up straight, his eyes piercing as he looked at Chu Zihong. Nicholas, given your ability to acquire these weapons, you must have significant connections within the Soviet Union, right? Of course, Chu Zihong replied confidently. Sheikh Mohammed presented an astonishing order. He wanted to increase the previous purchase of S-300 missile systems to 20 units, acquire 100 units of the Dagger missile, 4 Tu-160 bombers, 4 each of the 295 and 222, and no fewer than 5 each of the MiG-29 and MiG-27. Listening to this order, Chu Zihong felt both exhilarated and incredulous. He suddenly realized that Sheikh Mohammed wasn't just buying arms. He was buying in bulk. This must be the legendary extravagance of the wealthy, with more money than they know what to do with. Chu Zihong almost wanted to say, "Sheik, if you can't spend it all, I can help you out. Chief, we currently have 6 295 and 222 bombers, 10 Mi-27s, and 8 Mi-29s. Would you like to take them all?" Sheikh Mohammed's eyes gleamed with excitement as he declared, "I'll take them all. Name your price." Chu Zihong quickly calculated. He initially intended to ask for 3 billion, but seeing the wealthy man before him, he decided to add another billion. "Chief, I'll give you a special price. $4 billion. He smirked inwardly, feeling pleased with his quick thinking. To his surprise, Sheikh Mohammed waved his hand dismissively. "Nicholas, no need for a discount. I can't let my savior take a loss. I'll pay the original price." Chu Zihong was taken aback. Given the man's words, it would be ungracious to insist on a discount. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, then it's 7 billion. Now that's more like it," Sheikh Mohammed replied with a broad smile. He then added, "But you're selling too cheap. You should learn from those Western capitalists, or you'll end up losing money." "You're right, Chief," Chu Zihong agreed outwardly, though he felt a pang of guilt. If Sheikh Mohammed knew the price was already several times the original, what would he think? Would he retract his words? Chu Zihong chuckled to himself. It was his first time making money, and he couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. Just then, Sheikh Mohammed asked, "Nicholas, what about the 2160? Chu Zihong explained, "Chief, I only have 3 2160s. These are Soviet strategic bombers, and very hard to come by. 3 is the absolute limit right now." He calculated internally. With 2 years left before the Soviet Union's dissolution, many pieces of equipment couldn't be sold in bulk yet. The 2160, for example, had only 35 units produced by the Soviets. Securing 3 from the elite Soviet Air Force was no small feat. He advised his contacts to include him if higher-ups investigated. After all, they were in it together, sink or swim. Chu Zihong decided not to push too hard. It was better to play it safe and ensure a steady stream of profits. The Soviet Union was his armory. His gold mini couldn't afford to be too greedy and risk his life. Sheikh Mohammed thought for a moment and said, "All right, 3 will do." He considered the strategic significance of the bombers. The 2160, designed for supersonic penetration and nuclear strikes, was the fastest strategic bomber in the world, with a top speed of Mach 2.2. 3 2160s could cover not just Saudi Arabia, but the entire Middle East and even neighboring regions. Sheikh Mohammed felt he should be content. If they went to war with Saudi Arabia, the UAE could swiftly destroy key Saudi military installations and seize air superiority. "Nicholas, name your price." Chu Zihong had learned his lesson and set the price much higher. 20 billion each, 60 billion in total. After all, strategic bombers were worth the premium. Sheikh Mohammed gave Chu Zihong a curious look. "Nicholas, are you sure about 20 billion each? These are the world's top supersonic strategic bombers. At that price, won't you be losing money?" Chu Zihong chose to remain silent, cursing internally. 20 billion still seemed cheap to this guy? How much did he think they should cost? 100 billion? 200? He realized his own poverty had limited his imagination. Reluctantly, Chu Zihong said, "Chief, you name the price you think is fair." It felt a bit undignified for an arms dealer to let the customer set the price. Sheikh Mohammed pondered and then made a gesture. "How about 30 billion each? I don't want you to take a loss." "Deal." Chu Zihong was elated, grateful for the extra 10 billion. This patron was truly generous. After agreeing on the price, they signed the contract. The deal included anti-aircraft missiles, rocket launchers, machine guns, and assault rifles, totaling $337 billion, a massive arms trade for the era. Chu Zihong calculated that China's foreign exchange reserves were only $110 billion at the time. This meant he was now wealthier than many nations, with over 300 billion in liquid assets, making him an undisputed hidden tycoon. Unexpectedly, the $337 billion contract was handwritten by Rashid on the spot and signed with fingerprints. It felt more like a casual livestock sale than a huge arms deal. Once the contract was signed, Sheikh Mohammed transferred a $100 billion deposit to Chu Zihong's Swiss bank account using his computer. As a wealthy man, it was only fitting to have a computer. Chu Zihong eyed the computer, which looked like a TV screen with a keyboard. If he wasn't mistaken, it was an Apple Macintosh, released in 1984 and very expensive, each costing around $50,000 to $60,000, affordable only to big companies and capitalists. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Zihong. Why not start a computer company? Before Apple's iconic iMac G3 hit the market, he could develop a more advanced home computer. The profits could rival those from his arms business. With this in mind, Chu Zihong decided to contact Dr. Halsey as soon as he returned. She was an expert in this field, having developed artificial intelligence. Creating a computer should be a breeze for her, especially since all the electronic equipment in the hive base was her work. Eager with anticipation, Chu Zihong couldn't wait to get started. Returning to the hotel from the palace, the night had already fallen, and the city's neon lights began to flicker. Dubai's nightlife was quietly awakening. However, Chu Zihong showed little interest in the bustling scenery. His gaze wandered through the car window, surveying the rapidly rising modern metropolis. Compared to Dubai from my previous life, it's still missing something, Chu Zihong mused to himself. Iconic buildings like the Burj Al Arab and Atlantis Hotel will take another year or two to start construction. He reminisced about Dubai's development. Before the 1950s, it was a humble seaside town. It wasn't until the 1980s, with the wealth brought by oil, that the city began to transform. Now, although skyscrapers were already towering along the creek, the overall development was akin to first-tier cities in China from his previous life. The convoy moved smoothly as Chu Zihong held a satellite phone, discussing computer research with Dr. Halsey. Dr. Halsey, once the computer is developed, can we quickly set up a production line and mass produce it? Chu Zihong got straight to the point. On the other end, Dr. Halsey answered without hesitation, "Boss, manufacturing home computers is actually quite simple. Once the production line is set up, mass production is possible." She paused, then added, "However, the global computer technology is still in its infancy. The portable computers on the market are essentially half-finished products, barely capable of basic operations. They are far from being true computers. If we launch a groundbreaking product now, it might cause unnecessary trouble." Trouble? Chu Zihong chuckled softly. Umbrella Corporation isn't afraid of trouble. If we're going to make computers, we must make the best. We aim for groundbreaking products to create a buzz and attract customers. Seeing Chu Zihong's resolute attitude, Dr. Halsey shrugged and complied. "How long will it take?" Chu Zihong pressed, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Boss, I am currently focused on the Pelican and exoskeleton projects," Dr. Halsey explained. "I will assign the computer research and production to Isabel, and she will expedite the process." "That works." Chu Zihong nodded and then inquired, "How is the progress on the Pelican and exoskeleton projects?" "Progress is smooth," Dr. Halsey replied, "but we lack some critical composite metal materials for manufacturing. These materials are not available in Somalia." "Composite materials? Are you referring to titanium or alloys?" Chu Zihong frowned slightly. "Both, boss. We might need to procure them from elsewhere." "Got it. Anything else you need?" "Currently, the main shortages are metal and non-metal minerals. Building the hive base has depleted our material reserves." Chu Zihong knew that the reserves Dr. Halsey mentioned were the system-rewarded materials brought by the Titan construction team. While Somalia was resource-rich, some critical building materials, like the special alloys needed for the hive base, were rare metals monopolized by major nations. After hanging up the phone, Chu Zihong pondered for a moment and then dialed his Uncle Phelps' number. The call was quickly answered, and a deep, magnetic voice came through. "Chu, don't you know today is the weekend? Calling so early in the morning is a bit much." Phelps half-jokingly complained. "Uncle Phelps, my apologies. I've been so busy that I forgot today is the weekend." Chu Zihong sincerely apologized. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Zihong got to the point. "Uncle Phelps, I need your help to register 3 companies in the Cayman Islands, each with a registered capital of no less than $2 billion. I will transfer the funds to your account." "$2 billion? Phelps repeated in surprise. "Chu, how much have you made in the arms business?" "That's enough to get you on the Forbes list." Chu Zihong explained. "Yes, Uncle Phelps. These 3 companies are quite special. Red Umbrella Corporation will be a tech company focusing on computers, communication devices, and digital products. Blue Umbrella Corporation will be a pharmaceutical company specializing in medical equipment, chemical drugs, and biological medicines. And White Umbrella Corporation will be a biotech company focusing on biotechnology and biological products." After listening, Phelps roughly understood the business directions of the 3 companies. He asked, "Chu, where do you plan to establish these companies after registration? In the US or Europe?" "I recommend the US due to its favorable business environment." "We're on the same page," Chu Zihong laughed. "However, I plan to set up the biotech company in Norway." "Norway?" Phelps queried, puzzled. "While Norway is a developed country, why choose there?" "Because it's closest to the Arctic, which is more suitable for biological research," Chu Zihong explained, while thinking about the second hive base plan, which would be used to study ancient organisms and prehistoric viruses frozen in the Arctic ice. Chu Zihong sat in his spacious office, having just hung up the phone. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He had just concluded a fruitful conversation with Phelps, his father's close friend who had now become the chief legal advisor for his umbrella corporation. "Uncle Phelps, you're giving me too much credit," Chu Zihong said with a wry smile. "You're a dear friend of my father, and even though you've joined my company, You'll always be my elder. Phelps felt a warmth in his heart. Chew, that's more than enough for me, he said, silently grateful for making the right choice. During the conversation, Chu Zihong suddenly thought of Phelps' daughter, Joanna. This childhood friend not only bore a striking resemblance to Jennifer Aniston from Friends, but her figure was comparable to Marilyn Monroe. Chu Zihong recalled how he had once pursued her, only to be subdued by this Taekwondo black belt for being too persistent. He shook his head at the memory. By the way, Uncle Phelps, is Joanna still at Microsoft? Chu Zihong asked, already formulating a plan. Why, are you thinking of poaching her? Phelps immediately understood Chu Zihong's intention. Recalling Chu Zihong's past attempts to woo Joanna, he began to consider the possibilities. Chu Zihong had come a long way since then, with his arms business thriving. If Joanna were to marry him, it would be a perfect match. Chu Zihong laughed, admitting his intentions. Uncle Phelps, Joanna is so talented. If I don't poach her, she'll end up with the competition. That's true, Phelps agreed readily, offering to act as a mediator. Are you thinking of having Joanna take charge of Red Umbrella Corporation? With this matter settled, Chu Zihong inquired about composite materials. Phelps mentioned Hexcel Corporation, which left Chu Zihong astonished. Hexcel, a leading company in the aerospace industry, had a staggering market value and would be difficult to acquire. However, Chu Zihong had already devised a plan to gradually take over. Just as Chu Zihong was about to end the call, Phelps revealed a bombshell. The vice president, several senators, and generals from the Pentagon were now on their side. This news thrilled Chu Zihong, as it promised a bright future for his arms business. After hanging up, Chu Zihong felt invigorated. Today's stroke of luck made him want to thank Lady Luck properly. Half-jokingly, he thought about sending a few male models her way, feeling elated as he wrapped up his day's work. The next day, at noon, when the sun was blazing, Chu Zihong finally woke up from his tender embrace with Natasha. Such a lavish lifestyle, reminiscent of a capitalist's, could easily lead one astray. But Chu Zihong always kept a clear head, remembering his mission. He got dressed and stood up, his mind fixated on his ultimate goal, world peace through nuclear disarmament. As an arms dealer, this goal might seem contradictory, but to Chu Zihong, it made perfect sense. He believed that only through war could a nation truly unite, and the role of an arms dealer was to provide the tools to achieve this unity. Chu Zihong scoffed at the criticisms often leveled against arms dealers. In his view, compared to selling cars or cigarettes, the products of arms dealers were actually safer, at least they had safety pins. But for him, the arms trade was merely a stepping stone to a greater objective. He was convinced that once he became the strongest person on the planet, towering over all nations, world peace would naturally follow. He recalled the character Jonathan Irons from the game Call of Duty, who founded Atlas Corporation for the sake of world peace. Irons' goal was noble, but in Chu Zihong's eyes, he was too idealistic and too soft-hearted. Chu Zihong swore to himself that he would never make the same mistakes. He constantly reminded himself of Cao Cao's famous saying, "I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me." This motto became his guiding principle, reminding him never to show mercy to his enemies. After lunch, Chu Zihong set out with Natasha and 5 of his men: Victor, Baroque, Gul Xingtian, Ram Gaoyang, and Todli Jinfeng. The others remained hidden, awaiting orders. "Boss, where to?" Victor asked from the driver's seat. "International City, to purchase supplies," Chu Zihong replied curtly. He needed to procure a batch of anti-aircraft missiles for Sheikh Mohammed, a $30 billion deal that would raise his liquid assets to over $60 billion, putting him among the world's wealthiest. Despite this, Chu Zihong knew that compared to long-established financial conglomerates, he was still a minor player. The power of families like the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Morgans, and Barclays Bank far exceeded his own. Even governments had to tread carefully around these entities. Upon reaching International City, Chu Zihong went straight to his target. He quickly found a wholesaler and ordered 5 tons of vodka, spending less than $3 million, including transportation costs. Money indeed greased the wheels, Chu Zihong thought. Now, all he had to do was wait for General Vladimir to deliver the goods, and the $30 billion would be his. Just as Chu Zihong finished handling the procurement, Dubai port was suddenly cleared and placed under lockdown by military police. All personnel were confined to the office buildings, unable to leave. As everyone wondered what was happening, a deafening whistle echoed through the sky. Everyone was stunned by what they saw: a colossal cargo ship slowly entering the port. This Maersk giant was like a moving mountain, so massive that it could easily be mistaken for an aircraft carrier. Sheikh Mohammed and other royal family members stood on the dock, mouths agape. They had never seen such a gigantic vessel. Chu Zihong looked at these wealthy individuals' astonished faces and secretly despised them. In his eyes, these so-called big shots were nothing special, their horizons disappointingly narrow. Shocked, Sheikh Mohammed turned his gaze towards Chu Zihong, who remained calm and composed. "Nicholas, is this massive ship produced by your company?" the sheikh asked, his tone filled with barely concealed amazement. Chu Zihong smiled slightly and replied calmly, "Of course, Your Highness. This colossal vessel was built by our umbrella corporation at great expense. I can assure you, it is the only one of its kind in the world. It can carry the cargo of an entire city, with a maximum load capacity of up to 1,000,000 tons." Sheikh Mohammed's eyes sparkled with desire as he eagerly asked, "Nicholas, is this ship for sale? Name your price." Chu Zihong chuckled inwardly, knowing the sheik was indeed a wealthy man. He feigned regret and said, "Your Highness, I'm very sorry, but this is the only ship of its kind we have, and it's not for sale. However," he paused deliberately, heightening the sheik's curiosity. Sheikh Mohammed immediately pressed, "However what?" Chu Zihong replied leisurely, "However, if you need one, you can place an order with us, and we'll custom build one for you. The price might be a bit high, though. Are you still interested?" "Yes, absolutely." Sheikh Mohammed responded without hesitation. As long as money can solve the problem, it's not a problem. Chu Zihong seized the opportunity and quoted a staggering price. "Then, it's 80 billion for one ship, with a deposit of 40 billion, including a full set of automated equipment." Sheikh Mohammed showed no sign of being troubled by the price and readily agreed, "Deal. We'll sign the contract as soon as we get back." Chu Zihong felt a wave of admiration for the sheik's wealth and extravagance, secretly hoping that one day he could become as affluent. Afterward, Chu Zihong led Sheikh Mohammed and other members of the Dubai royal family onto the deck of the massive ship. The sheik seemed uninterested in the piles of military equipment but was fascinated by the futuristic vessel, exploring every corner of what felt like a scene from a sci-fi movie. In the control room, Sheikh Mohammed pointed at the computer control terminal and asked in amazement, "Nicholas, is this a computer?" Chu Zihong patiently explained, "Yes, this system controls all the automated equipment on the ship, including autopilot functions." Sheikh Mohammed was full of admiration. "That's incredible. Have you considered producing home computers? That's a huge market." Seizing the opportunity to promote his newly established Red Umbrella Technology Company, Chu Zihong said, "Of course, we have. By early next year, you'll be able to use our computer products." Sheikh Mohammed immediately showed interest. "If your company produces them, the Dubai royal family will be the first to place an order." Chu Zihong's eyes gleamed with gratitude as he said, "Thank you for your support, Your Highness. We'll contact you as soon as the products are available." After the tour, all the military equipment was unloaded and quickly transported away. Chu Zihong was pleased, knowing that this batch of weaponry would significantly boost Dubai's military strength. More bombers and fighter jets were also on their way. On the way back to the hotel, sitting in the car, Chu Zihong reflected on the past month's experiences. From being a down-and-out second-generation rich kid with millions in debt to now owning millions of assets and a formidable private army, it had been a hard-fought journey. He vowed to keep climbing until he became the most powerful man on the planet. Just then, the long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving assets over 100 billion and successfully attaining the fame and fortune achievement. Money and reputation are the first steps for a military contractor to become the strongest. Congratulations, host. You are one step closer to your goal. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Rewards have been credited. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a random selection of military equipment from a former superpower, Task Force 1411, Satan Mercenary Group 1, 20 special talents, and 6 lottery draws. This unexpected system notification filled Chu Zihong with joy. Task Force 141 and the Satan Mercenary Group were exactly the forces he had dreamed of. And another random selection of military equipment from a former superpower? Last time, he had received a batch of British weaponry and a Maersk supertanker. He wondered what surprises awaited him this time. At that moment, Chu Zihong felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before the system, genuinely exclaiming, "Thank you, you're the best." The first thing Chu Zihong did upon returning to the hotel was to lock himself in his bedroom. This sudden move left Natasha, Victor, and the others staring at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Inside the room, Chu Zihong ignored his companion's reactions and eagerly activated the system. System, quickly, use the random draw for military equipment from powerful nations in past lives. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue virtual screen appeared before him. Proceed with the draw, the system prompted. Yes, draw. Chu Zihong answered without hesitation. Flags from countries around the world flashed across the screen. Most of them were unfamiliar to Chu Zihong, but he recognized the flags of the superpowers and major military nations. He silently prayed for a country with strong military capabilities. As the flags rapidly changed, Chu Zihong's heartbeat quickened. Finally, the screen stopped on a bright red flag with 5 yellow stars prominently displayed. China. Chu Zihong stared at the screen in disbelief. This meant he could acquire weapons and equipment produced in China, known for their high cost-effectiveness and reliability. The system quickly provided detailed information. All weapons were sourced legally and would arrive at the Mogadishu port in 3 days. Although he was slightly disappointed that these were export models from the 1980s and 1990s rather than the latest technology, he quickly adjusted his mindset, realizing these weapons still had significant market potential. Next, Chu Zihong summoned the Elite Task Force 141 and the Satan Mercenary Group. The system indicated that these forces would also arrive in 3 days. Despite the wait, Chu Zihong was filled with anticipation. To further expand his team, Chu Zihong used the special talent summon. The system responded immediately. 5 financial experts, 10 researchers, and 5 agents would arrive at the Umbrella Corporation headquarters within an hour. Finally, Chu Zihong decided to use his 6 lottery chances. Although the system suggested using all the chances at once to increase the likelihood of obtaining top-tier rewards, Chu Zihong opted for single draws. As the golden virtual wheel began to spin, Chu Zihong held his breath, eagerly awaiting the impending surprises. As the golden wheel began to spin rapidly, Chu Zihong held his breath, hoping for a stroke of luck. He watched intently as the pointer's initial high-speed rotation gradually slowed down, eventually stopping right in the center. The next second, a series of system notifications rang out, making Chu Zihong's head buzz. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received a bionic mask 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received a special character. Alice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received special characters, White Ghost and Snake Eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received special characters, Michael Bryce and Darius Kincaid. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received mobile core chip development technology. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received 2 160 strategic bomber blueprints. Chu Zihong's eyes widened in disbelief, unsure of how to express his astonishment. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and began to ponder the significance of these rewards. First, the bionic mask was undoubtedly a powerful disguise tool, akin to a high-tech version of a mask. But what truly thrilled Chu Zihong was the second reward, the protagonist of Resident Evil, Alice. With her, the Umbrella Corporation's lineup was now complete. In his mind, Chu Zihong quickly sketched out a new organizational structure. Hank's Alpha team could detach from the USS and form the BSA under Alice's command. This organization would assist countries worldwide in establishing anti-biohazard units to combat global biohazard threats. He decided to rename the security department of the Hive base to BSA, with the primary responsibility of preventing biohazard virus leaks and handling emergencies. Meanwhile, the USS would remain unchanged, continuing to execute the company's covert missions. Elite special forces like Task Force 141 and the Satan Mercenary Group would be integrated into it. The UBCS would protect the company's top executives and critical assets while also taking on external security and paramilitary missions. As the company's main military force, the UTS would absorb the newly joined Cossack Million. Chu Zihong quickly organized this vast military structure in his mind. The overall commander would be Sergei Vladimir, with Barney Ross and Victor as his deputies. As for the mercenary king, Bob Denard, Chu Zihong assigned him a special assessment task, after which he would be promoted directly to the upper echelons of the military department. The addition of White Ghost and Snake Eyes also delighted Chu Zihong. These 2 powerful characters from the movie G.I. Joe, The Rise of Cobra, would undoubtedly provide significant support to the company. Chu Zihong felt fortunate. With these formidable individuals, the company's security would be more assured. As for Michael Bryce and Darius Kincaid, Chu Zihong couldn't help but smile. The inclusion of these 2 talkers would surely bring some joy to the otherwise serious work environment. He decided to assign Darius Kincaid to the Quicksand unit, while Michael Bryce would join NOCS as his close aide. The final 2 technology rewards left Chu Zihong ecstatic. The mobile core chip development technology was exactly what Red Umbrella needed, and the 2 160 strategic bomber blueprints meant the company was on the verge of becoming a military-industrial giant. Chu Zihong's mind was already envisioning a grand future. Self-developed mobile phones, an independent communication network, and even private satellites. He decided to have Dr. Halsey tackle these technical challenges. This series of 6 draws not only brought a wealth of talent to the company, but also unlocked countless business opportunities. Chu Zihong knew these rewards would bring about monumental changes for the Umbrella Corporation. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. Despite the numerous challenges ahead, with such powerful support, Chu Zihong was confident about the future. He knew that a glorious era for the Umbrella Corporation was about to dawn. Somalia, Merka. This southern port city, located 70 kilometers southwest of the capital Mogadishu, is engulfed in chaos and conflict. After Aidid launched a coup to overthrow the government of Syed Barre, seized control of the capital, and established a provisional military government, warlords across the country followed suit. Somalia descended into a fierce civil war, more intense than Li Yunlong's battle to capture Ping'an County. Embassies of various countries evacuated hastily, taking with them wealthy and well-connected expatriates, while ordinary civilians were left to fend for themselves. Amidst this turmoil, only the Chinese embassy remained steadfast, vowing to evacuate every citizen and bring them home safely. No one left behind became their unwavering belief. As an important port city, Merca naturally became a target for the warlord Mollison, who had a background as a pirate. He captured the city the day after Aided declared the provisional military government, overthrowing the local authorities. However, government forces from the outskirts quickly launched a counterattack, plunging the city into a fierce battle. Once bustling streets are now shrouded in smoke and littered with ruins. Buildings are riddled with bullet holes, and the streets are strewn with the bodies of civilians, militants, and soldiers. Pools of blood have formed in low-lying areas, creating small streams. Burning cars and buildings, along with the corpses, paint a hellish picture. War brings endless destruction and bloodshed, yet it also seems to be the only path to peace for the nation. This paradoxical relationship mirrors the contradictions of our world. The fighting in Merca is exceptionally fierce. Mollison's pirate army is well equipped, boasting AK-74s, M16 assault rifles, RPGs, and anti-aircraft missiles. Their modified armed pickups are even fitted with mortars, M2 heavy machine guns, DPK machine guns, and anti-aircraft guns. In contrast, the government forces, though armed with AK-47s, RPGs, and a few tanks and armed Humvees, are clearly outmatched. The battle quickly tilted in favor of Mollison's forces. Upon hearing the news, Aided immediately dispatched an elite brigade to support the government forces, also deploying fighter jets and attack helicopters. Amid the escalating chaos, 25 Chinese nationals were trapped in a factory on the outskirts of Merca, facing grave danger. Over 30 anti-government militants were fiercely attacking the factory, and the defending government soldiers had suffered heavy losses. The leader of the anti-government forces jumped onto an armed pickup equipped with an M2 heavy machine gun, spraying bullets wildly. Government soldiers fell one after another, and the factory was on the brink of collapse. Just then, a sniper bullet whizzed through the air, precisely piercing the leader's temple. The mysterious sniper was Erwin Kastel, a mercenary from the Umbrella Corporation's UBCS unit, hired by the Chinese embassy to protect Chinese nationals. He lay on a hill 500 meters away, wielding a camouflaged SVD sniper rifle. After taking out several anti-government militants, Erwin was discovered, and an RPG rocket screamed towards him. He rolled quickly to evade it, the explosion creating a crater behind him. "Damn it, Knight. What are you doing? It's your turn," Erwin roared into his radio. As soon as he finished speaking, a Mi-24 attack helicopter rose from behind the hill. At its edge sat Knight, the squad leader, fully armed. He signaled downward, and the helicopter immediately opened fire on the anti-government forces. This mercenary squad, dispatched by the Umbrella Corporation, turned the tide of the battle with lightning speed. Their headquarters, located nearby, enabled them to swiftly deploy armed helicopters for support. In the midst of this chaotic conflict, a dramatic rescue operation was unfolding, just one of many episodes in Somalia's turbulent landscape. The Mi-24 attack helicopter roared in, swiftly clearing the factory's exterior of anti-government forces. The battle concluded with astonishing speed, leaving enemy corpses scattered on the ground. A squad of mercenaries followed closely, efficiently eliminating the remaining opposition. For these undertrained militia, it was hardly a challenge. Confirming the threat had been neutralized, the leader, Knight, led the squad into the factory. On the ground lay critically wounded government soldiers, bleeding profusely. The mercenaries ignored them. Their mission was to rescue the trapped Chinese nationals, not to aid the dying. Pushing open the heavy factory doors, they found 25 Chinese nationals huddled together, staring at the intruders in terror. Knight called out in broken Chinese, "Hey guys, we're hired by the Chinese embassy to rescue you. You're safe now." His Chinese was clumsy, but as a member of the Umbrella Corporation, basic language skills were a necessity. A Chinese woman cautiously stepped forward, tentatively asking, "Really?" Knight shrugged, offering what he thought was a reassuring smile. "Of course, ma'am. You're saved. Now follow us. The rebels might return at any moment." Hearing this, the trapped Chinese nationals felt a wave of relief and began to cry tears of joy. They finally saw hope. Their homeland had not forgotten them. The rescue operation went exceptionally smoothly, earning a cool $1 million with ease. The news was relayed to Chu Zihong, who was very pleased. In this war-torn region, the arms business was indeed lucrative and fast. At this moment, Chu Zihong had already left Dubai and was heading to Saudi Arabia. He left the handover of bombers and fighter jets to his subordinates, with his next target being the wealthy elites of Saudi Arabia. In terms of financial power, Saudi Arabia undoubtedly surpassed the UAE. As the world's top oil producer and holder of the largest oil reserves, Saudi's wealthy were even richer than those in the UAE. Chu Zihong recalled how China had once sold 35 Dongfeng 3 missiles to Saudi Arabia for $1 billion each, and the Saudis actually considered the price a bargain. Such a lavish attitude made Chu Zihong feel that he had underpriced the batch of anti-aircraft missiles he sold. Just as Chu Zihong ended his call with Sergei, his satellite phone rang again. This time, It was his Uncle Phelps from the United States. Good evening, dear Uncle Phelps. Chu Zihong greeted warmly. Chu, the three companies have been registered, and the funds are in place. However, I didn't affiliate them with the Umbrella Corporation. They're set up as independent entities. Phelps' steady voice came through. Chu Zihong quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Phelps, for being so thorough. Family doesn't need to stand on ceremony. Phelps chuckled. Regarding the tech company, I suggest you set up your headquarters in the World Trade Center in Manhattan. It's a hub of finance and trade, which would benefit the company's growth. Understood. I'll need your continued guidance in this matter. No problem. By the way, I'm working on persuading Joanna, so you can rest easy. After hanging up, Chu Zihong felt elated. Everything was set, except for Joanna, the beautiful CEO. The Red Umbrella Tech Company was almost ready to launch. Boss, Saudi isn't very safe right now. The newly risen Tarabans are causing chaos everywhere. Victor, his co-pilot, reminded him. Tarabans? They're not a concern, Chu Zihong replied dismissively with a smile. At this time, the Tarabans were just beginning to emerge, far from the global threat they would become 12 years later. The 9/11 attacks in 2001 would mark a turning point for their rise, a tragedy that would shock the world. Chu Zihong wasn't suddenly having a change of heart. He was considering that the headquarters of his Red Umbrella Corporation would also be in the World Trade Center. If the World Trade Center were to be damaged, it would not only cause massive economic losses, but also a significant loss of talent. This was something he could not tolerate. The Tarabans better not mess with me, Chu Zihong thought, or I wouldn't mind turning them into zombie-laden. The convoy smoothly crossed the border into Saudi Arabia. Despite the endless deserts and wastelands, as they approached the Riyadh region, a modern international metropolis came into view. The skyline of towering buildings seamlessly blended with Arabian architectural styles, making for an enchanting sight. In the entire Middle East, only Saudi Arabia and the UAE boasted such prosperous modern cities. Here, the economy thrived, tourism flourished, and people lived in affluence. However, once outside these two countries, one would be met with poverty, ongoing wars, displaced populations, and rampant famine, two starkly contrasting worlds. Victor, which city is that ahead? Chu Zihong asked, gazing at the approaching modern metropolis. Boss, that's Riyadh, the seat of the Saudi royal family, Victor explained. The capital of Saudi Arabia? Yes, boss. Chu Zihong was surprised at the convoy's speed, reaching the Saudi capital in just 2.5 hours, much faster than expected. However, Chu Zihong was unaware that as soon as they entered Riyadh, they were being watched. It wasn't the Tarabans tailing them, but agents from the CIA's Special Activities Division. Church had already received intel, knowing that Chu Zihong would enter Saudi Arabia from the UAE today, so they had been waiting in Riyadh. Sure enough, Chu Zihong arrived as expected. These arms dealers, Church thought, they have a sense for money like a bloodhound. Naturally, they wouldn't miss out on Saudi Arabia and the UAE, two of the world's wealthiest nations. This time, Church wasn't here to cause trouble for Chu Zihong, but to discuss cooperation, or more accurately, to mediate. He was to mediate the issue of Chu Zihong killing two representatives from Lockheed in the Soviet Union, hoping the Umbrella Corporation wouldn't oppose Lockheed. After all, Lockheed was a major U.S. defense contractor, and offending them wouldn't benefit anyone. The CIA couldn't afford to antagonize either side, so they sent Church as the mediator. For Church, it was a thankless task, but given his position, he had no choice but to follow orders. In the VIP section of the Carlton Hotel, a Saudi woman dressed in professional attire approached Chu Zihong and politely asked, "Excuse me, sir. I need to confirm once more, are you sure you want to book the presidential suite on the top floor?" Chu Zihong looked up, his gaze falling on the hotel staff member wearing a headscarf. He couldn't help but think these Saudi women were quite attractive, and they'd probably be even more so without the headscarf. Of course, is there a problem? He responded calmly. The staff member smiled and explained, "No problem at all, sir. Just confirming, as the top floor has 3 presidential suites, and they are quite pricey." In reality, she was asking because Chu Zihong was Chinese. The Chinese guest who arrived yesterday had hesitated for a long time before booking just a business suite. "Swipe the card," Chu Zihong said without hesitation, pulling out a black diamond card from a Swiss bank. He thought to himself, expensive? Sorry, money is not an issue for me. If it can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment, the staff member replied, her smile growing wider and a strange glint appearing in her eyes. As she took the card, her fingers brushed against the back of Chu Zihong's hand, leaving a subtle, suggestive touch. Chu Zihong's face showed a hint of confusion. This Saudi woman had subtly touched his hand, there was no mistaking the implication. He cursed inwardly, "Damn, did I just get taken advantage of?" After the staff member left, Natasha sidled up to him, her breath warm against his ear. "Chu," that staff member was hinting at a proposition. "Not interested." Chu Zihong gave a wicked smile and lightly tapped Natasha's nose. Why would I be interested in something so common? You're way more fun, aren't you? Natasha pretended to be upset, lightly poking his chest. You're so annoying. Then she leaned in closer, her voice sultry. Chu, I wouldn't mind a threesome. Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes, his gaze intense. Woman, do you know you're playing with fire? He thought to himself. This woman needs to be taught a lesson. Daring to tease a decent man in broad daylight, unbelievable. Natasha giggled, gave him a flirtatious glance, and walked towards the elevator. Seeing this, Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow. Tease and then leave? Ridiculous. Did you ask for my opinion first? To uphold the honor of men everywhere, I, Chu Zihong, will take you down. He shouted, hey, where do you think you're going? Take this, and chased after her. Victor, Xingtian, and Gaoyang exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. This PD added, anyone ask their opinion as single men? They silently followed. An hour later, Chu Zihong emerged from the bedroom, looking refreshed. He picked up a Brazilian cigar from the coffee table, expertly cut the end, lit it, and took a deep drag, savoring the smoke before exhaling slowly. Pure bliss, he thought. They say the wicked capitalists know how to live. This top-quality cigar lives up to its reputation. With the cigar between his lips, Chu Zihong walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at all of Riyadh as if the entire world was beneath his feet. In that moment, he felt his aura of wealth and power peak. Looking down on all, I am the king of war, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Without turning, Chu Zihong said, come in. Victor entered and reported, boss, someone wants to see you. But I stopped him outside. Who? The head of the CIA's Special Activities Division, Church. Chu Zihong squinted his eyes. If he remembered correctly, this was the guy who gave Barney Ross his mission in the second Expendables movie. Now he's just a division head? What a downgrade. He recalled that the CIA's Special Activities Division had been sent to kill him by the American military. If not for Phelps bribing high-ranking officials to stop it, he might have already been dead. Let him in, Chu Zihong said, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Victor nodded and left. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit entered. His face wore a polite smile, but inwardly he cursed. A body search is one thing, but why the hell do I have to strip? Damn it, I'm not into this. However, once inside, Church's attitude did a complete 180. His smile became even more ingratiating, resembling a sycophantic eunuch from ancient times in modern terms, a bootlicker. Mr. Nicholas, it's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the intrusion, Church said obsequiously. Chu Zihong turned around, narrowing his eyes at Church. Your CIA has caused me quite a bit of trouble. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? His presence was imposing, reminiscent of Marlon Brando's iconic performance in The Godfather. Church felt as if he were facing a demon from hell, nearly buckling at the knees. Oh my God, he thought. Whether facing the president or the most terrifying warlords in East Africa, he'd never felt this intimidated. Mr. Nicholas, on behalf of the CIA, I sincerely apologize for what happened before, Church said, taking a deep breath and bowing in a gesture of apology, clearly having done his homework. Chu Zihong was unmoved. He stepped closer to Church, his eyes cold. This won't be settled so easily. How about this? Withdraw all your agents from the mansion in the wealthy suburb of Houston, and tie up the founder of the God's Army in the living room. How does that sound? Church swallowed hard. He considered himself a battle-hardened veteran, but facing Chu Zihong, he felt a rare sense of fear. This or only the top tycoons had this, commanding everything, fearing nothing. Mr. Nicholas, I know the God's Army attempted to assassinate you, but that was on Edward's orders. They didn't know. Enough. No more excuses. Show him out. Chu Zihong interrupted coldly, turning his back and issuing the order to dismiss him. Church wanted to say more, but Victor stepped forward and stopped him. This way, agent. Just as he was about to be escorted out, Church suddenly pushed Victor away and shouted, Mr. Nicholas, I misspoke earlier. I apologize. I'm here on behalf of Washington to discuss a collaboration with you, and Mr. Lockheed asked me to convey a message. Before he could finish, Victor, Xingtian, and Gaoyang had already pinned him to the ground. You've got some nerve, white pig, Xingtian said, slapping Church's head. Daring to cause trouble right under our noses. Are you looking to die? Let him go, Chu Zihong said, turning back and waving his hand. He was somewhat interested in what Church had to say. Business was business, after all. Making loads of money was always appealing. Mr. Nicholas, your compassion is like that of a deity. Thank you. After Victor and his men released Church, he disregarded his disheveled state, got up from the ground, and expressed his gratitude to Chu Zihong. To outsiders, Church seemed all-powerful and ruthless, but now he was showing a side willing to please others. Chu Zihong sat on the sofa, legs crossed, a cigar in his mouth, exuding an air of authority. He looked at Church coldly, knowing that the CIA director was merely groveling before him. After all, He commanded over 100 mercenaries, including tactical level teams and even a few strategic level special forces units. Let's get to the point. How are we going to cooperate? What message does Lockheed have for me? Chu Zihong asked bluntly. Church replied cautiously. Mr. Lockheed wants me to convey that the actions of the Sheen family are their own responsibility. If you seek revenge, Lockheed is willing to assist. As a gesture of goodwill, they have terminated their long-term partnership with the Sheen family and are willing to compensate you with $1 million. Chu Zihong sneered. A few words and $1 million? That's an insult. Go back and tell Lockheed that if they are willing to cede the arms markets in Black State and the Middle East and compensate me with $1 billion, then I'll let this go. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Church looked troubled. Mr. Nicholas, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Unreasonable? Chu Zihong scoffed. Did their representative ask if it was unreasonable when he tried to kill me? I can either reason with you calmly or show you what rules really mean. Now, get out. Church hesitated but ultimately chose silence. He realized he couldn't afford to offend either side and could only serve as a messenger. Victor stepped forward again and respectfully said, Agent, please. Church forced a smile. Mr. Nicholas, I will convey your message as soon as possible. Sorry for the disturbance. With that, he turned and left, knowing there was no point in staying any longer. As Church departed, Chu Zihong fell into contemplation. He was aware of Lockheed's status as the world's largest defense contractor and arms dealer, but he was not intimidated. Though he couldn't surpass Lockheed now, the future was still uncertain. Chu Zihong began to strategize the development of Umbrella Corporation. The period after the Soviet Union's collapse would be crucial for the company's growth. It was essential to establish underground bases globally and accelerate the development of the red, white, and blue umbrella companies. The arms business remained a priority, but everything needed to be done steadily and cautiously. Meanwhile, standing at the hotel entrance, Church looked up at the top floor and sighed inwardly. He sensed that the world was about to witness the rise of an arms giant comparable to Lockheed. Although he doubted Chu Zihong could surpass Lockheed, he believed Chu Zihong could at least stand alongside other major arms manufacturers like Raytheon, Boeing, and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. As a CIA director, Church understood his insignificance in the presence of such powerful figures. He resigned himself to this harsh reality. If he couldn't fight it, he would have to accept his fate. The Church had just come out of the hotel when a jeep pulled up at the entrance. A tall, muscular, middle-aged white man jumped out and strode over. It was Trench, a friend of Church and a fellow arms dealer. How did it go? Trench asked eagerly. Church sighed helplessly and spread his hands. Not well. The power struggle among the big players is beyond what small fries like us can mediate. Trench raised an eyebrow and pointed to the top floor of the hotel. The guy upstairs didn't agree? Agree? Fat chance, Church mocked. That would be as rare as God wearing a thong. Trench chuckled and lightly punched Church on the shoulder. Haha, be careful. God might hear you and come after you. God's too busy. Church waved dismissively, probably flirting with some goddess. Damn, I shouldn't have taken this job. It's a mess. He cursed as he walked towards the jeep, and Trench shrugged and followed. The two got in and drove away from the hotel. Inside the car, Trench steered with one hand and rested the other on the open window. He turned to Church and asked, There's an arms expo in Saudi tomorrow. Want to check it out? Church enjoyed the breeze and the Riyadh street view. What's there to see? It's a party for you arms dealers, not a gathering for us agents. He noticed the fully covered Saudi women passing by and couldn't help but sigh. What a shame. Restricting women from showcasing their beauty for the sake of faith. Trench shook his head. Not necessarily. The folks from Umbrella Corp will definitely be there. Don't you want to make an impression? This reminded Church. He quickly pulled out his cell phone and called Lockheed to relay Chu Zihong's message. After hanging up, he looked distraught. Trench was curious. What's wrong? Elizabeth wants a divorce? FK, can you say something nice? Church rolled his eyes. Sorry, my bad. Trench shrugged. Lockheed didn't agree? Black market and Middle East are off limits. Max compensation is 10 million. Church rubbed his temples. Typical of those capitalists. Stingy as hell. This isn't going to end well. Trench suggested. If it's too hard, let it go. Let the higher-ups deal with it. MCIA, I don't get to decide. Church shook his head. Then quit and join me in the arms business, Trench urged. No thanks, Church declined. Hey, don't look down on arms dealers. Trench was displeased. It's not the cleanest money, but it's better than the CIA. I'd rather count money till my head hurts than deal with these capitalist issues. Church mocked. What's so great about the CIA? Just Uncle Sam's scalpel. Wherever needed, that's where we go. Every war in recent years had our involvement. Agents risk their lives to gather intelligence so the military can act. It's a thankless job. Better to earn money and support the family. Meanwhile, at Lockheed's headquarters in Bethesda, Maryland, CEO Alan Lockheed was in his office. The spacious office had only an oval desk, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window behind it. Models of planes, missiles, and satellites, all top products of the company, hung from the ceiling. Despite being in his 80s, Alan was still vigorous, with a head of white hair. He held a gold eagle-head cane and sat in his boss chair, exuding authority. Standing in front of him was a young brunette in a black business suit named Marilyn Hewson, the company's successor. Alan looked directly at Marilyn and asked, "What do you think about Umbrella Corp's demands?" Marilyn smiled. "Boss, I think we shouldn't reject it so quickly. We should reconsider." "Oh, let's hear your thoughts." Marilyn spoke confidently. "We can give up the black market and the Middle East. Our strength lies in capital, and the president is backed by us. Umbrella is just an arms dealer. Once the Soviet Union collapses, they'll lose their supply and have to buy from us. The compensation can be reduced to 50 million, but let the Sheen family bear it since they caused the trouble." Alan pondered for a moment and then smiled approvingly. "You truly are the right successor. Handle this matter." "Yes, boss," Marilyn replied confidently. "Lockheed is not to be trifled with." Natasha leaned against the bedroom doorframe, her delicate lace nightgown accentuating her perfect figure. She crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on Chu Zihong lounging on the living room sofa, her tone carrying a hint of warning. "If things go south, it won't be good for your future arms business." Chu Zihong lazily reclined on the sofa, a cigar between his fingers. He exhaled a puff of smoke slowly, squinting at Natasha. Her alluring figure made him think. Even a Victoria's Secret model wouldn't compare. This once unattainable beauty was now a frequent companion in his bed. "You're right, they're not easy to deal with," Chu Zihong said nonchalantly. "But do you think I'm easy to deal with?" Having known Chu Zihong for a while, Natasha understood his ruthless nature. He always eliminated threats without leaving any loose ends. She nodded. "Not easy at all, and you always get your revenge." Chu Zihong clenched his fist, a glint of ambition in his eyes. "So, Lockheed is just ahead of me for now. Give me enough time, and I'll acquire them eventually." "I believe you." Natasha paused before asking, "But what if Lockheed refuses?" A cold light flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes as he smiled. "Then I'll make an example out of them. Not afraid of the consequences?" "Consequences? I'm not afraid. I'm only afraid there won't be any." Natasha sighed inwardly. People who say such things are either fools or have enough confidence and aces up their sleeves. She gave Chu Zihong a thumbs up, about to say more when a knock sounded at the door. Natasha shrugged, turned, and went back into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Chu Zihong stubbed out his cigar and called out, "Come in." Victor entered, reporting, "Boss, I found out that tomorrow is the annual arms exhibition in Saudi Arabia. Arms dealers from all over the world will be there." "The big companies too?" Chu Zihong asked, tapping the armrest rhythmically. Victor nodded. "Yes, Lockheed, Raytheon, Boeing, BAE, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and all the major arms manufacturers will be there, including those making assault rifles." Chu Zihong remarked, "Wow, quite a lineup. The top 5 global arms manufacturers are all participating. Tough competition, but competition drives motivation, right?" Victor added, "Also, boss, Norinco from China is sending representatives. They're staying in the business suites at our hotel." Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow, thinking, Norinco, the renowned arms exporter. They, like him, sold Soviet-style weapons, powerful, cheap, and durable, making them direct competitors. Should he avoid them to prevent any awkward encounters? Meanwhile, in the class lab of the Hive's underground base, William and Weskier were conducting the final virus extraction experiment. Dr. Marcus and Dr. Halsey were assisting, all 4 intently focused on the delicate instruments around the sun ladder flower. The extraction needle slowly pierced the flower, carefully drawing out the type mutant strain from the nucleus. The process went smoothly, unlike previous attempts where the nucleus was damaged. When the needle successfully withdrew, the 4 scientists breathed a collective sigh of relief, overjoyed. "We did it. We finally extracted the virus." William and Weskier were so excited they nearly cried. They quickly injected the extracted virus into a special vial, fearful of any mishap. At that moment, far away in Saudi Arabia, a system prompt sounded in Chu Zihong's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the hidden task. Extraction and in-depth research of the T and G viruses. Reward: complete cloning technology for biohumans, including advanced research equipment. Chu Zihong was momentarily stunned, then sprang to his feet, eyes alight with excitement. In just a few days, both the virus and virus had been successfully extracted, giving him control over 2 world-ending zombie viruses. More importantly, the system's reward of cloning technology opened up the possibility of creating a new human race. Despite the ethical controversies surrounding cloning, for the Umbrella Corporation, which had already ventured into forbidden realms, this technology was a significant step forward for humanity. Chu Zihong knew that with proper control, cloning technology would greatly benefit the company's growth. Good things keep coming my way, Chu Zihong muttered to himself, ambition gleaming in his eyes. Chu Zihong lightly tapped the system interface, inquiring how to apply cloning technology and related equipment to the real world. The system responded that the cloning technology and equipment would be escorted by Task Force 141 and delivered to the port of Mogadishu along with arms and the Satan Mercenary group in 3 days. Chu Zihong was slightly taken aback. He had initially hoped to obtain it immediately, but given how long he had waited, a few more days wouldn't hurt. He then took out his mobile phone and dialed Dr. Halsey. The news of the successful extraction of the T and G viruses made him a bit uneasy, not because of potential leaks, but out of concern that the 3 mad scientists would get overly excited and conduct live experiments on the newly arrived Cossacks. He didn't want a scenario like in Resident Evil, where the 3 end up killing each other over the viruses. The call connected quickly, and Dr. Halsey's excited voice came through. "Boss, your timing is perfect. Marcus and the team have successfully extracted the T and G viruses from the Sun Ladder flower." "Yes, I already know," Chu Zihong replied calmly. How do you know?" Halsey was puzzled, as only 4 people in the lab were aware of this. Chu Zihong chuckled softly and replied with a question. "Don't worry about how I know. First, congratulations on your significant contribution to the company. I've decided to promote and give you all a raise." He then announced a series of personnel changes. Dr. Halsey would be promoted to head of the Hive's main base with executive-level benefits, and Marcus, William, and Weskier would be promoted to heads of the Hive's research center with mid-level benefits, each slated to manage a separate subbase in the future. This clear reward system had an immediate effect. Dr. Halsey was flattered and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Marcus and the others were also overjoyed, pledging their loyalty and promising to achieve even greater success. Next, Chu Zihong inquired about the status of the 10 new researchers. Halsey mentioned 4 names that left Chu Zihong astonished: Norman Osborn, Hank Pym, Shuri, and Otto Gunther Octavius. The addition of these top scientists from the Marvel Universe made Chu Zihong ecstatic. With their expertise, Umbrella Corporation's technological capabilities would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. After ending his call with Dr. Halsey, Chu Zihong contacted Sergei to inquire about financial and intelligence talents. While the financial experts were relatively unknown, the intelligence talents caught his attention. 4 senior agents from Red and the top agent Henry Brogan from Gemini Man. The inclusion of this talent pool filled Chu Zihong with confidence about Umbrella Corporation's future. He believed that global domination was just a matter of time. However, facing some people's criticisms, he couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed challenging to satisfy everyone. After the report, Sergei began to update Chu Zihong on the latest developments at the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. All the buildings in the industrial park have been completed and are now in the decoration phase. The entire park's decoration is expected to be finished by the end of the year, marking the full completion of the Umbrella Corporation. Sergei's words reminded Chu Zihong that it was already mid-December, with only a month and a half left until the Spring Festival. After the Spring Festival, the world would enter the rapidly developing 1990s. This period would see a massive economic boom globally, but it would also be a time of unforgettable turmoil for parts of the Middle East and Africa. In the early 1990s, the number of armed conflicts and regional wars surged. From January 1990 to June 1995, there were 83 new and ongoing conflicts, far exceeding the peak of the 1960s. Of these, 59 were new conflicts that erupted in the 1990s, accounting for 70 of the total. The Gulf War, the Somali Civil War, and the Bosnian War were among the continuous conflicts. Moreover, the dissolution of the Soviet Union was only a year away. Chu Zihong realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to extract as much value and resources as possible from the collapsing Soviet Union to rapidly expand his power. He had a large number of people to support, along with high-tech research, material procurement, and rare mineral extraction that required investment. A few $100 billion would not suffice. He needed at least several trillion as a baseline, or he would quickly run out of funds. The development of the red, white, and blue umbrella companies also needed to be accelerated. Chu Zihong decided to return to headquarters immediately after the Saudi Arms Expo to begin global planning and monopolize resources. He made a silent vow: eliminate all threats, physically and decisively. The scene shifts to the Microsoft headquarters in Silicon Valley. In a manager's office on the 20th floor, a blonde woman named Joanna was reluctantly answering her father's call. As she spoke, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Joanna's beauty was not striking but exuded a sense of inner calm and confidence. "Dad, can you give me some time to think about it?" Joanna said, her tone tinged with slight exasperation. On the other end of the line, Phelps was earnestly persuading her. "Joanna, what is there to think about? Red Umbrella Technology Company has a registered capital of $20 billion and holds the most advanced technology and researchers. Why wouldn't you join such a promising company? It would take you at least 10 years to become a president at Microsoft, but there, you could directly become the CEO, and if you perform well, you might even become the executive president." After her father's continuous urging, Joanna finally felt somewhat swayed. Dad, are you sure it's reliable for me to join Red Umbrella Technology? Of course it's reliable. I handled it myself, and I'm the chief legal advisor, Phelps answered with delight. Joanna pondered for a moment and said, I want to meet their boss. Can I? There are some things I need to ask in person. If I don't even know who my boss is, how can I work for him? Phelps immediately agreed. Sure, no problem. However, the boss of Red Umbrella Technology is currently abroad. I will relay your request to him. After hanging up the phone, Joanna rubbed her temples, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Her father's thrice-daily phone calls were becoming unbearable. Nevertheless, she found herself intrigued by Red Umbrella Technology. Becoming the president of a tech company had always been her dream, allowing her to showcase her talents rather than growing old at Microsoft. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Phelps immediately contacted Chu Zihong to inform him that Joanna had agreed but wanted to meet him. Joanna agreed? She wants to meet me? Chu Zihong was somewhat surprised. Yes, Phelps nodded with a smile. She wants to understand some things personally. With her cautious nature, she won't join Red Umbrella Technology without meeting the boss. Chu Zihong thought for a moment and replied, All right, I'll finish what I'm doing and meet her in the States in a week. Red Umbrella Technology needed a capable leader, and Joanna was undoubtedly the best candidate. Although she wasn't a talent summoned by the system, she was his childhood friend and Phelps' daughter, making her one of his own. As for concerns about her betraying him, Chu Zihong believed that winning a woman's heart would naturally secure her loyalty. However, it was still wise to remain cautious and not be overly absolute. While Red Umbrella Technology had found its leader, Blue Umbrella Pharmaceuticals and White Umbrella Biotech still lacked suitable candidates. Chu Zihong felt a headache coming on, contemplating whether to let those 5 financial experts try or, if necessary, don a bionic mask and take charge himself. He decided to leave the arms business to Victor. For Chu Zihong, conquering unknown territories was as alluring as winning over women, holding a fatal attraction. That evening, a private jet from Sam's Country landed smoothly at Riyadh International Airport. On the runway, a stretch Lincoln and 2 black SUVs swiftly approached and stopped in front of the plane. As the cabin door opened, 2 burly white bodyguards were the first to step out, dressed in black suits with earpieces in their ears. Their sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, and after confirming there were no abnormalities, they took positions on either side. Next, a poised brunette woman descended the steps. She was Marilyn Hewson, the future heir and current CEO of Lockheed. Unlike usual events attended by the sales department head, this arms exhibition had surprisingly attracted the company's top brass. Standing at the bottom of the steps, sales department head Fox felt a pang of anxiety. He wondered to himself, has the company discovered my kickbacks? It shouldn't be. I've been very discreet. Little did he know, Marilyn Hewson had no time for such trivial matters. Her real target was Nicholas Urey, the boss of Umbrella Corporation. Marilyn Hewson glanced coldly at Fox and asked haughtily, Which hotel is the Chinese guy staying at? Fox replied with a forced smile, Boss, he's in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Carlton Hotel. He's booked the entire floor. Marilyn Hewson sneered. Typical nouveau riche Chinese. Thinking they're invincible just because they have money? Fox quickly agreed. You're right, boss. The Chinese are just country bumpkins. Not worth mentioning. At least you said something useful, Marilyn Hewson said coldly. Let's go to the Carlton Hotel. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Carlton Hotel, Chu Zihong was flipping through the arms dealer profiles brought by Victor. His eyes lingered on one of them, Corleone. The name brought back memories. Corleone had been his guide into the arms industry, helping him complete his first system-assigned task. But to Chu Zihong, Corleone was just a stepping stone, a mere tool. Chu Zihong carelessly tossed Corleone's profile into the trash and turned to inquire Victor about the infiltration progress of the Quicksand organization. At that moment, Xingtian rushed in, reporting that people from Lockheed had arrived. Who came? Chu Zihong asked. Lockheed CEO, Marilyn Hewson? Xingtian answered. Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on his face. Lockheed is really showing their sincerity, sending the future heir. Not bad. He knew well that Marilyn Hewson was no simple character. In 5 years, she would lead the restructured Lockheed Martin to become the world's top arms giant, outpacing competitors like Raytheon and Boeing. Take them to the conference room at the end of the hallway. I'll join shortly. Chu Zihong stood up and adjusted his casual attire. After Xingtian left, Chu Zihong confidently said, No matter how formidable a woman is, she still has to lie down at some point. Right now, Marilyn Hewson is just a fledgling. A real man has nothing to fear. The only thing to watch out for is that she's not here with good intentions. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Marilyn Hewson sat upright in her chair, her eyes fixed on the steaming cup of coffee in front of her. Behind her, 2 tall white bodyguards stood like imposing statues, exuding an aura of intimidation. Fox was restless, shifting uneasily in his seat, his leg already numb. In the corner, Another two bodyguards stood beside a black suitcase that occasionally wobbled. Faint whimpering sounds emanated from within. An eerie silence hung over the room. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open. Xingtian and Gao Yang entered first, standing on either side. Their height matched that of the white bodyguards, and their presence was equally commanding. Following closely, Chu Zihong walked in, holding Natasha, who was dressed in a red slit dress. Victor and Li Jinfeng trailed behind. Their entrance immediately shifted the room's atmosphere, as if a group of power players had arrived. Marilyn Hewson glanced briefly at them before averting her gaze, filled with disdain. Chu Zihong noticed her reaction, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes. He sat down opposite Marilyn Hewson, still holding Natasha, and deliberately assumed a nonchalant, provocative posture. After a moment of silence, Marilyn Hewson finally spoke. "Mr. Nicholas, let's get straight to the point." Chu Zihong remained reclined in his chair, responding casually, "The CIA should have already relayed my terms. Surrender Black State and the Middle East arms market, plus $1 billion in compensation or no deal." Marilyn Hewson swiftly replied, "We can relinquish the market, but the compensation can't exceed 50 million. Chu Zihong was somewhat surprised but quickly realized it might be a trap. Unyielding, he reiterated, 1 billion, not a penny less. Marilyn Hewson pointed to the suitcase in the corner. "If I brought someone from the Sheehan family, could that offset part of the amount?" The bodyguard threw the suitcase onto the conference table, revealing an elderly white man, battered and bruised. Chu Zihong's men instantly became alert. Chu Zihong sneered. "One person worth 50 million? Have you been reading too many fairy tales?" Marilyn Hewson's face darkened, but she soon forced a smile. "You're right, he's not worth 50 million. She signaled to her bodyguard, who immediately ended the old man's life with a knife. A cold glint flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes as he realized the situation might spiral out of control. He quickly calculated their advantages while remaining vigilant of the opponent's potential next move. "What do you mean? Killing someone right in front of me?" In the conference room, Chu Zihong's gaze swept over the lifeless body of the elderly white man who had just been killed by Marilyn Hewson's bodyguard. Narrowing his eyes, his sharp stare locked onto the opposite side, exuding an aura of danger, like a lion ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. With a smile, Marilyn Hewson explained, "Mr. Nicholas, he had no value, so naturally, he had to be eliminated. Trash doesn't deserve to live. Besides, the Sheen family offended you. So getting rid of their founder was just my way of helping you seek revenge. Nothing more." Her tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. Chu Zihong was momentarily speechless, unable to refute her. Marilyn Hewson, destined to lead Lockheed to new heights, skillfully diffused the tension with a few words, leaving no room for criticism. A woman who could carve out a place in the arms industry was no ordinary person, even at the beginning of her career. After a sharp exchange, Marilyn Hewson deftly turned the tables. Chu Zihong couldn't help but admire her, but he wasn't one to take losses lightly. He was the one who set examples, not the other way around. With that thought, Chu Zihong suddenly stood up and walked towards Marilyn Hewson, saying, "I have a problem. I can't stand the sight of blood, especially dead bodies. Otherwise, I might just kill someone." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Zihong was already in front of Marilyn Hewson. In the next instant, he produced a mini Beretta pistol, pressing it against Marilyn Hewson's temple. The sudden turn of events startled Marilyn Hewson's bodyguards, who quickly reached for their weapons, only to find someone faster. "Don't move, or I might just pull the trigger." Xing Tian had already pinned the nearest bodyguard to the wall, a Glock pressed against his forehead. He swiftly disarmed the bodyguard of his Colt M1911A1. Victor, Gao Yang, and Li Jinfeng weren't far behind, either pinning bodyguards to the wall or subduing them on the ground. In the blink of an eye, all four of Marilyn Hewson's bodyguards were neutralized, stripped of their ability to resist. Fox, who had been almost invisible up to this point, nearly slid off his chair at the sight. He clung to the table to steady himself, trembling with fear and silently vowing to thank Jesus if he made it out alive. Despite having a gun to her head, Marilyn Hewson glanced at Chu Zihong with a calm demeanor, showing no sign of panic. Her composure earned Chu Zihong's respect. She truly lived up to her Iron Lady reputation, remaining unflustered in the face of death. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Chu Zihong eyed Marilyn Hewson with a hint of amusement. Marilyn Hewson elegantly sipped her latte, replying calmly, "Killing me would be declaring war on Lockheed. Mr. Nicholas, you're too smart for such a foolish move. What if I actually do it?" Chu Zihong smiled, disengaging the safety as if ready to fire. For a moment, Marilyn Hewson was at a loss for words. Though she maintained her calm exterior, her heart raced. As Lockheed CEO, she represented more than just herself. She embodied the entire company and couldn't afford to lose her composure. Bang! The sharp sound of a gunshot shattered the silence. The bullet grazed Marilyn Hewson's ear, embedding itself in the wall behind her. Even the Iron Lady couldn't withstand such a sudden shock. The deafening noise nearly ruptured her eardrum, causing her to scream in pain, clutching her ears as her face turned pale. Chu Zihong smirked, nonchalantly returning to his seat and handing the gun back to Natasha. The petite firearm had been hidden on Natasha's thigh, leaving Chu Zihong wondering why Hollywood spies always seem to stash their guns there. Wasn't it uncomfortable? After a moment, Marilyn Hewson regained her composure. She glared at Chu Zihong with a mix of hatred, venom, and a hint of fear. Despite valuing money, capitalists prize their lives more. After all, once dead, no amount of wealth could be taken with them. Mr. Nicholas, we can agree to your demands, but by doing this, you make an enemy of Lockheed, Marilyn Hewson conceded, though her words carried a veiled threat. The compensation of $1 billion was seized from the Sheen family, so Lockheed wouldn't suffer much. She just wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, fearing for her life. Threatening me? Sorry, the price just went up to $1 billion. Chu Zihong smirked, making a gesture. This woman still didn't grasp the situation and dared to threaten him. How naive. Marilyn Hewson's expression darkened instantly. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear Chu Zihong apart. But to escape, she had to suppress her anger and reluctantly agreed. With her life in his hands, resistance was futile. She vowed to seek revenge once she was free. Fine, $2 billion it is. Marilyn Hewson snapped, her voice dripping with venom. Great. Chu Zihong snapped his fingers, grinning. Miss Hewson, will it be cash or a bank transfer? He avoided checks, fearing she might cancel them once she was free. Transfer. Marilyn Hewson spat, pulling out her phone to instruct the bank. Cash? She didn't carry that much cash, let alone $2 billion. Damn the Chinese man. She swore to make him pay once she was safe. 5 minutes later, outside the Carlton Hotel, Chu Zihong waved at the departing Marilyn Hewson and her entourage. It wasn't a genuine farewell but a gesture of gratitude for the $2 billion and a final provocation. Sometimes, such actions were more aggressive than insults. Sitting in the car, Marilyn Hewson glanced back at Chu Zihong waving at her, seething with rage. She cursed silently, vowing to crush that Chinese man's head with her stiletto heel. At the hotel entrance, Natasha looked at Chu Zihong with a helpless expression, her tone tinged with worry. Are you really not making the situation any simpler? Marilyn Hewson is so furious she could eat you alive. Aren't you afraid she'll have someone come after you? Chu Zihong withdrew his gaze, shrugged, and half-jokingly said, let them come. If they make the first move, we have the moral high ground. Whether we acquire or crush Lockheed in the future, we'll be on the side of justice. Umbrella Corporation stands for justice, executing the ultimate judgment to end evil. Natasha rolled her eyes and couldn't help but mock. Justice? Judgment? You really know how to spin a tale. One arms dealer telling another that they're delivering God's justice. God would be furious. Who gave you the right? Did I agree to this? As Marilyn Hewson's vehicle drove away, Chu Zihong turned to enter the hotel. Suddenly, he remembered something and stopped to instruct Victor. The body was taken by Lockheed's people, but get someone to clean up the blood in the conference room. We might have to host the Saudi bigwigs tomorrow. Victor respectfully replied, yes, boss. The next day, the King Fahd International Stadium in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, hosted the annual Arms Expo. This uniquely designed, most expensive stadium in the Middle East featured a ground level connected to a central hall, forming an artificial hill. Between the hill and the stadium was a green area, well lit by natural light, serving as a transitional space between the stadium and the parking lot. The expo was bustling, showcasing an array of weaponry. The Saudi royal family arrived early, moving between various international defense contractors, making purchase after purchase. Sales representatives from these companies beamed, seeing mountains of gold in their future. As the Saudi royals were busy shopping, a loud shout suddenly echoed, hey sir, need some firepower? The kind that hits the mark every time. Truth within the range of fire. With a 600-mile range, no compromises. The guerrilla's anthem, cutting across the Eurasian landmass. King Fahd bin Abdulaziz was drawn by the voice and looked over to see a Chinese man standing on a platform, holding a megaphone and shouting. It was none other than Chu Zihong. Curious, King Fahd asked his aide, is that the Chinese exhibit? The aide replied, Your Majesty, that's not the Chinese exhibit. It's a Chinese-American arms dealer from the Umbrella Corporation. They're the ones who gained fame by turning the tide for the government forces in Guinea. King Fahd's eyes lit up with interest. Let's go take a look. Meanwhile, a crowd had already gathered around the Umbrella Corporation's booth. In a nearby corner, two representatives from China's Norinco wore expressions of frustration. They had planned to showcase their products and attract Saudi buyers, but Chu Zihong's loud promotion had stolen the spotlight. To make matters worse, the weapons he displayed were strikingly similar to theirs, blatantly competing for business. When they saw King Fahd heading their way, the two quickly perked up, ready to welcome the important client. However, to their disappointment, King Fod's entourage walked straight to Chu Zihong's booth. At that moment, Chu Zihong suddenly felt a strange chill and shivered. He muttered to himself, "It's scorching hot. So why does it feel cold? Did I catch a cold from not covering up last night?" On the exhibition stand, Chu Zihong was energetically promoting their products when suddenly a group of Saudi tycoons, dressed in long robes and headscarves, caught his attention. Leading the group was an elder wearing a yellow robe, exuding an air of authority and dignity none other than Fod, the fifth king of Saudi Arabia. Chu Zihong quickly adjusted his posture, set aside the megaphone, straightened his suit, and approached with a warm smile. He showered Fod with compliments, praising him to the skies. The surrounding crowd watched in amazement, while Fod beamed with delight, clearly enjoying the flattery. After the pleasantries, Chu Zihong got straight to the point and began introducing the weaponry. He pointed to the unassuming 107mm rocket launcher, detailing its performance and advantages, emphasizing its exceptional effectiveness in guerrilla warfare. He concluded with, "Dignity lies at the tip of the sword, and truth is within the range of the cannon," which deeply resonated with Fod. Fod immediately decided to purchase all 200 rocket launchers, with Chu Zihong quoting a price of $1 billion. Additionally, Fod expressed interest in the anti-aircraft missiles and decided to buy them all as well. In just a few minutes, Fod had spent a staggering $12 billion at the Umbrella Corporation stand. The two parties signed the contract on the spot, with Fod paying a deposit of $3 billion. Before leaving, Fod invited Chu Zihong to attend an evening banquet at the Royal Palace, to which Chu Zihong gladly agreed. Meanwhile, 500 meters away at the Lockheed Martin stand, Marilyn Hewson watched the entire scene unfold with a cold gaze. Upon learning that Chu Zihong's Chinese supplies came from the Camel Country, she ordered her subordinates to keep a close watch and secretly vowed to cut off his supply chain. Chu Zihong had just exited the stadium with his entourage when he saw Church approaching with a broad smile. He glanced at the Jeep in the parking lot, spotting Zhang Hao in the driver's seat. "You've been waiting for me?" Chu Zihong thought to himself. The Arms Expo had been underway for over an hour, and for a new arms dealer like Zhang Hao to forego such a lucrative opportunity was clearly significant. Church stepped forward. "Mr. Nicholas, I apologize for yesterday. There are some things I'd like to discuss with you, if I may." "Sure, let's talk in my car," Chu Zihong replied curtly. As the head of the CIA's Special Operations Division and a likely candidate for the next CIA director, Church was a valuable ally for Chu Zihong. Church signaled to Zhang Hao, who understood and drove away. The two then boarded Chu Zihong's stretch Lincoln. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the parking lot, a shifty-eyed young white man was intently watching the luxury car. His face lit up with excitement as he pulled out a small black remote from his pocket. The young man was actually an assassin sent by Marilyn Hewson. Earlier, disguised as a janitor, he had planted a TNT bomb under the Lincoln, powerful enough to obliterate anyone inside. Seeing his target enter the car, the young man eagerly pressed the remote. However, the expected explosion never occurred. The stretch Lincoln drove away from the parking lot, unscathed. "What's going on?" the young man muttered in confusion. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. As he reached for his gun, a metal trash can came crashing down on his head. Zhang Hao discarded the dented trash can, swiftly confiscated the unconscious youth's weapon, and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at a concealed corner. From that hidden spot, an armed squad emerged, all bearing the red and white emblem of the Umbrella Corporation. This was Alpha Team, secretly protecting Chu Zihong. "Captain, should we report this?" asked one of the team members. "Follow protocol," the captain replied succinctly, watching Zhang Hao leave. Inside the car, Church explained the bomb situation to Chu Zihong. "Looks like I owe you one," Chu Zihong said, swirling his wine glass. "What do you need?" "They'll see what I can do." "No need to thank me. Consider it an apology," Church responded modestly. "Your call?" Chu Zihong shrugged. "But aren't you afraid of offending the Lockheed family and losing your current position?" "With you around, I'm confident nothing will go wrong," Church replied smoothly. "Smart," Chu Zihong said, a hint of approval in his eyes. "So, what do you want to discuss?" Church got straight to the point. "Your people have already gone to Hawaii and destroyed their headquarters. In Houston, your team also captured the founder of the God's Army. The CIA director is furious and wants a thorough investigation." "So," Chu Zihong took a calm sip of his wine. "I can mediate, but I hope you'll accept someone into the Umbrella Corporation." "You're talking about Zhang Hao?" "Yes. He has only been able to play small-time games and hopes to join your company." "That can be arranged, but this alone isn't enough," Chu Zihong said coolly. "I can handle the God's Army myself." "Then what else do you need from me?" Church asked, frowning. Chu Zihong flashed a cryptic smile. "Simple. You join too, become part of the Umbrella Corporation. I'm sure your wife and daughter would agree." He snapped his fingers, and the car's screen displayed images of Church's wife and college-age daughter. Church was stunned into silence. He realized he was the one truly ensnared. Chu Zihong had long set his sights on this potential next CIA director. After infiltrating the vice president's office and the Senate, the umbrella corporation wouldn't miss the chance to penetrate the CIA. Church couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This man is terrifying. Night had fallen, and the city lights began to twinkle. Inside the grand banquet hall of the Saudi Arabian royal palace, a lavish dinner was underway to celebrate the successful conclusion of a day-long arms expo. The opulent hall, adorned with glittering crystal chandeliers, cast a dazzling light over the soft red carpet, where ambassadors, top defense contractors, and international arms dealers from various countries mingled. King Fahd of Saudi Arabia, holding his wine glass with satisfaction, had secured the much-coveted Dongfeng Air-T Jiao missile system at the expo. This weapon from Tuzi was powerful enough to deter neighboring countries, ensuring they would think twice before acting rashly. In his eyes, the appearance of the Dongfeng was akin to a decisive force, capable of quelling any adversary. The banquet hall buzzed with lively conversations as guests in diverse attire exchanged toasts. Soft saxophone music floated through the air, adding a touch of elegance to this gathering of wealth and power. Here, having assets worth billions was considered modest, as most attendees were worth tens of billions. In a corner of the room, Chu Zihong and Natasha, dressed in an evening gown, sat quietly on a sofa. Natasha glanced at Chu Zihong, who had his eyes closed in repose, and asked, "Aren't you going to mingle with your peers?" Chu Zihong slightly opened his eyes and replied calmly, "What's there to discuss? Haven't you noticed they're deliberately avoiding us? Lockheed Martin is targeting you. Can you tolerate that?" Natasha pressed on. Chu Zihong sat up, took a sip of his red wine, and said slowly, "Of course I can't. But excessive anger diminishes wisdom, and hatred clouds judgment. Eliminating one Marilyn Hewson will only lead to many more. To resolve this completely, we need to act decisively and eliminate the root cause." "You're planning to uproot Lockheed Martin?" Natasha's eyes widened in surprise. Chu Zihong shook his head. "The timing isn't right. Lockheed Martin is a major supplier of military equipment to Uncle Sam. Any move against them would have widespread repercussions. They control the vice president, the Senate, and even generals in the Pentagon. Unless we can control the entire upper echelon of Uncle Sam, we can't make a move." He continued, "This world is complex. Shaking the foundation of Uncle Sam is no easy task. Perhaps when cloning technology matures, we could try replacing the top leaders to achieve our goals. As for ethics and morality, they are insignificant in the face of absolute power. Only the strong are qualified to discuss righteousness." A cold glint flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes. "Lockheed Martin will eventually be uprooted. As for Marilyn Hewson, she can live a little longer. But we can make her experience the constant fear she loves to inflict with her timed bombs. I'll make her life a living hell." Natasha couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions as she looked at the man before her, who was steadily growing into a formidable figure. At that moment, a middle-aged Chinese man in a suit, holding a glass of red wine, approached them. With a warm smile, he introduced himself, "Mr. Nicholas, I'm Yi Jianmin, the Chinese ambassador to Saudi Arabia." Chu Zihong stood up to shake his hand and said humbly, "Ambassador, you flatter me. I'm just continuing the family business, trying to make a living." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they sat down. Yi Jianmin discreetly observed Natasha beside Chu Zihong. With his years of experience and intelligence, he sensed that this woman was no ordinary person. "Ambassador, you didn't come here just for a casual chat, did you?" Chu Zihong switched to Chinese, getting straight to the point. Yi Jianmin was surprised by Chu Zihong's fluent Chinese, but quickly smiled and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Nicholas's Chinese to be so excellent." In truth, Yi Jianmin hadn't had high hopes for this meeting. Previously, even Ouyang had been politely refused by Chu Zihong. Although they were both Chinese, their foundations were now different. This time, he intended to approach Chu Zihong under the guise of discussing business, knowing that capitalists are primarily driven by interests. Jianmin Yi set down his wine glass, his expression suddenly turning serious. His gaze, sharp and focused, locked onto the composed figure of Zihong Chu sitting across from him on the sofa. "Mr. Nicholas, since you've brought it up, I'll get straight to the point. On behalf of China, I'd like to propose a business deal." Zihong Chu raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Jianmin Yi took a deep breath and uttered two words, "Weapons trade." A playful smile appeared on Zihong Chu's face. "A rising nation looking to do arms business with international arms dealers like us? Did I hear that right?" Jianmin Yi gave Zihong Chu a meaningful look and sighed. "Mr. Nicholas, you seem well informed. However, you might not know that although China is on the rise, we still have a long way to go before becoming a major power. At best, we're a developing country." He explained further that China's weapon development is still in its infancy, with many key technologies being blocked by Western countries. Their arms factories once survived on exports, but after the Iran-Iraq War, the arms export revenue plummeted, forcing many military factories to switch to producing civilian goods. So, Jiamin Yi looked Zihong Chu in the eye. We hope to acquire some advanced military technology through you. Zihong Chu fell into deep thought, recalling his past life struggles of the nation from imitation to independent research, facing blockades from powerful countries, and a lack of international discourse. Those years saw countless predecessors sacrificing their lives and sweat for the nation's strength. Snapping back to the present, Zihong Chu said solemnly, Ambassador Yi, what exactly do you need? Some fighter jet engine technology, preferably for the Su-27, Jiamin Yi replied gravely. Zihong Chu pondered for a moment. I don't have it right now, but I can get it. However, as a businessman, I can't make a loss. Jiamin Yi nodded in understanding. Name your price. He had authorization for 10 billion in funds, a significant investment for China, which had only a little over 100 billion in foreign reserves. 5 billion for a complete set of military technology. Zihong Chu offered a relatively reasonable price. Jiamin Yi was overjoyed. Mr. Nicholas, you're too kind. Zihong Chu raised his hand to indicate he wasn't finished. Ambassador Yi, I'm not done. Besides the 5 billion, I also want a batch of your current export weapons for free. No problem. What kind of arms do you need? Jiamin Yi agreed almost without hesitation. The subsequent negotiations went smoothly. Zihong Chu mentioned that he would arrange for personnel to contact them, including Zhiqing Huang, who would enter China as an investor of Chinese descent. When Jiamin Yi learned that the renowned domestic tycoon Zhiqing Huang was actually Zihong Chu's man, he was deeply shocked and decided to report this upon his return. After Jiamin Yi left, Natasha, who had been silent, leaned closer to Zihong Chu, revealing Huang's searching ahead of time. Aren't you afraid China will have second thoughts? Zihong Chu smiled confidently. Don't worry, they won't. In fact, they'll support Huang's searching even more, which will be beneficial for his development. You're that sure? Absolutely. China will need continued cooperation. As a partner, they won't make things difficult. They'll support us because it's mutually beneficial. Shortly after, King Fahd of Saudi Arabia approached with his entourage. Nicholas, why are you hiding here? This isn't the place for that. Zihong Chu casually brushed it off. Fahd, however, insisted, pulling him along. Nonsense, come on. I'll introduce you to some people. Zihong Chu had no choice but to follow. An hour later, Zihong Chu left the palace with a slightly tipsy appearance. Inside the car, Natasha handed him a bottle of water, which he promptly poured over his head, instantly sobering up. What are you doing? Natasha asked, half amused and half exasperated. Zihong Chu waved it off. Nothing, just getting sober faster. He briefly recapped the socializing results, mentioning that he had met some wealthy sheiks and secured oil extraction rights, though at a hefty price $50 billion a year. In the coming period, Zihong Chu planned to delegate the arms business to his subordinates and focus on building his umbrella corporation. He knew that only with proper planning could he look forward to the future. Mogadishu Airport, once Somalia's largest international airport, has now become a private stronghold for the Umbrella Corporation. A towering 5-meter wall isolates the airport from the outside world, and the heavily guarded atmosphere silently warns off potential intruders. On the tarmac, 9 large transport planes await their next mission in silence, including the IL-76, An-12, and An-124. At that moment, an An-12 slowly landed, and as the hatch opened, Chu Zihong and his team emerged. Sergei and Colette, along with other top executives, immediately approached with respectful smiles on their faces. Welcome back, boss, Sergei said enthusiastically. The airport has changed a lot, hasn't it? Chu Zihong looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. This place has become an impregnable military fortress. Seizing the opportunity, Sergei flattered. That's all thanks to your excellent guidance, boss. Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow and teased. Ha, Sergei, I didn't know you could be such a flatterer. Sergei scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, looking rather simple-hearted. Chu Zihong rolled his eyes and continued to inquire about the arrangements for the Cossacks. Sergei provided a detailed report on the expansion plans for the industrial park, mentioning the goal of building a modern metropolis. Hearing this, Chu Zihong's mind flashed to Raccoon City from Resident Evil, making him show a peculiar expression. He quickly regained his composure and approved Sergei's plan. Next, Chu Zihong asked about the progress of the Cossacks' relocation and their combat training. Upon learning that it would take another 2 or 3 days to complete the transfer, he ordered them to speed up the process. Afterward, the group swiftly headed to the port of Mogadishu. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the deserted dock. Chu Zihong surveyed the surroundings, already planning to take control of the port. Just then, a deafening horn sounded in the distance. Chu Zihong looked up sharply, only to see a massive shadow on the horizon, even larger than a Maersk container ship. As expected, Chu Zihong muttered to himself, a glint of excitement in his eyes. That's the Universe-class ship. Majestic and grand, a true national treasure. These were the 8 words that came to mind as Chu Zihong stood before the colossal ship, the Cosmos. His gaze swept over the massive vessel, and a wave of pride surged within him. The Cosmos was not a foreign creation. It was a container ship independently designed and built by the China State Shipbuilding Corporation. With a total length of 400 meters, a width of 58.6 meters, a depth of 33.5 meters, a maximum draft of 16 meters, a design speed of 22 knots, and a maximum carrying capacity of 198,000 tons, it was equipped with 1,000 refrigerated container sockets. Such a scale not only meant high costs in construction and technical requirements, but also demanded millimeter-level precision. Chu Zihong marveled silently. This giant ship was not just about size but represented a dual breakthrough in design and construction. Low energy consumption, low emissions, and incorporating the world's most advanced navigation control and energy management systems, it achieved highly intelligent management. The arrival of the Cosmos undoubtedly claimed the world's #1 spot, pushing the Maersk giant to second place. And now, both of these top-tier ships were under his command. As Chu Zihong was immersed in admiration for the Cosmos, a mechanical sound broke the silence. The ship's lift slowly descended onto the dock. He immediately turned his head, his expectant gaze fixed on the lift. The first figures to appear were two contrasting silhouettes: White Ghost and Snake Eyes, the most formidable forces from the Special Forces movies. Following them was a blonde woman in a red-shouldered gown, none other than Alice, the protagonist from the Resident Evil series. The young Mila Jovovich, with her impeccable looks and figure, reminded Chu Zihong of the thrill he felt when he watched the first movie. Next were the two leads from the movie The Hitman's Bodyguard, Michael Bryce and Darius Kincaid. The two seemed to be bickering, and even from the dock, Chu Zihong could hear their loud voices. As Chu Zihong's eyes shifted back to the exit, a few familiar figures came into view, making his heart leap. The 141 task force had finally arrived. Leading the group was Captain John Price, sporting a thick beard and looking spirited. His sharp eyes met Chu Zihong's, and it was as if a spark ignited in the air between them. 3 seconds later, Price smiled slightly and saluted Chu Zihong. Following closely was Captain John Soap McTavish, with his muscular build and mohawk. Then came Sergeant Gary Roach Sanderson and Lieutenant Simon Ghost Riley, wearing his iconic skull mask. The three also saluted Chu Zihong before disembarking. Next were Nikolai, Yuri, Sandman, Private First Class Joseph Allen, Truck, Meat, Archer, Toad, Zero, and Scarecrow. The entire 13-member team was present. Right behind the 141 task force was the 14-member Satan Mercenary group. With Gao Yang, Explosive Ram, and Li Jin Fong Toad having disembarked earlier, the original 16-member team was now 14. Lastly, a group of uniformly dressed personnel, presumably the crew of the Cosmos, disembarked. Soon, everyone gathered in front of Chu Zihong. A series of loud reports rang out. Reporting, boss. The 141 task force, 13 members, all present and accounted for. Reporting, boss. The Satan Mercenary group, 14 members, all present and accounted for. These booming voices sounded like beautiful music to Chu Zihong's ears, leaving him enraptured. As he looked over the formidable team before him, his heart swelled with anticipation and confidence. With the addition of these elite forces, the strength of the USS had significantly increased. Chu Zihong knew he was one step closer to achieving his grand vision. Chu Zihong stood on the dock, surveying the members of Task Force 141, the Satan Mercenary Group, Alice, and White Ghost with satisfaction. These elite forces would become the backbone of the Umbrella Corporation. He silently recited the company's motto. In the face of unending conflict, our mission persists, all for global peace. Captain Price stepped forward, holding a silver briefcase emblazoned with the red and white Umbrella Corporation logo. Boss, this is the classified technical data escorted by Task Force 141. Do you need to review it? Chu Zihong shook his head. No need. Take it directly back to the company. He scrutinized the special operations expert. Price's wise eyes reassured him. Reflecting on his past life, Chu Zihong couldn't help but mock himself. Back then, he knew nothing about special operations and was at best a military enthusiast. His previous body had been drained by indulgence, and it took continuous training to return to normal. Later, while trafficking arms in Black State, the Soviet Union, and the Middle East, Victor helped him learn basic military skills. Chu Zihong decided to follow Captain Price and aimed to become a qualified Special Forces soldier within a year. He knew that the battlefield was ever-changing, and that the arms trade was a precarious business, requiring self-defense skills. Returning to the present, Chu Zihong addressed Captain Price. Captain Price, from today, Task Force 141 will be integrated into the company's most secretive USS Rapid Response Unit. You will be the company's sharpest blade, striking at the heart of the enemy. Yes, boss. Price stood at attention and saluted. Chu Zihong continued issuing orders. The Satan Mercenary Group will also be integrated into the USS Rapid Response Unit. Gaoyang and Li Jinfeng, return to your posts. White Ghost and Snake Eyes will fill the vacancies. Turning to Alice, who was dressed in a red dress, Chu Zihong said, Alice, you will be in charge of the BSA security department at the Hive base. Your main responsibilities will be to protect against and prevent biohazard leaks and handle emergencies. Yes, boss. Alice smiled charmingly, and Chu Zihong couldn't help but recall certain scenes from the Resident Evil movies he had watched in his past life, quickly snapping back to reality. He then spoke to Kincaid. You will be integrated into the company's quicksand intelligence network as a senior manager. You can form your own intelligence team. Your family will also be brought into this world. Kincaid cheered excitedly, and other team members eagerly inquired if the same applied to them. Chu Zihong agreed, bringing joy to everyone. After making all the arrangements, Chu Zihong turned his attention to the crew of the Cosmos. He inquired about the background of Captain Li Wei and learned that he was a retired Navy captain. Chu Zihong ordered the unloading to begin, and Li Wei led his crew back to the Cosmos. With the assistance of fully automated equipment, the cargo was unloaded swiftly. The modified Cosmos, designed by the system, was better suited for transporting arms than an ordinary cargo ship and less likely to be detected. Chu Zihong silently praised the system's thoughtful design. At the Mogadishu port, an Umbrella Corporation ship quietly docked, unloading a significant cache of arms and tanks. This news spread like wildfire and quickly reached Aided's ears. Aided sat in the office of the former presidential palace, his brow furrowed and a look of surprise in his eyes as he listened to his informant's report. After a moment of silence, he ordered, "Call Lux in." Before long, Lux entered the office. Aided looked directly at him and bluntly asked, "Lux, what would happen if we seized the Umbrella Corporation's weapons?" Lux was taken aback for a moment, then replied gravely, "General, that would be a terrible mistake. You never want to cross arms dealers, especially not the Umbrella Corporation, which has a well-equipped mercenary force. If they initiate an assassination campaign, you might not survive it." He paused, then continued, "Recently, the Umbrella Corporation has been flying in Ilyushin IL-76 cargo planes to Mogadishu airport, bringing in tens of thousands of Cossacks. If war breaks out, the consequences would be disastrous." Aided fell into deep thought. He knew well that the combat prowess of the Cossacks was legendary. Just a few hundred could cause massive bloodshed, let alone tens of thousands. Coupled with the Umbrella Corporation's ample supply of weapons, this force could sweep across the entire Horn of Africa. After careful consideration, Aided reluctantly abandoned the dangerous idea. He then said, "Forget it. Let's target the United Nations instead. I've heard they've recently brought in a lot of humanitarian aid supplies." Lux tried to dissuade him. "General, the UN forces have already set up near Mogadishu. Robbing them could lead to unnecessary trouble." Aided was dismissive. "Trouble? What we need is trouble. These so-called UN forces are just puppets of the great powers, here to hinder my expansion. If we don't rob them, who else? That's enough. You may go." Seeing that Aided had made up his mind, Lux said no more and left the office. He silently thanked his stars that he had already joined the Umbrella Corporation's intelligence network. Following someone like Aided was a path to self-destruction. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers east of Mogadishu, the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters had undergone a stunning transformation. What was once an abandoned town had become a bustling mini-city, with towering buildings and lush greenery, an oasis in the desert. At the construction sites, Titan construction teams and Cossack workers were busy expanding the city. The Umbrella Corporation headquarters was surrounded by a 10-meter-high custom glass wall, with a wide artificial moat creating a unique island within the city. Elevated bridges and underwater tunnels connected the island to the outside world, all tightly controlled by the Umbrella Corporation's military division. When Chu Zihong arrived at the dramatically transformed Umbrella Corporation headquarters, he was rendered speechless by the sight. He turned to Sergei and asked, "Sergei, who designed this headquarters?" "It's genius," Sergei explained. "Boss, the initial plan was just to build a residential area for the Cossacks around the headquarters. The current design was improved by our new top scientist, Dr. Shuri." Chu Zihong realized, "It's her? No wonder." He recalled the all-around genius scientist from Black Panther, whose technology had made Wakanda one of the most advanced societies in the world. "No wonder she's a top-tier all-around scientist. This design is exactly what I wanted." Chu Zihong praised. "It's high-end, grand, and futuristic. It perfectly matches the Umbrella Corporation style. From now on, all Hive bases and branches worldwide can be designed by her." "Where is Dr. Su Rue now? Have her come see me," Chu Zihong asked, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Boss, Dr. Su Rue is currently at the mother base, researching the special glass on the giant wall," Sergei immediately responded. "It's said that this glass has stealth, anti-radar, and electromagnetic wave absorption capabilities comparable to a fighter jet." Chu Zihong's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he waved his hand dismissively. "I see, then let's not disturb her." He couldn't help but marvel internally, a piece of special glass with the same capabilities as a fighter jet, absorbing electromagnetic waves, and even resisting EMP attacks. Truly worthy of Black Panther's top scientist. The group continued to delve deeper into the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters industrial park. The buildings along the way made Chu Zihong nod in satisfaction. Except for a few exterior walls still under renovation, most of the buildings were complete. Tall skyscrapers stood like a modern CBD. The roads were smooth, dual carriageways with 4 lanes, flanked by young sycamore trees. A gentle breeze stirred the lush greenery. Looking around, Chu Zihong thought to himself that this didn't feel like a company headquarters at all. It was more like a modern city. The place seemed a bit deserted, but that was understandable since most personnel were at the underground mother base, leaving the surface mainly populated by military personnel and a few formal employees. However, Chu Zihong wasn't worried. He knew that as the company grew, this place would soon become bustling. After all, the entire industrial park was designed for a population of 100,000, and it might even be insufficient in the future. Natasha followed beside Chu Zihong, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She had initially thought it would just be a few buildings, but the scene before her completely overturned her expectations. This wasn't just a company headquarters, it was an international metropolis. She couldn't help but wonder where Chu Zihong had found so much talent and where that giant ship had come from. But after spending time with him, she understood that Chu Zihong was always creating miracles. She decided not to overthink it, knowing that too much knowledge could be dangerous. A few minutes later, the group arrived in front of the headquarters building. Chu Zihong looked up. The building was at least 400 to 500 meters high, taller than the East Tower in his memory of Yangqing. He found it hard to believe that this building was completed in less than a month thanks to the system's reward, the Colossus construction team. Sergei introduced at the right moment, "Boss, the headquarters building is 530 meters tall with 118 floors. Your office is on the top floor, divided into 2 levels. The upper level is your office area, and the lower level is your living quarters. From the top, you can overlook the entire Mogadishu area and even see the outline of the neighboring Markaport city." Chu Zihong patted Sergei's shoulder in satisfaction, despite having to stand on tiptoe due to the height difference. "Well done. You've put in a lot of effort." "Serving you is my honor, boss," Sergei replied respectfully. "All right, let's go upstairs and see the view." Chu Zihong laughed heartily and led the way to the elevator. Taking the glass elevator to the top floor, even someone as brave as Chu Zihong felt a bit dizzy looking out from 530 meters high. It was like entering the clouds, more thrilling than any amusement park ride. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Chu Zihong stepped out and was stunned by the sight. This wasn't just an office, it was an aerial garden villa. Lush grass, blooming flowers, a small pond with fish swimming in it, and a bridge over the pond. Not far away was a small golf course. Further inside were an open-plan living room, bedroom, and kitchen, all fully equipped. Chu Zihong frowned slightly, thinking the open-plan bedroom might be too much. But Sergei quickly explained that the bedroom had closable glass curtains, preventing outsiders from seeing inside, and even the AI, Isabel, couldn't enter without permission. After touring the lower level, the group moved to the upper-level office. The office had a simple design, which suited Chu Zihong's taste. He walked to the large floor-to-ceiling windows and looked down at the entire Mogadishu, feeling a sense of power. Chu Zihong then led the group down to the underground mother base. The base was equally massive, with 118 floors and comprehensive facilities, resembling an underground city. An ecological circulation system was installed to mimic the surface environment. Currently, apart from the research center and base security department, other areas were relatively empty. At the research center, Dr. Halsey and the team of scientists had been waiting for some time. Besides the bioresearch trio working on the T and G viruses, new members Norman Osborn, Hank Pym, Su Rue, and Otto Gunther Octavius were also present. "Dr. Halsey, such a grand lineup makes me feel honored," Chu Zihong said with a smile. "You are the boss. We wouldn't dare slack off," Dr. Halsey replied with a smile. Chu Zihong nodded. "Leave the new members here. The rest can go." Soon, only Halsey and the 4 new top-tier Marvel scientists remained in the hall. Chu Zihong's gaze swept over them, feeling a surge of excitement. Each one was a cornerstone of Umbrella Corporation's technology, and their research would propel them a century ahead of the world. Su Rue's architectural talents were highly praised by Chu Zihong. Turning to the dark-skinned woman, he suggested, "How about redesigning Raccoon City as well?" Su Rue humbly responded, "Boss, that's my job." She then asked Chu Zihong for specific requirements. "What kind of city do you envision?" After a moment of thought, Chu Zihong replied, "A smart international metropolis." Su Rue immediately agreed and reminded him, "I hope you can order the construction team to halt their work to avoid wasting materials." Chu Zihong smiled and replied, "I've already instructed the construction team to stop before coming here. You can proceed with the design." Reassured, Su Rue quickly left the hall and returned to her office to start working. Chu Zihong's attention then shifted to Norman Osborn, Hank Pym, and Otto Gunther Octavius. Sensing their boss's gaze, the 3 immediately perked up. Chu Zihong first addressed Osborn, Dr. Osborne, given your expertise and achievements in multiple fields, I want you to take charge of the White Umbrella Biotech Company under our corporation. Osborne misunderstood Chu Zihong's intention, thinking he was being fired. He hurriedly stepped forward to explain, but Chu Zihong quickly clarified the misunderstanding. Chu Zihong outlined 3 tasks for Osborne: overseeing cloning technology research, leading the Super Soldier program, and developing White Umbrella Biotech into a globally renowned enterprise. Osborne solemnly promised to accomplish these tasks. Chu Zihong nodded in satisfaction and added, begin your research at the Science Center. If you need personnel, contact Dr. Halsey directly. Next, Chu Zihong turned to Dr. Pym, assigning him to establish an A-level research team focused on nanorobotics, drones, artificial intelligence, and particularly Pym particle technology. Finally, Chu Zihong addressed Dr. Octavius. You'll be responsible for forming an S-level research team, concentrating on nuclear weapons, nuclear energy, and related fields. For your Octopus project, you can seek assistance from Dr. Pym or the base AI, Isabel. After assigning tasks to the 3, Chu Zihong inquired about the progress of the Pelican and exoskeleton research with Dr. Halsey. Dr. Halsey led the group through a secure door into a spacious laboratory. Inside the lab, a silver-white, beetle-like aircraft frame was being assembled. Chu Zihong was surprised to see the modular construction method. Dr. Halsey explained that due to material constraints, they could only meet half of the blueprint's requirements. Chu Zihong expressed his understanding and inquired about the production timeline. Upon learning it would take a month, he felt it was a bit long but wasn't overly concerned given the company's existing transport aircraft. Lastly, Chu Zihong asked about the exoskeletons. Dr. Halsey replied, Boss, they're in Section B. Please follow me. This is an exoskeleton? In Lab Section B, Chu Zihong stared in disbelief at the colossal machine before him. The exoskeleton, named Mjolnir, towered far above the height of an average person. It allowed the wearer to carry over 2 tons of weight and march at a speed of 32 kilometers per hour for extended periods. The onboard computer could directly transmit tactical information to the operator through standard neural implants. To power such a massive machine, the designers had to install a heavy generator on its back, making the entire exoskeleton even more cumbersome. Chu Zihong couldn't help but marvel at how different it looked from the images in video games. You call this an exoskeleton? Seriously, this is a mech. Chu Zihong blurted out. Halsey chuckled awkwardly and explained, Boss, this is indeed an exoskeleton, named Mjolnir. It's just a bit larger than usual. Shaking his head, Chu Zihong responded, Halsey, this exoskeleton is way too bulky and impractical for actual combat. We're not fighting aliens. It doesn't need to be this big. It should be scaled down to human size. He then elaborated on his ideas. We could use molecular tools to weave a capillary system, essentially artificial skin, to shield against EMPs and radiation. The filtration system could effectively remove harmful substances from the environment. Additionally, it should include multiple expansion features, such as an integrated computer system for continuous monitoring of weapons and biological status. Chu Zihong continued, the exoskeleton's internal computer should connect with the neural processing chip implanted in Spartan soldiers' brains, allowing them to activate and deactivate functions with their minds. With the successful development of miniature fusion reactors, the energy issue will be resolved. Master Chief John will be the first Spartan to use it in combat. He further added, the second improvement is to add superconductive storage devices, enabling Spartans to carry artificial intelligence. This human-machine combination is the future of human evolution. AI can gather battlefield information in real time and convert digital codes into electrochemical signals through brain-computer interfaces, facilitating more efficient communication with Spartans on a mental level. Previously, Spartan reaction times were about 20 milliseconds. With AI assistance, this reaction can be almost instantaneous. Additional features like AI-assisted aiming, atmospheric reentry technology, and detachable jetpacks could also be included. Chu Zihong concluded, exoskeletons are meant to assist humans, not be overly large. Human-sized ones are sufficient. Of course, if we ever encounter a tyrant, we could custom-make a Mjolnir for them. But this current Mjolnir is too tall, taller than 2 tyrants put together, making it impractical for combat. It might as well be scrapped. Halsey listened intently and agreed to make the necessary improvements. Chu Zihong then suggested, for the miniature fusion reactor, you might want to consult Dr. Otto. He's an expert in that area. Got it, boss. Halsey nodded and approached Otto. Dr. Otto, I need your help with the power supply. Otto responded enthusiastically, Dr. Halsey, we're colleagues now. Helping each other is only natural. No need to be formal. He secretly thought about pursuing Halsey, considering he was still single. While research was crucial for a scientist, so were legacy and progeny. Chu Zihong shifted his gaze from Mjolnir and asked, by the way, Dr. Halsey, how is the satellite research progressing? Halsey replied, Boss, it's going well, but we're short on manpower, especially for some of the satellite's precision components where robots can't match human skill. Short on manpower? I'll address that issue as soon as possible, Chu Zihong promised. He mentally noted the need to recruit talent extensively, even poaching from Soviet research departments, as the entire Umbrella Corporation required a significant boost in staff. This trip to the Hive base had left Chu Zihong quite satisfied, as everything was proceeding smoothly. He then opened a briefcase in front of everyone. Here are the core technologies for mobile phone chips and the blueprints for the Tu-160 strategic bomber. Who can work on these quickly? Osborne was the first to step up. Boss, I'll handle the Tu-160 strategic bomber. Dr. Pym also volunteered. Boss, I'm good with the mobile phone chip technology. Otto and Halsey remained silent, as these were not their areas of expertise. Chu Zihong handed the technologies to them and said to Osborne, I have some ideas for the Tu-160 strategic bomber. Osborne, here's what I think. After hearing his boss's thoughts, Osborne looked perplexed, thinking, with such modifications, can it still be called a bomber? A one-bird large strategic aerospace platform? Sounds impressive. But since it's the boss's order, I'll do my best to complete it. Boss, I understand what needs to be done, but it might take at least 2 months, Osborne said. Are you sure about 2 months? Chu Zihong asked in surprise. Osborne counted on his fingers. If the materials are sufficient, 2 months should be enough. Mass production might take 3 months. Chu Zihong was astonished, thinking, you're amazing. Developing the one-bird large strategic aerospace platform in 2 months and mass-producing it in 3 months. The previous generation only had conceptual designs, and you'll have it built in half a year? That's incredible. He patted Osborne on the shoulder and said, do what you can and good luck, Doctor. Turning to Dr. Pym, Chu Zihong asked, Dr. Pym, how long will it take to develop the mobile phone? Boss, the mobile phone technology is quite simple. It should take no more than a week for mass production, Dr. Pym confidently replied. Chu Zihong smiled with satisfaction. Great, deliver the first phone to me? He couldn't help but think to himself, what a bunch of geniuses. The future of the Umbrella Corporation looks incredibly bright. After leaving Halsey's lab, Chu Zihong led the group towards the Sclass lab. This was the stronghold where the biohazard triad researched the zombie virus, with security measures so tight they were suffocating. Massive security doors stood at intervals along the corridor, each equipped with facial recognition systems. Every 5 steps, a heavily armed base security soldier stood guard, eyes sharp. Overhead, countless infrared surveillance cameras silently monitored every inch of space. Osborne couldn't help but marvel. Even the Osborne Group's lab for the Spider-Man mutation experiments wasn't as heavily guarded as this. Noticing the group's astonishment, Chu Zihong proudly explained, this is Umbrella Corporation's most advanced biological research lab, one of the company's most powerful assets. The final security door slowly opened, releasing a mist-like vapor that added an eerie touch to the mysterious scene. Apart from Halsey and Sergei, everyone else wore expressions of confusion and curiosity. Especially Natasha, Victor, Xingtian, Zhuang Yin the Siberian wolf, and Wang Hui the Hunter King. Their worldview had been completely overturned by what they had seen so far. Upon entering the lab, the scene before them was breathtaking. Precision instruments were everywhere, and the floor was as clean and transparent as crystal. The enormous Umbrella logo showcased the company's strength. The entire lab's layout resembled the interior of an alien spacecraft, exuding a sense of futurism. Chu Zihong looked around but did not see the biohazard triad. Halsey explained, Boss, they should be in the deepest part of the Sclass lab, in the number 1 live specimen area. Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. They've started practical applications? Halsey replied with a wry smile. Yes, previously they were all failures, but now the research has basically entered the practical stage. However, we're running out of test subjects. The batch from the God Armament Group has almost been exhausted. Marcus and the others often complain, hoping the company's military department can capture more enemies for them to use. Chu Zihong reassured him, don't worry, this time the military department's mercenaries have already gone to the God Armament headquarters. I believe there will soon be more test subjects. Natasha was startled. Chu, you mean? Chu Zihong gave her a meaningful look. Keep watching and you'll understand. As they approached the number 1 live specimen area, unsettling roars that sounded neither human nor beast echoed, sending chills down their spines. Victor and the other security personnel instinctively formed a protective circle around Chu Zihong. Upon entering the number 1 live specimen area, they saw a vast space divided into structures resembling prison cells. In the middle was a long corridor flanked by cells made of special glass. Each cell contained grotesque humanoid creatures, some mutated into bizarre forms, reminiscent of monsters from the Cthulhu mythos. The group felt a deep sense of dread, realizing that the research here involved a virus capable of destroying humanity. Natasha glanced at Chu Zihong, falling silent. At the end of the corridor was a football field-sized cell where Marcus, William, and Vickers stood before a giant bulletproof glass. Inside was a spacious testing ground, where a 2-meter-tall gray humanoid creature clad in green leather roared. It did not follow instructions but pounded its chest like a frenzied gorilla, its blood-red eyes filled with black, spiderweb-like veins. This was a tyrant, but it didn't seem very obedient. It appeared to be another failure. In a spacious laboratory, a towering tyrant over 2 meters tall, clad in green leather, roared furiously within a glass enclosure. Though the thick glass muffled the sound, its ferocious expression and violent movements were enough to demonstrate its rage. Outside the glass, the 3 bioengineering heads watched the scene with cold detachment. Marcus, arms crossed, fixed his gaze on the tyrant and said flatly, "A failed experiment. Terminate it." William adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and concurred, "Indeed. It's too loud, even if we can't hear it." Weskier glanced at the two of them and shrugged. "I think it might still be salvageable. We're running low on test subjects." Marcus shook his head. "Forget it. I created this thing. It's embarrassing." William, never one to miss a chance, immediately chimed in. "I fully support that." Weskier rolled his eyes, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "You two can be so lofty. A test subject is a test subject. We've only got this one, an elite mercenary from the Umbrella Corps. The next batch hasn't arrived yet. What happens to our research if we delay?" At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly interjected. "I agree with them. This thing is embarrassing. Is it a gorilla?" The 3 of them were taken aback and turned toward the voice. Unnoticed, a Chinese man in a protective suit had appeared among them. He was strikingly handsome, with the eyes of an Oriental and the features of a Westerner, exuding an air of nobility and ease. They immediately recognized their unexpected guest, their boss, Chu Zihong. In such a heavily guarded lab, only he could appear so silently. "Boss." The 3 of them stepped back respectfully and greeted him. Chu Zihong offered a friendly smile. "This is our first meeting. No need to be so formal. Among friends, there aren't so many rules." "Yes, boss." They responded in unison, noticing the few people standing behind Chu Zihong, including the familiar Dr. Halsey and some unfamiliar faces. Chu Zihong's gaze returned to the roaring tyrant. "A failed experiment is useless. Terminate it." "Yes, boss." Marcus responded, quickly moving to the control panel. In the next second, a laser grid descended from above, slicing the tyrant into pieces. Green blood splattered everywhere, like an exploding soda bottle. Chu Zihong turned his attention back to the 3 bioengineering heads, his tone approving. "You've made significant progress with the progenitor virus from the sunladder flower in just a few days. Good work." Marcus sighed. "Thank you, boss. But the experiment failed." Chu Zihong smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay. Failure is the mother of success. One failure doesn't mean anything. Actually, I have a better way to help you succeed with the tyrant research." As he spoke, Chu Zihong's eyes casually glanced at the burly Sergei. Marcus immediately showed interest, eagerly asking, "Boss, what do you mean?" Chu Zihong didn't answer directly but instead turned to Osborne. "Osborne, how long would it take you to complete the cloning process?" Osborne thought for a moment before replying, "Boss, the cloning technology you provided is complete, and the equipment is ready. I just need to follow the instructions. In theory, 3 days." Marcus's eyes lit up. "Boss, are you suggesting we use cloning technology?" "Exactly. Do you have any ideas?" Chu Zihong asked Marcus. "Boss, if we have cloning technology, I'm confident the experiment will succeed," Marcus said confidently. Chu Zihong waved his hand. "No, I think you need a specific medium to make the tyrant more successful and controllable." "Boss, what is it?" Marcus asked curiously. Chu Zihong turned and pointed at Sergei Vladimir. "Using Sergei's genes as a medium, the mutated tyrant will be even stronger." Sergei looked bewildered, not understanding why his genes would make the tyrant stronger. The others were equally puzzled. Sergei's heart tightened, thinking Chu Zihong wanted to use him as a test subject. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Zihong interrupted Sergei. "Don't overthink it. We'll just extract some of your genes as a medium for cloning and then inject the virus into your clone." Sergei immediately looked relieved and rolled up his sleeve, exposing his muscular arm. "Boss, I understand. Take as much as you need." Chu Zihong watched Sergei's compliant demeanor, his lips twitching slightly. This big guy would probably agree even if he were to be used as a test subject. Finally, Marcus carefully extracted a portion of Sergei's genetic material and solemnly stored it. He fully believed in what the boss said. The success of the Tyrant project hinged on this small vial of genetic material. The progress in the zombie virus research greatly pleased Chu Zihong. Once the Tyrant research succeeded, he would have a batch of fearless bio-warriors. Combined with Dr. Halsey's exoskeleton armor, Umbrella Corporation would have another ace up its sleeve. Chu Zihong couldn't help but imagine. In the future, if anyone dared to cross him, he could simply deploy the Tyrants. No matter how many opponents there were, the Tyrants would only get more excited. Armed with exoskeletons, they would become the most formidable killing machines on land. This thought filled Chu Zihong with excitement. He knew that the future of Umbrella Corporation would be even more glorious. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.